Ah! The man suddenly woke up in bed, his consciousness just returning, his whole body still trembling violently. Cold sweat had already soaked his entire body. His mind was still reeling from the betrayal that had left him heartbroken and the excruciating pain that felt like his body was being torn apart. He was still in shock. He instinctively clenched his fist, and the real sensation in his palm finally made him realize that he wasn't dead. But what exactly was going on? Qingyi quickly steadied himself and looked around. The familiar surroundings were strikingly similar to the place he had lived 3 years ago. But he had clearly moved out and rented a place long ago, so why was he back here? He immediately picked up his phone from the bedside table to check the date. The screen clearly showed August 8, 2028. In that instant, Qingyi's pupils contracted sharply, and she finally confirmed one thing. He was reborn, returning to 3 years ago, just before the release of the popular mobile game, Shanghai De Huang. In her previous life, Qingyi was on her way to her night shift when she witnessed the spectacular shower of light. Because the shower of light resembled a meteor shower, it was also known online as the meteor shower. The meteor shower is the symbol of the arrival of the game mountain and sea wilderness. After that meteor shower, everyone who is rained on by the light will have the mountain and sea totem appear on their body. The forms of mountain and sea totems vary, including strange and exotic beasts such as dragons, snakes, tigers, and pythons, as well as rare and unusual plants such as flowers, grasses, and trees. The more meteor showers you absorb, the stronger your mountain and sea totem will become, and the higher your initial attributes will be when you enter the game. People on Earth can use these totems to enter the great wilderness of mountains and seas. It's a wondrous game world filled with all sorts of monsters, tribes, opportunities, and secret realms. But a few years later, the entire game will descend into reality. Monsters from the game will invade the real world, wreaking havoc. At the same time, the strength, items, and territory in the game can all be brought into reality, allowing people to wield extraordinary power. In her previous life, Qingyi built a considerable foundation in the world of the great wilderness of mountains and seas by relying on a purple tiger totem. But he never expected that his beloved younger sister, Li Shanshan, would betray him. This nominal younger sister, in order to save her male best friend Zhou Yuan, actually drugged Qingyi, knocked him unconscious, and then took his kidney for Zhou Yuan's transplant. Zhou Yuan survived, but Qingyi died on the operating table due to excessive blood loss. The thought of lying helplessly on the operating table filled Qingyi with endless hatred and chilling resentment. But fortunately, fate smiled upon him, giving him a second chance. In this life, Qingyi will use the memories of her past life to acquire all the secret realm rewards and rare treasures in the game, enhance her strength, and rise rapidly. Next, he recruited countless powerful subordinates, built an invincible legion, and created his own top-tier territory, preparing in advance for the major changes brought about by the game's invasion of the real world. He will gradually become the overlord of both the game and the real world, personally sending those who betrayed him and wanted to kill him in his previous life to hell one by one, and completely rewriting his tragic fate in his previous life. After calming herself down, Qingyi clearly remembered that the great wilderness of mountains and seas descended at 8 p.m., which was still 2 hours away. Let me adjust my state and see if I can absorb more meteor shower. Qingyi went to the bathroom, preparing to wash herself clean in preparation for the arrival of the meteor shower. After washing up and changing his clothes, Qingyi went to the square outside the residential area. He found a spacious and relatively quiet spot and sat down. Finally, it was 8 o'clock. Boom! A thunderclap rang out across the sky, and lightning instantly illuminated the entire world. The once calm sky suddenly changed color, dark clouds rapidly gathered, and a gale arose, eventually forming a pitch-black vortex that slowly swirled. It looked like a beast with its jaws wide open, as if it wanted to swallow the entire blue planet whole. It's going to rain heavily, run! The people in the square scattered like birds and beasts, but Qingyi remained seated unmoved. His gaze was intense as he stared at the churning sky, murmuring softly, "It's here." In her previous life, when Qingyi saw this scene, she also wanted to run home. But at that time he was riding his electric scooter to work and hadn't brought a raincoat, so he had no choice but to bite the bullet and rush to the company. Who would have thought that this accidental turn of events would awaken his tiger totem? In this life, with the experience of his previous existence, he naturally couldn't wait to be showered with more meteor showers. Thunder and rain are both blessings from heaven. Boom! Another loud noise rang out, and countless lights emerged from the infinite distance in the dark night sky, rapidly approaching Blue Star. A shower of light fell from the sky. The meteor shower had arrived. Come on, in this life, Qingyi will surely awaken an even stronger totem. Qingyi opened her arms, wishing she could embrace all the meteors in her arms. As the meteor shower continued to fall, Qingyi clearly felt a faint dampness spreading across her body, like a gentle kiss from the goddess of fortune, soft and warm, yet fleeting. A shimmering totem emerged from his chest. In the blink of an eye, the light flashed through 6 colors: red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, and blue. Only after reaching purple did the color changes finally slow down. Even so, the changes were still rapid. As the meteor shower was continuously absorbed, the purple color became more and more intense, and before long, it completely turned into a deep purple, even showing a faint tendency to transform into gold. Good! Qingyi couldn't help but feel overjoyed. In his previous life, the purple totem was his limit, but he never expected that in this life, purple would only be the starting point. He closed his eyes tightly, focused his mind, and used his consciousness to sense the existence of the meteor shower. In Qingyi's perception, the meteor shower seemed to be drawn towards him by some force, completely covering him without missing a single one. In an instant, Qingyi seemed to transform into a golden statue, standing tall in the square. A loud hum resounded as the totem on his chest shone brightly, changing from pale gold to gold, and then from gold to dark gold. The light intensified to its peak. Finally, a burst of colorful light illuminated the entire sky. The previously blurry totem finally revealed its true shape. It wasn't a dragon or tiger, nor was it vegetation. It was an endless and shimmering Milky Way. Qingyi's consciousness seemed to be drawn to the Milky Way, sensing its mysteries. Within it, the sun and moon cycled, galaxies were born and destroyed, and all things constantly evolved. A vibrant tapestry of life. When Qingyi woke up again, the meteor shower had ended. The square was now filled with people who had been drawn there by the meteor shower. Everyone stood quietly in place, eyes closed, seemingly still savoring the wonderful feeling brought by the meteor shower. Qingyi straightened her clothes, covering the galaxy totem on her chest even more thoroughly, and then strode away. After returning home, Qingyi sat cross-legged on the bed, took off her clothes, looked at the galaxy totem on her chest, and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Colorful. This is a colorful totem. In her previous life, Qingyi had never heard of anyone awakening a colorful totem. Most of the renowned figures in the game only possessed golden totems. But now, Qingyi has become the owner of a colorful totem. He was overcome with excitement. This must be kept secret. I mustn't tell anyone. After his initial joy subsided, Qingyi gradually calmed down and silently reminded himself. As a reborn individual, Qingyi knew very well that while the great wilderness of mountains and seas appeared to be a game, it was actually a real world. That world was magnificent and fantastical, quite similar to the primordial world in the novel. Most importantly, this world will soon descend upon Earth. At that time, everything obtained in the game will become a real entity. This is a fantastical world. It contains countless opportunities, and any one of them could easily change the future of Earth. It's easy to imagine that in the future, Shanghai Dehuang will inevitably become a game that drives the whole world crazy. As the owner of the colored totem, Qingyi would inevitably be imprisoned and forced to serve others if their knowledge were to become known. Even enemy nations would try every means to destroy him beforehand. Therefore, he must remain calm and bide his time for now. He must wait until the great wilderness truly descends before emerging to sweep across the world. In my previous life, some messy things ruined my great cause. In this life, Qingyi must learn from this lesson, focus on her career, and never let worldly matters hold her back again. Qingyi silently recited a few words in his mind. Then, he concentrated his attention, focusing his consciousness on the galaxy totem on his chest. Before long, his consciousness gradually began to blur. Enter the great wilderness of mountains and seas? Yes. In a hazy state, Qingyi arrived in a dark space. Please enter your ID. Qingyi. Qingyi answered casually. DNA binding in body skin in progress. Initial attributes are being generated. You have been detected as a colored totem mythical level user. Initial attributes X3, and a basic skill will be randomly generated. Attribute confirmed. Qingyi was quite satisfied. This attribute was almost double that of his previous life. As expected of the colorful totem, it directly made him a mythical user in the game, commonly known as a VVIP. We are detecting that you are a mythic level user and have been granted the opportunity to freely choose your birthplace. Please select your birthplace. Eastern Wilderness Zhongjing Mountains, Eastern Wilderness Demon Heaven Valley, Eastern Wilderness Divine Martial Mountains, Eastern Wilderness Azure Pool, Eastern Wilderness Northwest Mountains, Eastern Wilderness Immortal Herb Valley, Eastern Wilderness Golden Hero Mountains, Eastern Wilderness Cloud Sea Mountains, Eastern Wilderness Imperial Dragon Mountains. Dozens of birthplaces appeared before Qingyi's eyes, all of them mountain ranges beginning with Eastern Wilderness. This was due to their geographical location. Players from the Dragon Kingdom and some other subcontinental countries are automatically assigned to the Eastern Wilderness in the game. To make it easier for Qingyi to choose, the system even thoughtfully provides a recommended star rating. Eastern Wilderness Valley of Immortal Herbs, a valley where various rare and exotic herbs grow, where legend has it that immortals refine elixirs of immortality. Recommendation rating 5 stars. Eastern Wilderness Zhongjing Mountains, gods and Buddhas bow down, demons and monsters prostrate themselves. On the mist-shrouded mountain peaks, cranes lead the secret path to the highest realm. Recommendation rating 4 stars. Qingyi was dazzled by what she saw. In my previous life, I didn't receive this kind of treatment. After the attributes were confirmed, I was simply thrown into the game. Unlike now, they introduced this person and that person, acting like a caring baby. Qingyi once again praised the colorful totem in her heart. Which one should I choose? Qingyi began to think seriously. According to the system's recommendation, she should undoubtedly choose the Valley of Immortal Herbs. The area is rich in natural treasures, with spiritual herbs and fruits everywhere, making it ideal for early game development. If it were Qingyi's first time entering the game, she would choose that place without hesitation. However, as a seasoned veteran who had been reborn, Qingyi remembered another place. That was the place he had lived in his previous life, the Eastern Wilderness, the Chuyun Mountains. There was once a player named Wuhan who obtained an extraordinary treasure in the Eastern Wilderness and dominated the equipment and level rankings for 2 months with that treasure. Later, he published a method to obtain the treasure online, which led to a treasure hunting craze in the Izumo Mountains. However, this guy was far too arrogant, even posting his handsome selfie online. After that, he completely disappeared, and it's unclear whether he was targeted offline. Qingyi chose the Eastern Wilderness Chuyun Mountain Range, Jiuyun Secret Realm, coordinates 9664665 3165544415, 22373754000. After some thought, Qingyi ultimately chose the old spot again. Although the Valley of Immortal Herbs was excellent, it was too large, and he wasn't familiar with it, so it wouldn't be very useful. But the Izumo Mountains are different. He's familiar with them, and he also has inside information. Once he gets his hands on that treasure, he'll truly be far ahead of the competition. As Qingyi finished speaking, his eyes suddenly lit up, and then a series of magnificent primordial scenes appeared before him. The white tiger roars at the moon, the vermilion bird burns the sky. These are all real scenes in the world of the great wilderness of mountains and seas. The scenes are magnificent and grand, and even though Qingyi had seen them once in her previous life, she still felt shocked and amazed. The mythical beasts of the great wilderness truly possess astonishing power. Qingyi wondered if humanity would truly be able to fly and burrow underground, split mountains and open seas, as the great wilderness of mountains and seas had proclaimed. About 10 minutes later, these images gradually disappeared. Liingi's vision went black, and she felt as if her soul was being swept away by some force, drifting aimlessly as if she had traveled through countless worlds. When he regained consciousness, he found himself in the Nine Clouds' secret realm. This is the Nine Clouds' secret realm. I wonder if I can obtain that supreme treasure now. Following the information given by Wuhan, Liingi cautiously made her way deeper into the secret realm. Inside, the surroundings were utterly tranquil, with no trace of any demonic beasts in sight, which reassured Liingi somewhat. He walked through several lush, dense forests, and suddenly a magnificent altar appeared before him, towering into the clouds. The base of the altar is made of countless colorful gemstones, and layers of white, jade-like steps extend upwards, seemingly without end. Four thick stone pillars pierce the sky, their tops disappearing into the clouds. In the very center of the altar, a treasure radiating colorful light floated, like a dream. It's actually a colorful treasure! Liingi's pupils contracted slightly, and her breathing became rapid. In this vast wilderness, the levels of treasures, from lowest to highest, are white, cyan, blue, purple, orange, pink, and red, while colorful treasures are the highest level mythical treasures. Such a treasure is probably rare even in the entire great wilderness of the mountains and seas. He finally understood why Wuhan was able to become the number one on both lists back then. With the help of such a treasure, wouldn't it have been a piece of cake? Wuhan once said that there are no demonic beasts guarding this treasure, and all that is needed is to complete the trial on the altar. Liingi recalled the rumors from back then. Wuhan did not describe the details of retrieving the treasure in detail, but Liingi, based on her years of treasure hunting experience, carefully observed the area around the altar and confirmed that there were no traps or dangers. Just then, the system notification suddenly rang out. Congratulations on arriving at a special map and triggering a unique quest. 9 Clouds Trial. 9 Clouds Trial Mission Level. Mythical Unique Mission Description. The lucky ones chosen by the heavens can enter the 9 Clouds secret realm to explore the secrets of the mythical treasure, the Heart of 9 Clouds. Quest Reward. Complete the quest to obtain the mythical treasure, 9 Clouds Heart. Note: failure to complete the trial will result in being teleported out of the 9 Clouds secret realm. Liingi felt a surge of excitement. He took a deep breath and stepped onto the countless steps leading to the top of the altar. The altar was 1,000 meters high, and fortunately, his attributes were 3 times that of an ordinary person, otherwise, the climb alone would have been exhausting. Finally, he reached the top of the altar. Before the treasure radiating colorful light, he placed his hand on it without hesitation. Instantly, a powerful suction force came, and the treasure trembled violently, as if resisting something. However, the silver totem on Liingi's chest suddenly emitted a colorful light, intertwining with the treasure. After a moment, the treasure calmed down, as if tamed, and lay quietly in his palm. The first trial, a system notification arrived, and Liingi smiled slightly. Clearly, the first test was to assess his totem aptitude. His colored aptitude passed with ease. Strangely, the treasure was still covered by some kind of seal, making it unclear and impossible for him to unlock it no matter how hard he studied it. Just then, the 4 stone pillars on the altar suddenly emitted a dazzling golden light, enveloping the entire space. A cyan phantom gradually condensed, eventually transforming into a cyan bronze figure. Having acquired temporary equipment, a white glowing lightsaber appeared in Liingi's hand. He frowned and muttered to himself. Has the second trial begun? He immediately used the basic detection technique, and the bronze statue's attributes appeared before his eyes. Name: Tier 1 Shadow Bronze Statue Level, LV0 Strength, 31 Defense, 35 Speed, 32 Stamina, 38 Skill. Basic detection technique equipment, none. Liingi slapped his thigh and couldn't help but laugh out loud. These attributes are exactly like mine! The system actually copied his attributes directly. It seems that this trial is to make him defeat his own shadow. He tentatively swung his sword at the bronze figure, which instantly sprang to life, not only defending itself but also launching an attack. Clearly, the battle would continue until one side fell. Liingi did not rush to end the battle. Instead, he used his agility to maneuver around the bronze man, observing its fighting style and collecting data. He soon discovered that although the bronze man shared the same attributes as him, its fighting style was simplistic and lacked flexibility. He sneered. Copying attributes is one thing, but combat awareness isn't so easy to imitate. With his rich combat experience from his previous life, the bronze man's movements seemed like slow motion to him. That's enough, it's time to end this. Qingyi's eyes narrowed, and seizing the opportunity, he pierced the bronze man's chest with his sword. The second trial shadow assessment 1-2 involved the cyan bronze figure vanishing in a flash of light, followed by a golden bronze figure appearing before him. Name: Tier 2 Shadow Bronze Figure Level, LV0 Strength, 310 Defense, 350 Speed, 320 Stamina, 380 Skills, Basic Detection Equipment, Iron Sword. Upon seeing these attributes, Qingyi couldn't help but swear. This is practically cheating. The golden bronze man's attributes were 10 times his own, which was utterly hopeless. But he quickly adjusted his mindset and forced himself to calm down. Since it could be designed, there must be a way to defeat it. The battle began, and the golden bronze figure moved with astonishing speed, closing in on Qingyi almost in the blink of an eye. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and narrowly avoided a fatal blow. However, his attack landed on the bronze figure, leaving only a shallow mark. It can make countless mistakes, but I only have one chance. Qingyi gritted his teeth, calmly observing his opponent's movements, searching for an opening. Finally, he found an opportunity, deliberately creating a weakness to lure the bronze man into attacking. As the bronze figure lunged forward, he slid to dodge the attack, simultaneously thrusting his lightsaber at the figure's fatal weakness. The blow struck, and the bronze figure immediately went limp. Qingyi seized the opportunity, landing several more strikes until the golden bronze figure's health bar was finally depleted. Congratulations on completing the 9 Clouds trial and obtaining the unique item, Heart of 9 Clouds. Do you wish to bind the Heart of 9 Clouds? Bound! Qingyi answered without hesitation. The treasure transformed into a stream of light and rushed into his body. Binding successful. Congratulations on obtaining the SSS talent, the chosen one with the highest drop rate. Qingyi clenched her fist, feeling the power surging within her, and couldn't help but smile. A mythical treasure, finally mine! Chapter 4 Chosen Drop Rate, First Blood, The Luck of the 9 Clouds Heart. During the game, the drop rate of all monsters' items is randomly increased by 10 to 100 times, and there is a 10% chance to trigger the chosen, which improves the quality of the dropped items. Qingyi stared at the talent description on the system interface, feeling as if she were in a dream, her face filled with disbelief and ecstasy. Not only did it increase the drop rate, but it also had the effect of improving the quality of items. This was practically Chosen One treatment. He couldn't help but laugh out loud, already understanding what this meant. While others were still struggling to defeat bosses, he could easily kill a random monster on the roadside and obtain top-tier equipment. It's worth noting that the game, Shanhai Dehuang, based on the classic of mountains and seas, is notorious for its extremely high difficulty and incredibly low drop rate. In the previous game, official data showed that the total drop rate of all equipment, items, and martial arts skills combined was less than 1%. This resulted in most players still being draped in leaves and wandering around like primitive people even a month after entering the game. Even Qingyi herself wore animal skins for half a month back then. No wonder Wuhan can dominate the rankings, his talent is simply explosive. Qingyi couldn't help but clap his hands and laugh. This time, it was his turn to be the one standing at the peak. The trial ended, and a cold notification sounded as the secret realm system shut down. The surrounding space began to distort rapidly. Qingyi felt a blur before his eyes, and when he came to his senses, he found himself in a primeval forest. The trees here are as thick as giant pillars, their branches and leaves so dense that they block out the sun. Occasionally, birds fly by, emitting piercing cries that make one's eardrums tingle. Compared to reality, this place is the world that truly belongs to me. Qingyi took a deep breath, a relieved smile on her face. In his eyes, the complexities of human relationships in the world were far less pure than this primeval forest. Mountains, rivers, seas, the bright moon, and the gentle breeze, this was the true refuge of his soul. The show is about to begin. He clenched his fists, his eyes brimming with fighting spirit. This desolate wilderness was fraught with danger. Ferocious beasts and birds of prey were everywhere, and even the most inconspicuous insects could easily take a life. Qingyi walked slowly, trying not to make a sound. Just then, the grass not far away suddenly rustled. He stopped immediately, his gaze fixed on the patch of grass. A pair of long antennae slowly emerged, followed by a huge head and a thick body. It was an ant bigger than a rabbit, but clearly not an ordinary ant. It was a fire ant. This monster is known for its powerful bite and highly venomous liquid, capable of easily crushing fine iron. Qingyi immediately cast a detection spell. Name: Fire Ant Grade Common Monster Level, LV1 Health, 331 to 331 Strength, 45 Defense, 38 Speed, 20 Stamina, 55 Skills. Fire Poison LV1, sprays scorching venom. Fire ants usually travel in swarms, and the chances of them acting alone are very low. Qingyi squinted and continued to observe the movement in the grass. Sure enough, after the first fire ant appeared, several more emerged one after another, eventually forming a small team of 10 fire ants. Not many, we can handle them, Qingyi muttered to himself. He picked up a thick wooden stick, using it as a weapon, and quietly approached the swarm of fire ants. He spotted the leader of the fire ants, swung the stick high, and slammed it down. With a muffled thud, the leader fire ant's head was smashed into the soil, its limbs frantically digging at it. -138. Qingyi pressed his advantage, striking twice more with his staff, killing it completely. He then quickly retreated, creating distance between himself and the remaining fire ants. Sure enough, the spot where he had just been standing was immediately covered by the venom sprayed by the fire ants. A piercing hissing sound filled the air, and the patch of grass was instantly corroded into a scorched black. The system notification sounded, indicating that Qingyi had gained 45 experience points from killing the fire ants, and his experience bar rose slightly. He glanced around and noticed an item emitting a white glow that had fallen beside the fire ant's corpse. Short bow, strength +30, basic weapon, sturdy and durable, moderate rate of fire, capable of slightly penetrating armor. I got my equipment dropped on my first hit! Qingyi couldn't help but laugh. He had high expectations for this SSS level talent, but he never expected to get such a beginner's dream item right at the start of the game. When new players first enter the game, their 4 main attributes are generally only around 10. And even the better ones are only around 15. The fire ants' attributes clearly overwhelmed the players, making them no match for melee weapons like swords. However, with a bow and arrow for ranged attacks, the situation changed completely. Qingyi seized the opportunity, quickly picked up a short bow, nocked an arrow, and aimed at the head of one of the fire ants. Whoosh! The arrow pierced the air, striking its target precisely. -350 critical hit. The fire ant died instantly. Similar to reality, attacking vital points in the game, Shanhai, can trigger critical hits, and some monsters' weak points can even inflict higher damage. In the ensuing battle, Qingyi skillfully used his short bow to maneuver around the swarm of fire ants, constantly pulling them back and forth, killing them one by one. Experience +48, experience +42. Finally, all 10 fire ants fell to the ground, and the last fire ant even provided him with a piece of equipment. Flower vine shoes, speed +10. Plain grade armor, woven from flower vines, refreshing and comfortable. Qingyi immediately changed out of the hemp shoes given by the system and put on the flower vine shoes, instantly feeling much lighter under her feet. This is life! He smiled contentedly. After clearing away the fire ants, he didn't rush to continue fighting. Instead, he cut a piece of flesh from the back of one of the fire ants, and cleaned it with a stone he picked up. After lighting a fire, he roasted the meat until it sizzled and dripped with oil, then sprinkled it with herbs he had gathered nearby for seasoning. Amidst the enticing aroma, he took a bite, finding it incredibly delicious. Eating fire ant meat grants +17 experience points. Eating fire ant meat grants +18 experience points. Qingyi licked his lips contentedly, thinking to himself, "This start is simply perfect." Chapter 5 Upgrade Stone Feather Chicken. Qingyi swallowed a piece of fire ant meat, and immediately felt a surge of scorching power within her body. Her experience points increased by more than 90 points, more than what she would gain from directly killing monsters. This is a unique upgrade mechanism in the game. Shanghai De Huang. Unlike the monster-slaying upgrade system in traditional online games, players can gain experience points by eating monster meat, spiritual herbs and fruits, or by engaging in activities such as chopping wood and mining. This approach allows many novice players to gradually grow by accumulating small amounts of experience in the early stages. Otherwise, given the game's high difficulty, most people might never be able to defeat a single fire ant in their entire lives. Recalling the early days of the game, Qingyi had also scoffed at the idea of monster meat, wondering how these ugly creatures could possibly be edible. However, an unexpected event changed his mind. He was trapped in a cave while fighting a boss, and starving, he tried some monster meat, only to find it unexpectedly delicious. From then on, he never worried about where the meat came from, as long as it filled his stomach, why not? He secretly lamented that he wasn't the first to discover the deliciousness of monster meat, but why didn't the players who had eaten it share their experiences? Perhaps everyone was keeping it to themselves, and he decided to remain silent anyway. This time, Qingyi cut off the freshest piece of meat from the fire ant's corpse, lavishly choosing only the best parts. After eating 8 pieces of fire ant meat in a row, a white light suddenly flashed within his body, and he successfully leveled up. Checking the attribute panel, he was pleased to find that the color totem had increased each of its 4 main attributes by 9 points after leveling up, slightly more than the purple totem from his previous life. Although the difference didn't seem significant at the moment, he knew that as the game progressed, the advantages of the color totem would gradually become apparent, especially after the mid to late game's system updates, when totem soul transformation would bring a qualitative leap. After eating until he was about 80% full, Qingyi patted his stomach and decided to wrap up the remaining 2 pieces of fire ant meat for dinner. Just as he finished wrapping one piece of meat in a leaf, a strange, clucking sound came from behind him. He turned around alertly, and saw a huge figure approaching him. The monster before him was as large as a calf. It was a stone-feathered chicken. Qingyi's eyes widened, unable to believe his luck. An 8th-level monster appearing in a 1st-level monster zone was truly unusual. He quickly used a basic detection spell to check the stone-feathered chicken's attributes. The spell revealed that the stone-feathered chicken was not only level 8, but also possessed a hardening skill, which could make its feathers and skin as hard as stone, giving it extremely strong defense. Qingyi secretly gasped. Just looking at its attributes and skills, he knew he was no match for it. But the stone-feathered chicken didn't seem to intend to attack him. Instead, it walked straight to the fire, swallowed the roasted fire ant meat in one gulp, and made a satisfied clucking sound. Seeing this, Qingyi suddenly realized that the monster had been attracted by the aroma of fire and meat. Then, the stone-feathered chicken tried to peck at the uncooked fire ant carcass, but quickly spat it out in disgust. It turned its head and stared at the fire ant meat in Qingyi's hand, its eyes filled with longing. Qingyi couldn't help but chuckle, hiding the fire ant meat behind her back, and resolutely refused. "No, if you want some, go catch it yourself." The stone-feathered chicken was clearly enraged, its eyes widening, and it flapped its wings as if in defiance. Seeing that Qingyi remained unmoved, it suddenly stretched its neck and charged. Although Qingyi knew he couldn't defeat Qingyi, as a veteran player, he still decided to test the waters. He quickly drew back his bowstring, and the arrow shot out with a whoosh, but it was easily blocked by Qingyi's hardening skill, dealing only a pitiful -8 damage. Qingyi couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement. This defensive power was simply outrageously strong. He aimed at the stone-feathered chicken's eyes again and fired a second arrow, but the stone-feathered chicken activated its hardening skill once more, its entire body turning a hazy gray, as if it had turned into a stone statue. The arrow struck its eye, but only caused -3 damage. Qingyi was utterly desperate, and turned to run away. The stone-feathered pheasant clearly wasn't going to let him go. It spread its wings and took flight at an astonishing speed. Sensing the rushing wind behind him, Qingyi rolled away to narrowly avoid its attack. The stone-feathered pheasant's beak struck a nearby tree trunk hard, leaving a hole the size of a fist. Qingyi watched in horror, secretly relieved that he hadn't been pecked, otherwise the consequences would have been unimaginable. He quickly apologized and tossed the fire and meat in his hand to the ground. Upon seeing the food, the stone-feathered chicken's aggressive demeanor instantly softened. It picked up the fire and meat and let out a joyful chirp. Looking at the stone-feathered rooster's protruding rear end, Qingyi felt a surge of vengeful impulse, wishing he could shoot an arrow at it. However, reason told him that this monster was not one he could afford to mess with. He took a deep breath, quietly retreated, and decided to settle the score with it another day. At that moment, he secretly vowed that one day he would personally kill this arrogant stone-feathered rooster. Chapter 6: Earth-Eating Beasts, Elite Monsters. Qingyi walked cautiously through the great wilderness, his pace gradually slowing. He knew all too well that this land was far from peaceful, and danger lurked everywhere. If he were to accidentally stumble into the territory of a powerful demon, the consequences would be unimaginable. Therefore, he dared not venture too far, always keeping his activities within 5 kilometers of his birthplace, which was relatively safe. After passing through a deep jungle, a patch of bare rock appeared ahead. Strange, creaking sounds in the air caught his attention. He crept closer, hiding behind a rock, his gaze sweeping towards the source of the sound. There, he saw 2 writhing, monstrous beasts lying on the ground, gnawing at the hard earth. Earth-eating beasts. Qingyi recognized them at a glance. These monsters look somewhat like earthworms, but they have an extra antenna and a mouth full of sharp teeth. Their habits are also similar to earthworms. They like to eat soil. However, earthworms prefer soft mud, while these creatures prefer hard rocks. He casually pulled up the monster's attribute panel. Name: Earth-Eater. Grade Common. Level: LV3. Health: 421-421. Mana: 36-36. Spirit: 27-30. Strength: 66. Defense: 10. Speed: 52. Stamina: 30. Skill: Earth Burrowing LV1. They're actually level 3 monsters. A hint of excitement flashed in Qingyi's eyes. Earth-eating beasts are usually only level 2, but these 2 have clearly become stronger due to the high-quality diet of the rocky terrain. One of the earth-eating beasts slowly moved to a rock the size of a millstone, opened its large mouth full of sharp teeth, and snapped it down. The sharp teeth, like rapidly spinning gears, quickly crushed the rock, producing a piercing sound. Qingyi couldn't help but recall a scene he had witnessed before. An unfortunate player was swallowed whole by a soil-eating beast, its screams echoing in the air, a memory that still haunted him. Although death in this game didn't actually mean losing one's life, the pain was absolutely real. More importantly, death forces players offline and prevents them from re-entering the game for 24 hours. This is a fatal blow to the crucial early game development process. It's a good thing it's you guys. If it were any other level 3 monsters, they might be really hard to deal with. Qingyi smiled slightly, drew back the bowstring, and aimed the arrow at one of the earth-eating beasts. He knew the strengths and weaknesses of these monsters well. Although they had amazing bite force, fast speed, and the ability to burrow underground, their defense was pitifully low. Ordinary players might be at a loss, but for Qingyi, this is nothing. He's a research-oriented player, and he's already mastered all sorts of monster fighting techniques. "Watch out for the arrow!" he shouted, and the arrow shot through the air, striking the first earth-eating beast's antennae precisely. The monster immediately rolled around on the ground like a headless fly, completely losing its ability to burrow underground. Qingyi didn't rush to finish off the beast. Instead, he quickly shifted his target, drew his bow, and fired again, blinding the other one as well. Then came the easy harvest. He finished off the 2 earth-eating beasts with arrow after arrow, quickly killing them both. Killing the earth-eating beast grants 168 experience points. Killing the earth-eating beast grants 170 experience points. Qingyi bent down to begin clearing the loot. Unfortunately, these 2 level 3 monsters didn't drop anything good, only a little over 100 copper coins. Better something than nothing. He pocketed the copper coins and then set his sights on the earth-eating beast's corpse. The meat is inedible, and with a mouthful of dirt, who can stand it? Qingyi smiled, thinking that the only valuable thing about this monster was probably its sharp teeth. I can use them to forge weapons, or sell them for some money. Thinking of this, he immediately began gathering materials. Using an arrowhead, he sliced open the earth-eating beast's soft body and easily removed its teeth one by one. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly felt a tremor beneath his feet. His expression changed, and he quickly retreated several meters. Boom! The ground suddenly exploded, and a huge figure burst out of the earth, opening its massive jaws to bite him. Qingyi stared intently, his heart pounding. The monster before him was more than twice the size of the previous earth-eating beast. Name: Earth-Eater Rarity, Elite Monster Level, LV3 Health, 1163 to 1163 Mana, 98-98 Spirit, 70-75 Strength, 101 Defense, 20 Speed, 81 Stamina, 45 Skills, Burrow LV2, Movement Speed Underground plus 60, Shatter LV1, Tooth Sharpening Upgrade, can bite through most metals. An elite monster! Qingyi gasped. This guy's stats were far superior to those of a regular earth-eating beast, and it even had the shatter skill unlocked, making it capable of biting metal with ease. A gigantic earth-eating beast, reeking of foul earth, lunged at Qingyi with its gaping maw wide open. He quickly retreated, simultaneously drawing his bow and aiming an arrow straight at the terrifying jaws. However, the monster reacted with lightning speed, snapping its jaws shut and swallowing the arrow whole. My arrow! Qingyi stared at the swallowed arrow, his heart aching so much he wanted to curse. His bow only had 10 arrows, and he had already lost one. In this desolate wilderness, there was nowhere to replenish it. You bastard, I'll pull out all your teeth! Qingyi gritted his teeth and aimed at the elite monster's tentacles again. However, the monster once again evaded the attack with agile movements, even swallowing the other arrow whole. Qingyi nearly vomited blood in anger. This monster's reaction speed was simply too abnormal. He took a deep breath, calmed himself, and decided to unleash his trump card, a double arrow attack. He knocked 2 arrows simultaneously, drew the bowstring taut, and released them with a mighty roar. The 2 arrows streaked across the sky like meteors, and the monster instinctively opened its mouth, trying to swallow more. However, this time it miscalculated. 1 arrow was swallowed, but the other struck its tentacle with deadly accuracy. -463 with its tentacle severed, the elite earth-eating beast let out a painful roar and rolled wildly on the ground. Qingyi gave it no chance to catch its breath, firing 2 more arrows in quick succession, striking its wound directly. -501-689. A barrage of critical hits instantly reduced the elite Earth-Eater's health to 0, finally causing it to collapse to the ground. Killing the Earth-Eater granted 398 experience points. A bright light shimmered on the ground, and Qingyi's lips curled into a slight smile. He knew this time, something good had come his way. Chapter 7 Black Iron Treasure Chest, Fiery Talisman. A black treasure chest suddenly appeared before Qingyi's eyes. He quickly stepped forward and picked it up. Black Iron Treasure Chest, a treasure chest weathered by time, containing precious treasures. A black iron-gray treasure chest? A hint of excitement flashed in his eyes. Normally, monsters below level 5, regardless of their grade, almost never drop anything worthwhile unless they are bosses. Finding even a single piece of basic equipment is already the limit. But the situation before him surprised him. This mere level 3 elite monster had actually dropped a black iron treasure chest. He had a vague feeling that this might be related to his SSS level talent. The activation of the chosen drop rate seemed to directly improve the quality of the equipment. Let's see what good stuff I can get! Qingyi rubbed her hands together and opened the treasure chest with great anticipation. Buzz, 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 accompanied by a slight vibration, a dazzling green light burst forth from the treasure chest, dazzling and eye-catching. Blazing Fire Talisman Cyan, a talisman drawn by a cultivator, containing immense power. Activating the talisman's ability releases flames to attack enemies and cause area damage. Uses 3/3. It's actually a blazing fire talisman. Qingyi held the talisman, a smile involuntarily spreading across her lips. This is a good thing. With it, his strength will be greatly enhanced. Holding the fiery talisman, a sharp glint flashed in his eyes, and a bold plan formed in his mind. But he quickly calmed down. Now was not the time to act. He still lacked a suitable piece of protective gear. Carefully putting the fire talisman into his backpack, Qingyi decided to log off temporarily. The hunger in reality was making it difficult for him to continue concentrating. When he woke up from the game, it was already broad daylight. He glanced at the time, 8:30 a.m. He immediately got up to wash up and then went downstairs to find food. "Boss, 2 bowls of beef noodles, please. I'm starving," he shouted to the noodle shop owner. After the noodles were served, Qingyi devoured a bowl in a flash. However, he found that he wasn't even 3/10 full. Helpless, he ordered 5 more bowls. "This young man has a really good appetite." The surrounding diners marveled at the high stack of bowls and chopsticks on his table, giving him a thumbs up. Qingyi himself was also puzzled. He touched the galaxy totem on his chest, where he felt a slight burning sensation, as if some power was surging within his body. Just as he was pondering this, his phone rang. It was his boss calling. "Qingyi, what are you up to? Why didn't you come to work last night? And your phone was off. Do you want to die on the street?" A furious roar came from the other end of the line. Qingyi frowned, his face showing impatience. He cursed inwardly. "I've been reborn, why am I still working in this lousy class? This idiot boss, relying on his father being the vice president, not only stole my director position, but also keeps nagging me all day long." Looking back on his past life, he worked overtime late into the night for this job, only to be met with no recognition and constant harassment from his boss. He even had half a month's salary docked when he finally resigned. Now, it all seems incredibly humiliating. "Zhao Xiongfei, you fucking shut up! I quit!" Qingyi cursed angrily into the phone, venting his resentment without reservation. After hanging up, he felt refreshed. Salary? He didn't care anymore. Having been given a second chance, he wouldn't waste time on such things again. He immediately opened his phone and browsed the online news. The arrival of the Great Wilderness last night had swept across the entire internet, with countless posts discussing it. In just one night, related posts reached hundreds of millions, and the number of views exceeded tens of billions. On the forum, various players' comments made Qingyi chuckle. "First floor, amazing, I dreamt I entered the game, and it's even online, how interesting. Second floor, wah, I got scratched to death by a cat, so embarrassing. Third floor, cat? Where did the cat come from in the Great Wilderness? Even the smallest wild monster is bigger than Fatty Tiger, right? You deserve to die. Fourth floor, there were ants all around my spawn point, and I got bitten to death by them. Is this game trying to force people to quit? Fifth floor, you can't even beat the ants? Then your totem must be too weak. My green totem is pretty powerful." On the forum, players' complaints were varied, with some even suggesting forming a faction. However, Qingyi knew that in the vast world of Shanghai Dahuang, forming a faction was far more difficult than they imagined. Meanwhile, in a classroom at Huaishi Media University, the bell for dance class had just rung. A girl in red yoga pants stood under a cherry blossom tree, looking down at her phone with a sweet smile on her face. "Chatting with your sweetheart again?" her best friend in blue yoga pants teased with a laugh. "Don't talk nonsense, we're just ordinary friends." The girl shook her head gently, her face slightly flushed. "Her name is Li Shanshan, and she's Qingyi's younger sister." Her best friend leaned over to tease her further, but Li Shanshan laughed and pushed her away. The two of them then playfully joked around. However, when her best friend mentioned Qingyi, Li Shanshan's expression turned somewhat displeased. "Humph, he's busy with company projects now, working night shifts every day, you can't even see him once." Her best friend sighed. "Your brother is so good to you, working so hard and still giving you so much pocket money every month." "That's what he should do," Li Shanshan pouted. "My parents raised him for over 10 years, and he doesn't even give me this much in return. Isn't that ungrateful?" she said bluntly, completely unaware that her once obedient brother was no longer the Qingyi she knew. Chapter 8 Tarantula. Qingyi re-entered the game and found herself still in the same place she had left before, only the sky had changed from noon to afternoon. Clearly, even when players were offline, the game world continued to function normally. Instead of rushing to find wild monsters, he turned and walked to an open area to check his equipment. Although he didn't have much equipment, only 2 pieces, each one was an important resource that he had carefully selected. "This arrow is worn down beyond recognition," he frowned, looking at the once sharp tip, now rounded and irregularly shaped. Such an arrow clearly couldn't exert its full killing power, especially for a player like him who enjoyed challenging opponents of higher levels. This wear and tear would undoubtedly have a significant impact on the battle. "Forget it, I'll just sharpen it myself," he muttered, then glanced at a suitable whetstone in the distance. He took out 2 tusks from his system inventory, one of which belonged to an elite earth-eating beast he had killed earlier, making it even sharper. He then skillfully began sharpening the arrowhead. Qingyi was already very skilled at these techniques. In his previous life as a gamer, he had done his fair share of this kind of laborious work. In just 1 hour, the 2 new arrows were finished. He carefully removed the original arrowhead, walked to a seemingly ordinary brown grass, broke off a section of the branch, smeared the sticky liquid seeping from the break onto the arrow shaft, and then glued the newly sharpened arrowhead onto it. This grass is called lotus root grass, commonly known as snot grass. Its secretions are extremely sticky, and once dried, they are even difficult to cut with refined iron. 5 minutes later, 2 brand new arrows were completed. Improved arrows, refined iron arrows made from the teeth of earth-eating beasts, incredibly sharp, with armor-piercing properties, capable of dealing additional damage. Looking at the arrow's new attributes, Qingyi's lips curled into a smug smile. Sure enough, being good at manual labor saves trouble. He carefully put away the arrows and, taking advantage of the early hour, decided to go to Flower Valley to hunt some wild monsters. In the Flower Valley, hundreds of flowers bloomed in vibrant colors, and the chirping of insects filled the air. If it weren't for the thumb-sized mosquitoes and fist-sized dragonflies, the scenery would truly be breathtaking. But Qingyi was clearly not in the mood to appreciate the beauty. His gaze was quickly drawn to several oddly shaped rocks in the center of the valley. On the rocks, silvery white spiderwebs swayed gently in the wind, with several struggling prey hanging from them. Among them, a centipede as thick as an arm stood out. Beneath the rocks, an 8-legged wolf spider stared intently at the centipede, its scarlet eyes gleaming with greed. It slowly climbed onto the web, revealing its sharp fangs, preparing to enjoy its meal. "Stop the worm!" A crisp shout shattered the tranquility of the Flower Valley, followed by a sharp arrow piercing the air. The arrow struck the centipede's head precisely, and green blood gushed out, splattering all over the wolf spider's face. The tarantula froze, staring at the centipede's corpse, seemingly still contemplating whether it could still eat this lunch. Killing the centipede grants 178 experience points. Qingyi put away his bow and arrows, letting out a sigh of relief. He didn't care about the low-level monsters in this Flower Valley, but he absolutely couldn't let the level 3 centipede escape. As for the tarantula's feelings, he didn't consider them at all. The tarantula's attribute panel quickly appeared before Qingyi's eyes. Name: Tarantula Grade Common Monster Level, LV5 Health, 1331 to 1331 Strength, 137 Defense, 100 Speed, 122 Skills, Spider Silk LV1, Poisoning LV1. Despite its impressive attributes, Qingyi was not afraid at all. He nocked an arrow and shot it with lightning speed, aiming directly at the wolf spider's head. The tarantula was clearly still reeling from the earlier accident. Its movements were slow, and although it barely avoided a vital spot, the arrow still struck one of its legs, and green blood immediately flowed out. -107. The tarantula, in pain, let out a sharp hiss and then spat out a ball of snow-white spider silk. The silk forked into dozens of thin lines in the air, scattering like a shower of flowers. Qingyi quickly rolled to dodge, and the silk, upon hitting the ground, actually created a deep crater. "This spider silk can even turn?" He stared wide-eyed, clearly astonished by the tarantula's ability. But he quickly recovered and began to create more distance. However, when he looked down, he discovered that several strands of spider silk were stuck to his trouser legs. Worse still, the spider silk seemed to be slowly tightening, dragging him little by little towards the wolf spider's fang-filled mouth. Qingyi couldn't help but curse. He struggled to pull at his trouser leg, but found the spider silk to be extremely tough and impossible to break. Seeing that he was getting closer and closer to the wolf spider, he had no choice but to take a drastic measure, using an arrow to tear his trouser leg and finally escape. Looking at his trousers, now shortened, Liingi was speechless. "This spider is quite cunning," he muttered. The tarantula clearly wasn't going to let Liingi off easily, continuing to spray silk to restrict his movements. The arrow Liingi fired was also firmly wrapped in the silk, falling directly to the ground, and then pulled to the tarantula's side and confiscated. "Damn it, this thing is powerful in both ranged and melee combat. It's really difficult to deal with." Liingi stood there, frowning slightly. Helpless, he took out the improved arrow he had just made, took a deep breath, drew the short bow to its limit, and then decisively let go. The arrow shot out like lightning. The tarantula hurriedly spit out its silk to try and intercept it, but the improved arrow had extremely strong penetrating power, piercing directly through the silk and embedding itself deeply in the tarantula's head. -622. A critical hit left the tarantula in a brief state of dizziness. Liingi seized the opportunity and fired a second improved arrow. -599. This arrow ended the tarantula's life instantly. Killing the tarantula yielded 425 experience points. A black item dropped beside the tarantula's corpse. Liingi stepped forward and picked up the loot with anticipation. Chapter 9. Green Steel Blade, Egg Bag. Liingi's eyes lit up. She bent down to pick up the fallen item, a smile playing on her lips. Name: Green Steel Blade. Grade: Level 5. Black Iron Weapon. Attributes: Strength +70, Armor Penetration +10. Description: A blade forged from fine steel, incomparably sharp, indestructible, and with a strong armor-piercing effect. Finally, a leveled weapon! He couldn't help but clap his hands, his face full of undisguised joy. Before, most of the equipment he had obtained were things like short bows and flower vine shoes. Although they were practical, none of them were marked with a level, clearly for beginners. This steel blade, however, is different. It's marked Level 5 Black Iron, clearly an assessment of the equipment and player's strength by the system, indicating the optimal level for its use. In other words, players around level 5 can unleash the full power of this blade. However, Liingi wasn't worried. The reason he was so confident was that the colorful totem had given him 3 times the initial attributes of an ordinary person. Even though he was only level 1 now, his attributes were already comparable to those of an ordinary level 5 player. Without hesitation, he picked up the steel knife, swung it a few times, and the blade made a humming sound as it cut through the air. He even twirled the blade a few times, his movements elegant and swift. "You've been shooting around with that broken bow all this time. Do you really think I'm just a pathetic 6th brother?" Liingi chuckled smugly. "Actually, I also have some skill with swordsmanship." After enjoying himself for a while, he put away his steel sword and continued cleaning up the battlefield. Before me lay the corpse of a wolf spider. Though it was ugly and its flesh worthless, its silk was a rare treasure. This silk was not only lightweight and strong, making it perfect for crafting equipment, but even if not for making equipment, it could certainly be used to weave trousers. Thinking of this, he looked down at his tattered lower garments and couldn't help but sigh. "If I don't get new clothes soon, I'll be running around naked." He casually picked up a smooth little stick, turned the tarantula's corpse over, and began skillfully extracting the spider silk. His movements were fluid and effortless. In no time, the stick was covered with a thick layer of spider silk. He looked at his work with satisfaction and muttered, "Done." However, as he was about to leave, his gaze was drawn to something that peeked out from behind a boulder not far away. Upon closer inspection, he discovered it was a giant sphere woven from spider silk, teeming with countless tiny wolf spiders crawling inside. A wolf spider's egg sac? The sight sent chills down Liingi's spine. He nearly suffered a phobia of trypophobia. But reason quickly overcame fear. The egg sac was full of tarantulas, which meant a large amount of experience points. He swallowed hard and forced himself to approach, despite the discomfort. Name: Tarantula. Grade: Common Monster. Level: LV3. Health: 566 to 566. Strength: 65. Defense: 44 speed, 60 stamina, 38. All level 3 monsters? Kill them all, the experience points will explode! Qingyi's eyes flashed with excitement, and he then took out a fire talisman from his backpack. He had originally planned to use this to burn down ant nests, but now that he had encountered a much richer target, he decided to use it for something else without hesitation. You're out of luck! He took a few steps back, aimed the fire talisman at the egg sac, and muttered under his breath. Then, with a flick of his wrist, a burst of flame erupted, striking the egg sac directly. The flames spread rapidly, engulfing the entire egg sac. Accompanied by the crackling and hissing of the wolf spiders, the baby wolf spiders inside struggled frantically, but to no avail. Killing the tarantula grants 191 experience points. Killing the tarantula grants 181 experience points. Killing the tarantula grants 177 experience points. The system notification sound kept ringing, and Qingyi's experience points surged until the last tarantula was also engulfed by flames. His body flashed white light twice, and his level directly increased to level 3. A pile of loot lay scattered on the ground. He crouched down and began to examine it one by one. Name: Spider Silk Armor. Grade: Level 5. White Armor. Attribute: Defense plus 42. Synthesis Scroll. Mysterious Scroll. Allows you to choose 3 items and randomly synthesize a new item. Spider Jade. A stone found inside a spider, extremely hard, twice the hardness of a diamond. He's dropped armor! Qingyi picked up a piece of spider silk soft armor and discovered that this so-called armor was actually just a close-fitting vest. After putting it on, paired with shorts, he looked like he was wearing a belly band and underwear, which was so comical that it made people laugh. Sigh, be content. It's good enough to have equipment to wear. He chuckled to himself, thinking that at least he was much better off than those newbie players who were still using leaves to cover themselves. Then, he picked up the fist-sized spider jade and found that the stone was not only hard, but also had a smooth and delicate surface, and even emitted a faint fragrance. He leaned closer to examine it, and to his surprise his face was reflected on the smooth surface. He couldn't help but exclaim, "The rarest thing in the world is still my handsome face!" Finally, he turned his attention to the crafting scroll. This item was especially valuable in the early game, as it allowed players to directly craft new items using materials, saving them the trouble of finding a craftsman. However, the result of the crafting was unpredictable and might be something completely different from what was expected. Even so, the scroll's value is undeniable. In the market, it's a rare item, fetching up to 100,000 copper coins. Qingyi carefully put away the scroll and other spoils, secretly delighted. This trip has been incredibly profitable. Chapter 10. The Spider Armor. Building a shelter. Qingyi stood in the open space, a flash of inspiration striking him, his eyes hardening. Looking at the materials he had accumulated, a bold idea began to form in his mind. Now that he had the materials and crafting scrolls in hand, could he give it a try and create even stronger equipment? He looked down at the materials, a hint of hesitation in his eyes. After all, these resources were the result of slaying countless tarantulas, especially the spider silk armor, which was currently his most important piece of armor. Failure to synthesize it would not only result in a huge loss but could also jeopardize his upcoming adventures. But then he thought again, with his SSS level talent, the probability of failure should be very low. Qingyi gritted his teeth and made a decision. I'll risk it. What's there to be afraid of if I can turn a bicycle into a motorcycle? He decisively activated the synthesis scroll, and golden light instantly enveloped the 3 materials, the dazzling light making the air tense. Qingyi held his breath, his inner tension barely concealed. This was half his fortune, the stakes were simply too high. As the golden light gradually faded, a black piece of equipment appeared before him. His eyes lit up, and he shouted excitedly, "The spider armor! I succeeded!" He was extremely satisfied with the attributes of this equipment. The defense was greatly improved, and the speed was also increased. He examined it carefully. This spider armor was not only lightweight and sturdy, but also extremely imposing in design. The shoulder guards were made of spider jade, and the silver-white spider pattern on the chest was particularly eye-catching. He put it on eagerly, feeling much lighter. Satisfied, he decided not to fight monsters that night, but to find a safe place to spend the night. Qingyi knew all too well that the wilderness was full of dangers at night. He had trembled with fear on his first night in his previous life, hearing stories of many new players paying a heavy price, some even dying. For those lacking experience, the nights in the wilderness of mountains and seas were like nightmares. However, this time he didn't plan to log off and hide. Instead, he planned to build a shelter to deal with potential threats. Qingyi began his work, selecting a location for the shelter. He knew the location was crucial. It couldn't be too deep in the forest, nor too open. He ultimately chose a spot at the foot of a cliff, surrounded by several trees for cover, an excellent location. Next, he searched for materials, and bamboo became his first choice. Compared to wood, bamboo is lightweight and easy to handle, making it ideal for building a temporary shelter. Just as he was searching for bamboo, his eyes suddenly lit up. Beside a stream, the grass was lush and green, and several bright red fruits hung on the trees. He cast a basic detection spell and discovered that these were actually fire spirit fruits, which could increase strength after use. He counted 9, enough to excite him greatly. Without hesitation, he climbed the tree, picked the fruits, and put them in his bag. Besides the fire spirit fruit, there were many precious herbs near the stream. Qingyi was quite satisfied with the useful medicinal materials such as hemostatic grass and golden ganoderma flower. But when he discovered a sky blue flower, he was so excited he almost jumped for joy. The sky blue flower could detoxify, especially against the venom of scorpion demons and snake demons, making it an indispensable medicine. He carefully put away the herbs, secretly relieved. Just as he was about to leave, a 7-colored shadow suddenly slid down from the tree, spraying venom instantly onto his face. Qingyi was extremely alert and almost instinctively dodged, but it was too late. In the critical moment, the fiery talisman at his waist suddenly activated, igniting a raging flame that evaporated the venom without a trace. He took a step back, still shaken, and looked at the monster that had attacked him. Using a basic detection spell, he discovered it was a 7-colored spider, a level 5 elite monster. Not only does it possess stealth abilities, but it can also release highly corrosive venom, making it extremely dangerous. Qingyi cursed inwardly. Spiders again. I'm really going to have to deal with them today. He gripped his steel blade tightly, his anger surging. Disfigurement wouldn't be fatal, but risking his life with a disfigured face was simply unacceptable to him. The spider before him dangled from its silk, swinging back and forth, its movements unpredictable, making it impossible to aim with an arrow. Qingyi abandoned ranged attacks altogether and charged forward with his sword. He secretly gloated. Besides his archery skills, his swordsmanship was also quite formidable. Today, I'll show you my true strength. Chapter 11 Skill/Cloud Dream Bamboo Shoots. Qingyi wielded his green steel saber, his attack swift and fierce, displaying overwhelming power amidst the flashing blade. However, although each strike carried force, he consistently failed to strike the 7-colored spider's vital points. However, his attack was not without effect. The spider's silk was cut one by one and fell to the ground. Taking advantage of the moment when the 7-colored spider was weakened, Qingyi seized the opportunity, swiftly swung his sword, and 2 precise slashes landed on the spider's back. With a crisp metallic clang, 2 damage values appeared, -289 and -371. The sharpness of the black iron-grade weapon, the azure steel blade, once again proved its power. Even a normal attack could produce an effect comparable to a critical hit from a bow and arrow. The 7-colored spider writhed in agony, clearly enraged by the attack. Its 8 legs thrashed wildly as it fled into the shadows, then used its abilities to conceal itself. Only its pair of eerily shimmering green eyes remained, appearing and disappearing in the darkness, adding to its sinister aura. Faced with the spider's trickery, Qingyi feigned ignorance, as if he hadn't noticed its presence at all, but in his heart, he knew exactly what was going on. He stood quietly in place, seemingly waiting for something. Suddenly, a pungent green venom gushed out from the shadows. Qingyi reacted swiftly, easily dodging the attack with a sidestep, then quickly closed in on the enemy, her steel blades slicing through the air as she viciously slashed at the spider's head. -999. The blade was deeply embedded in the spider's head, and blood gushed out. The seven-colored spider let out a shrill roar, struggling to shoot out a strand of silk to climb up the tree trunk, attempting to escape. Liingi sneered, raised her hand, and severed the spider's silk with a single stroke. She then unleashed a furious barrage of attacks on the spider. -378, -317, -489. Several damage values appeared in quick succession, and the spider's life came to an end. A system notification sounded. Slay the seven-colored spider, gain 778 experience points. In the silence, Liingi's gaze was drawn to a small booklet on the ground, emitting a faint glow. He bent down to pick it up, his face revealing undisguised excitement. Skill, /grade, 1-star description, dashes forward a short distance and unleashes a powerful strike, dealing double damage. After carefully reading the skill description, Liingi had a thought, and the booklet transformed into a ray of light that merged into his body. In an instant, a profound feeling surged into his mind, and the method of using the slash became crystal clear. He closed his eyes to sense it, a smile playing on his lips. With this skill, fighting monsters will be so much easier from now on. Double damage, and if it hits a vital point, wouldn't that be equivalent to 4 times the damage? It's absolutely amazing! After cleaning up the battlefield, Liingi continued searching for traces of bamboo. With his increased strength, his activity range had expanded from 5 kilometers to 20 kilometers. Persistence paid off. After crossing 3 mountain peaks, he finally discovered a bamboo forest, and this was no ordinary bamboo forest, but the Yunmeng bamboo forest, exuding a faint, refreshing fragrance. There are more than 300 bamboo stalks here. They are of rare quality, can repel insects and ants, and also have a calming and sleep-inducing effect, making them an excellent material for building shelters. Liingi cut down a thick Yunmeng bamboo, smelled its refreshing fragrance, and couldn't help but exclaim, "It smells a bit like lavender, but even better." He quickly put the bamboo into his system backpack and then began to cut it down on a large scale. Cutting down 1 piece of Yunmeng bamboo grants plus 10 experience points. Cutting down 1 piece of Yunmeng bamboo grants plus 12 experience points. Yunmeng bamboo is incredibly tough and difficult to cut down with ordinary tools. However, Liingi wields a sharp steel knife with precise swordsmanship, cutting down a bamboo in just 3 strokes and skillfully trimming off the branches. As he continued to put the bamboo into his backpack, his strength gradually waned. His arms ached, and his clothes were soaked with sweat. "I'll eat some spirit fruit to recover," he said, taking out a fire spirit fruit and eating it one after another. The fruit melted in his mouth, turning into a warm current that flowed into his body, and his fatigue quickly dissipated. System notification: consumed fire spirit fruit, strength +1. After eating 9 fire spirit fruits, Liingi felt refreshed and threw herself back into the work of cutting down trees. After more than an hour of hard work, the bamboo forest was cleared, and 365 cloud dream bamboo stalks lay neatly in her backpack. Standing on the open ground, Liingi looked at the fruits of his labor, his heart filled with a sense of accomplishment. "Hard work creates happiness, the ancients were right," he remarked with a smile. To his even greater surprise, he also unearthed a rare treasure in the bamboo forest, a Yunmeng spring bamboo shoot. These slender, jade-like bamboo shoots contain the essence of life, and consuming them can bring a large amount of experience points. Without hesitation, Liingi peeled off the outer shell of the bamboo shoot and took a bite. The bamboo shoot flesh was crisp, tender, and sweet. After eating it, he felt full of power, and his body became incredibly refreshed. Consuming the rare Yunmeng spring bamboo shoots grants an experience point increase of 8,500. With this surge in experience, Liingi's level rose to 5. Looking at his attribute panel, a surge of ambition welled up within him. "In this life, I will definitely be at the forefront. If others can be number 1, why can't I? Let's do it!" Chapter 12: The shelter is completed. The Great Wilderness Night. After selecting the location, Liingi began to get busy. He first built the main frame of the bamboo house, tightly wrapped and fixed the bamboo with vines, and then laid the bamboo planks on the frame one by one. The openings for the doors and windows were also left in advance. Finally, he carefully put on the roof, and the entire bamboo house was completed. Although this shelter was only about 8 square meters in size, it was enough for him to live in. As dusk settled, Qingyi lit a lantern grass, its soft light instantly illuminating the hut. He used spider silk to stretch a sturdy hammock across the walls, then lay down and gazed at the night sky through the skylight. The moon shone ever brighter, its light contrasting beautifully with the stillness of the night. However, in the midst of this tranquility, a sharp cry suddenly pierced the sky. The sound was loud and piercing, shaking heaven and earth, and seemed to come from a colossal creature. Qingyi looked in the direction of the sound and saw a huge figure slowly gliding across the sky, its enormous wings gently flapping, blotting out the sun. Moonlight shone through its body onto the ground, plunging the entire world into shadow. "Tch!" Another cry rang out, and the enormous figure hovered high in the sky. Around it, 4 powerful tornadoes appeared out of nowhere, raging with fierce winds, as if the heavens and earth were roaring. Qingyi held his breath, a sense of unease rising within him. "Fu Huang," he murmured, his expression suddenly turning grave. He knew the name of this creature, of course, Fu Huang, a once auspicious divine beast from the great wilderness of mountains and seas. However, it is no longer the auspicious beast that brings blessings and legends. Due to the death of its mate, Fu Huang was bewitched by a ferocious beast and fell into darkness, becoming a terrifying monster. Its cries are no longer purifying, but instead filled with negative emotions, causing restlessness and unease. Amidst this piercing cry, a surge of violent emotion welled up within Qingyi, even giving him an urge to rush out of the bamboo hut and vent his frustration. "Hold your breath, concentrate your mind, and focus your energy," Qingyi muttered, sitting cross-legged and trying to calm his unease. He knew that if he were affected by Fu Huang's sonic waves, the consequences would be unimaginable. However, the other creatures in the great wilderness were not as calm as he was. As Fu Huang's cry rang out, the demonic beasts in the mountains went into a frenzy. Roars and screams rose and fell, as if the whole world had fallen into an endless battle and chaos. Various demonic beasts fought each other, and a violent aura permeated the air. Bang! 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 A violent crashing sound came from outside the bamboo house. A swarm of mosquitoes, driven mad by Fu Huang's influence, were trying to break in. They swarmed and crashed into the bamboo house, but the bamboo house was more sturdy than anyone could imagine. No matter how they attacked, they could not budge it an inch. Qingyi had already closed the skylight, locking himself in this small space and isolating himself from the chaos outside. Calm down, he kept reminding himself. What appeared dangerous on the outside was actually a deadly trap. The moment he stepped out of the bamboo hut, the swarming mosquitoes would instantly drain him dry. Qingyi knew that his only option at this moment was to wait for all of this to pass. Time passed agonizingly, and after an unknown amount of time, the commotion outside finally subsided. Fu Huang's shadow had vanished, and the night sky returned to tranquility, leaving only a full moon hanging high in the sky. Qingyi opened her eyes and murmured to herself, "Is it over?" He pushed open the door of the bamboo hut. The world outside was deathly silent, and the air was thick with the stench of blood. The surrounding vegetation was flattened, and the ground was covered with bright red blood, clearly indicating a fierce battle had taken place. He curled the corners of his lips into a smile and muttered to himself, "Looks like everyone's exhausted. It's time for me to stretch my legs." In his previous life, he was so frightened by Fu Huang's appearance that he hid in a crevice in the rocks and didn't move all night. Only the next day did he learn from the forum that many people had profited handsomely after Fu Huang left. He was filled with remorse and slapped his thigh repeatedly. In this life, he would never make the same mistake again. Moonlight spilled onto the ground, illuminating the surroundings brightly. Qingyi followed the trail of blood and soon arrived at a battlefield utterly devastated. Fallen trees and chaotic traces all testified to the ferocity of the battle that had just taken place. A rat demon's tail? A snake demon's skin? Qingyi crouched down, carefully examining the battlefield remnants, and quickly determined which side had fought. A hint of excitement flashed in his eyes. Whether it was a rat demon or a snake demon, they were both within his capabilities, and he could just collect some spoils. Continuing along the trail of blood, Liingi finally spotted two enormous demonic beasts not far away. The giant rat and the blue-eyed snake king were locked in a fierce struggle. The giant rat was tightly bound by the snake king, unable to move like a dumpling, with only its head sticking out. It was clearly on the verge of death. "Good heavens, these two monsters are huge!" Liingi exclaimed, looking at the rat demon as big as a car and the snake demon as thick as a bucket. He then used a basic detection technique to check their attributes. The giant rat is a level 10 elite monster. Although its health is almost depleted, it still poses a considerable threat. The blue-eyed serpent king, on the other hand, is a level 8 boss monster with tens of thousands of health points, completely overwhelming the giant rat in terms of attributes. Normally, Liingi would never dare to provoke such a monster, but at this moment, the giant rat was suppressed and the snake king was also greatly exhausted, making it a perfect opportunity for him to seize the opportunity. "Come on, Jerry, bite it to death!" Liingi secretly cheered for the giant rat, but it was clear that the outcome of this battle was already predetermined. The giant rat was completely overwhelmed by the blue-eyed serpent king, utterly powerless to resist. Truly a natural enemy of their species. Liingi shook his head, his gaze never leaving the battlefield. He knew that the ultimate winner of this battle might very well be himself. Chapter 13 Blue-Eyed Serpent King, Terrifying Poisonous Mist. Liingi stood not far away, his eyes fixed on the blue-eyed serpent king before him, thinking to himself, "I absolutely cannot let it gain the upper hand so easily." Although it had just fought a fierce battle with the giant rat, the serpent king still had a health bar of 8,000, and its combat power remained at least 80%. In this state, he had no chance of winning, so he had to free the giant rat and continue to entangle with the serpent king in order to further weaken its strength. He swiftly retrieved a shortbow from his backpack, knocked a modified arrow, aimed at the snake king's head, and decisively fired. The arrow pierced the air, striking the snake king squarely between the eyebrows with a clang, but failed to penetrate the skin, merely grazing the surface and even scattering sparks. The ridiculously low damage value of -188 floated up. "This snake king is too tough," Liingi muttered under his breath, but his hands didn't stop moving as he continued to fire ordinary arrows. The damage values kept dropping, not even reaching 3 digits. -91, -85, he shot one arrow after another until the last improved arrow was knocked. The last arrow! He took a deep breath, drew the bowstring taut, and released the arrow with precision. The arrow struck the spot that had been grazed earlier, piercing the snake king's flesh, causing green blood to gush out. The -434 damage finally made the snake king wince in pain, its body twitching, its forked tongue flicking out, and it letting out a low growl. At the same time, the giant rat, which had been tightly coiled around the snake king, felt the pressure suddenly ease, and its breathing became smooth. Realizing its opportunity had come, it immediately rallied, its body rapidly expanding, its muscles bulging as hard as iron. The giant rat let out a sharp squeak, suddenly grabbing the snake king's body and biting down hard with its sharp fangs. Pfft! The rat's fangs pierced the snake king's scales, and blood gushed out. It was fighting desperately, activating its great strength and bite skills, inflicting massive damage on the snake king. The snake king's health bar dropped at a visible rate, from 7,000 to below 6,000. "Well done!" Liingi couldn't help but cheer for the giant rat. Her efforts had finally paid off. However, the giant rat's powerful counterattack had clearly enraged the snake king. It hissed and frantically thrashed its body, trying to throw the giant rat off, but the giant rat held on tightly to the snake's body, refusing to let go. Hiss! A murderous intent surged in the snake king's green pupils, and suddenly a yellowish-green poisonous mist spread from its body, quickly enveloping the surroundings. Liingi's face darkened, and her heart tightened. "Poison mist skill! The giant rat is probably in trouble." Sure enough, when the poison mist came into contact with the giant rat, it immediately writhed violently and let out a painful scream. Squeak! Squeak! The giant rat's body was corroded by the poison mist. Large chunks of flesh peeled off, revealing its white bones. Its health dropped rapidly, eventually leaving it with only a pitiful 500 points, on the verge of death, and it had lost its ability to fight. "We can't delay any longer!" Qingyi made a decisive move, taking out a fiery talisman, and a burst of flames slammed into the Serpent King. -234, -212, a series of damage numbers floated up. The giant rat's life had come to an end, and the system notification sounded: killed the giant rat, gained 1060 experience. The equipment that fell to the ground gleamed faintly, but Qingyi had no time to pay attention to it. All her attention was focused on the blue-eyed Serpent King. Despite being scorched by fire spells, shot with arrows, and relentlessly torn apart by giant rats, the Serpent King, being an 8th level boss, possessed extremely resilient vitality. Even under the ravages of flame, it still had over 2,800 health points. As the fire gradually subsided, its wounded body was revealed. The Serpent King's scales were charred black, its body covered in wounds, some even oozing white pus, and a burnt smell filled the air. It stared at Qingyi, its eyes filled with deep-seated hatred. Qingyi's heart tightened, and he sighed inwardly. "It's still not dead! This boss's vitality is too abnormal." He gripped his weapon tightly, his gaze cold. "Deeply wounded, I'll risk it all." Just before he could make a move, the blue-eyed Serpent King suddenly moved. It sprang forward like a streak of light, rushing straight at Qingyi with breathtaking speed. "This is its level 3 skill charge." Qingyi reacted quickly, leaping aside to dodge. With a loud crash, a large tree behind him was smashed to pieces by the Snake King, sending wood chips flying everywhere. "Luckily I dodged it, otherwise I'm afraid I would have died here." Qingyi secretly rejoiced, and taking advantage of the Snake King's momentary stun after the skill, he swung his sword at a swollen wound on the Snake King's body. Pfft! The Snake King let out a painful roar. The damage value of -258 floated up, making Qingyi feel slightly relieved. Fortunately, the fiery talisman had broken through the Snake King's defense earlier, otherwise he would not have been able to deal such damage at all. After feeling the pain, the blue-eyed Snake King became more cautious. It slowly stood up, its eyes fixed on Qingyi, seemingly preparing its next attack. Qingyi didn't act rashly, adhering to the principle of, "If the enemy doesn't move, I won't move," and confronted the Snake King. However, as time passed, he sensed something was wrong. The Snake King wasn't waiting for an opportunity, but preparing some kind of skill. "This is bad, it's brewing poisonous mist," Qingyi suddenly realized, understanding that he couldn't delay any longer. He pushed off with his legs and turned to run without hesitation. Chapter 14 First Boss Kill, Abundant Rewards. Qingyi's escape wasn't a genuine attempt to flee, but rather a deliberate tactic to lure the blue-eyed Serpent King. He knew that having just cornered the Serpent King, it must hate him to the core. If it could devour him, it would probably chew up even the bone fragments and swallow them whole. How could the Serpent King possibly let him leave so easily? Based on this assessment, Qingyi deliberately feigned an attempt to flee. As expected, upon seeing Qingyi's apparent intention to escape, the blue-eyed Serpent King panicked. Forgetting to continue gathering power for its attack, it flashed forward and instantly blocked Qingyi's path. However, Qingyi did not linger in the fight and quickly turned and ran in another direction. Seeing this, the Snake King intercepted him again. Thus began a cat-and-mouse game. Qingyi ran, the Snake King blocked. He fled, it chased. Even when he didn't run, the Snake King remained watchful, ready to pounce at any moment. A smile played on Qingyi's lips, inwardly chuckling at the snake's foolishness. It was completely unaware that this time he wasn't simply running away, but rather plotting a surprise attack. Just as the Snake King was about to catch up again, Qingyi suddenly changed her move, gripping her steel blade and charging forward, aiming directly at the Snake King's vital spot, its most vulnerable point, where a huge blister also clung. This sudden change of tactics caught the Snake King completely off guard. It had expected her to continue fleeing, but instead, Qingyi had charged forward. The Snake King's mind was in complete chaos. He couldn't even figure out which direction to chase after. Pfft! The steel blade precisely cleaved the blister, blood splattering everywhere. Qingyi didn't stop, Gripping the hilt tightly with both hands, she seized the opportunity to plunge the blade deep into the wound. -782-329. Two damage numbers appeared, and the blue-eyed Serpent King's body trembled violently, nearly falling to the ground. It struggled to straighten itself, its massive head lunging at Liingi. Seeing this, Liingi swiftly drew his steel blade, rolling away to dodge the Serpent King's attack. After getting up, he didn't hesitate to deliver two more blows. -269-272. At this moment, the blue-eyed Serpent King's health had dropped below 1,000, and it could be killed at any moment. Sensing its impending death, the Serpent King roared and suddenly raised its head to spew out a cloud of poisonous mist. However, due to insufficient power, this mist was noticeably weaker than before. Liingi quickly retreated to avoid it, but a small amount still managed to touch him as the mist spread. A burning sensation immediately spread across his skin, and even the part he inhaled made him feel suffocated. He quickly pulled a small blue flower, a sky blue flower, from his backpack and swallowed it in one gulp. This was an antidote he had obtained during a previous mission. After the elixir entered his body, a cooling sensation instantly replaced the burning. His condition had fully recovered, and before he could think further, a gust of wind howled. Taking advantage of his poisoning, the Snake King unleashed its charge attack once more, its massive body hurtling towards him like a bolt of blue lightning. Had Liingi still been under the influence of the poisonous mist, this strike would have surely killed him instantly. However, there are no ifs. The effects of the poisonous mist had already been dispelled by the azure flower, and Liingi's condition had returned to its peak. He clearly caught the Serpent King's movements, subtly dodging the fatal blow. Taking advantage of the Serpent King's skill cooldown, he swiftly closed in, unleashing a flurry of slashes. -689, -234, -251. As the final strike landed, the blue-eyed Serpent King's health bar finally reached 0. A system notification popped up. Defeated the blue-eyed Serpent King, gained 1501 experience points. Congratulations on defeating the first boss in the entire server. System announcement in progress. As the system notification appeared, several beams of light shot out from the Serpent King's corpse and scattered on the ground. One of them, a purple beam, was particularly dazzling, attracting Liingi's attention. A purple item! Unable to contain his excitement, he quickly stepped forward to examine it. Plateau Fragment 2, a rare purple item. A fragment that points the way. Following its guidance might lead to a corner of the plateau. This is a map fragment. Liingi's heart raced as he read the description. Although it was just a fragment, the system had rated it as a purple item, demonstrating the rarity of a complete map. He secretly resolved to pay more attention to these map fragments in the future, striving to collect them all as soon as possible and uncover the hidden treasure. Then, his gaze fell on another dropped item, 8 Extremes Bow, Grade, Level 10, Bronze Weapon. Attributes: Strength plus 200, Armor Penetration plus 30, Penetration plus 30. Description: The bowstring is made of the tendons of a mountain-swallowing python. When fully drawn, it can bear the power of the 8 extremes. A bronze-grade weapon! Liingi couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. This was the very first boss in the entire server, and the drops far exceeded his expectations. Moreover, this was a bow and arrow, a weapon seemingly tailor-made for him. Close combat with a sword was too dangerous. A bow and arrow was not only powerful but also allowed for ranged attacks, making it much easier to steal monsters and kill enemies. He tried drawing the bowstring and found that although his strength stat was 85 points, he could only barely draw it to level 3, not even half of level 8. This filled him with anticipation for the weapon. This bow should be usable until at least level 15. The last two dropped items are Black Crystal Bracers, level 10 white equipment, strength plus 35, defense plus 25, and Lightning Bolt, a one-time use throwing weapon containing powerful energy that can cause devastating damage within its range. The wristbands fill the gap in Liingi's equipment, while he considered the Thunderclap Bomb a trump card to be used in crucial moments. After collecting his spoils, Liingi was satisfied, thinking to himself, "This battle has truly been very fruitful." Chapter 15 Server-wide announcement, Forum Turmoil. Qingyi was just about to clean up the battlefield when the system's voice suddenly rang in her ears. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to player Qingyi for achieving the first kill of the server-wide boss. Reward: 100 gold coins, 10 free attribute points, and plus 100 reputation. This announcement was repeated 3 times, shaking the entire game world. All the players were stunned by the sudden news. We're still chopping wood in the bushes with sticks, and he's already soloed the boss. Are you kidding me? Aren't we playing the same game? In the AFI mountains of the western wilderness, a blonde-haired, blue-eyed player from the Eagle Kingdom, dressed in a blue knight's uniform, stood atop a boulder. Behind him, a bird-like monster lay dead on the ground, clearly a level 5 elite monster he had just slain. He was smugly admiring his victory when he was stunned by a server-wide announcement. What? This is impossible! His expression changed drastically, and he roared angrily. It's only been 1 day since the server opened. How could anyone have taken down the boss? This guy must be cheating. Those damn Chinese players, I swear I'll kick him flat with my sturdy leather boots. Meanwhile, in the Alexia Mountains of the southern wilderness, hundreds of players were besieging a chicken demon. The players were generally low level, charging in with wooden sticks. They were easily knocked back, dealing negligible damage. Having finally brought the chicken demon down to its last sliver of health, the group immediately stopped, leaving the final blow to Lord Ishan in their ranks. Almost there! Almost there! The last strike is for Lord Ishan! With a shout, Ishan brought his sword down, and the chicken demon fell to the ground. The group danced with excitement, as if they had achieved a glorious victory. Ishan smiled confidently, about to speak, when suddenly a server-wide announcement rang out. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to player Qingyi. His smile froze instantly, his face turning ashen. A player from the eastern wilderness? How is that possible? Someone can kill a boss in that crappy place? He shouted indignantly. Send a message to my dad right now and tell him to send another 1,000 people. I'll prove that what the eastern wilderness can do, I, Yishang, can definitely do too, and even better. In the Sakura Mountains of the eastern wilderness, a Sakurajima player wielding a katana stared at the announcement, burning with rage. He swung his sword at a nearby tree, only to find it wouldn't break. Enraged, he drew his sword again and slashed several times, cursing. Damn Chinese players, they stole my first kill! On the other side, beside the corpse of the blue-eyed serpent king, Qingyi looked down at the system announcement, a slight smile playing on his lips. Server-wide announcement, taken down. He knew he was now infamous, but he didn't take it too seriously. Just a minor boss, nothing serious. At this moment, his attention was entirely focused on the Snake King's corpse before him. The blue-eyed Serpent King was a treasure trove, and he didn't want to waste it. He first used a dagger to cut open the Snake King's head, carefully took out a fist-sized lump of flesh, wrapped it up, and put it into his system space. This was the Snake King's venom sac, containing a highly toxic liquid that could not only be used to refine medicine but also as an antidote, and even to ambush people. Next, he cut open the snake and removed the gallbladder, wiped away the fishy smell, and swallowed it in a few bites. The system notification. Eating the snake gallbladder increases strength by 10 and poison resistance by 20. Made Qingyi nod in satisfaction. Finally, he began selecting the snake meat, harvesting the best parts of the Snake King, leaving only a skeleton. Looking at his masterpiece, he clapped his hands, breathed a sigh of relief, and then logged off. Waking up in the game pod, it was already dark. His stomach was growling, so Qingyi ordered about 10 pizzas in one go. Ever since acquiring the Galaxy Totem, his appetite had become astonishing. The delivery hadn't arrived yet, so he picked up his phone and opened the game forum. Sure enough, the news of the server-wide first kill had already caused a huge uproar on the forum. All the players were still diligently chopping wood when they were suddenly told that someone had soloed the boss, which was unacceptable to many. Qingyi casually browsed the posts, and quickly discovered that the thread discussing her first kill had become the focus of heated discussion across the internet. Upon clicking on it, the number of posts had already exceeded 10,000 and was still growing rapidly. First kill across the entire server, Qingyi. First floor, world's #1 player, Qingyi from Dragon Kingdom, awesome. Second floor, Qingyi, rise up. Third floor, Qingyi, I'm your fan, can you help me out? Fourth floor, boss, reply to me, I'll send you a 100,000 renminbi red envelope. Fifth floor, Qingyi is the best in the world, how could he possibly pay attention to you little shrimps? Sixth floor, take me with you. I'm a beauty, I can post pictures of my legs. Seventh floor, beauty is useless. Take me with you. Eighth floor, Qingyi, I want to have your babies. Liingi couldn't help but laugh out loud as she read. The online world is indeed a place that makes people laugh. All kinds of flattery make people feel elated. No wonder so many gaming experts like to surf the forums. However, Liingi wasn't buying it. He rubbed the corners of his mouth that were slightly upturned, regained his serious expression, and continued scrolling down. Soon, a post that had been trending caught his attention. The lucky one who stole a piece of gem Qingyi's first floor. What's so great about that? It's just pure luck. In the middle of the night, Fu Huang appeared, an ominous sign, there must be many monsters with weakened bodies. He just got lucky and picked up a stray. Second floor, warm wine slays chow chow, you can't say that. Being able to pick up scraps is also part of your skill, right? Third floor, Overlord Blade gifted, you don't know anything. Even if you encounter a boss with only 1 drop of health, you can still kill it, can't you? It's all about luck. Fourth floor, Twilight's loneliness, you're just a typical example of sour grapes. Fifth floor, Overlord Blade gifted, can't get it? What a joke. Go ask around for my ID, Overlord Blade gifted, who doesn't know me? Upon seeing this, Liingi's lips curled into a playful smile. He vaguely remembered this Ba Dao Tianxi. He seemed to be a professional player of a 5v5 mobile game, almost inducted into the Hall of Fame, before retiring due to a match-fixing scandal and transitioning to game commentary. In his previous life, this person had also made a name for himself in the vast wilderness of mountains and seas. Hey, even someone like this has jumped out? Liingi chuckled, a sly glint in his eyes. Since you're here to beat me up, then I won't hold back. He casually replied to the post. I was there at the time, and the great god Tianxi was absolutely right. Qingyi really did defeat the boss with just 1 strike, it was pure luck. It's a pity I was a step too far away, otherwise this fortune would have been mine. The comment was immediately featured on the homepage, and even Ba Dao Tianxi gave it a like. Liingi's smile deepened as she looked at the like notification on the screen. Tianxi, is it? You beat me up today. I'll get my revenge another day. Chapter 16 Dragon and Phoenix Soup, Small Nest. After sleeping for 4 hours, Liingi woke up at midnight. He felt full of energy, a state that wasn't unexpected for him. With the totem's blessing, his stamina and recovery ability had been significantly improved. Now 4 or 5 hours of rest were enough to fully replenish his energy, and as his level increased, he might need even less sleep in the future. With nothing else to do, Liingi re-entered the game world. The flow of time in the game world differs from reality. At this moment, the sky in the game was already tinged with dawn. Since wild monsters were hard to find in the morning, he decided to return to prepare his lair. Experience points could not only be gained by defeating monsters, but also by using high-quality ingredients, so Liingi lit a fire and began roasting snake meat. The aroma of the snake meat was irresistible. He cut off a piece to taste, and its tender, juicy flavor drew praise from him. Savoring the deliciousness of the snake meat, Liingi couldn't help but marvel at the unique origin of this ingredient. He felt that compared to the monster meat here, the delicacies of the real world were utterly insignificant. Every bite increased his experience points, and he couldn't resist eating a few more pieces, but then suddenly realized something was missing. For him, a perfect meal wouldn't be complete without soup, so he took out a bamboo section, intending to cook a pot of snake soup. Just then, he heard a familiar sound coming from not far away. Cock-a-doodle-doo! He looked up and, sure enough, saw the stone-feathered chicken wriggling its plump body out of the grass. His eyes lit up instantly, and he silently thought, Dragon and Phoenix Soup is here! Snake paired with chicken, a perfect combination of dragon and phoenix. He swiftly killed the stone-feathered chicken and began preparing. The Dragon and Phoenix Soup was soon served. The broth was snow-white, sprinkled with herbs, and tasted as delicious as nectar. After a mouthful of soup and a bite of meat, he gained over 600 experience points, bringing his total experience value close to 3,000. After finishing the soup, Liingi couldn't help but sigh. Perhaps one day, games and reality would merge, and gyms in the weight loss industry on Earth would likely be in dire straits. In this vast wilderness, no one could possibly gain weight. Mountain paths, monster battles, natural physical exertion was everywhere. He collected the remaining soup, deciding to save it for lunch. After a short rest, he stepped out of the shelter, ready to embark on a new day of adventure. He had now successfully reached level 5, possessing not only powerful equipment, but also the ability to sweep away monsters within a radius of dozens of miles. Liingi knew that to continue leveling up, he would have to seek out even stronger enemies in more distant places. He hacked his way through the undergrowth, traversing several small hills, until a cave 2 or 3 meters high appeared before him. Outside the cave entrance, several red-eyed rat demons were lurking furtively. It was clearly the lair of a rat demon horde. The monster's attributes came into view. It was a level 8 honey rat. Although its level seemed high, its attributes were utterly ordinary. Both its defense and skills were mediocre. It was clearly no threat to him. Without hesitation, Liingi stepped into the cave entrance, confident that with his current equipment and strength, this group of honey rats was no threat at all. Deeper into the cave, visibility decreased to darkness, so Liingi lit a lantern grass to improve his field of vision. In the light, he gradually made out faint red lights ahead, the eyes of the honey rats. He counted them, 10 in total. With a calm yet expectant expression, he took out his 8 extremes bow and deftly nocked an arrow. The arrow pierced the air with a sharp whistle, striking its target. The honey rat instantly collapsed, a white damage number flashing in the darkness, -1,401. 1 arrow, 1 kill. The level 8 honey rat was utterly powerless to resist. A system notification sounded. Honey rat defeated, 387 experience points gained. Liingi smiled with satisfaction. The performance of the 8 extremes bow had amazed him. His strength had now reached 300, and with the added bonus of armor-piercing critical strikes, taking down a honey rat with a single arrow was effortless. Ordinary wild monsters like this were no match for him. However, the honey rat swarm was clearly not to be outdone. Enraged, the red-eyed rat demons pounced wildly, their blood-red eyes like ghosts in the darkness. Liingi remained calm and continued to nock his arrows. Each precise shot delivered instant kills, the honey rats not even having a chance to activate their berserk mode. By the time they got close, only 2 remained alive. At that moment, the first one lunged at him, its jaws snapping open. Liingi swiftly drew her steel blade to meet the attack. With a flash of light, accompanied by a low shout, "Slash!" the steel blade sliced through the body of one of the honey rats, leaving a gruesome wound. A gentle follow-up strike finished off the first honey rat. Another one seized the opportunity to pounce, its sharp claws aimed at Liingi. However, he calmly drew his sword to parry, and with a crisp sound, the long sword held firmly in place. Taking advantage of the opening, he adjusted his stance and thrust his sword forward with force. The honey badger couldn't dodge in time and was wounded in the abdomen, but it wasn't seriously injured. Liingi didn't stop, gripping the hilt of his sword tightly with both hands and pursuing. With a swift, hummingbird-like strike, the honey badger had nowhere to retreat and was pinned to the wall. In its dying moments, it struggled to unleash its berserk mode, but Liingi decisively stopped it. The spinning blade tore its body apart, ending its life. With the battle over, he gained 437 experience points, and his level soared to level 6. The loot inside the cave also included a ratskin belt and a sharp iron sword. While not top-tier equipment, each item had its own practical uses. After packing his belongings, Liingi left the lair with satisfaction, his mind filled with anticipation for the adventures to come. Clearly, in this world, he was one step closer to becoming stronger. Chapter 17 2 promotions in one go. Liingi looked at the iron sword in his hand and shook his head. This thing was really useless. The belt, however, although only a level 5 white grade item, could still be of some use for the time being. However, He knew very well that such low-level equipment wouldn't last long. Wait, do I still have 10 free attribute points left? Qingyi suddenly remembered the extra attribute points mentioned in the first kill reward. He eagerly opened the attribute panel, and as expected, he still had 10 free attribute points unallocated. After careful consideration, he allocated the attribute points according to the principle of strength +5, defense +2, and speed +3. His current stats panel looks quite impressive. His equipment slots are almost full, with only one more pair of pants needed to complete his full gear set. Thinking back to how it took him a full half-month in his previous life to barely gather a set of tattered equipment, he couldn't help but marvel at how incredibly fast his progress was in this life. Now, he possesses high-quality equipment, including bronze and iron gear, and is only one step away from graduation. Today, I should be able to fully equip myself, Qingyi thought confidently, continuing his exploration deeper into the cave. As the light grew dimmer, he had to light a lantern grass to illuminate his path. After walking about 500 meters, he came to a fork in the road. 3 paths, left, middle, and right, led to unknown depths. I'll just pick one randomly, Qingyi said, choosing the cave on the right. He went inside and found it wasn't deep. He reached the end after only a few dozen meters. Various items were scattered on the ground: dried meat, chestnut shells, chicken feathers. These things made him both laugh and cry. They looked exactly like the honey badger's warehouse. He searched for a while, finding almost nothing of value except for 100 or so silver coins. However, just as he was about to leave, an antique chest in a corner caught his eye. Qingyi leaned closer to look, and a system notification appeared: Black Iron Treasure Chest, a treasure chest weathered by time, containing precious treasures. Good heavens, I almost missed it! He excitedly opened the box, and a flash of light revealed a special piece of equipment, the Azure Eye Mask. This equipment not only provides +50 defense but also has night vision capabilities, emitting a green glow and low light to aid in seeing. Overjoyed, Qingyi put on the mask without hesitation. The whole world seemed to be bathed in a fluorescent glow, incredibly clear. After discarding the lantern grass, he returned to the fork in the road and decided to explore the second cave. This time, he chose the cave on the left. However, the moment he entered, the scene before him made him gasp in shock. Inside the cave, countless honey mice were curled up in a ball, their red eyes gleaming in the darkness, crawling and wriggling incessantly. The sight gave Qingyi, who suffered from trypophobia, goosebumps. These guys are all huddled together, should I deal with them? He glanced at the lightning bombs in his backpack, hesitating. This ammunition was incredibly powerful, and using it against these small monsters would be a waste. In the end, he couldn't bear to use the thunderclap bomb, and instead remembered the venom sac he had taken from the blue-eyed serpent king yesterday. Qingyi returned to the warehouse, found some nuts and dried meat, mixed them together with the leftover dragon and phoenix soup from the morning, and finally cut open the venom sac, poured in the venom, and stirred it well. A pot of fragrant leftovers was thus prepared. He pushed the poison into the cave, and soon, the honey rats, drawn by the aroma, swarmed over. These honey rats were generally of low quality, mostly level 2 or 3, with only about 30 at level 4 or above. Qingyi observed them for a while, smiled with satisfaction, and thought, I'll send you to meet your ancestors, little guys. Soon, the poison began to take effect. The lower-level honey rats collapsed, foaming at the mouth, their fates unknown. The slightly higher-level honey rats also began to convulse, unable to hold on any longer, and the once tightly intertwined spherical swarm collapsed with a crash. System notifications sounded one after another. Killing a honey rat, gain 167 experience points. Click to kill a honey rat, gain 41 experience points. Click to kill a honey rat, gain 305 experience points. In just a few minutes, Qingyi's experience points soared, and her body flashed white light twice, instantly reaching level 8. Almost all the honey rats in the cave collapsed, with only a few higher-level ones still struggling under the corrosive effects of the venom. Qingyi shook her head, took out an arrow, and ended their suffering one by one. Before long, all the honey rats in the cave were dead, none survived. The ground was littered with the items left behind by the honey rats, shimmering with light. However, Even though these little monsters contributed a lot of loot, it didn't bring him much surprise. The only items worth mentioning were a few level 5 white equipment pieces, such as a ratskin coat and ratskin bracers. Although the attributes were decent, they were somewhat disappointing compared to Qingyi's expectations. Chapter 18 Waki Pants, A Swift Arrow. Qingyi stood in a corner of the cave, toying with the equipment she had just obtained from the honey rat. A pair of shoes made of honey rat skin emitted a faint luster. Name: Rat Skin Shoes. Grade: Level 5 White Armor. Attribute: Speed plus 53. Description: Made of high-quality honey rat skin, tough and durable, comfortable and beautiful. He glanced at the floral vine shoes on his feet, then unhesitatingly swapped them for the new ones. Not bad, at least they're somewhat useful, he muttered to himself, shifting his feet slightly to enjoy the comfort and agility of the shoes. However, of the equipment dropped from the honey rat kill, apart from these shoes, the other 11 items were all utterly useless. He shook his head, put the equipment into his backpack, thinking he might be able to sell it for some money later. Besides that, the honey rat also dropped 2 white items, a bottle of sake and an antidote pill. Looking at the round pill in his palm, Qingyi couldn't help but show a strange expression. A honey rat that died from poison dropped an antidote pill? Is this some kind of obsession? He chuckled softly, carefully putting away the items he wouldn't need for the time being. The last cave. Qingyi took a deep breath, his gaze fixed on the darkness ahead. A flicker of anticipation filled his heart. After all, this was the deepest part of the honey rat's lair, and perhaps he would encounter a boss. He began to walk deeper into the cave. He walked for a full kilometer, but the end of the cave was still nowhere in sight. The light around him grew dimmer and dimmer. If it weren't for the night vision function of his blue-eyed mask, he would have almost doubted whether this path led to the exit. These damn rats, their digging skills are truly exceptional. He couldn't help but mutter, but he still patiently continued onward. Finally, just as he was about to lose patience, a blurry shadow appeared ahead. However, as he approached, he realized that it wasn't a wall at all, but a giant honey rat. Its size was so enormous that it resembled a mountain of flesh, almost completely filling the entire cave. Name: Honey Rat Queen. Rat Rank: Elite Monster Level, LV12 Health, 2962 to 2962 Mana, 603-603 Spirit, 401-401 Strength, 608 Defense, 512 Speed, 108 Stamina, 157 Special Ability, Reproduction, produces more offspring, accelerating the reproduction of the species. Skills: Whiplash LV2. The tail whips around, delivering precise strikes to targets within range. Savage Charge LV3 utilizes its massive size to unleash an indiscriminate charge, dealing massive damage. So it was just an elite monster. Qingyi was slightly disappointed. Seeing the Rat Queen's size, he had expected a powerful boss, but it turned out to be just an elite monster. He curled his lip helplessly. Looks intimidating, but it's all show and no substance. He dealt with these big guys far too many times. Maintain distance, attack from afar, dodge their skills with agile movement, then kite them. That's usually enough to take them down easily. Qingyi smiled disdainfully, knocked an arrow, and shot it out with a whoosh. Such a massive target hardly needed aiming, any arrow would have hit it. However, out of respect, he took a symbolic aim. -589. The arrow struck the Rat Queen precisely in the head. The power of the 8 extremes bow caused the arrow to pierce deeply. The Rat Queen let out a painful roar, her tail whipping out with a sharp whistling sound. Qingyi was prepared. He quickly retreated to avoid the attack range, while simultaneously firing several arrows. -578, -388. One arrow missed slightly and didn't trigger a critical hit, but he didn't care. Just as he was about to continue attacking, the queen rat suddenly accelerated, charging towards him like a black shadow. Savage Charge! Qingyi reacted instantly and took off running. Although he looked down on the Rat Queen, the combination of her skills and size meant that a head-on collision would have unimaginable consequences. A thunderous roar came from behind him. Qingyi was thankful for his night vision, otherwise, in this pitch-black cave, he might have already crashed into the wall. His small frame couldn't withstand the impact of this behemoth. After retreating for a mile, the rat queen finally stopped. Qingyi looked back and saw it standing in the distance, its eyes blazing as it stared at him, looking as if it wanted to devour him alive. He could understand. After all, being attacked without being able to hit anyone would be frustrating. Fine, I'll finish you off sooner rather than later, so you don't have to suffer. Qingyi drew 3 arrows and fired them in quick succession. -577, -539, -508. The queen rat's health bar was instantly emptied, and its massive body crashed to the ground, several items falling from its body. Black and white light intertwined, creating a dazzling effect. Killing the honey rat queen rat. 1201 experience points. Name, Rock Edge Pants. Grade, Level 10 Black Iron Equipment. Attributes, Defense plus 98, Stamina plus 44. Ha, the pants are out! Graduation! Qingyi beamed with excitement, and quickly changed into the pants. After putting them on, he could clearly feel the increase in defense, and the stamina boost made his energy even more abundant. Next, he turned his attention to another white item. Skill, Gale Arrow Grade, 2-star Description. After the arrow is fired, gain the Gale buff, speed plus 30%, attack power plus 20%. An archery skill? Qingyi was taken aback. Archery skills were rare to begin with, and he never expected to actually obtain one, especially a 2-star one. He couldn't wait to learn the skill and excitedly wanted to test its power. He retreated to a distance, aimed at the rat queen's head, and unleashed a swift arrow. The arrow transformed into a streak of light, accompanied by a sharp whooshing sound, accurately striking the rat queen, the arrow's shaft almost completely embedded in the corpse. That's too powerful! Qingyi struggled to pull the arrow out. However, this powerful skill also had its drawbacks, namely, it made arrows more prone to damage. Sigh, I only have 10-8 extremes arrows. Using them like this won't be enough. Qingyi felt a pang of regret, and secretly decided to conserve his skills when fighting mobs, waiting until he found a blacksmith. With that thought, he organized his equipment and skills and continued his journey into the unknown. Chapter 19 The Lonely Caveman, a series of quests. Chapter 19 The Lonely Caveman, a series of quests. When we emerged from the honeybee's nest, the sun was already high in the sky. Overall, it was a very fruitful experience. Not only did they level up 3 times, but they also acquired a batch of equipment and skills. Their strength has greatly improved. Qingyi was quite satisfied. After resting for a while, I regained some of my strength. He continued to explore the outer perimeter. Get away, you bunch of beasts, get away right now! A reprimand came from not far away, causing Qingyi to stop in her tracks. Human voice. Are there any players? A thought flickered in his mind, and he carefully made his way towards the direction of the sound. Down the slope, on the lush trees, a middle-aged man dressed in animal skins, looking nervous, sat on a tree branch. Shout loudly to scare away the 2 wolves below. Although his voice was stern, the fear on his face was obvious. Name, Gujio. Identity, Lone Caveman. Reputation, 550. Qualification, B. Talent, Junior Political Affairs. Occupation, Master of the Lonely Cave. Level, LV9. Health, 300 to 461 mana, 100 to 105 spirit, 212 to 301. Strength, 203 defense, 215 speed, 307 stamina, 298. Special skills, none. Not a player, an NPC. Looks like a savage from some camp. Qingyi's eyes lit up. In the vast wilderness of mountains and seas, there are indeed human beings. On the contrary, yes. Moreover, the quantity is extremely large. However, in the great wilderness, monsters dominate and humans are weak, which is why their presence is not obvious. But no matter what, given the sheer size of the great wilderness of mountains and seas, any one of its mountain ranges would be several times larger than the Earth itself. Therefore, even though humanity is at a disadvantage, the human population still far exceeds that of Earth. These humans live in every corner of the great wilderness. According to players from the previous life, there are generally two types. One type consists of groups with relatively large settlements and a certain level of cultural heritage, referred to as indigenous peoples. Another type is the scattered, uncivilized ones, who are called savages. The natives are relatively strong and organized, and in every respect they are no less capable than the humans of Earth. The concept of wild man is quite broad. Anyone without a settlement can be called a wild man. In terms of strength, the savages vary greatly. The powerful ones can rival top-tier demons, while the weak ones are about the same as ordinary monsters. For example, this one in front of us. However, Qingyi didn't care. Although the savage in front was weak, he was still an NPC, after all. He was also a cave master. Just issue a couple of tasks, and the kickbacks will come, right? So he threw a stone, which landed next to the savage and attracted his attention. "Strong stranger, please save me!" Upon seeing Qingyi, the savage's eyes lit up instantly, and he immediately waved. However, Qingyi ignored him and stood still. It seems they are waiting for something. "Warrior! Warrior!" The wild man was persistent and paced anxiously in circles on the tree branch. She wished she could climb down from the tree and yell at Qingyi. However, Qingyi remained unmoved. Little did he know, he was also quite speechless inside. This savage is completely clueless. All he does is scream for help. Why don't you issue a task and offer some rewards? Otherwise, how can I save you? This NPC is really not very clever. After another long while, the savage finally regained his senses. A task has been issued. The cry for help from the people of Gudin Cave. Chain Missions 1-2, Rescue Gujio. Mission Brief. Gujio, a man from the lonely cave, has been surrounded by wolf demons. Go and rescue him immediately. Task reward, 1,500 copper coins. How much? 1,500 copper coins. Qingyi was speechless. Are you kidding me? 1,500 copper coins. I waited forever, and this is all I get? You can get 200 copper coins from a wild pheasant by the roadside, and you only give me 1,500 copper coins? I might shoot you with an arrow, kill you like a monster, and that could be more than just that. That's too stingy. There's no way to salvage it. He made a move to leave. The savage panicked and cried out desperately to stop them. A new task has been released. The cry for help from the people of Gudin Cave. Chain Missions 1-2, Rescue Gujio. Mission Brief. Gujio, a man from the lonely cave, has been surrounded by wolf demons. Go and rescue him immediately. Quest rewards, 10,000 copper coins, Sprint Skill Book X1. The reward is significantly better than the previous one. No wonder it took so long to give me a task. He's clearly just waiting for me to save him for nothing. What a cunning fellow. Luckily, he was a veteran player and knew that you could negotiate prices in this game. If you're a complete newbie, wouldn't you be eager to do anything for a mission? You stingy wretch. You won't even give me your life-saving money. If I ever get the chance, I'll squeeze you dry. Qingyi snorted inwardly. He accepted the task, drew his bow and arrow, and aimed at the two wolf demons. Name, Wild Wolf. Grade, Common Monster. Level, LV8. Health, 1254 to 1754 mana, 403-403 Spirit, 285-311. Strength, 297 Defense, 301 Speed, 312 Stamina, 214. Tier LV1, tear your opponent apart with swift force, dealing direct damage to the enemy. The arrow shot out and pierced through the wolf's belly, leaving a trail of massive damage. -1,301. Kill the wolf and gain 461 experience points. Upon witnessing its companion's death, the other wolf was terrified and nearly scared out of its wits. He took off running. But how can its speed be faster than an arrow? He hadn't run more than a few steps before he was pierced through and followed in his footsteps. Thank you, warrior! Seeing the wolf demon die, the savage hurriedly climbed down from the tree. Qingyi didn't speak, but simply extended her palm. The meaning is very simple. The task is completed. What about the reward? The savage gave an awkward smile, as if he wanted to say something. But noticing Qingyi's unfriendly expression, he immediately shut his mouth. They took the items out. Qingyi frowned and glanced at the savage. I think this guy is really dishonest. He had met many wild men before, most of whom were sincere and frank. There has never been one like this. If this savage were dressed in modern clothes, Qingyi had no doubt whatsoever that he was from Earth. Putting away the copper coins, Qingyi picked up the skill book. Skills Sprint. Grade 1 star. Note: speed increases by 50% within 3 minutes. The acceleration skill is alright. With my own bow and arrows, my damage output will be more consistent from now on. Qingyi nodded secretly, clapped her hands, and learned the skill. The people of Gyudingdong Cave cried for help. Quest 2-2, Rescue Orphan Maya. Mission brief: Lonely Maya of Lonely Peak Cave has been captured by a wolf demon and taken to the cave. Go and rescue him. Mission reward: a mysterious map. This time, the savage was smarter, seeing that Qingyi didn't like talking to him. Without saying a word, they sent me a task directly. Chapter 20 Level 9 Wolf King Boss. Gamoy, is that your son? Qingyi asked. No! Gujio quickly denied it, saying, he is a child from a hunter's family in my camp. What does the hunter's child have to do with you? Qingyi looked at the guy suspiciously. He doesn't look like a good person at all. Could he be a child trafficker? Gujio's eyelids twitched a few times upon hearing this, then he said with a righteous air. As the cave master, of course I must protect the people below. I don't believe it. Qingyi shook her head, not believing his nonsense. I'm a veteran player, after all, and I've had so much interaction with NPCs. He can tell at a glance whether someone is a genuine good person or a fake one. This Gujio, 100%, even if he's not a villain. It's not a good thing either. He tried asking a few questions, but got nothing out of them. Gujio refused to say more, and kept giving vague answers. Once out of danger, this guy's cunning and stingy nature was fully revealed. His tone also became unusually firm. Seeing this, Qingyi stopped asking questions and instead turned to inquire about the mysterious map. The reward for this task seems a bit unreliable. Worried that Gujio might be fooling him with some junk, he requested to inspect the goods first. However, Gujio flatly refused, stating firmly that the map will only be given to Gamoya after he has been rescued. Seeing that Qingyi still wanted to bargain, Gujio simply turned his head to the side, refusing to look at Qingyi. They seemed to think, take this task or leave it. Faced with this, Qingyi had no choice but to compromise. It's not that I absolutely need that mysterious map. Even if the map is useless, getting a quest boss is still a win. Seeing that Qingyi agreed, Gujio revealed a triumphant smile. He patted his chest, assuring him that he wouldn't let him down. He then led the way toward the wolf's habitat. The two traversed mountains and valleys, eventually arriving at a spacious mountain area. It's right there. Gujio pointed ahead, where a pack of wolves lay lazily on the ground. There were about 20. Qingyi naturally saw it, and not only that. He also spotted the target of this mission, Kamaya. A 4 or 5-year-old child dressed in animal skin clothing. To his surprise, although this lone Maya stayed among the wolf pack. But no wolf harmed him. Instead, they let him crawl around on the ground by himself. The child got tired of crawling on the ground, so he climbed onto the wolf. Grabbing the wolf's ears with both hands, he twisted and turned like riding a horse. Even so, the wolf showed no impatience whatsoever, and even played along with the child. Are you sure this person needs me to save them? Qingyi asked speechlessly. The wolves must have raised him like a son, why would they save him? Go home, wash up, and go to bed. No, the child's parents are still waiting. We must take him back. Gujio's eyes flashed, and his tone left no room for doubt. Upon hearing this, Liingi shrugged and nocked an arrow, preparing to fire. Since the wolves didn't attack the child, rescuing him would undoubtedly be much easier. A woo! In the distance, the high-pitched howl of wolves rang out. A wolf with silver-white fur and a fierce appearance came running quickly. This is the Wolf King? Liingi narrowed her eyes and cast a basic detection spell. Name, Wolf King. Grade Boss. Level, LV9. Life, 10,234 to 10,234 mana, 2001 to 2056 Spirit, 2719 to 3000. Strength, 845 Defense, 688 Speed, 801 Stamina, 698. Berserk LV3, increases strength and speed by 100% for 5 minutes, and decreases defense by 80%. Gale Rush LV3, dash at extremely high speed, dealing massive damage to the target. Silver Fury LV3, unleashes the inner energy, piercing the target like a sharp sword in an instant, causing fatal damage. Level 9 boss? Liingi was slightly shocked. This Wolf King was actually several levels stronger than the blue-eyed Snake King they had encountered before. Although they seemed similar in terms of attributes, as someone who's been there, Liingi was very clear that attributes were only of reference value. The true embodiment of a demon beast's combat power. It also depends on supernatural abilities and skills. It's too early to talk about supernatural powers at this stage. Therefore, we generally only look at skills. This Wolf King actually has a skill that allows him to unleash powerful energy. That's outrageous. What is internal energy? Even monsters, after leveling up to level 9. A sense of energy gained through martial arts. This aura was incredibly powerful, once released it can easily crush metal and split rocks. Moreover, this sense of energy is also key to a demon beast's advancement. Only when the internal energy sensation continuously increases and forms an energy vortex can one achieve this. Only then can you break through the barrier and advance to level 10. In the vast wilderness of mountains and seas, levels 0 to 9 represent one major level, while levels 10 to 19 represent another. The two are completely incomparable in terms of combat strength. Now, this Wolf King has actually mastered the use of internal energy. This means that it has reached the pinnacle of level 9. There is a great chance of being promoted to level 10. I wonder if such a powerful boss can drop a martial arts manual. While Liingi felt the situation was tricky, she also harbored a small sense of anticipation. If I could learn martial arts techniques, I wouldn't have to worry about leveling up 10 times. Otherwise, you'll have to spend time searching for martial arts techniques. Like demonic beasts, humans also need martial arts skills to advance from level 9 to level 10. Why don't you shoot it? Gujio asked. We can't beat them. Liingi shook her head. This idea is tricky. Let's wait and see. You have to fight even if you can't win. Do you even want to complete the mission? Watching the Wolf King lead Gumoy away, Gujio's tone became anxious. He urged Liingi to start. The incessant chatter annoyed him. Shut up, if you're so capable, you do it. Liingi glared at Gujio. The latter immediately quieted down. It will make a sound. Liingi glanced at him disdainfully, seeing him shrink his head like a quail. She then ignored him. Focus your attention on the Wolf King. Oh whoa! The Wolf King held its head high, looking down at the pack like a king. Wah! Sensing the Wolf King's ferocity, the wolves all bowed their heads. It let out a frightened whimper. Seeing this, the Wolf King let out a satisfied howl before withdrawing its oppressive aura. They came to the side of Gamaya. Gamaya was riding on the back of a wolf, playing around. Upon seeing the shadow of the Wolf King, he raised his head, showing no sign of fear. Instead, he smiled innocently and reached out to stroke the Wolf King's fur. However, the Wolf King is different from other wolves. Instead of letting Gamaya do as she pleased, she quickly dodged away. It bared its fangs at him. His eyes gleamed with a fierce light, as if he were about to launch an attack at any moment. Roar! The Wolf King opened its mouth wide, about to bite Gamoy. Qingyi had already silently knocked an arrow and aimed it at the Wolf King's mouth. It can be launched at any time. Before I could even get him to do anything, a magical thing happened. Those wolves that had previously submitted now saw their Wolf King trying to harm Gamaya. They all stood up. They spontaneously stood in front of the Wolf King. Damn it, are they going to rebel? Qingyi exclaimed in surprise and put the bow and arrow down again. And the Wolf King thought so too. I was furious. A murderous intent emanated from the wolf's eyes. It is the true Wolf King. How dare these wolves defy it? Chapter 21 Beast Tamer Gumoy, gang up on the Wolf King. The Wolf King roared sternly, unleashing an even more powerful aura than before. They wanted to scare away the wolves. However, although fear flickered in the wolves' eyes, they showed no intention of moving aside. These wolves actually rebelled against the Wolf King for this little brat. Qingyi was quite surprised. He turned his gaze to Gujio, wanting to ask him if he knew anything about the situation. Gujio shook his head vigorously, indicating that he had no idea at all. Qingyi simply cast a detection spell on Gumoy. Name: Kamaya. Identity: Lonely Caveman. Reputation: 0. Qualification: A. Talent: Advanced Demon Control. Occupation: Savage. Level: LV3. Health: 153 to 153 mana, 78 to 78 spirit, 188 to 188. Strength: 38 defense, 36 speed, 39 stamina, 45. Special skills: none. What? Advanced demon taming talent! Qingyi's eyes widened, and she almost stood up. No wonder these wolves were so desperate to protect him. It turns out they were doing it all invisibly. Gamoya has tamed all the wild wolves. Even the Wolf King can't be commanded. What a talent! Qingyi sighed, a glint of divine light flashing in her eyes. Advanced demon controlling talent. It's still a Class A qualification. With proper training, becoming a high-level demon tamer is only a matter of time. Even becoming a top-tier or king-tier demon tamer is not impossible. This is a demon tamer. They are even rarer than alchemists and blacksmiths. If I could bring him under my command, the benefits to myself in the future would be unimaginable. Although he is currently unemployed, there was no way to subdue him. However, establishing a territory is only a matter of time. I will need such talent sooner or later. This one person is worth a 10,000-strong army. Even if we have to tie him up, we'll bring him to my territory. Qingyi's mind raced, trying to figure out how to save Gumoy. Just as he was thinking, the Wolf King, however, could not wait any longer. It could not tolerate the betrayal of its former subordinates. After letting out a roar, it launched an attack on the nearest wolf. It leaped up suddenly and swatted the wolf away with a claw strike. Then it pounced and bit the wolf's neck tightly. Fresh blood gushed from its mouth. Before long, the wolf stopped struggling and fell silent. After killing one, the Wolf King was about to choose its second target. The other wolves, however, were not having it and began to rebel. They surrounded the Wolf King, preparing to swarm him. Okay, let's do it! Qingyi secretly clapped her hands in approval, and aimed her bow and arrow at the Wolf King as well. With someone else playing striker for him, he naturally couldn't just stand by and watch. We have to lend a hand. Roar! Seeing the wolves attacking him, the Wolf King became even more enraged. With a powerful strike, it sent a wolf flying. Just as it was about to bite, it heard the whistling of the wind. An arrow streaked across the sky like a meteor. Sneak attack! The Wolf King had no time to dodge. The sound of an arrow piercing flesh rang out as it plunged deep into its neck. The Wolf King stumbled and almost fell to the ground. Seeing this, The other wolves seized the opportunity and rushed up to tear it apart. In a short time, damage numbers kept flying across the screen. -134. -161. In a very short time, the Wolf King's health bar dropped below 8,000. Just when Qingyi felt things were going smoothly, and she was about to easily win the battle, a sudden change has occurred. The Wolf King suddenly howled, and its fur turned from silver to blood red. His eyes shone even brighter. It opened its blood-red maw, revealing an even more ferocious aura than before. It suddenly lashed out with its claw, unleashing astonishing power. It slapped a wolf that was biting it away. The sound of bones cracking rang out, and blood and flesh flew everywhere. The wolf lay on the ground, lifeless. With just one claw, it killed the wolf instantly. Violent! Qingyi thought of the Wolf King's skill. A chill ran down his spine. The power of that claw strike was truly terrifying. If that photo were taken of myself, my back would probably break. After activating its skill, the Wolf King launched a counterattack. It was already a boss with high stats, and now its strength and speed have been increased by 100%. Ordinary wolves wouldn't last a single round against it. They were all instantly killed. In a short time, 7 or 8 of the nearly 20 wolves were killed. The Wolf King's health remained around 7,500. Qingyi felt that things couldn't continue like this. They had to wait until all the wolves were dead. If you lose your front row seat, you're doomed. Therefore, he decisively shot an arrow at the Wolf King. A swift arrow. Although the arrow did not hit the Wolf King's vital organs, it did land on its back. It's a huge scrape. -1,211. The Wolf King activated its berserk skill, reducing its defense by 80%. Therefore, this arrow actually dealt terrifying damage in the thousands. Awoo! The Wolf King winced in pain, its hateful gaze piercing towards Qingyi. This guy has already shot it twice with arrows. The deepest harm is done to oneself. It immediately abandoned its fight with the wolf and rushed towards Qingyi. The plan is to eliminate this biggest threat first. Damn it, a wolf was clearly biting him. Why did you shoot it? Gujiu let out a strange cry and gave Qingyi a reproachful look. Then he took off running and climbed up a tree. Why are you running away? You're spineless. Qingyi snorted coldly and gave the middle finger in Gujiu's direction. The shameless fellow was the one who yelled the loudest when I was shooting arrows. Now they're blaming themselves instead. That's utterly shameless. Unperturbed, he took out another arrow and aimed it at the Wolf King's hind leg. It was shot out. Shoot off its hind legs so it can't get through, then everything will be fine. Qingyi thought so. However, the Wolf King ran too fast, causing the arrow to miss completely. Again! Sweat began to bead on Qingyi's forehead as she aimed and fired another arrow. -877. I got it! Qingyi was overjoyed. Unexpectedly, although the Wolf King retreated and was hit by the arrow, but it didn't have much of an impact on it, its speed didn't decrease at all. Instead, the pain fueled its ferocity, and the Wolf King ran even faster. An enraged Wolf King charged in on a rampage. That tyrannical appearance sent a chill down Qingyi's spine. Without thinking twice, they hurriedly fled backwards. Don't come any closer! Seeing Qingyi approaching with the Wolf King, Gujiu was almost in tears. He quickly gripped the tree trunk and climbed a few more meters. Make some room for me! Qingyi roared and rushed up the tree at top speed. He climbed nearly 20 meters in one go. Only then did I feel a little more at ease. 2 people sat on a branch, watching the helpless Wolf King below. They all breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, this guy can't climb trees. Otherwise, it would be all over. It can't get up, shoot it dead! Seeing that the Wolf King couldn't do anything to him, Gujiu felt confident again. Command Qingyi to launch the attack. Qingyi glanced at him speechlessly, a word flashing through her mind. The petty person gains power. Chapter 22 Highland Fragments, Part 1, Advancing Martial Arts. That's what they say, but we have to admit, if we don't shoot the Wolf King now, when will we ever get another chance? Qingyi knocked an arrow and, with all her might, drew the baji bow to its 5th or 6th position. A full 6 poles. Swift arrow! With a bang, the bowstring snapped, and the arrow was released. This arrow was extremely fast and incredibly powerful. It landed on the Wolf King's head, the entire tip of the arrow piercing through. -1975. A massive amount of damage appeared, instantly reducing the Wolf King's already low health. Another third was removed. Only 3,500 HP left. Qingyi was greatly encouraged and her heart was filled with excitement. What excited him even more was that the wolves in the distance actually caught up with him. They launched another attack on the Wolf King. -248. -213. The two sides clashed again. Although wolves are not very strong offensively, their numbers make them powerful, and their fighting style of risking their lives to injure others makes them formidable opponents. It can still inflict some damage on the Wolf King. However, this tactic lasted for less than a minute. The entire wolf pack was almost completely wiped out. Swift arrow! Qingyi then secretly fired an arrow, striking the Wolf King in the neck. He was shot right down to the ground. Roar! The Wolf King now had only a little over 500 health points left, barely clinging to life. It stared at Qingyi with intense hatred, its eyes gradually turning crazed. Let's all perish together. Not good! The Wolf King opened its mouth, seemingly preparing something. Qingyi's eyelids twitched suddenly, almost instinctively. He jumped straight down from the tree. Sure enough, there was a loud bang. The spot on the tree where he had been standing was struck by a burst of energy. Fried to pieces. The thick branches of the water bucket turned into countless flying debris. Hiss! Qingyi gasped, feeling incredibly relieved. Luckily they ran fast, otherwise their bodies probably wouldn't even be found now. Where is Gujiu? Qingyi then remembered this guy. It wasn't that I was afraid he was dead, but rather that I was worried I wouldn't get my reward. After searching for a while, I finally spotted the guy behind me. He had already fainted and was lying on his back on the ground. Jumping from over 20 meters. It's a miracle they didn't die. Qingyi grinned. He wasn't much better off. I felt like my whole body was about to fall apart. My vision went black for a moment, and countless stars spun in front of me. If he had climbed just 5 meters higher, he would be dead by now. That burst of energy was truly impressive. Qingyi turned to look at the Wolf King, after exhaling that breath. As if having used up all its strength, it lay on the ground, its tongue lolling out weakly. As he watched Qingyi knock her bow and arrow, a look of despair flashed in his eyes. -688. Despite the excruciating pain in her body, Qingyi fired the final arrow. A spray of blood mist rose up, the Wolf King. Death. Kill the Wolf King and gain 1891 experience points. Several beams of light fell from the Wolf King's corpse. Qingyi had no strength to pick it up and collapsed to the ground. She fainted. The world suddenly became quiet. It became so quiet you could hear a pin drop. I don't know how much time passed, but the sun was setting. A few birds flew by in the sky, finally waking Qingyi up. He opened his eyes, got up from the ground. I found that my body had recovered and I was no longer in pain. Within an hour or two, he was much better. It's still the same familiar feeling. Such a serious injury, and it's healed just by lying down and sleeping. It's really amazing. Qingyi sighed. As expected of a game world. In reality, wouldn't he have to lie in bed for a year or two? Looking back, I found that Gujiu had not yet woken up, and Gumoy was lying in the distance. Qingyi ignored them and went straight to the Wolf King's corpse. Check your loot. Plateau fragment. 1. A rare purple item. A fragment that points the way. Following its guidance might lead to a corner of the plateau. The first item gave Qingyi a jolt. They've already given up the other half? Overjoyed, he took out the Highland fragment 2 dropped by the blue-eyed serpent king and pieced it together. Sure enough, a complete map appeared before our eyes. The area is characterized by its mountainous terrain and numerous rivers. A winding path is outlined in it. It guides the way to find the treasure. Where is this place? Liingi examined it carefully for a while, but couldn't figure out anything. He also said he had no solution to this. The vast wilderness of mountains and seas is extremely large and has a complex terrain. Do you really think you can pinpoint the location of treasure with just a treasure map? That's undoubtedly wishful thinking. Helpless, he could only put the treasure map away. He was thinking of finding some locals to guide him. Immediately afterwards, he picked up the last item dropped by the Wolf King. Experience Pill. A pill made from high-grade herbs that can increase experience points by 20,000 after consumption. This thing. Liingi frowned. Well, it's somewhat useful, but not very useful. In particular, the fact that he's already at level 8 makes him even more useless. After thinking for a while, he swallowed the experience pill. Buzz. Liingi's experience level increased rapidly, and soon a white light shone from her body. Level 9. The effects of the experience pills continue. It stopped when it reached 99.99 to 99.99. Did not reach level 10. Even though there was still a surplus of 20,000 experience points from the experience pill, it did not level up again. This was also within Liingi's expectations. In the vast wilderness of mountains and seas, every 10 levels constitute a major realm. Having enough experience isn't enough for a promotion. Other conditions also need to be met. Just like now, Liingi wants to advance from level 9 to level 10. You must learn martial arts first. Martial arts are also a troublesome matter. Liingi sighed. In his previous life, he was unlucky and failed to obtain any martial arts techniques from the boss. In the end, I had to empty my savings and spend 10 gold coins to get it from the tribe camp. I learned a blue martial art called 3 Harmony Chi. It's important to know that the grades of martial arts skills are white, common, cyan, excellent, blue, fine, purple, rare, orange, superior, gold, extraordinary. White is the lowest, and cyan is the second lowest. The grade of a martial art directly affects the strength of one's combat power. Furthermore, this impact is enormous. Without crossing major realms, this impact is even greater than the impact of level and skill levels. It is almost impossible for someone with poor martial arts skills to defeat someone with good martial arts skills. Therefore, Liingi's cyan martial arts destined him to have an average combat performance. This became a source of pain for him at the time. Having been given a second chance at life, Liingi naturally wouldn't allow such a thing to happen again. Even if the upgrade is delayed, he will still be very selective. Find a high-grade martial arts manual. I was hoping the Wolf King would drop some martial arts technique, but the loot it dropped was even worse than the Snake King's. Liingi sighed. If it weren't for the Highland fragment, the Wolf King's efforts would have been in vain. Chapter 23 Lonely Peak Camp, Remote Trading. After carefully putting away the plateau treasure map, Liingi went to Gumoy's side. This little guy, I don't know when he fell asleep. Its body was curled up like a caterpillar. He picked up Gumoy and then woke up Gujio. You didn't tell me there was danger. If I hadn't reacted quickly, I probably would have been blown to bits. Gujio rubbed his sore legs and looked at Liingi with a resentful expression. I wanted to remind you, but you know, it's too late. Liingi shrugged, indicating that she had done her best. He pointed to Gumoy in his arms and stretched out his palm towards Gujio. Gujio was quite straightforward this time, without any unnecessary words, and directly took out the map. Such a straightforward decision, it can't be jumped, can it? Liingi glanced at it suspiciously, then took the map. I glanced at it briefly and then I laughed in exasperation. Hey, what a piece of junk. He had actually held on to hope, thinking it was some kind of treasure map. I didn't expect it to be a real map. The ink stains are blurry, it's just a photocopy. You defeated a level 9 peak boss, and you're trying to fool me with this piece of junk? Qingyi's face darkened, and she looked at Gujio with a disapproving gaze. A dangerous glint flashed by. Where is it broken? It's been like this for so many years. Gujio smiled awkwardly and explained. It's very difficult for us to draw maps, especially maps of the entire Yanhua Peak. Is it difficult? All you have to do is carve out a piece of wood and then make a copy with ink. Qingyi bluntly explained the production process. He had been in the world of mountains and seas for several years and knew the methods of the natives and savages very well. Ahem, you can't say that. As you know, our camp conditions are harsh, and we really don't have anything good to offer. The only valuable thing we have, the skill books, is all for you. Gujio chuckled and started rambling on and on, trying to gain sympathy. The implication is that they have no money, but they can take your life. Stop talking nonsense. Qingyi waved her hand impatiently, not wanting to argue with him. Now that things have come to this, it's impossible to get anything out of this miserly person. Fortunately, Gamaya was saved. Let's go check out your camp. Since Qingyi wanted to take advantage of Gumoy, she naturally needed to know where the Gudin camp was. First, find out the location, and then wait until your territory is established. Go directly to ask for the person. Wasn't the mission over? When Gujio heard that Qingyi wanted to go to the Lonely Peak camp, he seemed very reluctant. He wanted to refuse, but when he saw Qingyi raise the map and her fist the size of a sandbag, he decided to shut up. Just take a look, it won't hurt you. At worst, we can just keep that matter discreet. A glint of light flashed in Gujio's eyes. So the group set off towards the isolated campsite. On the way, Qingyi carefully examined the map that Gujio had given her. Although the drawing is quite rough, it still has the essential elements. Landscape. It roughly matches the map. Flamefire Peak, is this place we're in called Flamefire Peak? Qingyi asked. Gujio nodded and replied. Yes, the place we are in is the territory of the Yanhua tribe, so it is called Yanhua Peak. Izumo Mountain's Flame Peak Flame Tribe. Qingyi finally had a general understanding of her situation. In his previous life, although he was also in the Chuyun Mountains, he was on Jinyan Peak. It is tens of thousands of kilometers away from Yanhua Peak. No wonder the terrain and landforms are so different. He continued looking at the map and found some places marked with circles. These are the territories of high-level demonic beasts, and they are extremely dangerous. Gujio explained. Qingyi nodded slightly and secretly made a mental note of it. Great place, there's a boss here. The isolated campsite is not far away. More than half an hour later, Qingyi and Gujio arrived at their destination. This is far too rudimentary. Qingyi looked at the scene before her and fell silent. This was probably the most rudimentary camp he had ever seen. There are 3 or 4 wooden bungalows and about 10 caves. There was nothing else. Give me Gamaya, and I will give him to his parents, Gamaya said. The little one in my arms was still fast asleep. Qingyi patted his head and took him over. Strangely, the lone Maya, who had been sleeping the whole way. As soon as it was in Gujio's hands, it immediately woke up. Upon seeing Gujio's face, it twisted its body and began to struggle. Finally, she burst into tears. Good boy, the cave master will take you to find your parents. Gujio gave Qingyi a reassuring look, indicating that he could wander around as he pleased, while he himself hurriedly left with Gumoy. Seriously, even holding a baby can scare you to tears. Qingyi was speechless. Gujio abandoned him, and he didn't know where to go. So they just wandered around the isolated campsite. However, in such a tiny area, there hasn't been much improvement. It only takes a few steps to walk. This terrified the savages in the camp, who all grabbed their weapons and watched Qingyi warily. He didn't seem to care and continued walking. He actually found a good place. Surprisingly, there was a basic market inside the isolated campsite. What is a market? In the eyes of the native NPCs, it's just a place for buying and selling things, nothing special. But in Liingi's eyes, that was a different story. In the early stages of the game, players are very weak and cannot even move around in the wilderness. Therefore, to facilitate trading between players, the system has opened a remote trading platform for players to use. The scope of transactions will increase as the market level changes. The primary market connects to the entire Flame Peak trading area, the intermediate market expands to the Cloud Mountains, and the advanced market extends to the eastern wilderness. Although this is only a primary market, it has already connected tens of millions of players across the entire Manhwa Peak. Qingyi decisively went inside and started browsing Taobao. Not to mention, in this primary market, players have listed tens of thousands of items. Although most of the materials are wood and iron ore, it is not difficult to see that many lucky individuals have been born in or around human camps. With the help of human camps, their growth environment, it's much more comfortable than being stranded in the middle of nowhere. Wood, 5 copper coins per unit, I'll buy it. Gold dust, 7 copper coins per unit, I'll buy it. Wow, this is amazing. Grade 9 black iron ore, only 20 copper per unit. Buy it now. Qingyi was dazzled by the choices and hurriedly placed orders. In the early stages of the game, new players don't understand the market, so they dig up materials and sell them for money. Then, with the hard-earned money, they would buy some basic equipment like iron swords. I'm happy now, but if I want to buy it back later, it will cost far more than it does now. Chapter 24 Skill Upgrade, Lonely He. This is practically a fire sale! Qingyi exclaimed in surprise and went on a shopping spree. He swept away all the rare materials and herbs. He had over 100 gold coins on him, equivalent to over 1 million copper coins. At the beginning of the game's release, you could buy almost anything you wanted in the market. Before long, he bought more than 1,000 units of timber, more than 2,000 units of stone, more than 1,000 units of iron ore, and more than 300 good medicinal herbs. It only cost a little over 80,000 copper coins in total, equivalent to 8 gold coins. This amount of money is nothing to Qingyi. Although these things are not needed now, they will be useful when developing the territory later. All of them are indispensable. Buying now will undoubtedly save you a lot of money. This action quickly attracted the attention of other players, who watched as the items rapidly disappeared from the market. They realized that a wealthy individual had entered the market and was on a buying spree. Holy crap, there are actually people who can spend so much money hoarding materials at the very beginning of the game? Who is this amazing player? Looks like they must have spent at least tens of thousands of copper coins. They're really powerful. Players let out envious howls. This is... As Qingyi was shopping, she suddenly discovered something extraordinary. Skill upgrade stone! He was very surprised and doubtful, even wondering if he had seen it wrong. How can anyone still sell this kind of thing? 2 of them only cost 20 gold coins. After he realized what was happening, he quickly took a picture. This is an extremely rare and valuable item. In the early stages of the game, when martial arts and supernatural abilities are not common, level and skills are the standards for assessing combat strength. As is well known, it is very difficult to create a significant gap in skill levels. But skills are acceptable. Therefore, the higher the skill level, the stronger the player is. I remember when players were generally around level 10 in my previous life, skill rankings were incredibly popular. Back then, upgrade stones that could improve skills were being sold for as much as 300 gold coins each. Although skills declined later as martial arts became more widespread. However, the price of skill upgrade stones remains around 100 gold. And now, someone is actually selling these things for 10 gold coins each, which means it's probably not something they actually obtained themselves. They obtained it through other means and had no idea how precious it was. It's good that you don't know, it's perfect for me. Qingyi chuckled. Should I use skill upgrade stones to upgrade my slashing skill? Upon hearing the system's voice, Qingyi immediately selected yes. Skill upgrade successful, /LV1 LV2. After the slash was upgraded, the dash distance was increased, and the damage was increased from twice to 3 times. Then, Qingyi used another skill upgrade stone on Swift Arrow. Swift Arrow LV2. After the arrow is fired, gain the Swift Arrow bonus, speed plus 40%, up arrow 10%, attack power plus 30%, up arrow 10%. After the upgrade, the speed and damage of Gale Arrow have also been significantly improved. Okay, both skills have been upgraded to level 2, which will make fighting bosses much easier in the future. Qingyi's lips curled up slightly. After buying most of the good stuff in the market, he hung up all the extra equipment he had on him. No more, no less, 12 items in total. They all exploded in the honeybee's nest. Is it priced? Flower rattan shoes, 8 gold coins it is. After all, they're good for dancing the 8,000 dance. Other level 5 equipment, the 3 largest pieces, cost 10 gold coins. The 3 small items cost 5 gold coins. It's not particularly expensive, only 5 times the market price. In the early stages, when equipment is scarce, this is perfectly acceptable. What Qingyi didn't know was how much of a sensation his actions caused in the entire market. The players were in an uproar as they looked at the suddenly appearing equipment. If they didn't know that there were only players in this remote market, they would have thought that some NPC had entered. Who's the expert who came in and brought all that gear at once? 12 items. Did they raid some boss's lair? The news that a mysterious big shot had appeared on Manhwa Peak and put 12 pieces of equipment up for sale in an instant caused a huge uproar on the forum. Qingyi, on the other hand, looked at the 82 extra gold coins in her backpack and sighed that there were truly many rich people in the world. Where is Maya? He shouldn't have been a sacrifice for the camp. Inside the cave, a middle-aged man dressed in yellow animal skins was shouting hoarsely. He clenched his fists, glared angrily, and spoke with agitation. Nearby, several people from the isolated camp held him down to prevent him from breaking free. Beside him, an old man watched this scene indifferently. This is the will of heaven. Someone must sacrifice for the camp. If it's the will of heaven, why must my son be sacrificed? He spat at the old man and said through gritted teeth. It should have been Gujio's son's turn this year. You scoundrel! How dare you address the cave master by his name? The old man angrily rebuked. The cave master's son is frail and sickly. How can he be used as a sacrifice? If you displease the tree demon, can you bear the responsibility? When did Gu Shiba become weak and sickly? I see he's perfectly fine, it's just that Gujio doesn't want to. And you old hag are still helping him. He said resentfully. He was frail and sickly. Was his eye blind? Which child his age is as strong and robust as he is at 18? Why do I become so weak and sickly at this time of year? Let me go right now. Even if we leave the camp, I will not let you hurt my son. He finally understood. The people in the Lone Peak camp were all in cahoots. He wanted his son to die in place of Gujio's son. Leave the camp. Upon hearing this, the old man's eyes turned completely cold. There were few people in the isolated camp, especially young adults. Most of them were women and children. There is a severe labor shortage. If food was shared equally among individual households, it would be barely enough to sustain them. However, as the cave master, Gujio has 18 women. How could he possibly divide them equally among them? Of course, he wants to divide it first, and divide it more. This resulted in half the grain being delivered each time. They were all taken by the cave master's faction. This bizarre tactic greatly displeased the young and strong men below. They caused trouble every few days. The one with the greatest prestige among them is He. As the captain of the hunting team, he began to disobey Gujio's orders. Even the other members of the hunting team wanted to start their own operation. Gujio was naturally outraged when he found out, and kept trying to kill He. This time, they conveniently sent He's son to serve as a sacrifice in place of Gu Shiba, hoping to provoke He. If He makes the slightest move, they can find an excuse to kill him without any real reason. You can leave, but the hunting party cannot, the old man said coldly. Losing one guha is not terrible. What is terrible is that guha led a group of hunters away. That isolated campsite is finished, without young and middle-aged people contributing. What does the cave master eat? What does he eat? What you say is useless. You can't stop others from leaving if they want to. He snorted. He was confident that if he went, at least half of the hunting party would follow. We can build another campsite then, so we won't need to support so many idle people. Everyone will definitely have enough to eat. The old man was naturally aware of this situation, so his eyes turned completely cold. As expected of your wolfish ambitions, in that case, I'll cut out your tongue and sever your hands and feet first. After the cave master has sacrificed your son, he will use your offense against the tree demon as a pretext to behead you in public. The old man gave him a wink. Those who had restrained He and his companions understood, and pulled out their sharpened knives. They prepared to cut down the lone stalk of grass. You framed me. Upon seeing this, He revealed an expression of disbelief. He had made great contributions to the camp. These people actually want to kill me? You forced us to do this. The man from the solitary cave, wielding a knife, gradually approached, his sinister expression reflected on the snow-white blade. Pfft! The sound of skin being torn rang out. It wasn't He, but the lone caveman with the knife. An arrow was stuck in his chest. Who is it? The old man was startled. No one answered, only the sharp, piercing sound of something cutting through the air continued to ring out. With each sound, a person fell. No! The old man was terrified and turned to run away. But the swift arrow pierced his chest, taking his life. Which warrior is it? Please come out and meet me. This fierce archery skill terrified He. His lips trembled, but he mustered his courage and shouted in the direction from which the arrows came. Ta-ta-ta. Footsteps sounded. A young man dressed in black walked slowly from a distance. Chapter 25 Terrifying Tree Demon. Thank you so much for saving my life, sir. He ran over, knelt down, and kowtowed repeatedly. It was unclear whether he was genuinely grateful or afraid that Qingyi would kill him. Are you the father of Gamaya? Qingyi asked. He certainly wouldn't kill He. Otherwise, there would be no need to save him. Yes. He nodded frantically. Tell me what you know. Why does Jio want Moi to be a sacrifice? Qingyi asked. Upon hearing this, Guha began to tell her story. It turns out that, for a long time, the Lone Peak camp has always worshipped a tree spirit. Ostensibly, it was to protect the safety of the camp, but in reality, it was to maintain the leadership of the Jio faction. If anyone in the camp disobeys, Jio will use various excuses to send it to the tree spirit. And, in addition, the tree spirit also likes to eat children, to satisfy its desires. Every year at the Lone Peak camp, a child is offered as a sacrifice for the tree spirit to eat. Guha had always been extremely disgusted by this, but due to the tree demon's powerful strength, she refrained from speaking out. Until this time. His own son inexplicably became the scapegoat for Jio's son, Shiba. This finally caused He to explode, and she fled with her son. Unexpectedly, the plot was exposed, and Moi was somehow captured by Jio and brought back. He himself was captured by the men sent by Jio. That good-for-nothing Jio, how could he possibly have the ability to capture Moi? Some bastard must have helped him. At this point, Guha gritted her teeth in hatred. They didn't see it at all on the side. Someone who looked somewhat embarrassed. Perhaps, things are just that ingenious sometimes. Qingyi coughed lightly, changing the subject. Where is that tree demon now? Let's go and meet him. A demon tamer with an A-level qualification cannot stand idly by. He must be rescued. Thank you, sir. Upon hearing that Qingyi was going to rescue her Moi, He was overjoyed. Overwhelmed with emotion, he didn't know what to say, so he knelt down again and kowtowed repeatedly. Led by Guha, they crossed a mountain and arrived at a valley. In the valley, flowers bloom in clusters. A tree the size of a millstone stands in the center. Its branches and leaves are lush and dense, blocking out the sky and the sun. Lord Li Shu, these are this year's tributes. Please accept them. Gujio's face was full of flattery. He knelt on the ground and raised Kamaya high. No response. When Gujio's hands trembled and sweat poured down his face, the ground trembled slightly. Lord Li Shu has awakened! Gujio was overjoyed and lowered her head even further. A vine slowly extended from the tree branch, bound Kamaya's body, and contracted towards the tree. Thank you very much, Lord Li Shu! Gujio shouted loudly, preparing to leave. Suddenly an arrow was seen flying rapidly from a distance. With a snap, the vine was severed. Immediately afterwards, a figure descended from the sky and caught the rapidly falling Gamaya in his arms. Gujio felt a chill in her heart, and upon seeing the person who had arrived, she couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. It's you! Of course it's me. Qingyi smiled faintly. If you dare to lie to me, I will naturally settle the score with you. What do you want to do? Gujio took a few steps back in fear and shouted angrily. Lord Li Shu is here today, how dare you hurt me? What's there to be afraid of? Qingyi knocked an arrow and aimed it at him. Gujio was so frightened that he scrambled and rolled to the tree demon's feet, hiding behind a tree. Coward! Qingyi smiled dismissively, not wasting a single arrow. Instead, he secretly cast a detection spell on the tree spirit. Name, Dawn Tree Demon. Grade, Elite Boss. Level, LV10. Life, 11234 mana, 3088 to 3074 Spirit, 3019 to 3200. Strength, 899 Defense, 801 Speed, 513 Stamina, 900. Root Entanglement LV3, forms countless roots with powerful vitality, binding and absorbing the enemy's life force. Emerald Leaf /LV3, swing the branches and leaves like a sharp blade to cut enemies, causing continuous damage. Wood Spirit Shield LV3, forms an indestructible energy barrier by concentrating energy, reducing the damage received. Level 10 Elite Boss, so strong. Qingyi thought to herself. It's one thing if someone is a whole realm higher than me. And the attributes are so terrifying. 11,000 HP, 800 defense. And 3 overpowered skills that combine lifesteal, attack, and defense. Qingyi didn't know how to win. He left Gumoy with Guha and told him to go far away. Then he took a few steps back, trying to run away. Unexpectedly, the tree spirit discovered his plan and acted first. Branches swayed, flying everywhere. This created a huge, enclosed space, trapping the group of people inside. Not good. Qingyi's heart skipped a beat. The tree spirit reacted so quickly. This is going to be difficult. Call out. A branch as thick as a thumb flew in at an astonishing speed. It shot directly at Qingyi's face. Qingyi's expression hardened, and she knocked an arrow and fired it as well. This arrow was incredibly accurate. The arrowhead struck the tip of the tree branch. Intercepted in midair. Swift arrow! Knowing that this tree demon was not easy to deal with, Qingyi did not intend to get entangled with it. Instead, they used their skills directly. That's not all. After firing one arrow, Qingyi drew her bow again. The second arrow, the third arrow. This is the strongest archery technique he can currently use. 3 stars in a row. 3 arrows, at an astonishing speed. It shot straight toward the tree spirit's trunk. The tree spirit seemed to sense the threat of the 3 arrows and quickly retracted some branches to defend itself. These branches stand side by side, like a shield blocking the tree demon's path. However, that's far from enough. Qingyi's final 3 arrows were not so easily blocked. The shield was pierced through without even stopping the first arrow. Lord Li Shu, what's going on? Gujio screamed in terror. He discovered that his body was bound by tree branches and suspended in midair. Heading straight at them were arrows flying at breakneck speed. The tree demon actually wanted to use him to block Liingi's attack. "No! Lord Tree Spirit, my loyalty is unwavering!" Gujiu screamed in terror and struggled violently. Like water off a duck's back. With a soft thud, the shouting stopped abruptly. With Gujiu's physical body blocking the way, the first arrow was finally intercepted. Rumble. The ground trembled, and a barrier of cyan light appeared, standing in front of the tree demon. It is precisely its skill. Would Spirit Shield? The arrow struck the shield with a piercing sound. The air, under the combined influence of these two factors, raged unchecked. After a brief stalemate, the second arrow was finally intercepted. But then the third arrow arrived. Click! A sound like shattering glass rang out, and the entire shield shattered instantly. The third arrow pierced the tree spirit's body as if it were nothing. Bright red blood flowed from the wound. An old face resembling a fox was revealed from the tree trunk. His face showed pain. -1309. Damage is dealt. Liingi, however, showed no joy. These 3 arrows were the strongest measures he could muster. However, it could only reduce the tree spirit's health by 1/10. It didn't cause much damage at all. This means that he and that tree spirit are not even in the same league. Once the tree spirit recovers, I'll probably get a beating. Really? The tree spirit squeezed the arrows out of the tree, then roared, and the branches flew everywhere. Clearly, the tree spirit was enraged. More than 10 branches, resembling serpents, lashed out at Liingi. Liingi drew her steel blade and slashed fiercely, but she still couldn't withstand the attack. The man and his knife were sent flying. Chapter 26 Gold Grade Martial Art 3-Colored Yuan Fire Technique. Liingi coughed lightly, as if her internal organs had shifted. Before he could catch his breath, dense vines shot at him like arrows. Startled, he immediately started running and scrambled away to avoid the danger. Puff 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 puff. Dust flew everywhere, and the ground was instantly riddled with holes. If that shot onto someone, it would turn them into a hornet's nest. Undeterred by its initial failure, the tree spirit continued to send its vines flying. Liingi was temporarily powerless to fight back and could only keep dodging. "Eat me all!" Before him lay a man whose eyes were wide open in death. Liingi's eyes lit up. He picked up Gujiu's body and threw it over. The dense vines mercilessly pierced Gujiu's corpse, writhing like serpents. The tips of the blood-red vines shimmered with red light, like bloodthirsty fangs. Before long, Gujiu was drained of his life force, leaving only a skeleton. It fell to the ground and broke into pieces. Even more terrifying is that after draining Gujiu's life force, the tree spirit, which had lost some health, was now fully healed. What's the point of fighting now? Liingi felt a chill run down her spine. After finally managing to reduce the tree spirit's health by a little with 3 arrows, one person immediately drained it back. This terrifying endurance completely dispelled his idea of slowly wearing down the tree demon. He glanced back at Guha and Gumoy. Not even a little bit. There are 2 blood-sucking packs here. There's no other way. Liingi sighed and took out a bead the size of a fist. It was the item dropped by the blue-eyed serpent king, the thunderclap bomb. You forced me to do this. Liingi muttered to herself. This is our last resort. We have no choice but to use it. He steeled his resolve, activated the lightning bolt, and hurled it at the tree demon. Lie down! Liingi let out a roar and retreated dozens of meters at lightning speed, landing face down on the ground. Hearing the call, Guha hugged Gumoy and quickly followed suit. Boom! 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 An astonishing sound shook the heavens and the earth, and a flash of white light appeared. In the valley, a huge mushroom cloud rose into the air. A scorching gust of wind swept in, sending the 3 of them flying. Pooh! Liingi's eardrums almost ruptured, and she swallowed a mouthful of mud. Only after the noise subsided did he shake off the dust from his clothes. He got up. The scene before him made him gape. After a long silence, he finally gave a thumbs up. Awesome plus! Ahead, the towering trees had disappeared, leaving only a large, sunken pit. The presence of fallen branches indicates that the tree spirit once visited. Kill the tree demon and gain 2,299 experience points. The system notification sounded. Instead of accumulating experience, it simply overflowed. However, Qingyi had no time to care about these things at the moment. All his attention was drawn to what the tree spirit had released. In particular, that dazzling golden light. Withdrawal! Withdrawal! That's gold. Qingyi was extremely excited. 3-colored primal fire technique. Martial arts, 3-colored yuan fire technique. Boundary. Grade, Tier 1, Golden Extraordinary. Description: gathering the essence of the true fire of heaven and earth, it is forged into one, forming a unique 3-colored primordial fire that tempers the physical body and condenses true energy. It's actually a gold-level martial art! Qingyi was completely stunned. It's not a golden treasure, not a golden equipment, but something even rarer. First tier, gold-level extraordinary martial arts. He was overjoyed. What is the concept of golden-level martial arts? Even in the entire great wilderness of mountains and seas, only divine beasts and sacred beasts possess such skills. Only then are they qualified to cultivate, right? In any case, he had never heard of anyone being able to cultivate golden martial arts at the first level in his previous life. Am I ahead of everyone else? There's actually a boundary character on this cultivation manual? Qingyi's mind was shaken as she recalled past events. In the previous life, numerous powerful forces were aggressively acquiring items from the boundary realm. Moreover, the price offered was extremely high. It is dozens, even hundreds or thousands of times greater than the value without the boundary. As for the effects, according to those who have used it, it's exactly the same. At first, Qingyi was quite curious. Why was the one with the character in its name so much more expensive when the functions were exactly the same? What exactly makes it so expensive? After making inquiries from various sources, he finally heard this secret. Those are items that can be brought into the real world before the arrival of the great wilderness of mountains and seas. Give it a try. Qingyi was filled with anticipation. He quickly exited the game and returned home. Then, with a thought, the galactic totem trembled slightly, and a golden manual appeared out of thin air in his hand. It's actually true! Qingyi's hands were trembling slightly. He quickly opened the 3-colored yuan fire technique and began to comprehend it. Unlike the instant understanding in games, comprehending secret techniques in real life is extremely difficult. He racked his brains, thinking about it word by word. It took me a while to slowly understand. Of course, this kind of understanding cannot be obtained from games. Time passed slowly. It took Qingyi an unknown amount of time to finally decipher the last page. At that moment, he suddenly realized something and closed his eyes. A profound and mysterious feeling welled up from the bottom of my heart, and a surge of energy slowly gathered in my dantian. It's getting stronger and stronger. It was incredibly hot. In the end, a fiery red vortex appeared there, powerfully swirling. It's done! Qingyi opened his eyes, a sharp glint flashing in them. He stretched out his fist, and a scorching heat flowed across it. Suddenly it was blasted out. With a loud bang, a deep fist-shaped dent was left on the solid wood table. Ha ha! Qingyi looked up at the sky and laughed loudly. However, having only just begun cultivating, he already possesses such strength. That's incredible! If I could cultivate it to perfection, wouldn't I be even more powerful? Even if he can't withstand gunfire and bullets, ordinary swords and knives shouldn't be able to hurt him, right? Finally, we have some capital to stand on. Hungry. Qingyi opened the refrigerator and ate a large meal. I'm back in the game. My lord, you're back. During the time Qingyi was offline, Guha did not leave, but waited in the same spot. Upon seeing Qingyi log on, he greeted her with reverence, carrying Gu Moi in his arms. They were not surprised by Qingyi's sudden departure. Qingyi naturally knew that, based on the system's implantation of player identities, the NPCs are aware of the player's various unusual behaviors, including immortality. Qingyi nodded slightly and said, "The tree demon is dead. Let's go back to the camp." Guhi nodded, a hint of excitement flashing in his eyes. Gujiu is dead. Given his prestige in the camp, wouldn't the next cave master be a piece of cake? Back at the camp, with Qingyi's permission, he went off to handle some urgent business. Judging from his murderous look, bloodshed is inevitable. However, Qingyi didn't mind and asked for a separate cave. Start checking out the other items that have been revealed. As a level 10 elite boss, the Treant certainly wouldn't only drop one item. Chapter 27 Skill Ascension, System Update. Skill Ascension Stone randomly increases the star rating of a skill, up to a maximum of 7 stars. Wow, this is amazing! Qingyi was amazed. Skill Ascension Stones are different from Skill Upgrade Stones. Skill Upgrade Stones increase the level of a skill, while Skill Ascension Stones increase the star rating of a skill. One is to strengthen, and the other is to elevate. The two are completely incomparable. Use the Skill Ascension Stone on Swift Arrow. With a thought, Qingyi's Skill Ascension Stone vanished from his hand. It transformed into a purple glow that enveloped its entire body. On the skill bar of the attribute panel, the skill, Swift Arrow, started to blur. "Let's get a 7 stars!" Qingyi cried out in her heart. Loading. Skill Ascension successful. Congratulations on obtaining the 6-star skill, Divine Arrow. Skill, Divine Arrow. Grade 6 stars. Description: deals 10x damage to the target, with a chance to trigger a Divine Strike, which adds an additional 10x damage. 6-star skill? Although no 7-star item was released, a 6-star item is still quite good. Qingyi was even more satisfied after reading the skill descriptions. This skill is probably no better than a 7-star skill. Although he never acquired a 7-star skill. 10 times the damage, TSK. I'm afraid I can easily break 1,000 with a single arrow. If I trigger a Divine Strike, that would be even more incredible. I'm afraid even a small boss wouldn't be able to withstand one of my arrows. Low damage, no killer move. Defeating the boss is difficult. This had always been a source of worry for Qingyi, but now that she had this skill, I believe that nothing can stop him in the early stages of the game. Why aren't we taking off yet? Qingyi was secretly delighted. Finally, he took out the last item dropped by the tree demon boss. Purple Extreme Body Tempering Pill, a purple treasure, refined from various precious medicinal herbs over 49 days. Upon consumption, strength plus 50, defense plus 50, speed plus 50, stamina plus 100, experience plus 10,000. Qingyi didn't want to say anything more that was shocking. If the tree demon's corpse hadn't been gone, he would have wanted Guhi to kowtow to it a few times. So touching. All 3 items are exquisite. The high-quality boss in the great wilderness of mountains and seas is yours. Without hesitation, Qingyi swallowed the purple extreme body tempering pill. Like a blazing fire burning in the stomach, digesting into strands of energy. It travels throughout the body. His attributes began to rise rapidly. Congratulations on successfully advancing to level 10. You are the first player on the server to reach level 10. You will be rewarded with 100 gold coins, 100 reputation points, and the title, Pioneer. Pioneer, the first warrior to break through in the vast wilderness of mountains and seas. Luck plus 5. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to player Qingyi for advancing to level 10. Rewards, 100 gold coins, 100 reputation, and the title, Vanguard. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to player Qingyi for advancing to level 10. Rewards, 100 gold coins, 100 reputation, and the title, Vanguard. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to player Qingyi for advancing to level 10. Rewards, 100 gold coins, 100 reputation, and the title, Vanguard. 3 times in a row, the words echoed in the hearts of every player in the vast world of mountains and seas. No way, no way! I've been playing day and night and I'm only level 5. How did he get to level 10? He must be cheating. You're still 5 levels away. I've been chopping down trees for 2 days, and I'm only level 3 now, level 3. Who's more unlucky than me? I got killed the moment I logged in, banned for 24 hours, and I'm only level 2 now. I remember the first kill in the entire server was also done by Qingyi, right? A server-wide announcement every day, that's amazing. Yeah, I really don't know how you play, it's amazing, I'm in awe. The players were having a heated discussion. But the subsequent announcement silenced the entire world. System announcement. Due to some players reaching level 10, the system is now undergoing maintenance, which will last for 24 hours. All players will be automatically logged out of the game in 10 minutes. To avoid unnecessary losses, please manage your game time accordingly. The main updates include the following. 1. Improve the player talent system, add talent upgrade entry points, and add talent trigger prompts. 2. Added in-game photo and video recording function. Players can bind their mobile phones or other electronic devices through the mountain and see totem to upload in-game photos or videos. 3. Increase the frequency of appearances of medium and large-sized monsters and added some story elements, which players can explore on their own. 4. Announcement of open areas. 5. Teleportation arrays are now available. Players can find these arrays and use them to travel between mountains. 6. An open combat power rating system is available, allowing players to view their rated combat power in the attribute panel. 7. The leaderboard is now open, allowing players to rank themselves by level and combat power. 8. The NPC attribute panel has been updated, removing attributes such as health and 4 dimensions, and uniformly displaying martial arts realm. Combat power is rated from 1 to 12 stars. 9. Announcement of the arrival of the great wilderness of mountains and seas. After this update, some items will be added and made available for use in the real world. In the future, the interaction between the game world and the real world will be gradually opened until the great wilderness of mountains and seas is fully introduced to Earth. If Liingi's previous announcements only aroused envy and jealousy, then this updated announcement. But it stirred up a storm in everyone's hearts. The first 8 points weren't too bad, they were just normal game updates, and everyone could accept them. However, point 9 is terrifying in every aspect. Can props be materialized and used in reality? Is the open game world interconnected with the real world? Has the great wilderness of mountains and seas completely descended upon Earth? I recognize every single word, but when they're put together into a sentence, it's horrifying. Is the announcement real? This question arose in everyone's mind. One after another, beams of light flashed, and countless players logged off, spreading the news far and wide. Server-wide announcement, I forgot about that. Liingi knew that she had now truly become famous. However, he wasn't particularly happy. Instead, he was worried that his identity would be exposed. With the release of the game announcement, the world's attention will inevitably be focused on the world of Shanhai Dehuang. As the undisputed number 1 player in the game, he will undoubtedly become the focus of everyone's attention. In a game, you might be able to hide your true intentions to some extent, but in reality, once you're discovered, there was truly nowhere to hide. I remember, in my previous life, I was the first to reach level 10. He is an American player named Tony. That guy proudly posted his achievement on social media. Beautiful photos paired with handsome pictures. I've climbed to number 1 in the world in just 5 days. Look at my smile. That very night, the house was blown up by the Fubili. Although he was later recruited due to overwhelming public opinion, Tony never smiled again. I don't want to become a puppet like him. I need to quickly complete my cultivation of the 3-colored elemental fire technique. Liingi thought to herself. What's done is done, and cannot be changed. Only by continuously strengthening our own capabilities can we protect ourselves. Chapter 28 Forum, Second Uncle's Call. 10 minutes later, Liingi logged off. I picked up my phone and started browsing the forum. As expected, the forum was in complete chaos at this moment. The game announcement caused a huge sensation regarding the news that the great wilderness of mountains and seas will descend. Some chose to believe, while others scoffed. These people split into two factions and engaged in heated discussions on the forum. Supporters argue that since the great wilderness of mountains and seas has already invaded the human body, so it's only a matter of time before they arrive on Earth. Opponents, however, argue that the so-called invasion of the great wilderness of mountains and seas is nothing more than a lie fabricated by malicious individuals. Anything aimed at subverting humanity's original civilization should be explicitly prohibited. Judging from the number of people on both sides, the supporters are clearly far more numerous. After all, one can enter the game with just a totem. The wonders of the mountains and seas. It is obvious. Liingi knew that the great wilderness of mountains and seas was inevitable, so she didn't care at all about the outcome of their argument. He continued scrolling through the posts and discovered that, besides the posts about the arrival of the great wilderness, posts about him firmly held the second spot on the discussion list. Who exactly is the number one player, Qingyi? First floor, based on the information we have so far, Qingyi should be a grassroots player. I have not heard of this person's name in WYT, World Game Hall of Fame, or LYT, China Game Hall of Fame. Second floor, WYT and LYT are even worth mentioning? They all got there by spending money. It's just a leaderboard for whales. It has no reference value whatsoever. Besides, the great wilderness of mountains and seas isn't just a party for insiders, it's a grand event for everyone. Big shots from all walks of life are in it. Third floor, in the game. Mountain and sea great wilderness. You can't recharge. Your strength depends entirely on your skill. WYT and LYT, those guys with their silver-plated spearheads, haven't accomplished anything in the game these past few days. On the contrary, a lot of previously unheard-of players have made a name for themselves. Fourth floor, true strength only surfaces when there's no financial pressure. Qingyi getting 2 server-wide announcements in a row is truly something else. Fifth floor, agreed. Sixth floor, stop exaggerating, maybe Qingyi just got lucky? Seventh floor, luck is also a kind of strength. If you don't believe me, try to become number one in the world by relying on luck yourself. The great wilderness of mountains and seas has arrived. Where should players go from here? First floor, the pork knuckle that knows how to eat. This is simple. Everyone cultivates immortality and lives forever. Second floor, bikini-clad strongman. Good idea. But I think we should discuss how to survive in the wilderness first. Third floor, a smile that lasts 3,000 years. Riding the wind and wielding a sword. From the North Sea in the morning to Qingyi in the evening. Unrestrained and carefree. How carefree? Fourth floor, bikini-clad strongman. You have to live first. Fifth floor, Guha. I will gather immortal herbs and refine elixirs to become the alchemy god of this world. Sixth floor, bikini-clad strongman. I have to live. Seventh floor, Qiankunkwa. Tame the strange beasts of the mountains, seas and wilderness, establish a sect, and live forever. Eighth floor, bikini-clad strongman. Alive. We desperately beg the master in blue robes to appear and lead our Dragon Kingdom players to the top. First floor, the great wilderness of mountains and seas is about to descend. If the great god in green robes can stand up and lead us, then our Dragon Kingdom will surely reach its peak. Second floor, I second that. It's urgent. Third floor, when the time comes, I will destroy the cherry blossoms with my sword, trample the United States under my feet, and be invincible. Fourth floor, 10,000 people have written a petition begging the green-clad boss to establish a faction. I'll be the first to sign up. Fifth floor, I totally agree. Sixth floor, +1. +1008611. Liingi looked at the post and couldn't help but feel speechless. She's already making headlines enough, yet people are still stirring things up? Who came up with this terrible idea? It's made him suffer. Absolutely not feasible. A great era is about to begin, and he dares not be the first to stick his neck out. Being number one in a game is fine, but if you dare to act recklessly in real life, they probably won't even know how they died. What they have in their hands is no joke. There are actually so many people who agree. In the blink of an eye, this post was pushed to the top of the front page, and millions of people were adding +1 and +1 to it. Qingyi then realized that his influence had far exceeded his expectations. Even if he simply stood up and raised his arm to call out, a large number of people will follow. I'm afraid countless people are already inquiring about my situation, both openly and secretly. I absolutely must not expose myself. Qingyi felt a sense of relief, thankfully. He was cautious when entering the game, and didn't tell anyone. As long as he keeps quiet, no one will know his identity for a short period of time. I browsed through the posts for a while longer. The phone rang. I picked it up and looked at it. It was my second uncle calling. After her rebirth, Li Shanshan and he were like strangers. However, Qingyi still respected her second uncle, Li Weining, quite a bit. Earlier, when my parents had just passed away, the family has lost its source of income and is facing extreme hardship. They can't even afford to eat. It was this second uncle who helped him and Li Shanshan. Over the years, I've given at least 100,000 yuan in total. Qingyi would never forget the immense kindness shown to her. Qingyi, how have you been lately? A gentle and refined voice came from the other end of the phone. It feels like a gentle spring breeze. Not bad, I'm eating well, Qingyi replied. That's good, I'm relieved. After exchanging pleasantries for a while, the two began to chat. Li Weining seemed to possess an inexplicable charisma, no matter what she said. Neither of them will make people feel annoyed. Qingyi, have you been busy with work lately? Do you have time to grab a bite to eat? I'm not too busy. I'll come to visit you tomorrow, Qingyi said. It's been a long time since I last visited, so I took the opportunity of the system update to go and pay a visit. Okay, tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock, Xinyuan Hotel. Li Weining laughed heartily. Xinyuan Hotel? Qingyi asked, somewhat puzzled. Why don't we just have a home-cooked meal together? What are we doing at the Xinyuan Hotel? In his past life, he also received a phone call from his second uncle. However, I had a huge argument with Li Shanshan at the time, and I was in a very bad mood. Qingyi then declined her second uncle's invitation. My second uncle was quite disappointed at the time. Later, because I was busy with the game, I was even less able to visit my second uncle. Until he was murdered by Li Shanshan, he was all alone. Looking back now, it's quite laughable that I neglected the people who truly cared about me for the sake of a sister in name only. And in the end, they gained nothing. Having been given a second chance at life, Qingyi has come to terms with things. Why waste your emotions on someone who doesn't care about you? Her life, death, illness, and suffering should be none of my concern. There are so many wonderful things in the world, there's no need to waste precious time on this. Because that's just too boring. There's a party going on, lots of people. Li Weining smiled and joked. Dress up formally, your second uncle has found you a very good job, and he hopes you'll take it. What position? Qingyi asked. Li Weining didn't answer, but instead asked. Want to play in the great wilderness of mountains and seas? Play. How can we not play? These days, what human on earth doesn't play? Qingyi had no way to hide it. Just play, no problem, Li Weining said. Upon hearing Li Weining's words, Qingyi became suspicious. Could it be? Is this job related to the great wilderness of the mountains and seas? He was even less inclined to go now, given his current reputation. If they dare to show their faces, trouble will surely follow. Before Qingyi could finish speaking, Li Weining interrupted him. There's nothing you can't do unless you're 1%. Don't say anything more, just come and do it. After saying that, Li Weining hung up the phone. Qingyi could only manage a wry smile at this. My second uncle is still as impatient as ever. Never mind, my second uncle meant well. I'll refuse him when we meet, Liingi thought to herself. Chapter 29 The Li Family of Huaishi, Reunion with Li Shanshan. I slept without any dreams. The next day, the warm morning light streamed through the glass, filling the entire room. When Liingi woke up on her own, she felt refreshed and invigorated. On days when you don't have to go to work, even the wind feels leisurely and free. After getting up and washing up, I boiled a pot of eggs. After a simple meal, he changed into a stylish set of casual clothes and went out. Since there were no cars available, Liingi hailed a taxi and headed to the location her second uncle had indicated. Is this the Xinyuan Hotel? After getting out of the car, Liingi looked at the luxurious place before her, which resembled a manor, and was secretly amazed. Wow, that's so generous. The entrance gate alone is at least 10 meters high. It truly lives up to its reputation as a 7-star hotel. Having spent so long in the desolate wilderness, Liingi was actually somewhat unaccustomed to modern architecture. However, he was, after all, a worldly man. Although inwardly surprised, his face remained calm. After giving my second uncle's phone number, under the watchful eyes of the security guards, he calmly walked into the manor. Clan unity, deep affection. Congratulations to the Li family of Huaishi on their prosperity and flourishing. Though separated by vast distances, we share a common lineage. Let's work together for development, and create a brilliant future. A huge screen scrolled through the stories of the Li family of Huaishi. Liingi had heard of the Li family of Huaishi. In the entire Huaishi city, almost everyone with the surname Li is related to the Li clan of Huaishi. It can be said that there are a large number of people. Liingi's parents were members of the Huaishi Li clan, but due to their modest means, therefore, they didn't have much of a presence in the clan. As for family gatherings, he has never attended them. Is this the gathering that uncle was talking about? Liingi shook her head, not particularly interested. These kinds of gatherings are nothing more than eating and drinking to strengthen relationships. He didn't know anyone here except his second uncle, Li Weining, and didn't know who to talk to. As for building a relationship, that's even less necessary. He was adopted, and all these years Li Shanshan has never acknowledged him as a member of the Li family. It's even harder to say about the other members of the Li family. Therefore, there is no emotional bond that can be strengthened. Just be a nobody, mooch a meal, and then visit my second uncle. Since we're already here, there's no reason for us to turn around and leave. Liingi thought she was just there to freeload and have some good food. He'd never eaten in such a luxurious place before. Wow, quite a few luxury cars. On the lawn, rows of luxury cars stood side by side. Rolls-Royce, Bentley, Maybach, you name it. Liingi used to be quite envious, but now she's just SOSO. After riding a few strange beasts in the vast wilderness, I no longer felt anything about them. In terms of size, these vehicles are about the size of small dogs in the wilderness. In terms of capability, the best Liingi had ever ridden was a dragon several hundred meters long. Soaring 3,000 miles into the sky, rising straight up to 90,000 meters, how majestic and domineering. Although he had never been to 90,000 meters, the dragon had carried him to 3,000 meters. A gentle breeze caresses the face, and all things are free. That feeling of looking down on all living beings is something you can't feel even when you step on the gas pedal of a car. After walking about half a mile, a building resembling a medieval Western castle finally came into view. From a distance, it exudes an air of nobility. Climbing over 100 steps. Upon entering the castle, a large suspended lamp immediately catches the eye. It is composed of a large number of small lights, arranged in an orderly manner. Clear distinction between light and dark. It cascaded down like a luminous waterfall, illuminating the vast hall with unparalleled brightness. The magnificent and resplendent appearance was clearly demonstrated at this time. This light alone must cost over $1 million. Liingi couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. The hall was filled with guests, dressed in gorgeous formal attire, chatting in small groups. The men's tailcoats were impeccably tailored, and the women's long gowns trailed on the ground, They held their snow-white necks high, adorned with dazzling jewelry. It exudes an air of nobility. Waiters carrying silver platters moved among the servants, occasionally bowing to greet them. No wonder my second uncle told me to dress more formally. Qingyi looked at the suit she was wearing and gave a wry smile. It's not that he's being unconventional, but this is the most expensive suit he owns, costing 800 yuan. However, compared to the glamorous outfits of the others, he still seemed too casual. Qingyi wasn't afraid of what others would say about her, but rather she didn't want to be looked at with strange eyes. His original intention was simply to remain a nobody. And indeed that was the case. Qingyi, dressed in an inexpensive suit. Wherever they go, they attract a lot of attention. The way others looked at him was a mixture of surprise and disdain, and a hint of disgust. The feeling was like a group of nobles looking at their poor relative who came from the mountains, carrying a snakeskin bag and collecting scraps. See? See? It won't hurt you to look. Since it wasn't intentional for her to be unconventional, Qingyi didn't mind. His eyes swept around the room. Not finding his second uncle, he decided to wait a while. I couldn't just wait idly. I was getting hungry. Qingyi asked the waiter for a plate, and filled it with a generous amount of delicacies. Then I found an empty table and ate while waiting. I must say, a 7-star hotel is truly exceptional. Whether it's foie gras or steak, everything is prepared exceptionally well. Shanshan, look, isn't that your brother? Not far away, the woman in the blue dress spoke softly, tugging at the arm of the woman in the pink dress beside her. Li Shanshan looked in the direction her best friend was looking, and sure enough, she saw it in the corner. Qingyi was enjoying her meal. Why is he here? A hint of surprise flashed in Li Shanshan's eyes, but it quickly turned into anger. She noticed that everyone around her was looking at Qingyi with a strange gaze. Although the dislike was directed at Qingyi, the consequences seemed to fall on her instead. It made her feel like she was being violated. His face was burning red. Why did you come dressed like that? Li Shanshan cursed inwardly, intending to pretend she didn't know him. But she was still furious, so she stomped her foot. She dragged her best friend angrily to Qingyi and demanded, Who sent you? Qingyi raised her eyes but ignored her and continued eating the food on her plate. Actually, he saw Li Shanshan as soon as he came in, but he ignored her. He no longer wanted to waste any more time on this ungrateful wretch. Seeing that Qingyi ignored her, Li Shanshan became even angrier and slammed her hand on the table. He scolded, Don't you know that many prominent members of the Li family are here today? Dressed like this, like a thug, don't you feel ashamed? If a celebrity would mind my attire, then he can't be called a celebrity. Besides, whether it's embarrassing or not is none of your business. If you feel embarrassed, then go away. Qingyi said something indifferently, and then continued eating. You! Li Shanshan looked astonished, seemingly not expecting Qingyi to dare speak to her like that. Normally, doesn't he always reason with me in a gentle and kind manner? Why do you seem like a completely different person today? Her eyes widened, she stared blankly for a moment, and then a surge of anger welled up inside her, making her voice shrill. Qingyi! Who are you talking to? Am I wrong? This is such a high-class gathering, and you come in casual clothes. Is it wrong for me to say you're embarrassing yourself? After finishing the last piece, Qingyi wiped her mouth. He slowly uttered 4 words. None of your business. Chapter 30 Aristocratic Family Alliance. Go further away. Qingyi said coldly. It's ridiculous that he's meddling in other people's business. He's just asking for trouble. You! Li Shanshan was furious. Her body trembled slightly, and she pointed at Qingyi, unable to speak for a long time. Seeing her like this, her best friend quickly helped Li Shanshan up. Then, she said to Qingyi with dissatisfaction, Shanshan just doesn't want you to embarrass yourself in public, isn't that right? She's concerned about you, her brother, so why are you acting like this? You should go away too. Qingyi almost laughed in exasperation. These 2 women were truly amusing. He used to ignore her, but now he admits he's her brother? They claim to care about me, but actually they just feel like they're embarrassing them. So hypocritical it's disgusting. Qingyi ignored them and instead picked up a plate, preparing to get some more food. With the Milky Way totem there, he seemed to never feel full no matter how much he ate. "Stop!" a deep voice sounded. Not far away, a thin man in a black suit. Holding a wine glass, he strode over. He was pale, handsome, and his narrow eyes were slightly narrowed, giving him a somewhat gloomy appearance. "Apologize to Shan." He strode arrogantly and blocked Qingyi's path. "Zhou Yuan." Qingyi's gaze suddenly turned cold, and a hint of killing intent flashed in her eyes. "In my previous life, it was this guy who instigated Li Shanshan to take me for a transplant so that I could have a kidney transplant. Moreover, even after his death, he wanted to seize his territory in the great wilderness of mountains and seas. He doesn't do anything himself, he just uses Li Shanshan as a pawn. He wanted to have all the benefits. He was a complete scoundrel. I don't know why you made Shanshan angry, but let me make it clear that you're not leaving today unless you apologize." Seeing that Qingyi was looking at him without reacting, Zhou Yuan emphasized his words and repeated himself. "Isn't today a gathering of the Li family? What are you doing bringing an outsider here?" Qingyi ignored him and turned to Li Shanshan instead. "What's it to you?" Li Shanshan was still angry and turned her head to the side. Her best friend answered. "Shanshan invited us here and brought us here to have fun." Qingyi's expression grew even colder. In his previous life, he had not received any news. Li Shanshan would rather bring several outsiders than him. I was so stupid to do all that for her back then. A well-intentioned act was wasted on a dog. Qingyi treated it as if she had been fed to a dog, giving Li Shanshan a cold glance before walking away. "Hey, you haven't apologized yet!" Zhou Yuan tried to stop her, but as soon as he reached out his hand, Qingyi slapped it back hard. When I pulled it back, the back of my hand was already red and purple. "Ah!" Zhou Yuan covered his palm, his face contorted in pain. "Why did you hit me?" Li Shanshan grabbed Zhou Yuan's hand with heartache and roared at Qingyi. Qingyi didn't turn her head, appearing calm on the surface, but in reality, her heart was already filled with murderous intent. Out of consideration for his adoptive parents, he let Li Shanshan go. However, it didn't say they would let Zhou Yuan go. "That bastard, I'll skin him alive sooner or later. When the mountains and seas descend, your death will be imminent," Qingyi thought to herself. Rude. In the hall, many people witnessed the entire incident. Their brows furrowed, their eyes filled with disgust. Seeing Qingyi approaching, he tactfully glanced to the side. She seemed to look down on him. Qingyi completely ignored them. "As long as they don't provoke me, I can look at them and think whatever I want." He refilled his plate and found an empty table to eat. The guests at the surrounding tables were chatting. Having witnessed Qingyi's prowess, they hurriedly got up and left as if they had seen a plague god. Almost instantly, a vacuum zone was created around Qingyi. He didn't care at all, on the contrary, he was happy to have some peace and quiet. After being beaten by Qingyi, Li Shanshan and Zhou Yuan became much more obedient. He hid in a corner, glaring hatefully at Qingyi. He kept muttering to himself, I couldn't tell what he was saying. However, Qingyi couldn't hear it, and even if she did, it wouldn't matter. Time passed. The number of people in the hall did not decrease. On the contrary, it became even more dense. The stage setup is complete. A man and a woman walked onto the stage and began hosting. Dear relatives and friends of the Li family, and honored guests, welcome to the annual gathering of the Li family. A new world of mountains and seas, let's explore the vast wilderness together. At this gathering, Mr. Li Xingsan, the patriarch of our Huaixi Li clan and the president of the Dongjiang Province XX Association in China, will speak. The aim is to bring together all members of the Huaixi Li clan to create a new world together in the vast wilderness. The family will also provide generous support to clan members and friends who have outstanding totems. Let's welcome Mr. Li Xingsan. No wonder they made such a big show of it, So that's what they were planning. Qingyi suddenly realized why his second uncle had been looking for him. It turns out it was a family scheme. A wave of emotion washed over me. As expected of a long-lasting and prosperous family, they do have capable people. The announcement was only updated last night. They hastily held a banquet today, hoping to win over a group of clansmen with outstanding totems. This ability to seize opportunities is remarkably precise. It's a pity I'm a colored totem, otherwise I might have been able to get the help of the Li family of Huaishi. Qingyi sighed. If he had known about this in his past life. With the power of his purple tiger totem, he will undoubtedly become the focus of this gathering and be courted by various parties. Then, through certain methods, he was fully confident that within a year, he could get the entire Huaishi Li clan to obey his commands. Become a powerful asset to your subordinates. However, that's no longer possible. Color totems are too rare. If he dares to reveal himself, he might be taken into custody tomorrow. Forced to serve others. The risk was too great. He dared not take the risk. In blue! A familiar voice rang in her ears, and Qingyi looked up. A man in his 40s, wearing a Zhongshan suit, was walking towards him. Beside him were two stunningly beautiful young women. One of them was dressed in a black dress, with long hair that fell as smoothly as the night sky, a graceful figure, and skin as translucent as jade. As she walked, the hem of her skirt swayed gently, making her appear exceptionally elegant. The other woman wore an elegant cheongsam, her eyes and brows revealing a classical charm, and her every gesture exuding the gentle grace of an oriental beauty. She seemed like a woman who had stepped out of an ancient painting, radiating the allure of classical beauty. Second uncle. Qingyi smiled. But you haven't come to see me for a long time. Liingi gave Qingyi a warm hug and whispered quickly in his ear. These two are from the Chen family. One is Chen Axian, the general manager of the Chen group, and the other is his assistant, Suya. The two of them came mainly to cooperate with our Li family, forming an alliance to develop together in the wilderness of mountains and seas. But if you want to form an alliance, you'll need an in-game contact, which is an important position. I'd like to recommend you for it. If you can do it well, wouldn't it be much better than your current crappy job? Qingyi understood. It's a really good job, and it's simple. All you have to do is run errands and pass on messages. If you're just an ordinary player, then this is indeed a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Unfortunately, he wasn't. You're right, second uncle, but I'm just a crimson totem. I'm really no good. In order to avoid being exposed, Qingyi had no choice but to tell a small lie. Huh! You're really only 1%? Upon hearing this answer, Liingi's expression instantly froze. His expression changed abruptly, and his prepared remarks. At this moment, it all felt stuck in my chest. After a long while, I couldn't help but let out a long sigh. He couldn't help but regret not asking Qingyi about her totems sooner. Red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple, even just green. He could also use his connections to get Qingyi the job of liaison officer. But it was red. Even if Qingyi really did take down this most basic totem. In the game, he'd probably struggle to even protect himself, let alone achieve any legendary status. What kind of liaison am I? Liingi sighed again, patted Qingyi on the shoulder, and whispered in his ear. Qingyi, don't be discouraged. It's okay if your totem is not perfect. As long as you are willing to work hard, you may still achieve great things in the future. I believe you've seen the announcement for Shanghai De Huang. Be sure to play it seriously, remember that. After saying that, Liingi led the two women away in a hurry. Have the Li family of Huaishi and the Chen family of Huaishi formed an alliance? Qingyi frowned slightly as she watched the group leave. In Huaishi City, the most powerful families are the Li and Chen families. Each clan has tens of thousands of members. Surprisingly, only 2 days after the game announcement, an alliance was formed. The movements were incredibly fast, beyond imagination. It seems I was too naive. If Huaishi is like this, then the entire Dragon Kingdom, and even the whole world, must be in turmoil long ago. Qingyi thought to herself. As he had guessed, envoys from various powerful families were indeed traveling out to lobby for their support. The 9 Provinces Alliance, Qinghan Mountain, and the Western Merchants Alliance. One force after another was established with a bang. Once the update is complete, you can immediately assemble and enter the game. And the official. Several armies vanished overnight, and no one knows their whereabouts. In this life, I am destined to walk a lonely path. Qingyi muttered to herself. Hey, your brother is leaving. Seeing that Qingyi had eaten and drunk her fill and was preparing to leave, her best friend immediately tugged at Li Shanshan's sleeve. This sentence acted as a fuse, instantly igniting Li Shanshan's emotions. She abruptly stood up and angrily said, "He's not my brother, he's just an orphan my parents adopted. I have absolutely no relation to him." Li Shanshan's pretty face was contorted with rage, radiating an aura of resentment. Zhou Yuan sat to the side, applying an ice pack to his swollen hand, a vicious glint in his eyes. Only after Qingyi's figure completely disappeared from sight did he quickly compose himself. He revealed a gentle smile, trying to soothe Li Shanshan's emotions. "Shanshan, there's no need to be angry because of him. That kind of person will only ever be like this. But we are different. We are destined to make a name for ourselves in the great wilderness. As you just heard, all the powerful families are recruiting high-level totem owners, and I." Zhou Yuan revealed a smug smile. Unbuttoning the collar revealed a pattern as thin as a silver needle. Above, a faint purple light shimmered. "Purple totem!" Li Shanshan was instantly shocked, and her gaze towards Zhou Yuan changed. She had just witnessed a member of the Li family with the blue totem receiving a personal welcome from the clan leader, Li Xingsan. As for the 2 purple-clad clansmen, they were invited to the 2nd floor for a private conversation. That place used to be a place for entertaining important figures. Even low-ranking official leaders were not allowed to enter. Zhou Yuan possesses a purple totem, doesn't that mean? Has he also earned the right to leap over the Dragon Gate? Even so, Zhou Yuan did not abandon her. Li Shanshan was instantly moved. Even her best friend standing next to her couldn't help but give her a flirtatious look. Both she and Li Shanshan only had green totems, slightly better than red. If nothing unexpected happens, there's not much of a future in the vast wilderness. But if one can climb up to Zhou Yuan, one might be able to defy fate and change one's destiny. Don't worry, Shanshan. With my purple totem, I'll make sure your brother kneels on the ground and apologizes to you in the future. Zhou Yuan patted his chest and assured him, his heart pounding with excitement. There is a purple totem. As long as he steps forward and raises his arms to call for action. Villas, luxury cars, wealth and luxury, won't they all come to you then? Yes, I believe you. Li Shanshan was equally emotional, seemingly imagining a wonderful future. Chapter 31 Talent Upgrade, Combat Power 14520. Back home, Qingyi had a good night's sleep. As the sun set and the update finished, I couldn't wait to dive right into the game. ID, Qingyi. Identity, none. Reputation, 200. Level, LV10. Experience, 9,999 to 50,000. Strength, 195, plus 235, Defense, 177, plus 232, Speed, 175, plus 73, Stamina, 177, plus 44. Martial Arts, First Tier 3 Colored Elemental Fire Technique, Golden Extraordinary, Beginner Level. Skills Basic Detection, /LV2, 1 star, Sprint LV1, 1 star, Divine Arrow LV2, 6 stars. Equipment, 8 Extremes Bow, Level 10 Bronze, Tarantula Armor, Level 5 Black Iron, Black Crystal Bracers, Level 10 White, Rat Hide Belt, Level 5 White, Rat Hide Shoes, Level 5 White, Blue-Eyed Mask, Special. Talent, Chosen Drop Rate, 3S. During gameplay, the drop rate of all monsters is randomly increased by 10 to 100 times, with a 10% chance to trigger Chosen, improving the quality of dropped items. LV1+. Special skills, none. Money, 258 gold 7,544 copper, 1 gold equals 10 silver equals 10,000 copper. Title, Pioneer, the first warrior to break through in the vast wilderness of mountains and seas. Luck +5. Combat Strength Rating, 14,520 points. Open the Properties panel and update. Many places have changed. First, the martial arts section has been updated with a proficiency display, allowing players to check their martial arts training progress based on the proficiency level provided by the system. The equipment inventory now displays equipment level and quality, making it easier for players to check their equipment status. Then there's the talent bar, which now includes talent levels and upgrade options. Can the drop rate for chosen ones be upgraded? Seeing the plus sign after the chosen one drop rate indicator, Qingyi was overjoyed. It can be said that he was able to lead the game all the way. The high drop rate of the chosen ones has contributed greatly to this. Without it, there wouldn't be so much equipment and props. It was these rare equipment and items that gave Qingyi the confidence to challenge the boss. I wonder what it will look like after the upgrade. Qingyi rubbed her hands together, her eyes sparkling with curiosity and anticipation. This is an SSS level talent. Even before the upgrade, it was so overpowered that no one could rival it. If it gets upgraded, that would be terrible. An excited heart, trembling hands. He clicked the plus sign next to the talent icon. Should I spend 100 gold coins to upgrade the SSS talent chosen drop rate? 100 gold coins, that's not cheap. Qingyi couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement. Don't be fooled by the fact that he now possessed over 200 gold coins. But those were people who won 2 World No. 1 awards, and others who sold equipment. The amount of gold coins you actually get from monster drops is only around 10. The game has been running for 2 days, which averages out to 5 players per day. He's the top player, and he only gets 5 gold coins a day. It's easy to imagine how low the gold coin drop rate is for monsters in the game. Shanghai De Huang. It's absolutely outrageous. For the average player, collecting 100 gold coins would take at least 2 or 3 months. Upgrade! Although it's a bit pricey, it's negligible compared to the talent upgrade. Qingyi naturally did not hesitate at all. Upgrade successful, Celestial Drop Rate LV2. Chosen Drop Rate 3S. During the game, the drop rate of all monsters is randomly increased by 20 to 100 times, with a 12% chance to trigger chosen, improving the quality of the dropped items. LV2. The drop rate of dropped items has been increased from a minimum of 10 times to 20 times, and the probability of triggering the chosen one event has been increased by 2%. All I can say is that this upgrade value. It was totally worth it. This level of increase is comparable to gaining a new drop rate talent. Let alone a mere 100 gold coins, even 500 gold coins would be a huge profit. Unfortunately, upgrading from level 2 to level 3 requires 1,000 gold coins. Qingyi sighed. He doesn't know how long it will take him to earn so much money. But it's definitely unlikely that we'll be able to get it anytime soon. Moreover, this is only the cost of upgrading talents. If you establish a territory, there will be countless places to spend money. It's easy to imagine that in the future, just in terms of making money. That's what gives him something to worry about. The final change to the attribute panel is the addition of a combat power system. As a veteran player, he knew quite well that the combat strength assessed by the system takes into account various player attributes, skills, equipment, and martial arts techniques. This is a comprehensive rating. Relatively speaking, it is quite representative. However, what he didn't expect was that his combat rating reached 14,520 points. What does this mean? In my previous life, on the 5th day after the server opened, his initial combat strength assessment was only 499 points. Yes, not even 500 points. Moreover, as a purple totem, he is considered powerful among players. Players with lower level totems don't even have 300 points, they're mostly around 200 points. Now, only 3 days after the server opened, his combat power rating has already exceeded 10,000. It is nothing short of amazing. As for why it's so high, Liingi guessed that it's because the 6-star skills and gold martial arts provided a significant boost. Especially golden martial arts. Based on his personal experience, after practicing the 3-colored elemental fire technique, whether in games or in real life, their physical condition has improved considerably. Of course, although their combat strength was very high, Liingi also knew that this was only a reference. It's not that in a fight, the one with the higher combat score will necessarily win. As a real world, the great wilderness of mountains and seas is no different from reality. Even in PvP, player versus player, combat, there are many influencing factors. For example, combat experience. This is clearly not a factor in the system's combat power evaluation, but it truly affects the outcome of the battle. And then there's the tree demonly. If it had a rating, it would definitely be far superior to Liingi. But when Liingi pulls out the thunderclap bomb, it can still be killed. Loot ratings are fine to look at, but don't take them as gospel. That would be the end of them. They wouldn't even know how they died. After getting a general idea of the system update, Liingi began to think about where to go next. There are actually many choices. First, go to the Flame Fire tribe to accept the quest. Given his level, he should be able to get one of the first wave of exploration quests. You might be able to obtain some rare items. Secondly, according to the map given by Gujio, go to the location he marked to fight the boss. Obtain the territory token, establish your territory, and reap the benefits of becoming the number 1 territory in the world. Finally, we went to explore the plateau. Don't forget, he also has a treasure map of the plateau. It had been sitting in his backpack, making him itchy with desire. The exploration missions are too troublesome. They are time-consuming and the rewards vary. If you are unlucky, you may work hard for a long time and get a piece of junk. It is a good choice to fight the boss, but the reward is not proportional to the effort. After thinking it over for a while, Liingi decided to explore the plateau. After all, as a map synthesized from 2 purple treasures, its gold content is beyond doubt. Good products are bound to come out. The only thing to worry about is the difficulty. But does that mean the higher the difficulty, the greater the reward? What Liingi fears least is difficulty. Chapter 32 Bauhinia Plateau. Sir, you wanted to see me? Guhi, dressed in a yellow animal skin outfit, walked in. Compared to yesterday, he looks radiant now. Without the threat of Gujio and the tree demon, he easily executed all those in the camp who opposed him. He seized power and became the new master of Guding Cave. However, Guhi still showed exceptional respect in front of Liingi. His head was almost touching the ground. There was no other way, having witnessed Liingi's terrifying combat power. He dared not slack off in the slightest. Do you have anyone here who is familiar with maps? Liingi asked. He compared Gujio's map with the plateau map, but couldn't discern anything. So, they wanted to get the wild men in the isolated camp to try and find some clues. Yes, many people in the hunting team are very familiar with the map, Guhi replied. Call over the one you know best. Guhi nodded and walked out. Not long after, he led in a shirtless young man. Guing is the warrior who has traveled the farthest in our camp. He knows the area within 1,000 miles. Guhi introduced. Liingi handed over 2 maps. Pointing to the plateau map, he said, Find this place for me, where is it? Guing took the map and spread it out on the ground for detailed comparison. After a long while, he raised his head and pointed to a location on the map of Flame Fire Peak. Right here. Liingi was delighted upon hearing this. After observing the location, she determined it was approximately 200 kilometers away. If we set off now, we can arrive in less than 2 hours. Get ready, you'll be my guide later. Liingi spoke to the lone figure and then. He then gave Guha a few more instructions, telling him to take good care of Gumoy, and to wait until he had established his own territory. They need to come and take him away. Guha certainly had no objections and wholeheartedly agreed. Being able to follow Qingyi is much more promising than staying at the lonely peak camp. After Guing was ready, Qingyi led him on his journey. The two traversed mountains and valleys, traveling swiftly along the way. At first, Guing could keep up, but after walking halfway, he was completely unable to move. The action was slow. Qingyi couldn't bear to watch any longer, so she picked him up with one hand. Continue on your journey. Finally, after 2 hours, the two were close to their destination. Passing through a dense forest, a floating bridge made of vines comes into view. It's about 2 meters wide, not narrow at all. It is about 1 kilometer long and floats shakily in the air. Below was a bottomless cliff. Qingyi saw that on the other side of the pontoon bridge. A steep mountain road leads straight up to the dome. We've arrived. You should go back now. He spoke softly to the lone figure. This map is fraught with danger, even with lone shadow's strength. Staying here will not only be of no help, but will also be a burden, and may even be life-threatening. Below the pontoon bridge lies a bottomless abyss. Guing had already turned pale with fright at the sight, but upon hearing Qingyi's words, he felt relieved. He bowed respectfully and left without looking back. After watching the lone figure depart, Qingyi slowly stepped onto the floating bridge. I don't know who built this pontoon bridge. It has no load-bearing capacity. Walking on it, it's like walking on a rope, swaying from side to side. The pontoon bridge tilts in the direction of the center of gravity. The worst part was that there were no handrails, which made Qingyi quite uncomfortable. You can only squat slightly to lower your center of gravity. Then, cautiously, they moved forward using their balance. Squeak, squeak. Shouts rang out from the other end of the pontoon bridge. Several half-grown monkeys leaped down from the trees and climbed onto the pontoon bridge. It bounces back and forth. The vines swayed violently, causing Qingyi to lose her balance. His body suddenly lurched forward, about to fall to the ground. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and grabbed the vines with both hands, which helped him regain his balance. Wokeo, fertile grass. Qingyi lay prone on the pontoon bridge, her breathing becoming quite rapid. Those damn monkeys, they never come earlier or later. They arrived just as he was halfway there. He almost lost his virginity. Why are you jumping around like that? Isn't it better to play in the tree? Once I get over there, I'll skin you alive. Qingyi cursed inwardly, but there was nothing she could do. We had no choice but to grit our teeth and keep going. I prayed silently that the monkeys wouldn't attack me halfway through the journey. Otherwise, we're doomed. But people, it seems that what you fear most is what is most likely to come to pass. The monkeys, leaping and bounding on the pontoon bridge, quickly spotted Qingyi. They exchanged a glance, and their playful side was aroused. Seeing Qingyi swaying uncertainly on the pontoon bridge, an idea immediately formed in his mind. They jumped onto the pontoon bridge, causing it to sway up and down. The entire floating bridge rises and falls like ocean waves. You damn monkey! Qingyi roared. He was on top of it, and almost got thrown off. If I hadn't held on tightly with both hands, I probably would have lost my life. No remains were found. He hung in midair, repeatedly lifting his feet. They tried to hook onto the vines on the pontoon bridge. And the monkeys, seeing Qingyi's disheveled appearance, only fueled his excitement. Some even grabbed handfuls of pebbles and threw them at Qingyi. It seemed like they wouldn't rest until they had completely destroyed him. Grandma Li, this is outrageous! A fierce glint flashed in Qingyi's eyes. With a sudden burst of determination, he hooked his feet up and landed on the vines. Then it twisted wildly, making the vines tightly wrap around its ankles. After doing all this, he decisively freed his hands. Hang upside down on the pontoon bridge. He pulled out the baji bow and aimed it at one of the monkeys. With a whoosh, it was released and shot into the target's chest. -1678. It pierced through the chest. The monkey's body stiffened. He fell headfirst down the cliff. Killed the honeypot monkey and gained 602 experience points. Seeing this, the other monkeys knew they had encountered a formidable opponent. They hurriedly jumped off the pontoon bridge and scattered in all directions. Liingi was not about to let them go easily, so she shot 2 more arrows, taking away 2 honeypot monkeys that couldn't escape in time. You guys got there fast. If you want to dance on my grave, I'll send you to the Western Paradise first. Liingi snorted coldly. Without the monkeys disturbing it, the pontoon bridge returned to calm. Liingi quickly used both hands and feet to climb to the other side. We've finally made it. He breathed a sigh of relief. This is the first time in 3 days that I've been this close to my great-grandmother. It terrified him. A bunch of mischievous monkeys. Liingi felt angry just thinking about it. In particular, the monkeys that were shot all fell off the cliff. Not only did they fail to collect the items they dropped, but they also lost 3 arrows. We're practically losing money at Grandma's house. Damn it, don't let me run into you guys again, or I'll wreck your entire lair. Liingi spat. Searched the surroundings for a while, hoping to find traces of the monkeys. After searching for a long time without finding it, he angrily walked towards the mountain path. The mountain road was very steep and long. Like a steep slope, difficult to climb. After walking for an unknown amount of time, Liingi finally reached the summit. The wind howled, and even the air seemed to become fresher. The view before me suddenly opened up. Ahead, it was vast and open, stretching as far as the eye could see. Lush green grass, rolling hills. A light white mist filled the air, creating a scene resembling a fairyland. You have entered a special map, the Bauhinia Plateau. Please be careful. Chapter 33 Elite Monster Flying Feather. Red Lotus Heart, originating from the stamen of a red lotus growing in the center of a high-altitude lake. Its color is like blood, emitting a faint fragrance. It possesses the magical power to purify the mind and eliminate evil thoughts. 50 years old. Haitian blue, a specialty of the plateau region, its color is like the sea, deep and tranquil, and it has the effect of clearing away heat toxins. 30 years old. As expected of a high-level map, it's incredibly rich in loot. Liingi sighed. He had only traveled 20 kilometers into the plateau region when he had already collected a backpack full of medicinal herbs. These herbs are mostly native to the high-altitude regions and are extremely precious. Even if you have money, you might not be able to buy it. Like the red lotus heart, it is hailed as the spirit of purification. It has the effects of purifying evil, calming the mind, and soothing the nerves. The 50-year-old kind is more effective. With this red lotus heart, if you encounter Fu Huang again, you only need to take 1 lotus seed. Chewing it thoroughly before swallowing easily eliminates its negative effects. It can be said that although the red lotus heart is small, it would cost at least 50 gold coins to buy in the market. There's also seaweed blue, which is known as the nemesis of fire poison. Whether it's the fire poison of ordinary demonic beasts or the fire poison of volcanic wonders, it can be easily neutralized. Even the fire poison of mythical beasts like the vermilion bird can be suppressed to some extent. In the market of my previous life, it sold for at least 10 gold coins. For 30-year-old bottles, there's an extra charge. If we keep searching at this rate, we could make a fortune just from the medicinal herbs alone, not to mention anything else. Liingi thought to herself with delight. He had already earned at least 100 gold coins after exploring just 20 kilometers. The entire Bauhinia Plateau is at least tens of thousands of kilometers long. How much money will I make? Whispering sound! Just as Liingi was enthusiastically searching for medicinal herbs, little did he know that he had already been targeted by a group of demonic beasts. Several feathered birds flapped their wings and charged towards Liingi's back. Like an eagle catching a rabbit, its claws reached for his back. Unfortunately, Liingi is not a rabbit. Using the sunlight, he quickly realized that he was enveloped by a huge dark shadow. Alarm bells rang in my mind instantly. In the blink of an eye, he rolled away to avoid the swift, sharp claws. When he stood up and looked up, there were 6 feathers soaring above him. It hovered powerfully. Each one was the size of a calf, surrounding him from all directions. Its enormous size blocked out the sunlight, forming a huge circle on the ground. Name: Flying Feather. Grade: Elite Monster. Level: LV10. Life: 6953 to 7001 mana, 1099 to 1314 spirit, 995 to 999. Strength: 689 defense, 389 speed, 521 stamina, 367. Eagle Eye LV3. At high altitudes, the field of vision is expanded, allowing for precise locking onto ground targets, and detection capability plus 80. Claws LV3. Claws are sharp and can easily tear through sturdy carapaces and leather, dealing an additional 30% damage to armor. The basic detection spell was cast, and information about several flying feathers appeared. What shocked Liingi was that these 6 flying feathers. They were all elite monsters, and each one possessed 2 LV3 skills. Coupled with a power of nearly 700, it was enough to make one's scalp tingle. In such an open place as the plateau, he would undoubtedly be an easy target for the enemy. There's a rock there. Liingi's eyes flashed. I caught a glimpse of a black rock standing not far away, more than 5 meters wide and 2 meters high. If one could fight with their back to a rock, it would greatly reduce the pressure. But before he could make a move, several feathered creatures swooped down. They all launched an attack on him. Faced with such a dense attack, almost all escape routes were blocked. It leaves people with nowhere to escape. Liingi only has a mere 400 points of defense, if she gets caught. Even if they don't die, they'll be badly injured. Therefore, it is definitely unbearable. Seeing Fei Yu getting closer and closer, he quickly drew back the baji bow and shot an arrow. Minus 2167. The arrow slashed open a gash in Fei Yu's abdomen. Liingi was somewhat disappointed that she hadn't hit a vital spot. The aiming time is too short, resulting in insufficient accuracy. However, it did have some effect, momentarily halting Fei Yu's speed. An opening was left in the encirclement. Taking advantage of this brief moment, Liingi quickly darted out. We arrived at the stone. With its back against the rock, it would at least restrict the flying monsters. Here's another arrow for you. Liingi drew her weapon to its full strength again and shot it toward Fei Yu, who had just been injured. Minus 5123. The Bejiquan bow truly lives up to its bronze level designation, when fully drawn. Combined with the critical damage from the headshot, it took down the feathered creature instantly. Killing Fei Yu grants 1101 experience points. Bah! Upon witnessing their companion's death, the remaining 5 feathered birds let out mournful cries. He seemed to be filled with boundless rage, seeking revenge for his comrades. With the stones as her backing, Liingi was not afraid of them. With his superb footwork, he manipulated the 5 flying feathers at will. In ancient times, the king of Qin circled a pillar, now I circle a stone. What can a mere fool like that do to me? Liingi was slightly smug. However, their joy was short-lived. The flying feathers couldn't hold back any longer, and in a flash, they all charged forward again. The claws gripped the stone. With a loud bang, rubble flew everywhere. A tremendous shockwave erupted, blasting Liingi away. The flying pebbles landed on my back, stinging my back. Looking back, that stone. It was torn to pieces by the enraged flying feathers. It popped? Liingi was speechless. What grudge or resentment could lead to such cruelty? I didn't take any of their little birds. Is it really necessary to risk your life like this? Fortunately, launching such a fierce attack, the feathered creatures themselves were also suffering. They flew in midair, panting heavily. The claws were covered in blood. Liingi checked their health points and found that they had all dropped below 5,000. The injury was quite serious. Liingi naturally wouldn't let such a good opportunity slip by. A single 3-star attack brought down all 3 flying feathers. minus 5,089. Minus 5,232. Minus 2,653. One of them didn't die, so Qingyi fired another arrow. Now, only 2 feathers remain in the air. The feathered creatures, realizing their predicament, let out a mournful cry. They did not run away. Instead, it spread its wings and launched a final charge towards Qingyi. Commendable courage, but a pity. He remained calm, shot 2 arrows, and ended their lives. Now, the 6 flight feathers were all aligned neatly. They all died at his hands. Take it down! Qingyi smiled slightly and began to pack up her spoils. That's why players love high-level maps. The gains from this far surpass those from ordinary maps. 6 flying feathers yielded 5 items. With a shipment rate as high as 80%, that's quite terrifying. In other places, even with the bonus from the chosen one drop rate, that's basically impossible. Chapter 34 Flying Feather Arrow, Golden Toad King. Name, Flying Cloud Combat Boots. Grade, Level 10 Black Iron Boots. Attributes, Speed plus 95, Stamina plus 56. Description, lightweight combat boots grant the wearer extraordinary speed and jumping ability, allowing them to dart across the battlefield like a swallow, dodging enemy attacks. These boots that burst out. It's much better than the ratskin shoes I'm wearing. Without the slightest hesitation, Qingyi put it on directly. After changing, he clearly felt that his body seemed much lighter. My feet feel like they're flying, and I can start running at any time. Good. Qingyi nodded in satisfaction and began to look at the second item. This is a brand new blue booklet. Basic Gathering Techniques. It's finally out. Qingyi laughed. He had been longing for this for a long time. As a special type of skill, basic gathering, like basic detection, they are all highly practical. Let's leave aside basic detection techniques. Before each fight, cast a detection spell. You can then know everything about your opponent. That would make the fight much easier. That way, you won't be completely blind and not even know what skills your opponent has. For basic gathering skills, this can speed up the collection of common resources, such as wood, stone, and meat. Simply casting a basic gathering spell will evoke a mysterious and profound feeling in your mind. It guides players on how to gather resources, thereby greatly accelerating the gathering speed. Furthermore, some precious materials, such as grated wood and medicinal herbs, are very easily damaged during ordinary harvesting. This leads to it becoming waste. However, with basic gathering skills, this risk can be avoided, and complete materials can be obtained. From now on, many materials will no longer be wasted. Qingyi still needs this skill. After all, after each monster kill, there were a lot of valuable items on the corpse, but we didn't know what to do with them. They can only be thrown away for nothing. But once I acquired this skill, I collected the items and put them in my backpack. Basic gathering skill. Qingyi approached Fei Yu's corpse and activated the skill. Collection successful. Obtained feathered claws X12. Collection successful. Obtained feathered beak X6. Collection successful. Obtained feather eye X12. Before long, the 6 bodies of Fei Yu were disposed of properly. Crafting scroll X2. A mysterious scroll that allows you to choose any 3 items and randomly craft a new item. That's right, another crafting scroll dropped, and 2 of them. That's incredibly lucky. Qingyi pondered for a moment, but did not put away the synthesis scroll. Instead, he took out the grade 9 black gold iron ore he had bought last time from his backpack and put it together with the feather claw and some ordinary refined iron arrows. Should it be synthesized? Yes. Synthesis successful, enhanced claws obtained. Enhanced claws, reforged from the feather claws, this is a very sturdy and beautiful ornament that will last for 100 years without breaking. What kind of thing did this synthesize? Qingyi was speechless. They even added in such valuable iron ore, and this is the result? It's useless. He decisively chose to continue. Next, throw an arrow. Qingyi silently recited. Enhanced claws, feathered eyes, refined iron arrows. Should it be synthesized? Yes. Successfully synthesized, obtained the feather arrow. It's out! Qingyi smiled. Feathered arrow, damage plus 30%, penetration plus 50. A meticulously crafted arrow that whistles through the air with a hint of wind, dealing additional armor-piercing and penetrating damage to the target. As expected of something that took him 2 crafting scrolls to create, it not only has strong attributes. It looks good too. The arrow has a jet-black shaft and a pristine white arrowhead, giving it a premium feel. At the tip of the arrow is an embedded feather eye, deep and sharp. It gave the entire arrow a sharpness and a spirit. Handsome! Qingyi praised. In this way, along with the 8 extremes arrows, he now had a total of 22 arrows. Unless you encounter a large number of monsters. Otherwise, there would be no need to worry about not having enough arrows. Even if we encounter a boss with so many arrows, it can also be shot into a hornet's nest. Putting away the arrows, Qingyi focused her attention on the last item. The amazing cloth bag. It has a preservation effect and can be used to store grains, with a capacity of 10 cubic meters. This is also a very good thing, perfect for storing Feiyu's meat. In the vast wilderness of mountains and seas, food cannot be directly placed in the system inventory like other materials. It can only be carried on your person. Furthermore, meat spoils if left out for too long, which is very inconvenient. With the magical cloth bag, this problem was easily solved. Qingyi collected all the flesh from the 6 flying feathers. Then, with a thought, the several lumps of meat disappeared before their eyes. It works great! Qingyi hung the cloth bag around her waist. After finishing these preparations, we continued on our journey. Perhaps my luck ran out, because I didn't encounter anything good for a long stretch of the journey. There was nothing strange about it. It was eerily quiet. The sun was rising, and it was already noon. In the distance, the lake shimmered and swayed gently in the breeze. Qingyi decided to take a break. He went to the lake, washed his face, and prepared to start a fire to cook rice. Suddenly, something hard emerged from the bottom of the water, moving incredibly fast, and swept towards Qingyi. Wow! Qingyi was startled and quickly jumped 3 meters away. Looking closely, at the spot where he had just been standing, the pink thing stood in the air, gently swaying, and green saliva dripped down. Is this a tongue? Qingyi's eyes widened. What is that? Its tongue is so long. It was obvious that the tongue was aimed at him, and if he hadn't dodged it, he'd probably be inside someone's stomach by now. He peered over, wanting to see what kind of creature was in the lake. Boom! The lake suddenly trembled, and the surface of the water churned. A huge shadow leaped out of the lake, splashing water everywhere. It is over 5 meters tall, covered in red scales, with large limbs and sharp claws. Its back was covered with protruding ridges, and its tail swung, creating a whooshing sound in the wind. Name: Golden Toad King. Grade: Boss. Level: LV15. Life: 13678 13678 Mana: 3222 to 3222 Spirit: 3512 to 3512. Strength: 1017 Defense, 1208 Speed, 1009 Stamina, 1000. Toad Strike LV4. Utilizing its massive size and weight, the Golden Toad King leaps up and crashes down, dealing massive physical damage to surrounding enemies and having a chance to inflict a stun effect. Deep Lake Poisoning LV4. The Golden Toad King has 1001 venom glands on its body. Contact with these glands will cause poisoning, and it can also spray venom within a certain range, causing permanent damage. Golden Light Breathing LV3. Through the powerful circulation of spiritual energy within its body, the Golden Toad King can breathe out golden light, restoring its own health and dealing spiritual damage to enemies at the same time. Chapter 35 Battle against the Golden Toad King. A level 15 boss! Qingyi gasped. This must be the highest level boss he's encountered so far. 13,000 health points, and all 4 stats exceeding 1,000. This attribute is absolutely terrifying. Among them, the defense reached a despairing level of 1,200. Even with Qingyi's strength attribute of over 400, it's uncertain whether she can break through its defense. Let's try shooting an arrow first. Qingyi drew her bow and released the arrow. With such an arrow, the golden-toed king looked disdainful and didn't take it too seriously. Neither of them wanted to avoid it. He simply tilted his head slightly, letting the arrow land on his back. Clang! The tip of the arrow met the rhomboid shape on the back of the golden toad. -384. A damage spell flew out. Good news, we can break through the defenses. The bad news is, it's just a minor scrape. Qingyi said she was completely stunned by the result. He tried to shoot a few more arrows, but the golden-toed king nimbly dodged them all. It didn't even land a critical hit, only dealing pitiful base damage. Compared to Qingyi's previous ability to hit vital points with every arrow and deal critical damage, this is undoubtedly very difficult to accept. But there was nothing they could do. The golden-toed king's reaction was simply too fast. If it hadn't been too lazy to dodge, it probably wouldn't have hit the target with those arrows. As expected of a boss with a speed exceeding 1,000. Qingyi's expression was solemn. Quack quack. Despite Qingyi's attacks, the golden-toed king remained largely unresponsive throughout. Even if it gets shot, it will only swat at the wound with its tail. Those who knew the two were fighting, but those who didn't would have thought Qingyi was just tickling it. Damn it, just because I'm not showing my teeth doesn't mean I'm a pushover. Qingyi was furious and decided to teach the golden-toed king a lesson. However, before he could act, the golden-toed king's tongue then curled up. They used the same old trick, trying to devour Qingyi. But that's clearly impossible. As a veteran player, Qingyi's awareness is incredibly strong. He easily dodged it with a sidestep. Furthermore, thanks to its skillful maneuvering, it made all of the golden-toed king's subsequent attacks miss their mark. I can't do anything to you, and you can't hurt me either. Qingyi was somewhat smug, feeling that she had finally won back a point. After the golden-toed king's first attack, just when Qingyi thought it would pause for a while, suddenly I saw a dark shadow soared into the air, flying nearly 100 meters into the sky. Then, like a meteorite, it suddenly fell. The target was Qingyi on the ground. Skill activated! The toad strikes. Qingyi understood instantly. As the golden-toed king grew larger and larger in his pupils, he dared not sit idly by. They quickly started swimming around. But the golden-toed king seemed to have locked onto him, tracking him above his head no matter what he did. Even anticipating his direction, one can wait in advance. Left with no other choice, Qingyi had to resort to her signature move. The subordinate is running away. Don't you like tracking? Don't you like predicting? I don't even know where I'm going, so how can you predict it? He ran off in a panic, head down, not daring to look back. Until the shadow overhead disappeared, a loud booming sound came from afar. He then stopped walking. The golden-toed king has landed. He missed. In the midst of their joy, they suddenly noticed a howling wind, and a huge object swept towards them. It is the tail of the golden-toed king. Qingyi's pupils contracted sharply. She hadn't expected the golden-toed king to act so quickly. You've just used all your skills, aren't you going to take a break? Just a series of loud, rapid-fire attacks? In this situation, running away is out of the question. He gritted his teeth, drew his steel knife, and charged forward. Ah! With all its might, it slashed at the tail of the golden-toed king. Sparks are flying everywhere. Qingyi felt an immense force strike her, which she could not withstand at all. He was sent flying. Thump. Qingyi fell heavily to the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. Grandma Li, it really hurts. Qingyi grinned. In the vast wilderness of mountains and seas, everything is real, including pain. Therefore, at this moment, he was very clear about his physical condition. My whole body felt like it was about to fall apart. I definitely couldn't take a second hit. This can't go on any longer. Qingyi shook her head. After fighting for so long, he hadn't really hurt the Golden Toad King, but he himself was half dead. If this drags on any longer, he will surely be the one to die. Therefore, we must use our trump card. He wiped his mouth, took out a feathered arrow from his backpack, and it aimed at the belly of the Golden Toad King. A divine arrow! Qingyi roared and released it. This arrow nearly snapped the Bejiquan bow in two. Its power was incredibly swift and immense. The speed was also extremely fast. Like a flash of cold light, it flew past. -6,895. The white critical hit damage indicator flashed. Divine Arrow truly lives up to its 6-star rating. It instantly took down half of the Golden Toad King's health. Again! Qingyi was drenched in sweat, but dared not stop for a moment. Instead, they launched another attack. A divine arrow! After firing that arrow, he seemed to have lost all his strength. He collapsed to the ground. Divine Arrow is a 6-star skill. It takes a lot of stamina. With Qingyi's stamina at 277 points, firing one arrow would basically be her limit. Now he fired two arrows in quick succession. The depletion it causes to oneself is unimaginable. The result of overusing stamina is the depletion of health points, just like now. Qingyi felt that if he also had a life bar, it must be in a severely disabled state right now. Any slightly powerful monster could easily take him down. Roar! The Golden Toad King was also surprised that Qingyi was able to shoot another arrow. Having learned its lesson once, it quickly closed its eyes, adding a shield to itself. A faint golden light covered its body. Health plus 231. Health plus 189. Almost instantly, it restored nearly 2,000 points of health to itself. Golden light breathing! Qingyi quickly recalled the Golden Toad King's skill, and despair welled up in her heart. He had reached his limit, but the Golden Toad King still had nearly 9,000 health points remaining. Even if the last arrow lands a critical hit, it will be difficult to kill it. Are we really going to lose here? What a great boss! I'm not satisfied! Qingyi cried out in her heart. -13,152. The flying arrow pierced the Golden Toad King's body, unleashing a massive amount of damage. Emptied the Golden Toad King's health bar. Ha 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 ha! Qingyi's eyes widened, and then she burst into laughter. He thought he was doomed, but he never expected to be so lucky. The critical hit combined with a divine strike dealt an incredibly terrifying 22 times the damage. Golden Toad King, you're unlucky to have met me! Qingyi laughed heartily. Thump! The Golden Toad King's body crashed to the ground, and the system notification sounded. Defeat the Golden Toad King and gain 2,301 experience points. SSS talent, chosen, triggers, increasing drop rate by 50x. A chosen one triggers, granting an item quality upgrade. The talent system has been improved after the system update. Therefore, after a talent is triggered, a notification will be given so that players can better understand the situation. Chapter 36 Territory Token. Upon hearing the system notification, only two words echoed in Qingyi's mind. I'm rich! He stumbled to the side of the Golden Toad King and saw an object on the ground emitting a mysterious glow. He burst out laughing. Ha 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 ha! They've really struck it rich. He picked up the spoils and began to examine them one by one. First, there was a large hammer with a long handle. It radiates a silvery light. Yes, this is a silver-level weapon. Name, Mountain-Breaking Hammer. Grade, Level 15 Silver Weapon. Attributes, Strength plus 421, Armor Penetration plus 53, Intimidation plus 30. Skill, Mountain-shattering 9 hammers. LV3 unleashes 9 consecutive hammer blows, each hammer dealing 20% damage cumulatively, with the final hammer receiving an additional bonus, dealing 300% damage. Note: attacking has a chance to trigger the mountain breaker effect, which greatly weakens the enemy's defense and causes continuous damage. It also has a chance to knock back lightweight enemies. It's a weapon with skills? Qingyi was somewhat surprised. You can use skills not only after learning skill books, but also with some high-level equipment. It's just that it's quite rare. Weapons like the mountain-breaking hammer, which come with level 3 skills, are even rarer. Clearly, this piece of equipment is quite rare even among silver-grade items. Even though she wasn't very good at using a hammer, Qingyi still resolutely switched to using it. Good heavens, 9 consecutive blows, wouldn't that knock someone over? Qingyi found it very interesting. Moreover, a strange idea formed in his mind. That is, if you use your LV2 slash on top of using the 9 hammers of mountain breaking. Could it be that every hit triggers triple damage? Although a person cannot use 2 skills at the same time, one is for their own use and the other is a skill provided by the equipment. And it is unaffected. This idea may not be without merit. Qingyi felt that when she had time, she could definitely give it a try. Then, he looked at the second item dropped by the golden-toed king. This is a yellow drawing, covered with many symbols and markings. Plateau annotation. Is this a detailed map of the plateau? After careful observation, Qingyi discovered that it was indeed true. The topography of the entire plateau is depicted in detail above, with corresponding annotations. Whether it's a monster's lair or a boss. Furthermore, it also includes the corresponding monster levels, making it quite detailed. It truly lives up to its name as an annotation. In addition, he discovered from the map that the location of the entire Bauhinia Plateau was very peculiar. It is surrounded by the sea on 3 sides and mountains on 1 side. Apart from the treacherous path that Qingyi took to climb the mountain, there were no other routes to the plateau. No wonder they need a treasure map. If we didn't know there was a special map on this floating bridge, no one would want to come up here. Qingyi sighed. Sure enough, there are some good things. Without a bit of adventure spirit, you really wouldn't find it. I've only walked such a short distance. Looking at the annotations, Qingyi quickly found her place. To his surprise, after a hard morning's work, in the annotation, he only moved at a very small distance. At this rate, it would take at least a year to explore the entire plateau. Wow, you can eat your fill with just 1 picture. While feeling helpless, Qingyi was also somewhat excited. After all, such a vast plateau must be rich in treasures. At least according to the annotations, there are several known treasures. If he can complete all the explorations, it will be enough to support him to reach level 30. Putting away the annotations, Qingyi looked at the last item. A golden treasure chest. Golden treasure chest, a treasure chest sealed away by an ancient seal, containing priceless treasures. Thanks to the trigger of the chosen 1 drop rate, this should be his second gold item. Although it's not a gold item, a gold box is still extremely valuable. Open! Qingyi rubbed her hands together, praying that something awesome would come up. Buzzing. The golden treasure chest vibrated and slowly opened. A silver light shone forth. Qingyi's smile froze on her face. He was hoping to get some rare golden treasure or gold-grade equipment. The result was a silver one. He pooped. He muttered something under his breath. I opened a golden treasure chest and got a silver item. What a loss! That's the downside of treasure chests, you can't be sure what you'll get from them. Even high-level treasure chests can yield junk items. Item, territory token, silver. Special attributes, none. Note, this token allows you to establish your own territory. Well, actually, silver items are generally not very good. But territory tokens are acceptable. Qingyi was so excited that her hands were trembling, and she wanted to shout it out loud. This is a territory token. The first territory token in the entire server. With it, you can establish the first territory in the entire server. It's a pity it's only silver grade, without any special attributes. It would be better if it were gold grade. Qingyi thought greedily. There are 4 grades of territory tokens. Mortal, Silver, Gold, Saint. From left to right, each level is rarer than the last. A territory established using a gold-level territory token is called a gold-level territory. It gains special attributes that provide a significant boost to the entire territory. The territory established by a Saint-level token is called a Saint-level territory, which has better special attributes and greater bonuses. However, to be honest, Silver level is only slightly better than ordinary level, not significantly so. Forget it, I'll use it for now. When I get a better token, I'll just switch to a different main city. From another perspective, a level 15 regular boss can drop a silver grade territory token. We're already benefiting from the lucky drop rate. We shouldn't ask for more. If you defeat a higher level boss later, there will naturally be even better ones. The most urgent task is to quickly decide on the address of the territory, and claim the reward for the number 1 territory in the world. Even though Qingyi wasn't the lord of the most powerful territory in the world in her previous life. But according to the forum, the rewards are so good they're enviable. Therefore, I must get my hands on the reward in this lifetime. Where should we establish our territory? Qingyi thought of her old territory from her previous life. It was a valley, backed by a cliff. The terrain is treacherous, making it easy to defend and difficult to attack. He traveled over 1,000 kilometers before finally choosing the right location. Thanks to the advantageous location of his territory, he easily survived the early monster attacks on the village. They established the renowned Fierce Tiger stronghold. Unfortunately, Jin Yufeng is too far from here. Qingyi shook her head and abandoned the decision. The number 1 territory under heaven, of course, should be reached as soon as possible. Jinyun Peak is tens of thousands of kilometers away from here. By the time I get there, someone else might have already snatched the first place prize. There's absolutely no need to take such a big risk just because of a slight geographical advantage. As for Flame Peak, the location of Lone Peak Cave is quite good. Although the space is a bit small, it's still usable as a transitional space. Or rather, a sudden inspiration struck Qingyi. To establish territory, one naturally needs to choose a place that is large in area and in a good location. Isn't this land beneath our feet, the Bauhinia Plateau, just right? Not only is the location secluded, but the area is also enormous. There's only one road leading up to it, it's practically impregnable. It's perfectly safe, there's no need to worry about others attacking you. The only thing to worry about is that the surrounding monsters might be a bit stronger. The monsters are even more powerful when they attack the village. However, given that this is already the most powerful territory in the world, how could we not overcome this small difficulty? That would be absolutely laughable. Chapter 37 The number 1 territory under heaven, Galaxy Village. This is it! After thinking for a while, Qingyi made the decision directly. He surveyed the area along the lake and finally found the perfect spot. He planted the territory token in the ground. Should we establish territory here? Consumes 1 silver territory token, 1,000 units of wood, 1,000 units of stone, 100 units of iron ore, and 100 gold coins. Yes. Qingyi was prepared and took the materials out of her backpack. A dazzling silver light shimmered from the token, like a light veil enveloping him. Please enter your territory name. Galaxy Village. Qingyi has always had a hard time choosing names. Whatever the totem is, that's what she'll call herself. Congratulations on the successful establishment of Galaxy Village. As the first territory established across the entire server, it is hereby granted the title of Number 1 Territory Under Heaven, and Galaxy Village is upgraded to a Saint-level territory. As the lord of the most powerful territory in the land, you are rewarded with a unique building, the Heavenly Cleansing Pool. Upon hearing the system announcement, Qingyi was completely stunned. I was so dizzy from being hit by this huge pie. Being upgraded from a silver tier territory to a holy tier territory is essentially like getting a holy tier territory badge for free. That's not all, they even rewarded me with a unique building. A unique building. Each one is unique in the entire world of mountains and seas. I'm afraid I'm about to take off. Rumble. The ground began to shake violently. Buildings rose from the ground one after another. The location of the territory token has been transformed into a charming, antique-style building. There were also several low mud-walled houses nearby. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to player Qingyi from Dongwang for establishing the first territory in the entire server Galaxy Village. The reward for Lord Qingyi is 500 gold coins, 1,000 reputation points, and 1 unique building. Repeated 3 times in a row. This shocked all the players in the entire Shanghai Dahuang. The number 1 territory in the entire server has appeared? That's way too fast. As the development of the great wilderness of mountains and seas progresses, most people have begun to accept the fact that the great wilderness of mountains and seas is about to descend upon Blue Star. Seeing someone far ahead in the game inevitably leads to all sorts of speculation. In reality, several meetings were convened urgently. United States. At Hanyu Palace, President Trump slammed his fist on the table. He shouted angrily, "Qingyi, it's Qingyi again! Who is this guy? Can any of you tell me?" The neatly dressed secretary beside him coughed lightly and said softly, "Our intelligence agents in China have been mobilized and are doing their best to investigate, but this person in blue is very well hidden. He has never posted any information about himself on any social media platform, so we don't know where to start yet. I don't care. Send another 1,000 agents from the country to find out who he is and where he is. Then, at all costs, win him over to our side and make him serve our Rice Federation." Kimchi Country. Green brick platform, the highest office. Has the identity of the woman in blue been confirmed? It's not clear yet, but he should be from our Korea. On our KT forum, more than 300 people have admitted to being Qingyi, and tens of thousands of people have said that they have seen Qingyi while fighting monsters. Although we don't know who Qingyi is yet, so many people have witnessed it firsthand, and the evidence is irrefutable. Qingyi must be a person from our Korean country. Okay, let's start the press conference and announce to the world that Qingyi is a player from our country, and then invite him to become our country's cultural ambassador. Cherry Blossom Country. Lord Taixiang, immediately dispatch your strongest assassins. We must not allow this guy named Qingyi to live in this world. Hi. Dragon Kingdom. A group of people dressed in formal attire sat upright in the hall. Based on the feedback from below, we have not received any information about this person named Qingyi, so he should be an amateur player. He holds several of the top spots in the entire server. He's truly a gifted individual. What do you all think? The great wilderness of mountains and seas is of extraordinary significance, relating to the future direction of the world order, and absolutely cannot be lost. Intensify the search efforts, pull up all domestic data, we must find this person. Let me add one more thing, the fact that Qingyi is in the Dragon Kingdom is a good thing for us. If we find him, we must not touch him yet. Li Qingyi had no idea about the outside world, because he had turned the world upside down. He is currently immersed in immense joy. Territory, Galaxy Village. Level, Minor Village LV1. Spiritual Vein, none. Special Attributes. Saint Level Territory 1. Territory NPC's comprehension increases by 30%. Saint Level Territory 2. The probability of NPCs learning special skills is increased by 20%. The number 1 territory under heaven, Luck plus 10, increases attraction to wanderers by 30%. Population 1. Public sentiment, 100. Public security, 100. Existing resources, 981 units of grain, 211 units of stone, 109 units of timber, and 550 gold coins. Tribal area, 10 square kilometers. Existing buildings, 15. Heavenly cleansing pool. Unique legend has it that this is where mortals and gods gather water from the heavenly mountains, and every drop can transform a person. NPCs who join the territory will automatically receive this baptism, increasing their initial aptitude by half a level. Territory Hall, the Lord's office, where meetings can be held and announcements can be issued. 10 houses, places where the tribe's people live. Construction requirements: 20 wood, 10 stone, 200 copper coins. Basic warehouse, a place to store food and supplies. Construction requirements: 100 wood, 200 stone, 10,000 copper coins. Primary market, a place where villagers trade with each other and with other players, and also a trading platform for players. Elementary training ground, a place for residents to train and practice martial arts. Prosperity, 198, based on a comprehensive assessment of territory population, commerce, buildings, etc. Prosperity required for upgrade, 1000. Qingyi was very familiar with the territory interface, but this was the first time he had ever seen such a long territory interface. That's incredible. As expected of a saint-level territory, just those 2 special attributes alone. Territory NPCs gain a 30% increase in comprehension and a 20% increase in the probability of acquiring special skills. That's enough for ordinary territories to chase for a lifetime. With these 2 attributes, the NPCs in your territory will not only become smarter, but they will also have a higher probability of learning various skills. It's easy to imagine that the number of talented people in the territory will be incredibly high in the future. And this heaven-cleansing pool is also defying the heavens! Qingyi clicked her tongue in amazement. Raise the aptitude of NPCs in the territory by half a level, 1 for everyone, half a level for all. Throughout the entire world of Shanhai Dehuang, he had never seen a more powerful team buff than this. That's absolutely amazing. Don't underestimate this half level. It's important to understand that an individual's aptitude is largely determined by genetics and is extremely difficult to change. According to statistics from the previous forum, the probability of a B-level, grade B, NPC appearing is 1%, a grade A is 0.05%, and a grade S, super grade A, is only 0.000008%. As for the higher grades SS and SSS, they are unheard of and very few people have ever come into contact with them. Therefore, advancing by half a grade could very well be the leap from an ordinary person to a genius. Chapter 38: The Heavenly Cleansing Pool, Flame Marshal. Qingyi happily walked around the territory, finding everything wonderful. A sense of accomplishment welled up within me. It's a pity there are too few people. In the vast Milky Way village, he was all alone, looking cold and desolate. However, he knew this was only temporary. After establishing a territory, the system will provide a group of troops for him to use in pioneering and development. It's not to the point that he should always be alone. Judging by the time, they should be arriving in a while. Qingyi speculated. He didn't know where the troops given to him by the system came from. They just happened some time after he established his territory. They will come to seek refuge on their own initiative. Taking advantage of this free time, he went to Zishianchi to take a look. According to the system's guidance, Zishianchi is located in the hills and ravines 2 kilometers away from the territory. The road wasn't far, and we arrived quickly. Standing on high ground, one can see far into the distance. In the center of the hills, in the valley, there is a lake as blue as a jewel, embedded in the ground. Wisps of mist rose up, creating a scene resembling a fairyland. This is the Heavenly Cleansing Pool. I thought the landscapes in the great wilderness of mountains and seas were already tens of thousands of times more realistic, but I never expected that the washing heaven pool would be tens of thousands of times more extraordinary. It's so pure it's indescribable. This gave Qingyi a real treat for her eyes. It is said that the water of the heavenly pool can transform a person completely. Looking at the crystal-clear spring, Qingyi suddenly had an idea. He tested the water temperature with his foot, and, finding it acceptable, he then took off his clothes and jumped down. "Ah, that feels so good!" he groaned. "So comfortable. Warm and cozy." It was as if someone was in the water, gently tapping his entire body with soft, boneless hands. It made him feel incredibly relaxed. I couldn't help but close my eyes, letting my mind wander and enjoy the moment. Huh! The three-colored elemental fire technique is actually activating automatically? Qingyi discovered that her three-colored yuan fire technique was circulating extremely quickly within the heavenly cleansing pool. It's more than 100 times the usual amount. In this case, he seemed to transform into a black hole, devouring all the spiritual energy around him. These spiritual energies were constantly gathered within his body, then condensed and impurities were removed, until it becomes one after another blazing primordial fire. In the end, at Qingyi's dantian, a vortex of primordial fire energy in 3 colors, blue, yellow, and purple, appeared. It exudes a scorching and intense aura, swirling powerfully. He's broken through in the 3-colored yuan fire technique? Qingyi checked her own attribute panel. They were astonished to discover that the 3-colored elemental fire technique had progressed from the beginner level to the initial stage. He was overjoyed. It's important to understand that breakthroughs in martial arts are extremely difficult. Unlike levels that you can reach by defeating monsters, it truly requires grinding down your progress little by little over time. In his previous life, a book on the 3 harmony Qi made his cultivation confusing, with an unseen force always hindering him and causing slow progress. But now, he is simultaneously cultivating the 3-colored yuan fire technique in reality. Every word and every key point is crystal clear to him. Therefore, he was quite clear about the results of his cultivation. Qingyi even guessed that the reason he was like this was probably due to the influence of the system, which prevented him from memorizing the martial arts content. Martial arts techniques containing the character Jie belong entirely to oneself, making them easier and more clearly defined to cultivate. I never expected that taking a bath in Zhixianqi would save me half a month of hard work. Qingyi was secretly delighted. He also discovered that with the breakthrough in the 3-colored elemental fire technique, his combat power score skyrocketed from 16,000 to over 20,000. It has achieved a major leap forward. This was also within his expectations. Because, although the breakthrough in the 3-colored elemental fire technique does not directly increase attributes, however, the impact on combat power is enormous. For example, players with the same attributes, those who have practiced martial arts and those who haven't, they are not even in the same league as the opponent. In a battle between the two, players who haven't trained in martial arts will not only face opponents of equal strength, they also had to deal with the opponent's internal energy, which could be scorching or freezing. This kind of heaven-defying thing is enough to defeat players who have never practiced martial arts. Even without considering these factors, martial arts can make players more stamina-enhancing, able to fight longer, run farther, and unleash more and faster skills. It can be said that martial arts provide a comprehensive upgrade for players. Qingyi had a feeling that he was consuming much less stamina when using the divine arrow technique than before. It can fire at least 2 shots. It's time to go back. Feeling that it was about time, Qingyi got dressed and headed back. Upon arriving at the territory's main hall, a group of people approached from a distance. It was a large group, probably 40 or 50 people. Your subordinate Yanwu greets your lordship. The leader stepped forward, knelt on one knee before Qingyi, and the others followed suit, bowing with their hands clasped in greeting. Get up quickly. Qingyi carefully examined the person in front of her. A young man around 20 years old, with a robust build and an upright demeanor. It looked so appealing. With a thought, the other party's attribute panel appeared before my eyes. Name Yanwu. Identity, villager of Inha village. Loyalty, 80. Occupation, none. Level, LV4. Qualification, S+. Realm, mid-stage body refinement. Talent, super grade of physical constitution, excellent physical constitution, possessing unparalleled talent for martial arts. Unrivaled warrior when leading troops in battle, morale plus 100, bravery plus 100. Skills, none. Martial arts, none. Combat power rating, none. Awesome! S plus aptitude, dual topter talents. Qingyi exclaimed. Wow! That's amazing! No wonder it's the strongest NPC that comes with the saint-level territory. If he can be trained, he will definitely become an extraordinary master in the future. Qingyi's eyes were burning. Once your aptitude reaches the S level, there's basically no upper limit to your potential. As long as you seize opportunities and continue cultivating, that would inevitably allow it to grow to a terrifying level. Moreover, Yanwu is an S+ level prodigy. From now on, you'll be working for me. Qingyi gave Yanwu a few instructions and decided to personally train him. They will follow me to conquer the wilderness in the future. Thank you, my lord. Upon hearing this, Yanwu was instantly moved and looked at Qingyi with great excitement. Loyalty increased by 5 points. Qingyi nodded and looked at the others. I counted them, excluding Yanwu, there were 48 people in total. There were old and young, men and women. In terms of qualifications, 2B+, 10C or C+, 21D or D+, and 15E or E+. Overall, it's not bad, though I don't know if it's because it was a freebie from the system. You too. Qingyi pointed to 2 people in the group. These are 2B+ level talents, and they are brothers, one named Xinjiang and the other Chenhai. Name, Xinjiang. Identity, villager of Inha village. Loyalty, 70. Occupation, none. Level, LV2. Qualification, B+. Realm, early stage of body refinement. Talent, intermediate government affairs. Skills, none. Martial arts, none. Combat power rating, none. Name, Chenhai. Identity, villager of Inha village. Loyalty, 70. Occupation, none. Level, LV2. Qualification, B+. Realm, early stage of body refinement. Talent, intermediate construction. Skills, none. Martial arts, none. Combat power rating, none. Oh, so he's a political talent? Qingyi's eyes lit up, and she called Xinjiang forward for a questioning. Then, to my surprise, I discovered that Xinjiang was indeed quite capable, answering questions fluently and logically. Therefore, Qingyi immediately appointed Xinjiang as the administrative head of Inha village, responsible for handling miscellaneous matters within the territory. This includes recruiting villagers, providing food and lodging, construction, and so on. Xinjiang lived up to expectations and, after obtaining Qingyi's permission, arranged things in an orderly manner. Chapter 39 Lord Boss. Seeing this, Qingyi nodded to herself. Without saying anything more, he led Yanwu into the wilderness. In the early days of establishing the territory, they didn't accomplish anything significant. Xinjiang made arrangements to first solve the problem of food and lodging for the people in charge. He should first train Yanwu to increase his combat strength, then everything will be easier. You have entered the Golden Fleece Rabbit's den. Golden Rabbit burrows, small burrows, Golden Rabbit habitats. Ahead, a Golden Rabbit sat on the ground, chewing on a long piece of dry grass. Hearing footsteps in the distance, they darted into the cave. My lord, these rabbit demons are too alert, they're difficult to catch. Yanwu was so anxious that he kept scratching his head. He wandered around the area again and again, discovering several caves dug by rabbit demons. But no matter what they did, they couldn't get the rabbits out of their burrows. Fool! Qingyi glanced at him. Although he is tall and strong, he seems to be a bit slow-witted and not very bright. Watch closely. Qingyi picked up a handful of dry firewood from the ground, lit it, and stuffed it into a hole. Before long, thick smoke billowed out from the various caves. Squeak, squeak, squeak. A golden rabbit couldn't resist any longer, and crawled out of its burrow. However, before it could even catch its breath, an arrow, gleaming coldly, flew towards it at breakneck speed. A faint 3-colored elemental flame swirled around the tip of the arrow. Pfft. -6,500. Killing the Golden Fleece Rabbit. Since you were in team mode, according to the team's experience distribution rules, you gained 0 experience points, while your teammates gain 1087 experience points. A flash of white light appeared on Yanwu's body, and his level increased from level 4 to level 5. Qingyi now gains 50,000 to 60,000 experience points per level, so a few thousand experience points are nothing to him. So I'll just give all the experience to Yanwu and let him level up to level 9. Once he's got enough experience, then we'll see. As thick smoke poured in, more and more golden rabbits emerged from their burrows. Without exception, each one was killed by a single arrow. Anyone who dares to show their face will be instantly killed. Before long, more than 10 golden rabbits died under Qingyi's arrows. This exhilarating performance gave Yanwu a real thrill, and his eyes gleamed with anticipation. Unable to resist asking, "My lord, may I do it? You're coming?" Qingyi was somewhat skeptical. "You, a level 5 newbie, can fight level 10 elite monsters? Getting cocky, huh?" "I can do it," Yanwu said with a determined expression and full of confidence. Seeing his attitude, Qingyi didn't want to discourage him, so she simply let him give it a try. "Should we wield a sword or a bow and arrow?" Qingyi asked. "I want both," Yanwu said with a smile. "Whatever." Qingyi shrugged and tossed him the short bow and steel knife she had used before. Yanwu took it and treated it with great delight, examining it for a while. Then draw the short bow fully and aim. There! His eyes lit up as he spotted a golden rabbit emerging from its burrow. He quickly shot an arrow out. "Call out." As expected, it went astray. Cough, cough. Yanwu looked somewhat embarrassed, then knocked another arrow and shot it out. "It's still crooked." Qingyi. "I'm not very good with a bow and arrow, you damned rabbit demon, take this." Having said that, Yanwu raised his steel blade and angrily slashed at it. This powerful shrimp slicing technique is remarkably similar to that of Li. However, what makes him better than Qingyi is Yanwu possesses remarkable combat instincts and can always anticipate the golden fleece rabbit's movements. Thus, an attack was launched. Therefore, although its attributes are far inferior to those of the golden fleece rabbit, however, they were able to fight back and forth, and even gain the upper hand. Indeed, he possesses exceptional talent. With proper training, he is destined for greatness. Qingyi could see clearly that after dozens of rounds, the golden fleece rabbit's health was decreasing. Yanwu, however, was completely unharmed. If we can maintain this momentum, victory is only a matter of time. As expected. Not long after, the system notification sounded in Qingyi's mind. Killing the golden fleece rabbit. Since you were in team mode, according to the team's experience distribution rules, you gained 0 experience points, while your teammates gained 1035 experience points. Looking up, Yanwu had already slain the golden fleece rabbit with his blade. Feeling Qingyi's gaze, he became even more radiant, his face beaming with smiles. Fortunately, we managed to salvage the situation. Seeing that the other person still seemed unsatisfied, Qingyi made a hand gesture. This indicated that he could continue. Yanwu was naturally very willing, standing there with his knife, waiting for the next unlucky guy to emerge. He's quite the battle maniac. Qingyi shook her head and chuckled. Since Yanwu is willing to fight, then let them fight. It's a good thing to hone your skills. Take it easy and just be an invisible bodyguard. Kill the golden fleece rabbit. After letting Yanwu handle the situation himself, he fought with even greater ferocity. And as if they had attained enlightenment, they became increasingly adept at it. From the initial fierce battle with the golden fleece rabbit to the easy kill later, it only took a little over an hour. Buzz. A flash of white light appeared, and Yanwu had already reached level 9. At this moment, with the added advantage of the lucky drop rate, he has completely transformed his abilities. I put on 4 pieces of equipment. That was great, let's do it again. Yanwu felt incredibly good. In contrast, Qingyi sat to the side, yawned, and looked utterly dejected. There's no way around it, being a bodyguard is just so boring. Forget it, I'll just cultivate the 3-colored elemental fire technique. Sitting idly is also a waste of time. Moreover, Liingi felt that she was about to fall asleep, so she simply sat cross-legged on the ground and began to practice martial arts. Yenwu had no objections. On the contrary, he felt that the lord should sit firmly in his high seat. Let their subordinates handle the fighting and killing. Golden Rabbit, come out and fight! Yenwu was filled with fervent passion. Suddenly, he spotted the shadow of a rabbit demon, and immediately became excited, rushing over with his knife in hand. They were completely unaware that the rabbit demon was several sizes larger than an ordinary rabbit demon. Control the spirit with the mind, control the energy with the body. Liingi was cultivating when she suddenly heard a thud. Something fell next to me. I opened my eyes and saw. Yenwu fell flat on his back, sprawling on the ground and spitting blood. Wow! Liingi's eyelids twitched, and she quickly got up to check the situation. This Yenwu is my precious darling, I absolutely cannot let anything happen to him. After a checkup, it was found that he was fine. He had only suffered some internal injuries and his internal organs were not damaged. He would be fine after resting for a while. His heart settled, and he scolded. You ran into someone you couldn't beat, and you didn't even utter a sound. You're only level 9, who can you possibly fight? Do you want to fly to the moon? Yenwu moved his lips slightly, then lowered his head in shame. Seeing him like this, Liingi couldn't bring herself to scold him anymore. He looked up angrily to see which bastard had injured his man. Name, Mutant Golden Fleece Rabbit King. Grade, Lord Boss. Level, LV10. Life, 1199111991 mana, 3531 to 3531 Spirit, 3877 to 3877. Strength, 952 Defense, 961 Speed, 861 Stamina, 885. Golden Fleece Armor LV3. The golden fur of the mutated Golden Fleece Rabbit King forms a hard armor in battle, increasing its defense and reflecting a portion of physical attacks. Fluffy Storm LV4. The mutant Golden Fluffy Rabbit King uses its soft yet tough golden fluff to create a storm, dealing piercing damage to surrounding enemies. Enemies caught in the storm will suffer continuous cutting damage and have their movement speed reduced. Golden Fleece Raid LV3. The mutated Golden Fleece Rabbit King uses its amazing speed and agility to disappear and reappear behind the enemy in an instant, launching a deadly raid that deals high physical damage and has a chance to inflict bleeding on the enemy. Lord Boss? Liingi's heart pounded. Chapter 40 Inheritance Token Swift Wind Swordsman. Goodness, this is probably the highest ranking boss he's ever seen, even higher than the elite boss Li Shuyao he encountered before. But when Liingi saw its attribute panel, she burst out laughing. Welfare Bureau. Although this mutated Golden Fleece Rabbit King is a high-grade boss, its attributes and skills. It's really just SOSO. It's not even comparable to the Tree Demon. Even the Golden Toad King is far stronger. All I can say is that a rabbit demon is a rabbit demon. Even after mutation, it doesn't have anything particularly outstanding about it. Grateful for the gifts of nature. Liingi smiled happily, drew back the 8 extremes bow to its fullest extent, and immediately fired a shot. A divine arrow! He was genuinely afraid that this boss would escape, so he immediately unleashed his strongest archery technique. Call out! The blazing tricolored elemental flames clung to the tip of the arrow, tearing through the air like a burning meteor. It fell suddenly. -7,999. Large, snow-white characters floated up, hitting the weak point squarely. The critical hit instantly wiped out half of the mutated Golden Fleece Rabbit King's health bar. Liingi didn't stop, giving the mutated Golden Fleece Rabbit King no chance to breathe. He fired another divine arrow. As the arrow grew larger in his pupils, the mutated Golden Rabbit King panicked. It shuddered, its long, golden fur on its surface intertwining as if it had shrunk. It became more intimate. It formed a layer of golden armor. However, this seemingly imposing armor, when pierced by an arrow. But it was as fragile as paper, easily pierced by a single shot. -8,001. defeating the mutant Golden Fleece Rabbit King. Since you were in team mode, according to the team distribution rules, you gained 0 experience points, while your teammates gained 2,823 experience points. SSS talent, chosen, triggers, increasing drop rate by 70x. A chosen 1 triggers, granting an item quality upgrade. Level 10 Lord Boss, dead. That's amazing. Yenwu stared in disbelief at all of this, utterly shocked. That was truly terrifying archery skill. Is using a bow and arrow that powerful? It's much more satisfying than hacking and slashing by hand. Moreover, judging from the Lord's relaxed and carefree appearance, it's really Thai style. Sure enough, after breaking through the 3-colored yuan fire technique, using the divine arrow is much easier. Qingyi had been terrified, and using this technique drained her already pitiful stamina. This resulted in a lack of subsequent combat capability. If you're unlucky in this, then you're even worse off. Therefore, I have always been quite cautious. But it doesn't matter now. He can easily shoot 2 arrows. He even felt that he could barely manage 1 more round. Let's see what's been revealed. According to the system notification, that's a 70x drop rate, and it even triggered a Chosen One event. I wonder what good stuff we'll find. I rushed over and saw 2 things lying quietly on the ground. Name, Gold Velvet Belt. Grade, Level 15 Silver Belt. Attributes, Defense plus 288, Strength plus 110, Speed plus 105, Stamina plus 75. Note, wearing this item has a chance to trigger a golden body effect, reducing damage and control effects from enemies. Inheritance token Gale Blade Master, an extraordinary relic, personally carved by the Gale Blade King. The holder of this token can receive the legacy of the Gale Blade Master, transforming into the wind and cleaving the heavens with their blade. Up to 100 people can receive this legacy. Both of these items were top-notch to Qingyi. Let's not even talk about the gold-plated belt. It's a level 15 silver item. It improves all 4 dimensions, making it a very well-rounded piece of equipment. It's a good time to replace the level 5 white belt I'm wearing. The inheritance token is even more remarkable. Not only is it a gold tier item, but it's also an extremely rare inheritance type item. Its purpose is to allow people to inherit the legacy of the Swift Wind Blade Master, including martial arts, skills, and so on. You should know that the Gale Blade Master has a genuine 7th tier inheritance. Its martial arts techniques are at least of the purple rarity level, far superior to ordinary martial arts. Having accepted this inheritance, barring any unforeseen circumstances, one should be able to smoothly cultivate to level 79. Unlike ordinary people, they don't need to search for cultivation techniques at each level. Its rarity is self-evident. The most awesome thing is, this inheritance can be accepted by 100 people, which is equivalent to giving him 107th level martial artists, isn't it? Qingyi couldn't even imagine how confident he would be if he led 107th level martial artists out. If a bird in a tree chirps twice, it will probably think it's singing his praises. I can't use this inheritance, and I'm too lazy to cultivate anything without the word boundary in it. After some thought, Qingyi decided to leave the entire inheritance to her descendants. Qingyi originally didn't want Yenwu to accept it either. After all, S+ qualification. At least a gold-level martial art would be worthy of him. But then I thought, how rare are golden martial arts techniques? If we can't find them, wouldn't that mean Yenwu will be stuck at level 9 forever? This is delaying him. It's better to start cultivating early, raise your cultivation level, and then switch to something better later. How much experience do you need to reach the 9th level of perfection? Qingyi asked. Since Yenwu is to receive the inheritance, he must have full experience points. 10,000 short, Yenwu replied. Walk. Qingyi immediately took him to grind experience points. The two explored 5 kilometers ahead, killing a few scattered wild monsters. The experience level has reached halfway. If all goes well, after walking a little further, I should be able to accumulate enough experience to receive the inheritance. My lord, there are several eagle demons following us in the sky. Yanwu pointed to the sky. Qingyi frowned. These 4 eagle demons had already followed them for a mile. They're still not leaving? Do they think they're prey? It's a little high, but still within reach. These eagle demons flew quite high, and Qingyi originally didn't intend to hunt them. But if he keeps following you, then don't blame him. Nocked an arrow, Qingyi aimed at one of them. With a bang, it was released. A scream echoed from the sky, and the flapping wings of an eagle demon came to an abrupt halt. It fell straight down from the sky and landed on the ground with a thud. The other 3 eagle demons panicked upon seeing this, but they still circled around, unwilling to leave. Qingyi showed no mercy and fired 3 arrows simultaneously, killing them all. It's full. As the last eagle demon died, Yanwu's expression became excited. Qingyi nodded slightly and handed over the inheritance token. Yanwu took the token, his eyes trembling slightly. He took a deep breath. He placed the token against his chest. In an instant, the inheritance token emitted a purple light and landed on Yanwu. Yanwu kept his eyes closed, his face calm. His eyes kept moving around, as if he was thinking about something. Qingyi just watched, not knowing how much time had passed. The system notification sound finally rang. However, instead of a notification sound indicating the completion of the inheritance, it was Chapter 41 Inheritance and Upgrade, Flying Eagle Tribe. System announcement. Congratulations to Yanwu for obtaining the Swift Blade Master's legacy. As the first player in the entire server to obtain this legacy, you are rewarded with a 2-level upgrade to your legacy. The Gale Heart technique has been upgraded to the Wind Spirit Profound technique. The Swift Wind Blade is upgraded to Swift Wind 1/. A series of system notification sounds rang out. Qingyi quickly opened Yanwu's attribute panel. Name Yanwu. Identity, Villager of Inha Village. Loyalty, 100. Class, Wind Spirit Commander. Level, LV10. Qualification, S+. Realm, first level of Qi Refining. Talent, Super Grade of Physical Constitution. Excellent Physical Constitution, possessing unparalleled talent for martial arts. Unrivaled Warrior when leading troops in battle, Morale +100, Bravery +100. Skill, Gale/LV1, 5-star. Martial Arts, Tier 1. Wind Spirit Profound Skill, Golden Extraordinary, Beginner Level. Combat Power Rating, Tier 1, 2 stars. Wow, his martial arts skill level has gone directly from purple to gold? And it's starting at 5 stars? Qingyi expressed her deep envy. The system is really generous this time, giving the original Swift Blade Master legacy an epic buff. Originally a purple level martial art, with a maximum level of 7. There is currently no upper limit to the level of gold tier martial arts. It sent Yanwu flying. If this inheritance hadn't been devoid of the word boundary, Qingyi would have wanted to use it herself, but alas. But it's fine this way, at least it saves him a lot of trouble. With the complete set of Golden Wind Spirit Mystic Art, there's no need to worry about Yanwu's martial arts anymore. Thank you, my lord! After receiving the inheritance, Yanwu also knew what benefits he had gained. He hurriedly knelt down and bowed to Qingyi. Get up, this is your good fortune. Qingyi smiled calmly. Yanwu's loyalty has reached 100, which means he is now completely loyal to me. It was worth it for me to have served as his bodyguard for several hours. In the vast wilderness of mountains and seas, all NPCs are real people with genuine emotions. People like Yanwu in the territory. Generally, they are loyal to their lord, but not absolutely. If you treat him badly for a long time, he will betray you just the same way. This depends on their loyalty to the lord. A score of 61 to 70 indicates little loyalty, and a high risk of betrayal. Those born in the 71-80s have a certain level of emotional attachment to their partners, and unless a major upheaval occurs or they are misled by external forces, they generally will not betray their partners. Those rated 81 to 90 are considered acceptable. They will not betray you unless there is a blood feud involving the murder of their father or the theft of their wife. 91 to 100 basically loyal, completely obeying the Lord's orders, ignoring any persuasion skills, and impossible to betray. Let's refresh a little longer. Qingyi said that the experience distribution in the team was changed from 0-10 to 5:5. Yanwu is already level 10, he's caught up with him, the Lord. Qingyi naturally couldn't give him all her experience as before. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a bit embarrassing if my rank were lower than my subordinates? Good! Having just received the inheritance and greatly increased his strength, Yanwu naturally wanted to find a demon to practice against. The two had only taken a few steps when the ground suddenly began to shake violently. A dozen or so horsemen rushed over and surrounded the two. So it was you who killed our eagle? In the group, a man dressed in black rode on a miniature horse, his face ashen as he questioned them. Another NPC. Qingyi's eyes flashed. I never expected to encounter NPCs on this plateau. His expression remained unchanged as he calmly said, I killed him, so what? You're asking for it. Upon hearing Qingyi's admission, the man in black roared and raised his knife. The other horsemen also raised their weapons, looking menacing. Capture them and hand them over to the leader. The man in black had given the order, and the group charged toward Qingyi and Yanwu. Yanwu drew his steel blade, intending to fight his way out, but was stopped by Qingyi. Seeing Yanwu's puzzled look, he smiled mysteriously and said, Go back with them. He had originally intended to kill these guys, but when he heard that they wanted to take him back to their territory, he immediately held back. Going to their territory is great. He likes going to the territories of human NPCs. Inha village was desperately short of manpower, so they grabbed a group of able-bodied men to fill the ranks. At Qingyi's behest, neither of them resisted. His hands were bound, and he was placed on a horse. The horse galloped swiftly, covering 100 miles in the blink of an eye. Before long, several large tents were seen standing on the plain. Inside the tent, there was a great deal of noise. Dozens of people sat around the stove. They ate large chunks of meat and drank large bowls of wine in a lively atmosphere. In the center, a middle-aged man with his hair tied up spoke freely, causing his subordinates to burst into laughter. My lord, 2 men have killed our great eagle. The man in black led Qingyi and Yanwu in and bowed to the middle-aged man with his hair tied up. What? Yanning nearly spat out his wine, his copper bell-like eyes widening as he roared. How many died? 4. Seeing the leader's anger, the man in black shrank back and pointed at Qingyi and the other man, saying, They're the ones who killed them. I caught them. There were only 4 in total, and you're telling me 4 died. Yanning smashed the porcelain bowl in his hand and glared angrily at Qingyi. Take him out and kill him. He was furious. Training a hawk is inherently difficult. It often takes 6 months to train just one. The 4 large eagles were the result of several years of his work, and the hard work involved is self-evident. Now it's all gone. Wait a minute. Qingyi's gaze swept across the entire room, and she said unhurriedly, Could you please hear me out for a few minutes first? When death is imminent, what else is there to say? The man in black cursed and tried to drive the 2 men away to be executed. Let him tell me why he killed my eagle. Yan Ying's anger had not subsided, and his eyes stared straight at him. A-level qualification, quite impressive. Qingyi didn't answer, but instead said something that left everyone scratching their heads. Then, he cleared his throat and smiled. How about following me from now on? Yanning? Others? Yanwu, 666. How dare you mock me? Drag him out and kill him. Yanning, panting heavily, slammed his fist on the table. What, you won't agree? Qingyi smiled faintly and activated the 3-colored yuan fire technique. 3 colors of internal energy manifested around him, binding the ropes that held him in place. It instantly burned into black ash, which fell to the ground. What are you trying to do? Seeing this, the others stood up from the ground and looked at Qingyi warily. Yanning narrowed his eyes and said in a deep voice, "Who are you, and what are you doing in our Flying Eagle tribe?" It's clear that Qingyi is no ordinary person. They came to their Flying Eagle tribe with ulterior motives. "Weren't I kidnapped by your men?" Qingyi's lips curled into a smile. "I'll ask you one more time, are you coming with me or not?" "Humph. We Flying Eagles don't want to associate with others, so please leave." The three-colored flames Qingyi had just unleashed made Yanning realize that Qingyi was not someone to be trifled with. "I don't want to pursue the matter of the eagle anymore." Instead, they changed their minds and told him to leave. Chapter 42: Subduing the Flying Eagle Tribe. "Impossible." Qingyi shook her head. "I've already conceded, don't push your luck." Ying's face turned cold, and he said in a deep voice, "Otherwise, my Flying Eagle tribe will definitely make you pay the price. How about this, let's have a fight. If you win, I'll leave immediately. If I win, the Flying Eagle tribe will submit to me. What do you say?" Qingyi said calmly. Upon hearing this, Yanning fell silent. He glanced around and found that his men were all looking at him with trust. Good. Yanning knew that the other party would not give up until they achieved their goal, and if he did not agree, the Flying Eagle tribe would surely suffer a bloodbath. He took a deep breath and gestured for his men to make room. Then he took out a curved sword and struck a pose. "Come on, I'll see what you're made of." Qingyi stood still, a slight smile playing on her lips. Since it was a one-on-one duel, he naturally didn't use a bow and arrow, but instead took out the mountain-breaking giant hammer that he had never used before. "Watch closely," Qingyi said softly. "Since we want to subdue Yanning, we must crush him with overwhelming force so that he has no will to resist." Therefore, the first move he made was his strongest technique. 9 hammers to break the mountain! Qingyi suddenly leaped up and fiercely activated the giant hammer's built-in skill. At the same time, the slash was also triggered. A sudden gust of wind arose, and the giant hammer, accompanied by a whistling sound, fell rapidly. Bang! Yanning held his knife to defend, but felt a tremendous force coming from it, which made his arm vibrate, and he couldn't help but take 2 steps back. "That's all there is to it." He grinned, thinking that although Qingyi was quite strong, she was far from being strong enough to make him despair. "If you take it seriously, even if you can't win, you can still remain undefeated. Don't rush, it's not over yet." Qingyi gave a soft shout, and the second hammer blow followed immediately. With a clang, the eagle was forced back more than 5 meters. Then the third and fourth hammer blows. Each hammer blow was more ferocious than the last, crashing down with the force of a thunderbolt. The first 3 blows were barely enough for Yanning to withstand. By the time he struck the 4th or 5th blow, his face was flushed, and blood was seeping from the mouth of his hand. "Do you admit defeat or not?" Qingyi asked. "Don't even think about it," Yanning shouted. The 6th strike, 200% power, plus 3 times the damage. Boom! A figure flew more than 10 meters backward and crashed heavily to the ground. "Are you going to admit defeat or not?" Qingyi shouted. "I was a little worried. If this guy kept going, he might get beaten to death. That wouldn't be so nice." His intention was to subdue the entire Flying Eagle tribe, not to destroy them. Yanning gritted his teeth, staggered to his feet, picked up his knife again, and roared. "Again!" Qingyi actually admired him somewhat. He was clearly beaten senseless, yet he still managed to hold on. It's really tough. Since the other party still wouldn't admit defeat, he had no choice but to continue. The 7th strike. The mountain-shattering hammer swung again, tearing through the air and drawing a perfect arc. It arrived suddenly. Boom! The giant hammer, wreathed in 3-colored elemental fire, descended from the heavens like a divine weapon, slamming heavily onto the scimitar. The scimitar was smashed until it was deformed, turning into a pile of scrap metal. Yanning coughed up a mouthful of blood and was sent flying backward again, landing on the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. This time, however, he couldn't get up again. "Leader!" The people of the Flying Eagle tribe rushed forward and protected him. Then he drew his weapon, ready to fight Liingi to the death. Stop! A faint voice rang out from Yanning. His face was deathly pale, and he was helped to sit up. I lost. He waved his hand with difficulty to stop his subordinates from moving. Liingi stood with her hands behind her back, her eyes fixed on Yanning. Shouldn't we fulfill our previous agreement? I'm curious, what would happen if I changed my mind? Yanning coughed violently for a while, then suddenly burst out laughing. When Liingi heard this question, suddenly, a bright smile appeared on his face, revealing his gleaming white teeth. I don't like people who don't keep their word, and I can't tolerate such people working under me. His voice was very calm, as if he wasn't angry at all. But his eyes remained calm and undisturbed. Yanning stared at Liingi for a long time, then suddenly got up and knelt on one knee. Yanning is willing to submit to you, my lord. Leader! The people of the Flying Eagle tribe wanted to say something more, but were stopped by Yanning's gaze. Helpless, they could only kneel down and submit to Yanning. Sigh, with a knife to my throat, I have no choice but to kneel. Yanning sighed helplessly. How could he not see that although Liingi hadn't shown anything? However, the murderous intent deep within his eyes was extremely intense. If he dares to refuse, not only him, but the entire Flying Eagle tribe will be slaughtered. To save everyone's lives, he had no choice. Moreover, he admired Liingi to some extent. She was young but had excellent martial arts skills, and if he followed her, he might have a better future. The Flying Eagle tribe is willing to submit to you, sir. Inside the tent, sounds rose and fell. Liingi then revealed a joyful smile. He helped Yanning up, patted him on the shoulder, and laughed heartily. Since you've followed me, you're now a brother of my galaxy village. After offering some encouragement, he instructed Yanning to gather the people of the Flying Eagle tribe together, and gave them a brief address. Then they launched a campaign to recruit surrendered people, bringing everyone into the territory of Galaxy Village. Soon, all their information appeared before Liingi. Name, Yanning. Identity, villager of Inha Village. Loyalty, 70. Occupation, none. Level, LV12. Qualification, A+. Realm, first level of Qi refining. Talents, top-tier bravery, top-tier commander. Skills, instant/LV4, 1 star, eagle soaring LV3, 2 stars. Martial arts, tier 1. Flying Eagle technique, blue excellent, initial stage. Combat power rating, tier 1, 3 stars. Name Yen-san. Identity, villager of Inha Village. Loyalty, 65. Occupation, none. Level, LV8. Qualification, B+. Realm, late stage of body refinement. Talent, advanced berserker. Skill, berserk LV4, 3 stars. Martial arts, none. Combat power rating, tier 0, 8 stars. To Liingi's delight, the Flying Eagle tribe truly lived up to its reputation as a group that had long been engaged in hunting. Their qualifications are all quite good. Especially after the buff from the Heavenly Pool, the entire tribe of 78 people. Surprisingly, there was one A+ grade, 38 B or B+ grades, 39 C or C+ grades, and not a single grade below C. Their loyalty is a bit low. Liingi was certainly aware of this issue. Those who are forcibly recruited by force are unlikely to be very loyal. However, he remained calm, as he had plenty of solutions. Those with high qualifications are best converted into combat personnel, Liingi thought to herself. Galaxy Village is lacking in everything, especially martial artists. Apart from him and Yanwu, there was no one else. That definitely won't work. Putting everything else aside, just consider the monster attack on the village a month from now. Without a large number of martial artists present, it would be a pipe dream for him and Yanwu to hold out on their own. Therefore, developing sufficient military strength is an urgent matter for Galaxy Village. Chapter 43 The Gale Blade Squad returns to Galaxy Village. My lord, this Yanning looked himself up and down, and felt much lighter all over. My hands and feet are stronger, my mind is clearer, and problems that I couldn't understand before are now clear. The other members of the Flying Eagle tribe all noticed this and showed expressions of curiosity. Don't worry, this is the effect of the special properties of Galaxy Village, which has given your bodies a baptism, Qingyi said calmly. Once they join Galaxy Village, they will be recognized by the system as citizens of Galaxy Village. By default, one accepts the baptism of Zhixianqi. As your qualifications improve, you will naturally feel the changes. Baptism? It was obvious that Yanning had never heard of such a high-level term. Our Galaxy Village is a saint-level territory, and there is a wonder called the Heavenly Cleansing Pool. You are being baptized by it, Yanwu added. His hands and feet were tied, and he was crouching in a corner. Now he finally had a chance to speak. Although Yanning didn't know what the Heavenly Cleansing Pool was, he understood the concept of a saint-level territory. An expression of disbelief instantly appeared on his face. The other members of the Flying Eagle tribe were also in an uproar. Saint-level territories, in their memories, they were only places inhabited by legendary divine beasts and celestial beasts. Only then can it be called a saint-level territory. And now, as prisoners of war, they have been recruited to become subjects in a holy-level territory. You should have said so earlier about saint-level territories. Why bother fighting? They'd definitely surrender. They were spared a severe beating. Yan Ying's expression immediately changed, and he revealed a silly smile. The previous frustration and worry vanished in an instant. Loyalty levels have increased by about 10 points without anyone noticing. Saint-level territories are great, they're reliable. Is that enough? Don't rush, there's something even better. Qingyi smiled mysteriously and pointed at the crowd. You and you too. After a brief selection process, Yanning and other NPCs with B and B+ qualifications were identified. Close your eyes, I have something good to give you. Qingyi's voice rang out. Although he didn't know what Qingyi was planning, since he had surrendered to Qingyi, he naturally had to obey his orders. Yanning and the others stood obediently in a group. A purple light shone out and enveloped them all. At first, some people resisted, but as time went on, as if they knew what they were about to do, they immediately stopped struggling and quietly awaited the arrival of the inheritance. Buzz. Because there were more people receiving the inheritance this time, it took a little longer. But it only takes about 15 minutes. When the inheritance ended, everyone opened their eyes and were all shocked. Thank you, my lord! Yanning knelt on one knee, his eyes filled with deep gratitude. During the inheritance just now, he actually obtained a complete 7th-tier inheritance. This is a 7th-tier inheritance. The martial arts techniques and skills inside are far superior to his previous martial arts skills. Upgrading one's martial arts skills significantly raises their potential. The kindness shown here is immense. Yan Ying's loyalty skyrocketed, reaching a staggering 99. Almost full value. The others were the same, their loyalty level was at least 90 points. The 39 people who received the inheritance bowed down again. Unlike before, they now fully accept Qingyi as their lord. The kindness of transmitting the Dharma will never be forgotten. Although the others who did not receive the inheritance did not know the specifics, they understood that Yanning and the others had definitely benefited greatly. While feeling envious, she also developed a greater sense of trust in Qingyi. Such a generous lord will surely treat them well in the future. Name Yanning. Identity, villager of Inha Village. Loyalty, 99. Occupation, Swift Blade Master. Level, LV12. Qualification, A+. Realm, first level of Qi refining. Talents, top-tier bravery, top-tier commander. Skills, instant/LV4, 1 star, eagle soaring LV3, 2 star, swift wind blade LV1, 3 star. Martial arts, tier 1. Gale heart technique, purple rare, beginner. Combat power rating, tier 1 for stars. Get up. Looking at the greatly enhanced attribute panels of Yanning and the others, Qingyi smiled. With the addition of the special profession of Gale Blade Master, Galaxy Village now has a total of 40 such individuals. Moreover, these people are at least B-level aptitude, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, they should have no problem growing to the 7th level. He couldn't help but feel a little anticipation. What if he took these people out to show off? That would cause a huge sensation. Let's set a rule from now on. The succession of high-level special professions will only be accepted if the candidate has at least a B-level qualification. Better to have none than to accept someone of poor quality. Qingyi thought to herself. It's not that he discriminates against NPCs with low stats, but rather that a large amount of data proves it. NPCs with D-level aptitude have a martial arts ceiling of only 3 tiers, while those with C-level aptitude have a ceiling of only 5 tiers. Giving them advanced knowledge would be a waste if they couldn't cultivate it properly. It would be better to give them to those with high qualifications directly, making the best use of them. Let's pack up and head back to Inha village. Qingyi waved her hand, deciding to return home. Yanning and his men immediately began preparations, dismantling what needed to be dismantled and taking what needed to be taken. They even took apart and packed up the tents. After finishing, Qingyi and Yanwu rode on horseback, followed by the members of the Flying Eagle tribe, and the group headed back in a grand procession. My lord, congratulations on acquiring a valiant general! Yanwu clasped his hands in a fist salute to Qingyi and smilingly. With his keen eyesight, although he couldn't discern how powerful Yanning was, the other man was burly and strong, with arms as thick as an ox. Even though Qingyi beat him up like a grandson, Yanwu still admired him for being able to exchange so many blows. At the very least, he felt he was no match for Yanning. Hearing Yanwu's words, Qingyi was naturally very happy. Yanning had an A+ grade aptitude and 2 special grade talents. All of this demonstrates that he is a capable general who can fight and lead troops. Although he can't compare to Yanwu, he's more than qualified to be a deputy. Yanning is undoubtedly good, but you shouldn't underestimate yourself. I still want to entrust the leadership of the Swiftwind Blademen team to you. The position of commander belongs to you alone. Qingyi said. His idea was to have Yanning assist Yanwu so that the two of them could lead the Gale Blade Masters team together. I'm afraid I'm no match for brother Yanning. If I become the commander, will he have any objections? Yanwu said after thinking for a while. Then let's shut him up with force. Qingyi smiled faintly. With Yanwu's talent and heritage, surpassing Yanning is only a matter of time, and it won't take much time at all. If anyone objects, we'll just beat them into submission with our fists. What, you don't even have confidence in something this small? Seeing that Yanwu was still hesitant, Qingyi gently scolded. If you're not up to the task, I'll let Yanning take over the leadership position. Then I'll do it. Yanwu immediately said decisively. How can a man say no? The position of commander belongs to me. Who else but me? What a disgrace! Qingyi laughed and scolded. Chapter 44 Territory Development. As the sun set, the group finally returned to Galaxy Village. Qingyi, mounted on her horse, gazed into the distance. You can see dozens of Galaxy villagers working enthusiastically. Several brand new houses were completed, and a large area of farmland was reclaimed. On the lakeshore, several fish weighing tens of kilograms struggled as the angler stunned them with a stick. In the distance, women were bending over, picking baskets full of fruit. Wisps of smoke rose from the chimneys, indicating that the cooks were preparing dinner for the villagers. It is obvious that, after an afternoon of absence, the number of people in Inha village had increased somewhat. Xinjiang did a pretty good job. Qingyi nodded to herself. As expected of someone with mid-level administrative experience, the arrangements were quite good. Greetings, your lordship. Upon seeing Qingyi and her group, Xinjiang immediately came forward to greet them. Before Qingyi could even ask, she took the initiative to report the situation to him. My lord, our Galaxy village truly lives up to its reputation as a saint-level territory. It is blessed with natural beauty and abundant resources. After some cultivation, it has already taken shape. I saw it. Liingi gave him a thumbs up. Tell me the details. Xinjiang nodded happily and began to recount the stories as if they were his own treasures. Regarding food, our farmland has been cultivated and sown, and we expect to harvest in 7 days, achieving self-sufficiency. During these 7 days, the residents' staple food will mainly consist of fish, meat, and wild fruits. Although it is relatively simple, it will not be a problem to maintain their basic needs. As for residential buildings, Chen, as a mid-level architect, has built sturdy and durable houses, each of which can accommodate 10 people. We now have more than 20 houses in total, which can cover at least 200 people. In terms of population, Galaxy Village is a saint-level territory, attracting many wanderers. In just one afternoon, it attracted 18 people to join, including one person with B+ level qualifications and 17 people with C and D level qualifications. Among them, the B+ level qualification is a high-level blacksmith. They even managed to recruit a master blacksmith. Liingi was overjoyed. He was just worrying about the equipment for his large group of men when the arrival of the skilled blacksmith was a godsend. It's a pity there are no blacksmith shop blueprints. Otherwise, if we had a place to buy some iron ore, we could immediately mass-produce some equipment. Take good care of him. Once I get the blacksmith's blueprints, he will be the first master craftsman in our Inha village. Liingi gave the instructions. With a B+ grade aptitude, as long as you provide him with more resources for forging and research, you can eventually create a top-tier blacksmith by simply piling on materials. Given the right opportunity, becoming a king-level blacksmith is not impossible. By then, even if it's not incredibly powerful, getting silver and gold equipment will still be a piece of cake. Okay. Xinjiang nodded. Immediately afterwards, Liingi handed Yanning and his group over to Xinjiang, instructing him to make sure they were settled in properly. He then wandered around the territory. My lord. Wherever he went, the people bowed to him. Liingi responded with a smile. Seeing everyone working so hard, he felt very gratified. Galaxy Village is finally starting to take shape. Night fell. Next to the Lord's Hall, bonfires burned fiercely. After a long day's work, the villagers of Inha village sat around the campfire. They ate fish and wild fruits, chatting happily. Liingi took out the flying feather meat from her army bag, roasted it, and distributed it to the people. The rich aroma filled the air, making the atmosphere even more intense. Everyone shouted that the Lord was wise. After the gathering, Liingi called Xinjiang aside and gave him a brief explanation of the future development plans for Inha village. First, naturally, is to select individuals with exceptional talents. For example, talents such as blacksmiths, tailors, prospectors, and papermakers can be assigned to various industries to provide a continuous supply of products for the territory. Highly qualified. Those with lower qualifications are able to go further. They can be given special attention, and their skill proficiency can be improved as much as possible. This lays a solid foundation for the development of secondary occupations in Inha village. Once the population pressure eases, sending a group of people with A-level, or even higher qualifications to study will surely provide the territory with a large number of high-quality talents. Secondly, aside from those with special talents and skills, those at rank B and above should be developed in terms of combat effectiveness as much as possible. After all, the world of mountains and seas is fraught with danger. Leaving aside the future descent of ferocious beasts and territorial disputes, just a monster attack on the village a month from now will require a massive fighting force to deal with. Liingi estimated that in the highlands where elite monsters were everywhere, the monster's attack on the village would be extremely fierce. To get through this difficult time safely, we would probably need at least 1,000-strong army. Therefore, in Galaxy Village at present, there is still a considerable shortage of martial artists. Finally, it still comes down to the population issue. For a territory to develop, population is always an unavoidable issue. Without a population, any goals and plans are just castles in the air. Therefore, in the current situation, the most urgent matter is to increase the population of the territory. Thanks to its reputation as the #1 territory under heaven and a saint-level territory, Galaxy Village gained a significant population on the first day. But this is only the first day. There are still some benefits available during the newbie period. Once the welfare period is over, the number of people we can recruit will definitely decrease. He would find it unacceptable if the population decreased and development slowed down. This problem must be resolved as soon as possible. Do you have any good ideas? Qingyi asked. After thinking for a while, Qingyi slowly said, Our Inha village is located on a plateau and is sparsely populated, making recruitment extremely difficult. The only way to gain more people is through conquest, like what you did this afternoon, Lord, by annexing smaller camps and acquiring their entire population. Qingyi shook her head in disappointment after hearing this. Although this method can produce quick results, it can only guarantee temporary relief and cannot cure the root cause. Putting everything else aside, the plateau is only so big, and the number of wild NPCs is limited. What will we do once we've captured them all? We will still face this problem. What he wanted was a way to make the people of his territory flow into Inha village like water, endlessly. In this way, Inha village can continue to develop without running out of momentum. But achieving this is extremely difficult. The two thought for a long time, but still couldn't come up with an effective solution. Qingyi waved her hand, signaling Qingyi to go back and rest. After all, he's just a B+ NPC, so it's not good to make things too difficult for him. If they drive someone to their death, then we're doomed. It's a pity that I'm all alone in real life, otherwise I wouldn't have this kind of trouble. Watching Qingyi's departing figure, Qingyi sighed. He now envies the wealthy and powerful families in real life. Those people have money and connections. A single call to action is enough to garner responses from thousands upon thousands of people. If the population is insufficient, simply fill it with players. These problems simply do not exist. There's no need for someone like him. Conquering a small tribe of a few dozen people can make him happy for an entire afternoon. Never mind, there's always a way out. Let's figure out a solution slowly. Qingyi's expression gradually became firm. Although it's difficult, using NPCs has its advantages, namely, you can see their loyalty status. There's no need to worry about betrayal. This gives it a significant advantage over players. After all, players are far more cunning than NPCs. You simply can't tell whether he's a human or a ghost. Chapter 45 Slaying the Seven-Headed Flaming Hound. Three-Headed Blazing Hound Medium, Den. A group of men wielding steel knives were engaged in a fierce battle with a three-headed fiery hound. They moved swiftly, their blades sharp, darting around the three-headed fiery hounds, occasionally unleashing a slash. Although the Cerberus has 3 heads and a large size, it is no match for the agile humans. They were completely fooled. Haha, that elite monster is mine now! The eagle had just taken down a 3-headed fiery hound and was preparing to find its next monster. Suddenly, he spotted a giant monster that was over 5 meters tall and burst into laughter. Just as I was about to rush forward, I saw a figure flash past me at lightning speed. Old Yen, I saw this first! With a loud shout, the opponent ran ahead, slashing fiercely at the elite 3-headed fiery hound with his steel blade. Who else could it be but Yen Wu? Commander, you can't steal it! Yen Ying's eyes widened, and he protested loudly. But Yen Wu was already engaged in battle with his opponent, so why would he pay attention to him? He simply tossed out a casual remark. The next one is for you. You've said that at least 3 times already. Yen Ingren was completely numb. It's been 3 days. Who knows how many monsters he's lost in those 3 days. At first, he was able to rely on his strength to deliver a fatal blow and save his monsters. But later on, Yen Wu's strength increased, and he could basically fight one-on-one, leaving Yen Wu no chance to intervene. Now he's forced to live like his men, hunting small monsters to stave off hunger. I don't know how long it's been since I've managed to get my hands on an elite monster. As expected of the genius valued by the Lord, his progress and strength is truly astonishing. Yen Ying's tone was full of envy. He watched Yen Wu grow up, from being inferior to him at the beginning to now. I'm afraid I could easily beat him. He was helpless in the face of this. It can only be said that the gap in talent is like an insurmountable chasm. You little three-headed fiery hound, how dare you try to teach me a lesson? Watch me cut you down with a single swift stroke. A loud shout rang out, and Yanning turned his head to look, only to see Yen Wu leap into the air. The blade sliced across the three-headed fiery hound's neck, severing all three of its heads. The outcome is decided. So fast. Yanning was shocked. Old Yen, how was that cut? Yen Wu's lips curled up as he looked at Yanning, a smug expression on his face. As expected of the commander, truly remarkable. Yanning gave a thumbs up, praising him sincerely. Of course, I practiced this skill diligently for 3 days. Slaying a mere three-headed fiery hound is a piece of cake. Yen Wu praised himself with great enthusiasm. Suddenly, the ground trembled, and a huge blazing hound flew rapidly towards them from afar. Unlike other infernals, this infernal was unprecedentedly large, standing about 7 or 8 meters tall, like a moving small mountain. Most importantly, it doesn't have 3 heads, but 7. Roar! The 7-headed fiery hound was anxious. It had only gone out to cultivate for a while, but when it returned, it saw this scene. Looking at the nearly wiped-out Cerberus pack, a chilling light flashed in its eyes. A powerful aura burst forth, its fierce power sweeping over Yen Wu and the others. That's amazing. Being stared at by such a huge monster, Yen Wu couldn't help but feel immense pressure. Judging from its imposing presence, this 7-headed fiery hound far surpassed him. If a real fight breaks out, his chances of winning are slim. Okay, here's the next one you want. Yen Wu frowned and retreated behind Yanning. Yanning? Why give me the ones I can beat but not the ones I can't? Is this a monster I can fight? Yanning shook his head and retreated behind Yen Wu. No, this is your monster. I gave you a chance, but you couldn't seize it. Yen Wu coughed lightly and said, Don't try to steal monsters from me in the future. You can't even kill such a small monster. Yanning remained noncommittal, simply watching Yen Wu's performance in silence. My lord, we've got a huge shipment! Yen Wu shouted and ran over to Qingyi, waking him from his meditation. Swallow Eagle. I've never been so speechless in my life. What a shameless scoundrel! Yen Wu completely ignored Yan Ying's disdainful gaze. Seeing Qingyi wake up, he put on a fawning expression. He pointed at the 7 fiery hounds and said, That's it, the big one! Qingyi glanced in that direction, and a sharp glint flashed in her eyes. It really is a big shipment. Name, 7-headed infernal. Grade, elite boss. Level, LV15. Life, 15389 mana, 4567 to 4567 spirit, 4899 to 4899. Strength, 1234 defense, 1357 speed, 1405 stamina, 1266. Flame Chains LV3, uses scorching chains to bind enemies, causing continuous fire damage and reducing their movement speed and attack power. Flame Shield LV3, the 7-headed flame hound can form a powerful flame barrier, providing a certain degree of protection and reducing the damage it receives. Flame Roar LV5, the 7-headed flaming hound opens its blood-red maw and unleashes a scorching wave of fire, dealing area of effect burning damage to all enemies and having a chance to trigger a panic status. Qingyi got up from the ground, loosened her arms, and a slightly excited expression appeared on her face. After 3 days of tedious and monotonous practice, I can finally stretch my muscles and bones. 9 hammers to break the mountain! He gave a soft shout, then leaped up, hammer in hand. It smashed towards one of the 7 fiery hounds' heads. Boom! The 7-headed fiery hounds, naturally, wouldn't sit idly by and wait to die. They took the lead, sending out a fiery serpent to coil around them. They wanted to restrain Qingyi. Qingyi disregarded everything and smashed the fire snake to pieces with a single blow, the powerful force carrying her weight as she fell rapidly down. With a thud, it struck the 3rd head of the 7-headed fiery hound. -1565. The hammer blow made the 7 fiery hounds see stars, and they quickly activated their skills, forming a fire shield around themselves. Qingyi ignored all that and continued to strike the second blow. -895. With the fire shield in place, the hammer didn't cause much damage to the 7-headed fiery hound. But it wasn't so lucky on the third strike. After the fire shield was smashed to pieces, it smashed one of its heads as well. -2899. This was the last straw for the 7 fiery hounds, who knocked it to the ground in one blow. As the fourth blow was about to come, it staggered and tried to get up, but it was too late. Smack! The second head shattered. Qingyi's attacks were incredibly swift, giving it no chance to catch its breath, and she continued to launch a fierce barrage of attacks. The third and fourth. Before long, only a lone head remained of the 7-headed fiery hounds. But at this moment, the 9th hammer blow arrived. The target was that last head. -2788. Thump. With the last head shattered, the 7-headed fiery hound's body crashed to the ground. "Lord, you're awesome!" Yanwu shouted loudly. Yanning stood there, muttering to himself. "So this skill has 9 strikes in total. Luckily I gave up early, otherwise I would have been the one with my head smashed." Seeing such a brutal scene, he couldn't help but shudder. "Fine. If you surrender too soon, your grave will be overgrown with weeds." Chapter 46 Intermediate Market, Wanderer's Camp. Defeating the 7-headed flamehound. Since you were in a team, according to the team's experience distribution rules, you gained 2006 experience points, while the Flamehawk and Swallow Eagle each received 1003 experience points. SSS Talent, Chosen 1, Triggers, increasing drop rate by 20x. Oh no, the boss monster actually took the guaranteed drop, and even the Chosen 1 buff didn't trigger. That's outrageous. He used to have a drop rate of 50 or 60 times, like a Chosen 1, but now he's suddenly getting the lowest drop rate of 20 times, which is a bit hard to get used to. Let's see what's out. Given this low drop rate, Qingyi had already given up hope of getting anything. But when I actually saw it, I couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. An elite boss only dropped 2 items, both blue, not even a single purple one. It's really too shabby. Basic Building Upgrade Blueprint. After use, it can upgrade a basic building in the territory once, cannot be used on special types of buildings. Bluebird Token, the identity token of the Bluebird tribe. This. Qingyi was speechless. The blueprints are somewhat useful, but what can this Bluebird token do? It's useless. Wait a minute, this isn't right. I haven't had much luck these past 3 days. I've been grinding monsters for so long, but I haven't encountered many bosses. And when one finally does appear, it doesn't drop anything. Qingyi wondered to herself, a question forming in her mind. Could it be that these guys have affected my luck? Turning around, I saw Yanwu running over with a fawning expression and a cheerful grin. Yanning followed behind him resentfully, as if she had suffered some injustice. They're like 2 complete idiots. Yeah, that's probably it. Qingyi nodded, feeling that she couldn't stay with them any longer. I'm going back to my territory first. You guys continue to lead the team to level up. This is a detailed map of the Bauhinia Plateau. You are not allowed to go to dangerous areas. Qingyi tossed the plateau annotations to Yanwu, mounted her miniature horse, and rode away without looking back. Only Yanwu and Yanning remained standing there, staring at each other in bewilderment. Back in her territory, Qingyi wandered around for a while. We arrived at the primary market. After thinking for a while, I decided to use the basic building upgrade blueprints here. Compared to other types of buildings, the upgrade market offers better value for money. At the very least, it would allow him to connect with the entire player market in the Izumo Mountains, no longer confined to the small flame peak. Should I use basic building upgrade blueprints to upgrade the basic market? Yes. A beam of light flashed by. The original single-story house was instantly transformed into a 2-story attic. Both the exterior and interior have become much more luxurious. Liingi walked in, went straight to the front desk, and started browsing Taobao. It must be said that after upgrading the intermediate market, there are many more items on display. And unlike before, it doesn't only have materials like wood, stone, and iron ore. Nearly a week after the server opened, players' strength has improved rapidly, with some even reaching level 10. It can now defeat some low-level monsters. Therefore, some of the materials used in them can also be found in the market. However, Liingi was completely uninterested in these things. What he wants is something that will contribute to the development of his territory. Examples include professional tokens and architectural blueprints. He searched frantically but found nothing useful. Just as he was about to give up, a blueprint came into his view. The blue item was just added to the shelves. He looked closely, and his eyes immediately lit up. Wanderer Camp, a special type of construction blueprint. After use, a wanderer camp can be built, increasing the number of wanderers that can be recruited in the territory. Recruitment range is 100,000 kilometers. Price, 100 gold coins. Nice one! Although the price was a bit high, Liingi still bought it without hesitation. This blueprint might be of little use to others, but it's extremely useful to him. Inha village is located on a plateau, making it extremely slow to recruit leaders. In these 3 days, there have only been a few dozen people each day. With this camp for wanderers, the recruitment pool would be much larger, easily adding 30 to 50 people a day. Even if it's not much, it's still more than doubled. In the long run, this will be a tremendous asset for Inha village. Unfortunately, the player's strength is still too low, and they can't get any good items. Liingi sighed. In a market with tens of thousands of pages, he only found this one copy. It was incredibly difficult. Let's wait until most players are around level 15 or 20. There will be even more good stuff then. The advantages of the mid-range market become apparent. After leaving the market, Liingi found an empty spot and set up a camp for the homeless. We can have 50 or 60 people a day from now on, which will be enough to keep up with the development of the territory for the time being. Liingi pondered to herself. Territory, Galaxy Village. Level, Minor Village LV1. Spiritual Vein, none. Special Attributes. Saint Level Territory 1. Territory NPC's comprehension increases by 30%. Saint Level Territory 2. The probability of NPCs learning special skills is increased by 20%. The number 1 territory under heaven, Luck plus 10, increases attraction to wanderers by 30%. Population, 215. Public sentiment, 85. Public security, 83. Existing resources: 1788 units of grain, 1098 units of stone, 1632 units of timber, and 750 gold coins. Tribal area, 10 square kilometers. Existing buildings, 47. Heavenly cleansing pool. Unique legend has it that this is where mortals and gods gather water from the heavenly mountains, and every drop can transform a person. NPCs who join the territory will automatically receive this baptism, increasing their initial aptitude by half a level. Territory Hall, the Lord's office, where meetings can be held and announcements can be issued. Houses X35, places where tribespeople live. Construction requirements: 20 wood, 10 stone, 200 copper coins. Basic Warehouse X2, a place to store food and supplies. Construction requirements: 100 wood, 200 stone, 10,000 copper coins. Intermediate Market, a place where villagers trade with each other and with other players, and also a trading platform for players. Elementary Training Ground, a place for residents to train and practice martial arts. Wanderer Camp, a special type of construction blueprint. After use, a wanderer camp can be built, increasing the number of wanderers that can be recruited in the territory. Recruitment range is 100,000 kilometers. Prosperity, 298, based on a comprehensive assessment of territory population, commerce, buildings, etc. Prosperity required for upgrade, 1,000. After staring at the panel for a while, Qingyi realized that there were still too few buildings in Galaxy Village. The whole place is like a primitive society, without a single commercial building. Even with more than 200 people, the level of prosperity could not be increased. We finally found a skilled blacksmith, but we don't even have a proper forge. He's just hammering away at the furnace all day. That won't do. Qingyi knew she had to get some blueprints and build these buildings. Otherwise, over time, these talented individuals will inevitably become dissatisfied and defect. He returned to the Lord's Hall and issued a proclamation. He then called Xinjiang over and briefly explained the affairs of the territory. Alone, he walked down the plateau. The destination, naturally, was the Flame Fire Tribe, the largest human settlement on Flame Fire Peak. You can probably buy what Qingyi wants there. This must be the smallest horse in the entire wilderness of mountains and seas, but it's still twice the size of a real horse. And its name is Miniature Horse. What should the person be called then? Qingyi couldn't help but chuckle. He led the miniature horse out of the pen, touched its knee, and then leaped onto its back. Immediately it spurred its horse and headed down the plateau. Chapter 47 Re-encounter with the Honeypot Monkey, Crimson-blooded Honeypot Monkey. After speeding along, Qingyi soon arrived at the pontoon bridge. The pontoon bridge had now transformed into a long stone bridge, standing majestically on the cliff. It appears exceptionally sturdy and robust. This was specially commissioned by Qingyi and built by Chen Haijian. It took 15 people 3 whole days to complete. We have no choice but to build it. Not only is it inconvenient to travel back and forth, but we also have to be careful of attacks from monsters along the way, which is extremely dangerous. Qingyi was worried that if someone came to seek refuge with her one day, she might fall to her death while crossing the bridge. Therefore, it would be better to just build the stone bridge. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Before we even crossed the bridge, we suddenly heard a strange cry. Immediately afterwards, several stones pierced the air and hurtled towards the horse. The miniature horse reacted quickly, leaping to dodge. Qingyi turned her head and saw a group of monkeys hanging from a tree about 10 meters away, throwing stones at her with all their might. He grinned widely and let out a joyful laugh. It's you guys again. Qingyi was furious. He could immediately recognize that this was the monkey who had ambushed him last time, the honeypot monkey. Those damn monkeys. I couldn't catch them last time because I was trying to cross the bridge. They've come again today. This is intolerable. While dodging on her miniature horse, Qingyi drew her baji bow and aimed at the honeypot monkey that was smashing things the most. The arrow shot out at lightning speed, like shooting a bird, and knocked the honeypot monkey down from the tree. With a thud, the body fell to the ground. This terrified the other honeypot monkeys, as if they remembered the fear they had felt a few days ago when they were dominated by Qingyi. They jumped down from the trees and fled in all directions. How could Qingyi let them escape? She immediately rode her horse after them. The bow and arrows in his hand kept firing, randomly taking the life of a honeypot monkey. By the time the monkeys disappeared into the dense forest, most of them were dead or wounded. Only 3 monkeys remained, fleeing for their lives. Qingyi jumped off her horse and followed them inside. 2 more arrows were fired, killing the 2 honeypot monkeys. Squeak! The last honeypot monkey discovered it was all alone and was terrified. Using both hands and feet, they ran even faster. At that moment, it did not notice that Qingyi had put away her bow and arrows. It's not that it can't be killed, but... I'll deal with you when you get to your lair, Qingyi said bitterly. These damn monkeys are so annoying, let's just get rid of them all at once and solve the problem once and for all. The poor monkey had no idea that it had unknowingly become Qingyi's guide. About half an hour later, the monkey finally reached its destination. It let out a strange cry and burrowed into a huge cave. Before long, he led a large group of monkeys out. Squeak, 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 squeak. Before anyone could tell what they were saying, the monkeys became increasingly agitated. Don't shout, you'll be taken to see Grandma Monkey right away. Qingyi didn't care what they called, she pulled out her bow and arrows and fired a barrage of shots. Like a machine gun, it instantly felled a large number of people. Are you still going to ambush me? Qingyi snorted coldly and fired off with abandon. After establishing his territory, he commissioned Jing Chui, a newly arrived master blacksmith, to forge over 1,000 arrows for him. Although the quality is generally average due to limitations imposed by the forging environment, but the advantage lies in the sheer number of them. No matter how many you shoot, you can't shoot them all, so Qingyi is basically just a disposable item. Squeak! The monkeys had never seen such a fierce person before, and they scattered in fear. He no longer had any intention of avenging his comrades. But no matter how fast you run, how can you outrun Qingyi's bow and arrow? Arrows were shot out continuously, and one honeypot monkey after another was killed on the spot. Seeing their companions fall one after another, the honeypot monkeys finally panicked. They stopped, stood still, and roared in unison at the top of their lungs. It seems to be sending some kind of signal. What are you doing? Although Qingyi was somewhat puzzled, she did not stop what she was doing. They continued their rampage. Not long after, inside the cave, a loud, angry echo came from inside the cave, causing Qingyi to pause in her movements. So they were shaking people. No, they were shaking monkeys. He felt no fear whatsoever. Instead, he became excited. That's a great shake. That's a wonderful shake. I'm afraid you won't shake it. With only a handful of people, it's really not fun killing them. It would be best to get a large one. Sure enough, upon hearing the response, the honeypot monkeys outside started dancing and waving their arms in celebration. It was as if they had found a savior. Thump! 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 Heavy footsteps sounded. Inside the cave, a burly monkey demon covered in red fur slowly emerged. It holds a blood-red wooden stick and is much larger than a typical honeypot monkey. Its fur is thick and abundant, each hair shimmering with a metallic luster, making it particularly dazzling in the sunlight. Roar! The monkey demon hissed, its rugged face revealing a primal wildness. A fierce glint flashed in his scarlet eyes. Name, red-blooded honeypot monkey. Grade, elite boss. Level, LV15. Life, 16433, 16433 mana, 4875 to 4875 spirit, 4723 to 4723. Strength, 1377 defense, 1451 speed, 1499 stamina, 1323. Shadow Dance Flash LV4 flashes around the enemy at an extremely fast speed, making it difficult to detect. Each flash launches an attack on the enemy. Spirit 8 Palm LV4 concentrates spiritual power in the palm to form a powerful energy wave, dealing area damage to enemies in front. Crimson Fury LV4, a skill resulting from bloodline mutation, increasing all attributes by 100% for 5 minutes with no side effects. Other skills can be used during this period. Drunken Monkey Fist LV5, the shadowy figure of a drunken monkey, its fist techniques are unpredictable. While in a drunken state, defense is reduced by 50%, but there is a chance to deal high physical damage to a single target and trigger a critical hit. Upon seeing the monkey's attribute panel, Qingyi's brows furrowed, a rare occurrence for her. They're not easy to deal with. He silently recited it in his mind. Both being level 15 elite bosses, the Crimson Honeypot Monkey is much stronger than the 7-headed Flaming Hound we encountered before. Not only are its attributes superior, but its skills are also far better. For example, it has skills like Shadow Dance Flash, which combines dash and damage, as well as high burst skills like Drunken Monkey Fist. There are even god-tier skills like Crimson Fury, which can double all attributes. That's not even the most outrageous thing. The most outrageous thing is that this Crimson Fury can last for 5 minutes, and there are no side effects after it's over. That's absolutely incredible. Bloodline mutation. Qingyi was somewhat surprised by these words. Mutations are actually not uncommon. Many monsters possess them. For example, the mutated golden fleece rabbit king we encountered before was a mutation. Bloodlines are quite rare, usually only found in demonic beasts with noble bloodlines. Ordinary demonic beasts rarely possess them. It possesses both bloodline and mutation. To be honest, if it were a powerful demon or a ferocious beast, he wouldn't be surprised at all. But it's quite surprising that it appeared on a monkey demon. Could it be that this monkey demon ate something extraordinary, or that its bloodline has reverted to its ancestral form? Qingyi guessed. Otherwise, it would be difficult to explain. Chapter 48 Crimson Fury. Qingyi knocked an arrow and tried shooting it. The red-blooded honeypot monkey remained unmoved, as if it hadn't seen anything. Puff! The arrow struck it precisely. So easy you won? Qingyi was somewhat suspicious. But soon, as if he had discovered something, he was startled. No, not even the damage is displayed. The arrow missed. His mind went blank with alarm bells. He looked closely and, sure enough, found that the arrow had struck the afterimage and passed through the air. Behind me, the wind howled. Not good. Qingyi's heart skipped a beat, and she turned to look. A stick as thick as his arm swept across. The crimson honeypot monkey had somehow appeared behind him. Qingyi quickly put away the 8 extremes bow and met the attack with the mountain-breaking hammer. As the two armies clashed, Qingyi, who had hastily engaged in battle, was swept away and retreated 20 or 30 meters before regaining her footing. Hiss! He shook his aching arm, his gaze turning serious. With the added boost from his equipment, his strength has now exceeded 1,000, only about 300 less than this monkey's. But to his surprise, the opponent's attack was so difficult for him. This shadow dance flash is incredibly fast and has a high burst of power, at least 3 times the normal speed. Qingyi secretly speculated that she shouldn't engage in a direct confrontation. It's best to avoid the opponent's attacks. After all, the size difference is undeniable. His small frame is no match for the crimson honeypot monkey. While he was thinking, the crimson honeypot monkey disappeared from the spot again. When it appeared, it was behind Qingyi once again. Again! With these precautions in place, Qingyi naturally wouldn't repeat the same mistake. I activated my sprint and instantly appeared 5 meters away. Crimson blood relentlessly pursued, continuing to unleash shadow dance flash strike. A man and a monkey, one chasing and the other dodging, weaving through the air. With the speed boost, Qingyi was naturally not afraid of this monkey. Perhaps tired of chasing, the crimson honeypot monkey stopped in its tracks, took out a jar of wine from somewhere, and began to gulp it down. Drunken monkey fist? Qingyi thought of the crimson honeypot monkey's LV5 skill. Not only does it deal high damage, but it can also trigger critical hits, making it even more powerful than Shadow Dance Flash. We can't take it head-on. Qingyi dared not underestimate the situation. After drinking the alcohol, the crimson honeypot monkey began to stagger. He was swaying precariously, as if he were about to fall. Amazingly, he always manages to regain his balance smoothly before falling. After downing a jar of wine, the crimson honeypot monkey simply threw away the red wooden stick in its hand and swayed its body as it attacked Qingyi. The steps were erratic, but the pace was fast. Seeing this, Qingyi continued to sprint to maintain distance. Seeing that the crimson honeypot monkey couldn't catch up with him, he then knocked an arrow and aimed. After activating the drunken monkey fist, the crimson honeypot monkey's defense decreased by 50%, making it the perfect time for Qingyi to counterattack. A divine arrow! 2 skills were fired in quick succession, with incredible speed and power. Although the red-blooded honeypot monkey was drunk, it was still conscious and quickly raised its arm to defend itself. However, it only blocked 1 arrow, another arrow struck its chest. -2,987. -5,435. 2 damage numbers appeared, and most of the crimson honeypot monkey's health bar disappeared instantly. The intense pain immediately sobered it up, pulling it out of its drunken state. It bared its teeth and pulled the arrows from its arm and chest. With a sudden burst of force, he crushed the arrow to pieces. Roar! An angry roar resounded throughout the heavens and earth. The crimson honeypot monkey glared fiercely at Qingyi, its scarlet eyes filled with intense hatred. Without hesitation, the crimson honeypot monkey activated its bloodline skill, Crimson Fury. Rumble, rumble, rumble. A surge of powerful blood energy coursed through the crimson honeypot monkey's body, causing its red fur to droop and cling to its skin like a layer of wrinkled skin. Thick steam emanated from it. Holy crap, that's insane! Qingyi clearly saw that not only had all of the crimson honeypot monkey's attributes doubled, but even its previously lost status had been fully restored, returning it to full health. Luckily, this skill can't be used all the time, otherwise who would be able to kill this guy? He cursed under his breath, immediately turned away, and retreated hastily. Given the crimson honeypot monkey's current state, with its 4 stats approaching 3,000, going up there would be like feeding it to someone. It's impossible to fight it, you have to wait for its skill to end. Seeing that Qingyi wanted to run away, the crimson honeypot monkey was not happy. Having killed so many of its monkeys and offspring, and injured it as well, it must pay the price. With a powerful push of his legs, he shot out like lightning. Before long, they came into view of Qingyi's back. It clasped its hands together and slammed them down, unleashing a powerful burst of energy. Qingyi felt the howling wind behind her, and her mind became incredibly calm. He knew he couldn't be hit, or he would surely die. Sprint is gone, waiting for sprint. Qingyi thought to herself. Ahead, a rock wall blocked the way. There was still no path. Qingyi did not despair. Instead, her eyes lit up. They ran forward with even greater effort. As the crimson honeypot monkey's palm strike approached, it leaped up the rock wall. His whole body seemed to be rising straight up like a horizontal line. Boom! The palm strike arrived. It slammed heavily onto the rock wall. The mountains trembled, and rocks flew everywhere. A huge palm print is embedded in the rock wall, probably half a meter deep. Qingyi, who was on the rock face, lost her balance and was about to fall. But he didn't panic at all. Instead, he used the force of the impact to fly away. It spun around in the air a few times and landed steadily behind the crimson honeypot monkey. I still need my 3-turn thunder double kick. Qingyi raised the corners of her mouth slightly, glanced disdainfully at the crimson honeypot monkey, and then continued to run away as if fleeing. This action made the red-blooded honeypot monkey feel like it had been tricked, and it angrily pounded its chest. Finally, he ran to a tree and pulled it up with all his might. Roar! It roared and hurled itself out. A tree nearly a meter thick came hurtling towards them like a cannonball. Startled, Qingyi rushed into the dense forest. But it had no effect. Any trees that blocked the way were instantly smashed to dust. As the tree trunk drew closer, Qingyi suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. Nothing more, just sprint. With the boost from sprinting, he widened the gap once again. It's unclear how far it ran, but the flying tree finally lost its strength and fell to the ground. That's too ruthless. Qingyi was breathing slightly heavily. He had never been so embarrassed since he started playing the game. This crimson honeypot monkey is truly ruthless. It doesn't resemble a level 15 elite boss at all, and it's even stronger than a level 20 boss. Damn it, wait until you pass this skill test, then I'll see how I deal with you. Qingyi spat, secretly vowing to take revenge later. However, the effect of Crimson Fury hasn't worn off yet. The crimson honeypot monkey was chasing after him, so he had to keep running. Chapter 49 Bloodline Revival, Dominating the Boss. Finally, the 5 minutes were up, and the crimson honeypot monkey's skill duration expired. Its domineering aura faded, and it returned to normal. Although the health bar is still full. But at the very least, it gave Qingyi a chance to fight back. He knocked a flying arrow, drew the 8 extremes bow to its full draw, and aimed at the crimson honeypot monkey's chest. It was shot out. With a thud, it pierced straight into his chest. The crimson honeypot monkey was still reeling from the overwhelming power of Crimson Fury and didn't pay much attention to the arrow. It only realized what was happening when the excruciating pain in its chest spread throughout its body. It let out a painful cry. Roar! The roar of the red-blooded honeypot monkey echoed through the forest, making the leaves rustle all around. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Liingi quickly adjusted her breathing, knocked an arrow again, and this time, instead of targeting the red-blooded honeypot monkey's chest, he aimed for its more vulnerable throat. That was its weakest point in defense. Whoosh! The second arrow streaked through the air like a meteor, hitting the target with perfect accuracy. The red-blooded honeypot monkey shook its head in agony, trying to pull the arrow that was stuck deep in its throat with its paws, but each attempt only made it more painful. Fresh blood gushed from the wound, staining its already crimson fur. Liingi gave it no chance to catch its breath and fired a third arrow, this time targeting its eyes. The crimson honeypot monkey instinctively closed its eyes, but the arrow was too powerful, piercing its eyelids and embedding itself deeply into its eyeball. It rolled on the ground in agony, trying to alleviate its pain in this way. 3 arrows in quick succession, without using any skills. However, every arrow hit a vital point, a critical hit, still dealing tens of thousands of points of damage. At this moment, the crimson honeypot monkey only had a little over 5,400 health points left. Die! Liingi shouted, gathering the last of her remaining stamina. They forcibly launched the last divine arrow. Minus 5,405. I won! Liingi's spirits lifted. Red-blooded honeypot monkey, 1 to 16,433 bloodline recovery in progress. To his surprise, he discovered that the guy actually had a single drop of blood left. He quickly fired another arrow, but it had no effect. The drop of blood seemed to be locked in place. It won't fall. Only then did he notice the words following the Crimson Blood Honeypot Monkey Blood Bar. Bloodline restoration? Although it was previously speculated that the Crimson Honeypot Monkey might possess a remarkable bloodline, when it actually awakened its bloodline, Liingi was still somewhat shocked. This Crimson Honeypot Monkey is probably going to defy the heavens. The bloodline mutation state was already strong enough, but now it needs bloodline revival. Bloodline revival is far more terrifying. It awakens the ancestral bloodline within the body. The strength of a creature that can leave its bloodline through the long course of history is unimaginable. Once awakened, its strength will surely surge. Wouldn't that mean I'm doomed? Liingi couldn't help but curse. Red-blooded honeypot monkey, 1089-17891-2034 to 18,912. As you can see in the attribute panel, with the progress of bloodline revival, the Crimson Honeypot monkey's health points, as well as its maximum health, are increasing rapidly. Are you coming or not? Liingi began to ponder. I'm running out of energy, while the Crimson Honeypot monkey is recovering rapidly. Once it's fully recovered, it won't be able to leave even if it wanted to. I might fail here on my first try. However, after such a long and arduous struggle, he could not accept returning empty-handed. As I weighed the options, a system notification appeared in my mind. Bloodline revival is in progress, at 30%. Upon completion, the Crimson Honeypot monkey can advance to a level 20 Dominator boss. Level 20? The Overlord boss? Liingi's expression froze, and her breathing became rapid. What does this mean? He was already planning to leave when the system notification sounded. Tempting? Which player could resist such temptation? Since that's the case, then I'll succumb to your temptation. Liingi gritted her teeth and decided to pull off this job. Fortune favors the bold. He was too exhausted to use his divine arrow again, so he had to pull out his mountain-shattering hammer. Engage in a final battle with the red-blooded honeypot monkey. 9 hammers to break the mountain. Slash! While the Crimson Honeypot monkey was still undergoing bloodline revival and unable to move, Liingi smashed it down hard with the giant hammer. The first strike. It hit him squarely on the forehead, making a loud thud. Minus 1,567 3,014 to 20,008. Damage appeared, But Qingyi didn't stop, she continued swinging. The second blow. Minus 1,649 2,865 to 21,844. 8 blows in a row slammed the crimson honey pot monkey's head, leaving it swollen and bruised. The entire monkey head was completely disfigured, resembling a pig's head. Even close relatives wouldn't recognize him. Its current health is 2024 to 36,078. Bloodline recovery progress 99%. The Crimson Bone ferocious monkey's bloodline has been successfully revived, and the Crimson Blood Honey Pot monkey has transformed into a level 20 Dominator boss. With its bloodline restored, the Crimson Honey Pot monkey emerged from its metamorphosis state. It only felt dizzy and had a terrible headache. With great effort, I opened my eyes, and what I saw was a huge hammer. The 9th hammer! I'll beat you to death today! Qingyi roared and swung the mountain-breaking giant hammer down with all her might. Minus 3,577 to 37,001. With a soft pft. The head of the Crimson Honey Pot monkey ultimately couldn't withstand the blows, even with Qingyi's wooden fish-like striking technique. It shattered like a watermelon. Health bar empty. Kill the Crimson Honey Pot monkey and gain 7,024 experience points. SSS talent, Chosen 1, triggers a 100x drop rate. A Chosen 1 triggers, granting an item quality upgrade. After 3 consecutive notification sounds, Qingyi's mouth twisted into a grin. This is incredible. With all these buffs stacked up, it's time to release a large quantity of goods. Buddha, Guanyin, and Gatling Bodhisattva, I don't ask for much, just a divine artifact. Amen. Qingyi offered a devout prayer. Finally, to his eager anticipation, an item fell from the corpse of the Crimson Honey Pot monkey. A red light emanated from it. Woo grass! Woo grass! Red! I'm not seeing things! Qingyi quickly picked it up, checked its attributes, and then. He was so excited that he started dancing around on the spot. It's red! It's fucking red! Treasure tiers are white, cyan, blue, purple, orange, pink, red, and multicolored. Crimson Flame Crystal Marrow, a supreme red treasure, the essence of heaven and earth's fire, possessing miraculous uses. Those who refine it become immune to ordinary fire. Fire-type treasure. This is Qingyi's assessment of it. Leaving aside any other wondrous uses, which he doesn't know yet, just the fact that he's immune to all worldly fire. He is invincible. It's important to understand that the concept of ordinary fire is vast, ranging from firewood to volcanic lava, and even the kindling refined by most demonic beasts. They all belong to the category of ordinary fire. In other words, once I refine this Crimson Flame Crystal Marrow, I will be fine even if I jump off a volcano. If you encounter a fire-type monster, you can stand there and let it burn you without losing a single drop of blood. That's incredible. Chapter 50 Fusion of Crimson Blood Crystal Marrow. Does it incorporate the essence of crimson blood? Yes. Qingyi did not hesitate. As the thought arose, the golden red, crystal clear essence of crimson blood rose into the air. It slowly floated into the air, emitting a crimson light that shone on Qingyi's chest. Thump thump. His heart pounded twice, conveying a sense of longing. Immediately it appeared as if a black hole was about to attract and devour the essence of the crimson blood. A red light path appeared, connecting the heart and the essence. It slowly draws the essence closer, through the skin, and into the heart. Thump! 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 A sound like drumming emanated from his heart, deep and powerful. Qingyi felt as if a blazing flame was burning fiercely in his chest, threatening to incinerate him completely. Ha! He couldn't help but open his mouth and exhale a breath. Instantly, a fiery serpent shot out. In the blink of an eye, the towering tree in front of them was burned to black ashes. Feeling the surging energy within his body, he feared he would be burned to death. He quickly sat down cross-legged and began to circulate the three-colored yuan fire technique. 1 cycle, 2 cycles. guided by the three-colored elemental fire technique, the energy, which had been wandering aimlessly like headless flies, now had direction. Following its slow movement, it travels to every part of the body and is absorbed and refined. This energy seemed inexhaustible. Every time Qingyi refined a trace of it, a trace would be released again from the crimson blood essence. Therefore, he could only refine it again and integrate the refined crimson blood essence into his meridians, bones, and flesh. Under this scorching and powerful energy, the impurities in his body were completely eliminated. If he could see inside his body, he would discover that at this moment, his internal organs, meridians, and flesh, it becomes as clear and bright as crystal. Time passed. Qingyi didn't know how much time had passed. She only knew that she was like a machine, constantly absorbing and refining energy. The progress of the three-colored yuan fire technique, unknowingly, went from the initial stage to the middle stage, the later stage, the peak, and finally reached perfection. A first-tier, extraordinary golden-level cultivation technique was actually cultivated to perfection in just one day. If this were told to others, it would shock countless people. In her previous life, even though it was just a single azure-colored three-harmony chi, Qingyi spent a whole month painstakingly perfecting it. The difficulty of mastering golden martial arts is much greater. He originally planned to master it in about 3 months, but unexpectedly, with the help of the crimson blood essence, he mastered it directly. This is truly eye-opening, like a small knife pulling out a butt. Call! Once the energy of the crimson flame crystal marrow had been completely refined, Qingyi opened her eyes. A dazzling glint flashed in his eyes. At his dantian, a golden-red vortex of spiritual energy swirled powerfully. It exudes an incomparably hot and powerful energy. Good! Qingyi couldn't help but smile. As expected of a red treasure, just releasing its energy once saved him more than 2 months of hard work. He feels better than ever before. Open the properties panel. Qingyi silently recited in her heart. ID, Qingyi. Identity, Lord of Galaxy Village. Reputation, 1200. Level, LV15. Experience, 50,031 to 100,000. Strength, 240, plus 874, Defense, 222, plus 705, Speed, 220, plus 283, Stamina, 222, plus 389. Martial Arts, First Tier 3-colored elemental fire technique, Golden Extraordinary, perfected. Skills Basic Detection, /LV2, 1 star, Sprint LV1, 1 star, Divine Arrow LV2, 6 stars. Equipment, Mountain Shattering Hammer, Level 15 Silver, Golden Storm Armor, Level 15 Bronze, Azure Illusion Bracers, Level 15 Bronze, Golden Fleece Belt, Level 15 Silver, Swift Boots, Level 15 Bronze, Azure Eye Mask, Special. Talent, Chosen Drop Rate, 3S. During gameplay, the drop rate of all monsters is randomly increased by 20 to 100 times, with a 12% chance to trigger Chosen, improving the quality of dropped items. LV2. The Crimson Flame Crystal Marrow is charging. Once fully charged, it will cause unexpected changes in the body. Charging progress, 0.5%. Special skills, none. Money, 810 gold. Title, Pioneer, the first warrior to break through in the vast wilderness of mountains and seas. Luck +5. Combat Strength Rating, 106,965 points. With the completion of the 3-colored elemental fire technique, Qingyi's combat power has been enhanced to an unprecedented level, soaring directly from 32,000 to over 100,000. Such terrifying data is truly alarming. There's an extra line in the talent bar? Qingyi keenly noticed that a new talent, Crimson Flame Crystal Marrow, had been added to the talent list. It seems that some condition is missing, which is why it cannot be triggered. Charging? What do you mean? Qingyi was somewhat puzzled. Does this mean that the Crimson Flame Crystal Marrow needs some kind of energy to continue to be used? He didn't quite understand. After studying it for a long time, I vaguely guessed that. Crimson flame crystal marrow is a supreme treasure of the fire element. Perhaps it needs to be charged with fire attribute spiritual items. Only then can the mysteries behind it be unlocked. Having understood this, Qingyi stopped worrying about it and couldn't wait to log off. In the real world at night, Qingyi woke up in bed. He quickly stood up and opened his palm. With a thought, a ball of blazing primordial fire energy appeared in his palm. The golden-red primordial flames illuminated the room and also his eyes. Ha 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 ha! He laughed excitedly. Sure enough, in reality, the three-colored elemental fire technique was also perfected. He excitedly put on his clothes and ran all the way to the outskirts of the city. Realizing that no one was around, he rubbed his hands together to create a ball of flame. The three colors of primordial fire, cyan, blue, and yellow, flowed and swirled. He aimed at the boulder 10 meters away and threw it. Rumble! Rumble! The entire boulder was blasted into pieces, and dust filled the sky. Although I've seen this kind of scene many times in games, in real life, this conflict between power and common sense still thrilled him. I guess I'm already superhuman now. A smile appeared on Qingyi's lips. An invisible force surged beneath my feet, and with one step, I reached the top of the tree. He turned and, like a light breeze, leaped and darted through the dense forest, stepping on branches. Looking at the scenery rushing past, Qingyi couldn't help but feel a surge of pride. Reading history for 3,000 years, one finds nothing more than fame, fortune, and worldly success. After 9,000 miles of enlightenment, one ultimately returns to poetry, wine, and pastoral life. Bright moon, gentle breeze, and me. Good, very good. They played around for a while, completely absorbed in their own world, until dawn broke. Qingyi slowly returned to the city from the suburbs. Walking down the street, the world was completely quiet. Only a few streetlights were still on. Meow. A meow rang out, but it wasn't loud. But in the quiet environment, it is particularly eye-catching. Qingyi looked up. The towering apartment building, more than 10 stories high. A tabby cat suddenly leaped down. Holy crap, are you going to fall and die? Qingyi reached out her hand, intending to catch it. However, the other party didn't appreciate it, and dodged to the side. It landed safely on the ground. It had a large piece of pork belly in its mouth, which it seemed to have just stolen, and it gave Qingyi a haughty glance. She turned her head and walked away gracefully with cat-like steps. You didn't die from falling from that height? That's amazing. Qingyi carefully examined the tabby cat, and saw that it seemed to be completely unharmed. I couldn't help but admire his agile physique. Just as I was about to leave, I suddenly noticed a strange pattern on the cat's butt. What is that? Mountain and sea totem? Qingyi's spirits lifted. Chapter 51 Pets Players? This is definitely a mountain and sea totem. As a veteran player, Qingyi believed she wouldn't admit her mistake. Wait a minute! He shouted. Upon hearing Qingyi's voice, the tabby cat actually stopped. Head held high, looking over indifferently. It can actually understand human speech. Qingyi was genuinely surprised. She stepped forward and said with a smile, Good little kitten, let me see your pattern. As he spoke, he reached out to grab the back of its neck. The tabby cat was very wary of Qingyi's attempts to touch it. She wouldn't let him touch her at all, and jumped away from his clutches. Why are you running? Qingyi raised an eyebrow. It won't kill you to look. If you don't want me to look, I'll look anyway. He flashed forward. The tabby cat took 2 steps back, opened its mouth and began to hiss, emitting a threatening growl. Seeing that Qingyi remained unmoved, it raised its claws and slapped at the outstretched hand. Hey, got it! Qingyi caught that claw perfectly. He grabbed the tabby cat's paw and lifted it up in one swift motion. The little guy is quite strong. Qingyi chuckled, her conviction growing stronger as she realized the cat's extraordinary nature. That claw strike is incredibly powerful, weighing at least 2,000 pounds, making it even stronger than an ordinary tiger. How could an ordinary cat possibly do that? He grabbed the tabby cat by the scruff of its neck, flipped it over, and prepared to examine the totem more closely. Unexpectedly, this tabby cat's methods didn't stop there. When its claw missed, it opened its mouth and spat out a jet of air, aiming straight for Liingi's face. The arrow was incredibly swift, producing a deafening roar in the air. Its power is astonishing. If it hits, half of his head would be blown up. Qingyi hadn't expected it to have this trick up its sleeve, so she quickly spat out a stream of three-colored elemental fire to block the energy arrow. Phew! The fiery serpents raged, burning the air arrows to ashes. The long-planned attack was thwarted, and the tabby cat looked bewildered. It seems unbelievable that this is the reality. It's unbelievable that such powerful humans exist. How dare you ambush me? Qingyi was furious. It's clearly a cat, yet it's so cunning. They ambushed him, a kind person who wanted to pet a cat, to prevent the tabby cat from attacking again. He held the cat's head in place with one hand and restrained its two hind legs with the other. Turn it upside down so it can't struggle. Then, I began to examine the totem more closely. The colors, the image quality, and the lifelike spirit. It must be a totem. But this pattern. A painting of a roaring tiger? This is a cat. It has awakened a tiger totem. Is it trying to revert to its ancestral nature? Qingyi's expression was a bit strange. But soon, he was drawn to the shimmering golden light on the totem. Is this a golden totem? His eyes narrowed. Golden totems are extremely rare. Among humans, only a minority possess golden totems. How could this happen to a cat? If the facts hadn't been presented to him, he would have doubted whether they were true. No wonder you're so strong, little guy. You're a genius, 1 in a million. Qingyi's eyes flickered, and her expression became kind and gentle. Stroking its head, he said softly, Little cat, I know you're a stray. If you don't mind, I'd like to give you a home and promise you canned food every day. He originally only intended to study it briefly, and then put it away. But I didn't expect it to be so good. Then we can't let it go. It would be nice to keep it as a pet. The tabby cat showed strong resistance to Qingyi's actions. It struggled with its legs and paws, pushing away Qingyi's hand. Seeing that the other party was so ungrateful, Qingyi became furious. A crimson fireball appeared in his palm, radiating intense heat. You don't want to? The fireball slowly approached the tabby cat, stopping in front of its lower abdomen. Just a little closer, and it would be able to roast the cat treats. Meow. The tabby cat's eyes immediately cleared. It tilted its little head and rubbed against Qingyi's hand repeatedly, showing a fawning expression. This is in stark contrast to his previous unruly demeanor. That's more like it. Qingyi smiled slightly. You voluntarily acknowledged me as your master, right? He first stroked the tabby cat's head, then gently slid his hand across its belly. Feeling the warmth from its abdomen, the tabby cat froze, too afraid to move. He could only nervously turn his head and nod at Qingyi. All right, as long as it's voluntary. I, Qingyi, dislike forcing others the most. Qingyi snapped her fingers. A small spark appeared at the fingertip. The flames were not intense. Their reddish-white color indicated the immense power they contained. Open your mouth and eat it. Qingyi's expression was gentle, and her face was full of smiles. To the tabby cat, this appearance resembled the devil's smile. It knew all too well that this fire was no good thing, and that eating it would have irreversible consequences. But circumstances are beyond our control. Once it falls into someone else's hands, whether or not it eats it is no longer up to it. Despite its reluctance, the tabby cat endured the humiliation and ate the food in order to save its life. A tear rolled down her cheek. It is the mighty boss of the great wilderness of mountains and seas. First her monsters in reality. To have fallen to such a state. It hurts so much. A deep sense of regret arose within it. You shouldn't quit the game just for some food. Now look what's happened, He's been caught, and has lost his freedom. I regret it so much. If conditions allowed, it would love to find a place to have a good cry. Seeing the tabby cat eat the fire, Liingi's smile became even brighter, and she said, "That's a good cat. Look, it's even moved to tears." He gently wiped away the tears from the tabby cat's eyes, looked directly at it, and asked, "Can you log into the game now?" Since there's a totem, it must be possible to log into the game. If possible, he'd like to meet this cat in real life through the game. Let's see what a cat would look like in a game. Meow. The tabby cat meowed guiltily, avoiding Liingi's stern gaze, and shook its head. Seeing that the tabby cat was still not behaving itself, an idea popped into Liingi's mind. I've decided to teach it a lesson. Buzz. The embers that the tabby cat had just eaten instantly ignited, wreaking havoc inside its body. Burn its flesh and blood, scorch its sinews and bones. Hatchie! Hatchie! The tabby cat trembled violently and rolled around in pain. It quickly grabbed Liingi's arm, shook its head, and then nodded. It means that you know you were wrong. Humph, are you still going to lie to me? Liingi snorted coldly and said indifferently, "Since you've acknowledged me as your master, don't try to play tricks on me. Be loyal, understand?" The tabby cat nodded hastily. Seeing this, Liingi stopped extinguishing the fire. This seed of fire is a offspring fire born after the three-colored primordial fire technique has been perfected, and it is completely controlled by the mother fire. Not only can it reside within the bodies of living beings, but it can also detonate when necessary, making it extremely terrifying. Today, the tabby cat got to try something new. "Do you have a teleportation array there?" Liingi asked. This time, the tabby cat didn't dare to answer carelessly and nodded obediently. "After you log on, take the teleportation array to the Qiyun Mountains and find me at Yanhua Peak. I will be going to the Yanhua tribe soon." Meow, okay. After giving a few instructions, Liingi originally intended to take it home. However, the tabby cat said it had things to do and begged to be let go first. Seeing its resolute expression, Liingi knew that even if she forcibly took it back, the creature would find a chance to escape. I simply agreed. After giving them my home address, they let it go. The tabby cat felt instantly granted a pardon and ran away as if fleeing into the distance. Watching that departing figure, a strange smile appeared on Liingi's lips. Once you've become Liingi's pet, running away won't be so easy. Once the spark ignites, let's see if it comes begging to me. Chapter 52 Bloodline Imprint, Honey Pot Monkey Wine Recipe. After returning home, Liingi entered the game again. After scanning the area, he noticed that the corpse of the crimson honey pot monkey was still on the ground, and he breathed a sigh of relief. I logged off too hastily just now. Oh, I forgot there were some good things on this corpse. Collection successful. Obtained Ferocious Monkey Bloodline X1. Ferocious Monkey Bloodline. Mix the essence blood of the Crimson Ferocious Monkey clan, with a purity of 5%, possesses an attraction to demonic beasts, doubling the effect on monkey-type demonic beasts. I've heard that the bloodline of this ferocious beast clan is of great benefit to demon beasts, and it can be sold for a good price. Looking at the small jar in my hand, the blood was as clear and hot as magma. Liingi nodded inwardly, thinking, as expected of blood containing near-ancient power. The surging, powerful energy is undoubtedly a great tonic. Because you collected the essence blood of the Crimson Ferocious Monkey clan, you have obtained the Crimson Ferocious Monkey clan Mark X1. The mark of the Crimson Blood Ferocious Monkey clan, having the blood of the Crimson Blood Ferocious Monkey clan on your hands, may attract the pursuit of the ancient demon clan the Crimson Blood Ferocious Monkey clan. The system notification sounded immediately after the data collection was completed. Immediately afterwards, blood energy rose from the corpse of the Crimson Honey Pot Monkey, condensing into a ferocious monkey face. Kill! The monkey-faced creature roared and surged into Liingi's body. Wow, you can do that too! Liingi cursed under her breath. She was completely numb. On the palm of his hand, there was a scarlet, ferocious monkey mark the size of a soybean. Its face was hideous, radiating a fierce and menacing aura. This is going to be a difficult situation. Qingyi sighed. She had been careless. A powerful demon of the 7th or 8th rank, targeted by the ancient demon race. Just one of those would be enough to keep him drinking a whole pot of alcohol. That damned crimson honeypot monkey, even in death I'll still try to trick him. Let's take it one step at a time. Qingyi shook her head. She had no solution either. If all else fails, I'll just die. Once he's resurrected, he'll be a hero again. He angrily kicked the corpse of the red-blooded honeypot monkey, then turned and went into its burrow. Unlike regular bosses, these territorial bosses may be guarding some treasures. You can go in and try your luck. Stepping into the cave, the scene inside came into view. Hundreds of meters high and incredibly wide. There's an opening in the top of the cave to let in light. Qingyi walked inside, looking like an ant, so small as to be negligible. Looking ahead, a huge rock, over 10 meters long and 3 or 4 meters high, stood there. Judging from the decoration, it turned out to be a bed. This bed is in a great position, with the sky right above you. If you can't sleep at night, you can lie down and look at the stars. Qingyi jumped onto the bed and searched around, but found nothing. However, a neatly arranged pile of wine jars was found beside the bed. There were over 100 jars, all filled with wine. Honeypot Monkey Wine, a specialty product brewed by Honeypot Monkey. This fine wine is made from premium spiritual fruits and contains abundant energy, greatly enhancing physical fitness. Honeypot Monkey Wine Recipe. The recipe for brewing Honeypot Monkey Wine. Wine brewed by monkeys? A rare find. Qingyi's eyes lit up. She opened a jar and took a ladleful with a sampler. The taste is very good. Upon first bite, the sweet aroma of the fruit travels from the mouth to the brain, without being cloying at all. After swallowing, a faint burning sensation entered my stomach, and warmth spread throughout my body. It felt so good that every pore seemed to open up. Consuming monkey wine grants +5 to strength, +5 to defense, +3 to speed, and +3 to stamina. So many attribute boosts, awesome! He exclaimed in admiration and took another ladleful to drink. Consuming monkey wine grants +3 to strength, +3 to defense, +2 to speed, and +2 to stamina. This time, the attribute increase wasn't as much as the first time, but it was still considerable, so Qingyi continued. He drank almost half a jar of it until his attributes stopped increasing at all, and then he stopped. This is good stuff. He couldn't help but sigh. Half a jar of wine increased his 4 stats by about 20 points each, which is equivalent to leveling up twice. That's amazing. The key point is that he also obtained the recipe, and all he needs is a brewer to achieve mass production. Sold to players later. Is it okay to charge them 100 gold coins per jar? There are over 100 jars here. Wow, that's worth 10,000 gold coins. A golden light flashed in Qingyi's eyes, and she quickly put all the honey-glazed monkey wine into her system inventory. After he finished, he slowly emerged from the cave. After traversing the dense forest, we finally found the miniature horse grazing. He leaped onto his horse with lightning speed and continued galloping towards the Flame Fire tribe. The Flame Fire tribe is just ahead. Qingyi sat on horseback, gazing at the rows of buildings in the distance, her eyes slightly narrowed. Although it was called a tribe, Qingyi did know that, apart from some small, relatively underdeveloped savage camps, other territories that have reached a higher level are actually very developed. At least, it wouldn't be worse than feudal society on Earth. Take the Flame Fire tribe as an example. It is a medium-sized tribe, but its level of development has surpassed that of most feudal cities. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Flame Fire tribe, 2 5-meter-tall, red-furred hunting dogs sat there majestically. A level 25 firehound, not bad. Qingyi's eyes flashed as she took in all the information about the 2 demons. However, he had no intention of clashing with them. After silently handing over 10 copper coins, he entered the city. The streets were bustling, but the atmosphere was relatively quiet and peaceful. Every now and then a few loud, boisterous guys would pass by, it was quite obvious that they were players. Although the game, Shanghai De Huang, has only been open for a few days, players who are virtually immortal can still be active, in various locations. Qingyi showed no intention of talking to them. After temporarily storing her horse in a restaurant, they then rushed to various locations to purchase all the necessary blueprints for Galaxy Village. Patterns for beginner and intermediate tailors, blacksmiths, clinics, etc. He purchased a total of 15 blueprints, 13 beginner blueprints, each costing 10 or 20 gold coins, and 2 intermediate blueprints, each costing 80 gold coins, spending a total of over 340 gold coins. This was almost half of his net worth, leaving him with only a little over 400 gold coins. Fortunately, he brought most of the gold coins from Galaxy Village with him when he came, otherwise he really wouldn't have been able to afford it. Qingyi didn't plan to go to other mid-level venues. Firstly, the basic ones were enough for her at this stage, and secondly, she was currently short of money and needed to spend her money wisely. What is a blade? This is, of course, the Advanced Market Blueprint. With the Advanced Market, Galaxy Village can expand its remote trading reach to the entire eastern wilderness. That's a huge range. Although it's hard to find good stuff in the current player market, with the passage of time, if you manage to pick up a couple of bargains, you can make a fortune. For example, the blueprint for the Wanderer's Camp was a great help to Galaxy Village. Moreover, in the early stages of the game when players are generally poor, he has money and occupies an absolute dominant position in the high-level market. He can buy things that others can't see, and he can afford things that others can't afford. The extent of their initial advantage is self-evident. Qingyi knew that the market's remote trading capabilities were only temporary. They would only be effective in the later stages of the game when players' strength increased. The system will then cancel it. So take advantage of the fact that it's still usable now, and start using it as soon as possible. After buying the Advanced Market Blueprints, Qingyi only had 130 gold coins left, teetering on the brink of bankruptcy. Helpless, he had no choice but to find a nearby herbal medicine shop and sell some of the herbs he had recently picked, earning more than 900 gold coins, which finally helped him recover some of his losses. Chapter 53: The second largest territory in the world. After buying the blueprints, it was already dark. Qingyi found a restaurant, and stayed there for the night. A standard room costs 300 copper coins. He finally understood why so many people preferred to log off at night. It was too dark, and staying overnight would mean losing half a day's savings. Qingyi wasn't short of money. She even added 100 copper coins to have the restaurant feed her horse properly. Nothing was said that night. The next morning, Qingyi woke up feeling refreshed. Taking a break in a game is just as effective as taking a break in real life, and even better. He quickly washed up and prepared to buy some more essential supplies. Walking down the street, the crowds were bustling. The various shouts and cries created a lively atmosphere, just like a scene from a movie or TV show. One place in particular caught Qingyi's attention. There's no other reason than that this was a stall set up by a group of players. It's not a product advertisement, but a job posting. A dozen or so pretty girls dressed in revealing outfits swayed their hips in front of the stall, attracting the attention of a large group of players. The entire venue was completely surrounded by people. A large guild, the Dongjiang tribe, is recruiting for its premier tournament in the Izumo Mountains. No other requirements. Annual salary will be determined based on totem. Green totem players earn 100,000 plus RMB annually. Cyan players earn 300,000 plus RMB, and blue players earn 1 million plus RMB. Cash payment, never delayed. Plenty of benefits, including 9 types of insurance and 1 housing fund. We've traveled thousands of miles, just waiting for you to come. Qingyi squeezed her way in and discovered that there was more than one union recruiting. Lily Mansion, Dragon River Tribe, Ancient City Bay, Overlord Blade Star City, and many others have all gathered together. Qingyi couldn't say she was familiar with these unions, but she knew them all. In his previous life, they were all top-tier forces in the Izumo Mountains, far stronger than the territory he had established. Dragon River Tribe is recruiting players with high salaries. Green Totem players earn 150,000 plus RMB annually, Cyan players 400,000 plus RMB, and Blue players 2 million plus RMB. Splendid first rank. Lily Mansion is giving away wives! The atmosphere grew increasingly lively, with some of the recruiting girls even standing on rocks, revealing their fair legs, and dancing enthusiastically. Hearing the price they offered, Qingyi couldn't help but shake her head. That's insane. No wonder they're doing so well. They're giving away real money like candy. They're incredibly extravagant. Brother, this is a player-only area. NPCs are not welcome here. Please move aside to make room for the people behind you. Thank you for your help. NPC? Who? Qingyi looked around and realized that the girl next to him was indeed talking to him. Am I an NPC? Qingyi was stunned for a moment. He immediately realized what was happening. At a time when most players were still wearing beginner cloth clothes, or even animal hides. With his high-level equipment and mask, he certainly didn't look like a typical player. Qingyi initially wanted to explain, but then she thought it was unnecessary. Why am I even bothering to watch this job fair? I'd better just leave. He nodded to the girl and prepared to leave. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to player Byron from the Western Wilderness for establishing the second territory on the server the Clean Alliance. Lord Byron is rewarded with 300 gold coins, 500 reputation points, and 1 S-rank talent. The sudden server-wide announcement silenced the entire area instantly. Before they could react, another server-wide announcement rang out. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to player Tsenglong Wentian of the Eastern Wilderness for establishing the third territory in the entire server, the Dragon Guardian Division. The reward for Lord Tsenglong Wentian is 100 gold coins, 100 reputation points, and 1 A-level talent. The server-wide announcement was repeated 3 times, causing an uproar among everyone. Holy crap, the difference between second and third place in the world is only 1 minute? No! It's a few seconds. What a pity! Our Dragon Kingdom was originally the second strongest in the world. There's no way around it. The Clean Alliance is supported by the United States with huge sums of money, and it has gathered talents from all walks of life, including a large number of special forces soldiers and folk masters. It is said that just one branch of the Clean Alliance, Melody Peak, has millions of players working for it, and the branch leader, Michael, is the uncrowned king of the survival industry, a golden totem player. This time they even snatched the second-place prize. An S-level talent, far superior to an A-level. The Clean Alliance is our number one enemy. Isn't the Dragon Guard in danger? Isn't the Dragon Kingdom in danger? Yes, that's right. The crowd began to murmur amongst themselves, and the atmosphere became somewhat pessimistic. Even the hot young woman lost her appetite for dancing. At this moment, someone suddenly spoke up, saying calmly, "What's the panic? So what if you're second in the world? The number one in the world belongs to our Dragon Kingdom." Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up instantly. Yes, they also have the green-clad god. What does being second best in the world mean? The Milky Way village of the azure-clad god has been established for several days now. In the eastern wilderness, on Cloud Peak of the central capital mountains, a young man with a square face looked at his newly established territory, tears welling up in his eyes. Second in the world gone? The Clean Alliance is really quick. He sighed and said to the door, "Order the guard regiment to set off. The Dragon Guard's territory of 1,000 kilometers must be cleared within 7 days." "Yes, Major General Azure Dragon." TSK, it seems that my little butterfly has sped up the game process quite a bit. I remember in my previous life, the Clean Alliance was the first to be established on the 10th day after the server opened. I didn't expect it to be established on the 6th day now. And the Dragon Guard department has really done well. They almost came in second in the entire server. Although the Dragon Guard was originally in second place, they were 2 days behind the Clean Alliance. Now, they almost got ahead of the Clean Alliance. It seems that some people have noticed my influence in the eastern wilderness, and are getting anxious about it. That's why the development of the Dragon Guard division was accelerated. So, the most unfortunate one is the Holy Knight Alliance of Eagle Country. They were originally third, but they've been eliminated. Qingyi couldn't help but chuckle. The Clan Alliance and the Dragon Guard were established earlier than in my previous life, so I imagine other forces were in similar situations. Although I, this little butterfly, have never had any contact with the outside world, I still had a huge impact on the outside world by issuing several server-wide announcements. I just don't know how far I'll go in the future. A sense of urgency arose in Qingyi's heart. Leaving aside the Clan Alliance and the Dragon Guard, these are two exemplary entities with official support and power on the surface. In addition, there are countless territories that have been supported by powerful forces, and they have a huge real-world foundation. Once the territory is established, it can enter a period of rapid development thanks to the massive number of players. But I'm different. I have to personally oversee everything, and I don't have enough time and energy for that. We still need to recruit more talent. Only with more talent can we compete with other forces. As the lord of the most powerful territory in the world, Qingyi naturally had her own pride. I don't have to say I'll sweep across the world, but I must at least be invincible. Chapter 54 Martial Arts Inscription Stone, Pure Yuan True Qi. Squeezing through the crowd at the recruitment fair, Qingyi headed towards her next destination. He planned to purchase something extremely important, a martial arts inscription stone. As we all know, both NPCs and players need martial arts skills to advance from level 9 to level 10. However, not every NPC can be as lucky as Yanwu and obtain the complete inheritance. They generally only have 3 ways to acquire martial arts skills. There are 3 ways to learn martial arts: first, through secret manuals; second, through self-comprehension; and third, through inscribing martial arts techniques on stone. The secret manual is rare, and it's too difficult to comprehend it on your own. The most common and effective method is to inscribe martial arts techniques on stones. It can, like a teacher, completely impart the essence of martial arts to those who need it. The 3 harmony chi that Qingyi comprehended in her previous life was learned through a one-time martial arts inscription stone. As a lord, Qingyi naturally had to prepare martial arts inscription stones for his subordinates. Otherwise, apart from a few inheritors, what kind of nonsense is it for others to be stuck at level 9 and unable to advance? If the NPCs themselves aren't developing, then their territories are even less likely to develop. Therefore, purchasing martial arts inscription stones is a necessary step. However, there are many types of martial arts inscription stones, and their prices vary greatly. A one-time white martial arts inscription stone, Tier 1, costs around 8,000 copper coins, while a permanent one costs around 200,000 copper coins. A higher-level cyan martial arts inscription stone, Tier 1, costs 100,000 copper coins for a one-time purchase and 3 million copper coins for a permanent purchase. These are also the 2 most common martial arts styles on the market. As for higher-quality blue martial arts techniques, they are extremely difficult to obtain and depend on luck. Purple and above are basically monopolized by the major powers in the great wilderness of mountains and seas, and you can't learn them without a great opportunity. Qingyi had to consider the needs of countless people throughout the entire territory, so of course she had to buy a permanent one. He walked into the shop, where a middle-aged man dressed in brocade robes and with a large belly greeted him. "Sir, would you like to purchase an engraving stone?" "Right." Qingyi nodded. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man's face immediately lit up with a smile. He patted his chest and said, "Then you've come to the right place, sir. When it comes to engraving stones, our little shop is one of the best in the entire Flame Fire tribe. The quality is absolutely top-notch." Too lazy to listen to the middle-aged man's self-praise, Qingyi's gaze swept across the shop. The entire shop was filled with all kinds of engraved stones, a dazzling array. Martial arts name, Gathering Yuan skill. Grade Tier 1, White Common. Explanation: through a unique breathing technique, spiritual energy circulates continuously within the body, achieving the goal of condensing internal energy, strengthening meridians, and stabilizing the foundation. Martial arts name, 2 extremes profound ice technique. Grade Tier 1. Cyan Excellent. Description: by absorbing the extreme cold of ice, one can condense a body of profound ice, transform it into the power of ice, temper one's muscles and bones, refine the true energy of the cold soul, and enhance the body's toughness and the attack power of the ice attribute. Martial arts name: Evergreen Skill. Grade Tier 1. Cyan Excellent. Explanation: by using wood as a guide, one can inhale and exhale the evergreen energy. Upon mastering this technique, the practitioner's body can become like an ancient, ageless tree, with true energy circulating within the body like spring water. After looking around, white made up the majority of the 6 large cabinets, while only one cabinet was light blue. As for the blue ones, there weren't any. Shopkeeper, is this all you're going to use to fool me? Don't you have anything better? Liingi asked with a frown. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man's eyes widened immediately. He pointed to the counter displaying the cyan martial arts materials and said, Sir, all the best engraving stones in our shop are here. Don't you find any that you like? The quality is too poor. Do you have any high-quality blue-grade martial arts techniques? Liingi was not particularly satisfied with these things. Sir, you're joking. Martial arts of this level are extremely rare. How could they possibly be sold? The middle-aged man shook his head like a rattledrum. I've been in the Flame Fire tribe for over 30 years and have never seen anyone sell such advanced martial arts. Even if they did, the Lord would seize them. They would never fall into the hands of us peddlers. After hearing what the middle-aged man said, Liingi sighed. Although I had guessed this result, I was still inevitably disappointed when I heard it. Is it a bit too weak to only have martial arts at the cyan level? It cannot be said that high-level martial arts are suitable for everyone, because some people cannot comprehend them. However, advanced martial arts are definitely suitable for geniuses, as they are superior to low-grade martial arts in every aspect. Coincidentally, Galaxy Village is a place that produces geniuses. If some B-rank, or even A-rank NPCs were to be assigned, because there are no suitable ones, practicing low-level martial arts was something he could not accept. Really none left? Liingi asked, unwilling to give up. There's no need to deceive adults, the middle-aged man said with a wry smile, his attitude sincere. All right. Liingi sighed and stopped making things difficult for the middle-aged man. He didn't leave immediately after not finding anything good, but after observing for a while, he chose the Gathering Yuan technique and Pure Yuan True Qi. It's not because these 2 martial arts manuals are strong, but because they are moderate and have no attribute bias. They are like a panacea, suitable for everyone to practice. This is for NPCs with average stats within the territory. They couldn't comprehend the high-level martial arts, but the low-level ones were just right, which gave them room to improve. 2 martial arts inscription stones, one for the Gathering Yuan skill, 20 gold coins, and one for Pure Yuan True Qi, 290 gold coins. The shopkeeper gave me a 0, so it cost a total of 300 gold coins. They really spend money like water. Stepping out of the shop, Liingi couldn't help but sigh. Starting yesterday for 2 days. I didn't buy much, but I've already lost 1,000 gold coins. 1,000 gold coins? That's equivalent to 10 million copper coins, which would be a considerable sum of money in any faction. Liingi decided to find an opportunity to sell this batch of honey-glazed monkey wine, and see if she could make some money. Otherwise, once these blueprints are used up, Galaxy Village won't even have the money to operate. Without hesitation, he began searching the tribe to see if there was a place where he could consume his batch of wine. Of course, we're looking for NPC factions. Players, those poor bunch, are not being considered for now. Liingi walked for a while but didn't see anything suitable. Suddenly, I remembered that the restaurant where I was staying also sold alcohol. Maybe I'll buy some. So he turned around and headed back. On the way, he noticed that 2 people had been following him. Judging from his attire and demeanor, he's undoubtedly a player. You're following me? Liingi frowned and deliberately slowed her pace. As expected, the 2 players also slowed down, maintaining a distance and walking behind at a leisurely pace. Are they trying to rob me because they think I'm too rich? Liingi's gaze turned cold. He changed direction, leaving the bustling crowds and walking into a side alley. After walking for a while, we arrived at a secluded dead end. After confirming that no one was around, Liingi stopped. Chapter 55 Selling Wine. Why are you following me? Liingi turned her head and looked at the two of them expressionlessly. The two exchanged awkward smiles and rubbed their hands together. After hesitating for a long time, he finally said awkwardly, Great hero, you have an extraordinary bearing. Is there anything I can help you with? Help? You've come here to ask me for a mission? Liingi was speechless. These were two more guys who treated him like an NPC. No help is needed. Since it wasn't a robbery, he didn't bother to argue and waved his hand, preparing to leave. Unexpectedly, the two men blocked his way and continued. Trust me, hero, we can do a lot for you, running errands, doing odd jobs, sending messages for others, kidnapping and extortion, we can handle it all. What the heck? These things are all out here? Liingi couldn't help but feel exasperated, and emphasized. I don't need it. He is a player himself, so there's no question of him handing out tasks to others. Seeing Liingi's appearance, the two exchanged a glance and their eyes met. Suddenly, he knelt down with a thud. Clinging to Liingi's leg, he cried out hoarsely. Please have mercy, great hero. We really can't make a living anymore. Please arrange some work for us. We have elderly parents and young children to support. Liingi. These two guys, really. I showed him a huge poop. He has elderly parents and young children to support. If he weren't also a player, he would have believed these two's lies. In order to get a mission, they even put on a show to gain sympathy. What a talent! Liingi ignored them and turned to leave. Unexpectedly, the two of them clung to his leg like glue, refusing to let go. You! A flash of anger crossed Liingi's face, and she was about to teach the two a lesson. But then his eyes lit up, and he said calmly, Here's what we'll do. Go out of the east gate, walk 500 kilometers forward, turn left, then right, and then go straight for 100 kilometers. There's a cave there, the lair of the firehounds. Steal the treasure they're guarding for me, and I will reward you handsomely. Don't you like to talk nonsense? I'll just play along with you guys. The lair of the flame hound? The same kind of demonic beast guarding the city gate? The two gasped, clearly having witnessed the other's prowess. His expression quickly became complicated, as if he was hesitating. What? You don't want to? Liingi sneered. Didn't you boast that you could do anything? How come this little thing stumped you? If you can't do it, then get out of here and don't waste my time. The two exchanged a glance, gritted their teeth, and said, We'll do it. We can do it. Great hero, wait here, we'll go and plan it now. You must wait for us. The two got up from the ground, as if they had made up their minds, and left without looking back. You're leaving already? Liingi was completely dumbfounded. But I haven't even issued the mission yet. This. Neuropathy. Liingi felt completely bewildered. Forgetting about the little incident, he returned to his hotel. He called the waiter directly and asked him to bring the restaurant manager to him. What's the best wine you have here? Liingi asked. Instead of rushing to sell his own products, he decided to first observe the goods in the restaurant. Let's find out what's going on. It's Yuhua wine. That's what the shopkeeper replied. Can I take a look? Sure. The shopkeeper instructed the waiter to fetch a jar of fine wine from the wine cellar, carefully placing it on the table. He said, This Yuhua wine is brewed using morning dew and top-quality fruits. It has a rich aroma and excellent quality. It is a first-rate wine. After saying that, he opened the seal, and a fragrant aroma wafted out, making one feel as if they were in a sea of flowers. Not bad. Liingi nodded, secretly comparing this rain-flower wine with the honey pot monkey wine. In the end, I still felt that my monkey wine was better. This morning dew sounds fancy, but it's just dew, a complete gimmick. The ingredients are also quite ordinary, just fruit. My monkey wine is made from genuine spiritual fruit. How much is a jar of Yuhua wine? Liingi asked. 80 gold coins. The shopkeeper stroked his beard and smiled. Yuhua wine is produced in small quantities, so the price is relatively high. But everyone who has tasted it has praised it highly. Even our Flame Fire Tribe's Lord Xiaobai, has given Yuhua wine high praise. Liingi understood, and gained a deeper understanding of the value of monkey wine. If Yuhua wine of this quality can sell for 80 gold coins, then what about my own honey pot monkey wine? Doubling the price and selling it for 160 isn't unreasonable, is it? He shook his head. Although this Yuhua wine has a wonderful floral aroma, the ingredients are still lacking. Shopkeeper, I have a jar of wine here, would you like to try it? Upon hearing Liingi's words, the shopkeeper frowned and said unhappily, What do you know, you little brat in your 20s? You can't even understand wine, yet you still The seal on the monkey wine was opened, and an extremely rich fruity aroma filled the entire restaurant. Even outside the restaurant, many pedestrians were attracted by the enticing aroma of wine and stopped to linger. The shopkeeper's eyes widened, and his nose twitched rapidly like a hunting dog's. This. May I have a taste? The shopkeeper swallowed hard, staring longingly at the wine jar. Seeing this, Liingi smiled slightly, poured a bowl, and handed it over. The shopkeeper carefully took the bowl, brought it to his nose, took a deep breath, and revealed an expression of rapture. After a long while, he finally brought it to his lips and began to taste it. After finishing his drink, the shopkeeper closed his eyes and savored the flavor for a moment, then exclaimed loudly, Excellent wine! Excellent wine indeed! He excitedly grabbed Liingi's hand and said, Young hero, I was blind to your greatness. This wine is indeed much better than Yuhua wine. I wonder if you could sell me some? They've taken the bait. Liingi was overjoyed. He knew that anyone who had drunk monkey wine would find it hard not to like it. He feigned reluctance and said, It's possible, but my honey wine production is extremely limited. As for the price, 120 gold coins per jar? The shopkeeper asked tentatively. 150. Liingi raised the price a bit. The shopkeeper hesitated for a moment before saying, Okay, but I have one condition. In the future you can only sell this kind of wine to Mingzilla. No problem. Liingi readily agreed, saying, I have 100 jars in stock. I wonder if the shopkeeper can handle them all? Upon hearing that there were as many as 100 jars of wine, the shopkeeper's eyes lit up, and he nodded hurriedly. Of course I can eat it all, young hero, please sell it to me, I'll go prepare the contract. After the shopkeeper finished speaking, he hurriedly went into the hall. With Liingi's help, he handwrote 2 contracts and said, Young hero, take a look. If there are no problems, I will pay immediately. After carefully examining the document, and finding no problems, Liingi signed her name. Contract details. 1. As the sole supplier of honey-flavored wine, Mingzilla shall pay 150 gold coins to the seller, Liingi, for each jar of wine. 2. Honey pot wine is a unique product of Liingi, and its name may not be changed without authorization. 3. The contract is valid for 3 months, and the parties shall decide whether to renew it after 3 months. Chapter 56 Chosen 1 Drop Rate LV3, Grab the Mission. Walking on the street. With the 15,000 gold coins from selling wine in her pocket, Liingi felt a surge of joy. With this huge sum of money, the funds needed for the current development of Inha village are now secured. How about upgrading your talent as well? Since the drop rate of the Chosen One was upgraded to LV2 last time, he hasn't dared to upgrade it because he hasn't had enough money. Now that we have so much money in hand, it's time to move on to LV3. Should I spend 1,000 gold coins to upgrade the SSS talent Chosen drop rate? Yes. Upgrade successful. Chosen drop rate 3S. During the game, the drop rate of all monsters is randomly increased by 30 to 100 times, with a 14% chance to trigger Chosen, improving the quality of the dropped items. LV3. The drop rate is at least 30 times higher, and the probability of getting items from monsters is getting higher and higher now. A smile tugged at the corner of Liingi's mouth. I wonder if, with the 100x drop rate, regular monsters will still be able to drop rare items. He was really looking forward to that day. Upgrade requirements: 10,000 gold coins, 1 level 3 lucky stone. However, once he clearly understood the upgrade conditions for the chosen 1 drop rate, his sense of anticipation instantly diminished considerably. Actually, a 30x drop rate is fine. There's no need to pursue such a high drop rate. The upgrade requirements are too demanding. 10,000 gold coins is one thing, but a level 3 lucky stone is also required. Lucky stones are rare items, found only in specific maps, and the drop rate is extremely low. As far as he knew, in the trading market of his previous life, a level 1 lucky stone could fetch an astonishing 3,000 gold coins, while a level 2 one easily exceeded 10,000. Level 3 is even more so, with tens of thousands of gold coins still in short supply. This lucky stone is really troublesome. Liingi gave a wry smile, knowing that upgrading from LV3 to LV4 might be delayed for a long time. Grandpa, please enjoy your meal. If you have any difficulties, please speak up. We will do our best to help you. We ask for nothing in return, because we are living bodhisattvas. You've finished eating. If you have any requests, please feel free to let us know. A fawning voice rang out, and Liingi looked over. Dozens of players were found surrounding a ragged old man, trying their best to please him. They sent food and fine wine. Several burly men were even half-squatting on the ground, massaging the old man's shoulders and legs. The way he was so careful and controlled his strength was almost comical. Offering unsolicited favors is either a sign of malice or theft. Liingi immediately understood that these guys wanted to get a mission from the old man. That's clever. Liingi felt that these people were much smarter than the 2 idiots he had just encountered, and that he had chosen the right people. The probability of encountering an old beggar or a quest is indeed much higher than that of a regular NPC. It seems that he really is an NPC with a quest. He sized the old man up and realized he was no ordinary person. Although his clothes were tattered, he ate very politely. His expression was somewhat somber, but his eyes shone with a deep light, giving the impression that he had a story to tell. Liingi stopped and decided to observe for a while longer. After the old man finished eating, he took a couple of sips of wine, sighed, and said, "Thank you for your hospitality, kind people. But I really have nothing for you to help me with. You are all too weak." "Not weak, old man. You may not know this, but we are from the Tyrant Blade Star City Guild. We have tens of thousands of members and can definitely help you solve your problems. Please trust me." After so much flattery, the old man finally relented, and the players of Ba-Dao Star City almost shouted with excitement. However, upon hearing the old man say that they were weak, they hurriedly refuted him and made all the players of Ba-Dao Xingqing stand together, trying to show that they had the upper hand. "The enemy is very powerful. Your numbers alone are useless." The old man waved his hand. "Come back to me when you are stronger." "Old man." The player from Ba-Dao Xingqing continued speaking, but no matter what he said, the old man did not agree. In the end, he even closed his eyes and pretended not to hear. "Boss, it seems we haven't met the conditions to trigger the mission. This old man is unlikely to give us the mission." In the crowd, a fat man spoke to the young man at the head of the group. "So what if he didn't reach the target? Are you going to let this old man go?" The young man clenched his fists and gritted his teeth, saying, "Damn it, I really want to tie him up and take him back." So many people were mobilized, and so much effort was spent. As a result, because their skills weren't up to par, they couldn't accept the mission. He was really unwilling to accept it. Just when everyone in Ba-Dao Star City was at a loss, a voice came from afar. "Old man, come with me, perhaps I can help you." The young man looked up and saw a person dressed in high-end equipment, and with an extraordinary air slowly approaching. "Damn it!" he cursed under his breath. The worst fears have come true. Someone took advantage of this situation and tried to steal the mission. "What do you think of my abilities?" Liingi approached the old man with a smile on her face. The old man opened his eyes, looked himself up and down, and his cloudy eyes gradually brightened. Peak of the first tier, though not very strong, he can still help me with some things. He stood up. Young hero, would you be willing to help me? Welcome to serve. Qingyi's lips curled up slightly. Just as they were about to lead the old man away, dozens of people from Ba Dao Star City formed a circle and blocked their way. Friend, you're trying to steal the NPC we worked so hard to find? Isn't that a bit unfair? The young man stepped forward and whispered in Qingyi's ear. You can't take on the missions, so you won't let me? Qingyi said calmly. Just because we can't take it on doesn't mean that Tyrant Blade Star City can't. Can't we wait for the experts in our guild? Then you guys wait and see, what does it have to do with me? You've already taken everyone away, so what does it have to do with you anymore? Qingyi's words were so shameless. The young man was furious, his face darkening as he said, Brother, I can tell you're a pro player too. You must have heard of the reputation of our Tyrant Blade Star City. Don't make a mistake. I've heard of it, so what? Qingyi didn't care at all. It was just a small Ba Dao Star City. What was there to be afraid of? With only tens of thousands of members, a motley crew, what can they do to him? The Qingyi Mountains are the territory of our Tyrant Blade Star City. If you dare to take someone away, I guarantee you'll be hunted down so badly you won't dare log on. The young man threatened. Oh, I'll wait. Qingyi gave a calm reply. You. Seeing Qingyi's blatant disrespect, the young man became completely enraged and shouted. You're not leaving today. Once the experts from our guild arrive, we'll see how you die. You dare to oppose us? You'll pay the price. Chapter 57 The Silver Bracelet Arrangement. He ordered his men to surround the road and prevent the two from leaving. He couldn't help but feel a surge of pride. Fighting is forbidden in the Flame Fire tribe. If you are caught by the city guards, you will not only be fined 1,000 copper coins, but you will also have to spend 3 days in jail before you can be released. Therefore, he wasn't afraid of a fight at all. They even hoped that Qingyi would make a move. Qingyi naturally knew this, so he looked at the impenetrable wall of people. His brows furrowed slightly. They won't let me leave unless I take action. These people are planning to act like scoundrels. If it were someone else, they might really be unable to do anything to you, but I'm different. Qingyi shook her head, took out the mountain-breaking giant hammer, and swung it fiercely at the nearest player. Boom! You have been killed by player XX and are now in the respawn countdown. Please log in 24 hours. With almost no chance to resist, the player was instantly killed, turning into a white light and disappearing from the world. Go offline and take a break. Qingyi's face was cold and stern. With a swing of his hammer, he took away several more players. You actually dared to lay a hand on me! The young man exclaimed in surprise, then immediately perked up and shouted. Brothers, don't be afraid! We're inside the tribal city, and guards will be here to rescue us soon. Surround him and don't let him take the people away. When the boss arrives, there will be a reward for everyone. Even when the guards arrest us, the mission will still belong to our overlord Star City. The young man snorted coldly and stepped behind the crowd. He can't die. Forcing him offline for 24 hours would be too much of a loss. He felt no emotion as he watched the players being killed one after another. As long as the mission was preserved, that was all that mattered. Who gave you permission to fight in the city? A tremendous shout came from afar, like thunder, with great force. They're here. The young man was delighted upon hearing the sound. Turning my head, I saw a group of city guards rapidly approaching. Stop! From the guards, a man clad in fine steel armor stepped forward. An aura of pressure emanated, causing everyone to stop what they were doing. Guards, this man attacked us for no reason and killed about 20 of us. Arrest him quickly! The young man ran up and said, tears streaming down his face. The lead guard raised an eyebrow upon hearing this and said, You mean, he took on 50 or 60 of you all by himself? So useless? The young man's face turned pale at the guard's words, his expression turning somewhat grim. We know fighting is forbidden in the city, That's why we didn't retaliate." As he spoke, his voice grew softer and softer, and he even blushed a little. The lead guard glanced at him, too lazy to waste words with him, and walked straight toward Qingyi. Name: Zhulei. Age: 35. Identity: citizen of the Flame Fire tribe. Loyalty? Occupation: captain of the city guard. Level: LV-22. Qualification: B. Realm: 3rd level of condensation stage. Talent: beginner martial arts training. Skills: Sword Breaker LV-4 2-star, Storm Strike LV-3 2-star. Martial Arts, Tier 1. Flame Blaze Technique, Blue Excellent, Perfected, Tier 2. Flame Blaze Technique, Blue Excellent, Initial Stage. Combat Power Rating, Tier 2 1-star. Qingyi's eyes flashed as she took in all the information about the leading guard. Seeing the other party approaching aggressively, he remained calm and stood still. Peak of the 1st tier, no wonder these trash can't beat him. Seeing that Qingyi was so young yet so powerful, Zhulei became serious. "Did you hit them?" he asked. "They surrounded me and blocked my way, so I had no choice but to kill them," Qingyi replied. "Then do you know that fighting is not allowed in the city?" Zhulei's eyes were piercing as he said, "You're all coming with me. You'll spend 3 days in jail as punishment." With a wave of his hand, the guards sprang into action, taking all the players from Tyrant Blade Star City into custody. "Sir, why are you arresting us? We didn't do anything, we're the victims." The young man from Ba Dao Star City shouted loudly, but to no avail. Moreover, because he was too noisy, he was slapped hard in the nose by a guard nearby. "Don't make a sound, or I'll lock you in the animal cage." The guard cursed, and the young man dared not utter another sound. A regular cell holds someone for a maximum of 3 days, but the beast cell has no limit. They could easily be held for a month. Moreover, being in the same cell also carries the risk of being ambushed by monsters. "You should come with me too." Zhulei turned his gaze to Qingyi, but unlike the other guards, he did not make any physical advances and was relatively polite. Qingyi's eyes flashed, and she said, "Of course, we must obey the guard's orders. Unfortunately, I have important matters to attend to and I am afraid I cannot accompany you." Upon hearing this, Zhulei immediately frowned. Just as he was about to say something, he saw Qingyi stuff a small cloth bag into his hand. It shook, and a jingling sound reached my ears. "Oh, so it's the voice of the law." 200. Zhulei opened the money bag, and the golden light shone on his face, and even more so on his heart. His expression softened immediately, and he nodded. "In that case, of course, important business is more important. Go and do your thing." Qingyi is quite capable and generous, so it wouldn't hurt for him to give her face. "Then thank you very much, sir." Qingyi smiled slightly, took out a small money bag, and looked at the people of Ba Dao Star City, saying, "These guys blocked my way for no reason, gathered a crowd to cause trouble, and tried to disrupt the order of the Manhwa tribe. I am worried that they may be spies sent from elsewhere. I hope you will interrogate them carefully." Another 100. Zhulei's eyes lit up, and he gave a knowing look. "That makes sense. I'll definitely interrogate them properly when I get back. After all, as the captain of the Flame Fire Tribe's guard, I've always been mortal enemies of turmoil. Men, take these troublemakers and rebels to the animal prison and interrogate them rigorously. Make sure no bad guy gets away with it." When he said, "not letting them go," Zhulei paused for a moment, and emphasized his words slightly. The guards immediately understood what was going on and cheered. This is the old rule: if the boss takes the bribe, his subordinates will at least get a small share. "You!" The young man from Ba Dao Star City had been observing Qingyi's movements. Seeing this scene, he immediately understood what had happened. My heart was filled with grief and indignation. Damn it, I thought I could use the city's defenses to plot against Qingyi. Who knows, these guys actually accepted bribes. Can this be done in games too? It's so sad, so incredibly sad. He shouted, "You're all in cahoots! I'm going to sue you!" These rebels want to denounce our captain? They're asking for death. The guard hit him on the head with a hammer. Buzz. The young man was dizzy from the beating, but he continued to shout wildly. His eyes were bloodshot, and his hateful gaze fell on Qingyi. No matter who you are, offending our tyrant Blade Star City will definitely not end well. Just you wait. Before he could finish speaking, the guard struck him again with his club, knocking him unconscious. Blood gushed out and flowed all over the ground. His legs gave way and he collapsed to the ground, being dragged forward like a dead dog. That was incredibly miserable. Seeing this, the other people from Ba-Dao Star City immediately became obedient. Want revenge? Ha, how naive. Watching their departing figures, Qingyi sneered. It costs 300 gold coins. It will take them at least 10 days to half a month to get out, and they will suffer physical pain as well. Furthermore, the prison is a special map and cannot be logged out. No matter what kind of punishment they face, they can only endure it. It's easy to imagine that this trip will become an unforgettable memory for them. Too young. They always think NPCs are fair and just, but they don't realize they are human too. Qingyi smiled gently. Chapter 58, An Extremely Difficult Mission Diamond Mine. Old man, you said you used to be the chief of a territory? Qingyi was genuinely surprised. This sallow-faced, emaciated old man actually has a glorious past? Yes, I was originally the lord of the Bronze Tribe, ruling over 300 people. But later, the Flame Tribe discovered a diamond mine next to our camp, annexed our territory, and enslaved our people to mine for them. I was driven out by them and became a homeless vagrant. After the old man finished speaking, tears streamed down his face. He said with a sorrowful expression, My people are suffering from inhuman oppression. Young hero, will you rescue them? Chen's task. Limited time offer, save the people of the Bronze Tribe. Mission brief, rescue the enslaved Bronze Tribe members from the diamond mine. Mission rewards, based on the number of people rescued, you will receive mission rewards and increase your favorability with Qinsure. Save one person, receive 5,000 copper coins, Chen's favorability plus 10. Save 5 people, obtain 1 skill upgrade stone, and increase Chen's favorability by 30. Save 10 people, obtain 2 skill upgrade stones, and increase Chen's favorability by 50. Save 50 people, obtain 5 skill upgrade stones, and trigger Chen's return to heart. This task can be submitted repeatedly, with a time limit of 30 days. Do you accept? Yes. Qingyi naturally accepted. After accepting, Qinshure's previously blurred attributes became visible. Name, Qinshure. Identity, Wanderer. Loyalty? Occupation, none. Level, LV16. Qualification, A+. Realm, 8th level of Qi-forging, useless. Talents, top-tier politics, top-tier commerce. Skills, flowing cloud sword shadow LV3, 2-star, soft cloud palm LV3, 1-star. Martial arts, tier 1. Flowing cloud technique, blue excellent, late stage. Combat power rating, tier 1, 0 stars. A+ level qualification. Qingyi was shocked, never expecting the old man to be so powerful. There are also top-tier government and top-tier commercial sectors. Wow, he's definitely a talent in domestic affairs. Isn't this exactly what I desperately need? Moreover, once you enter Galaxy Village, with the boost from the Heavenly Pool, you'll have an S-level aptitude. What is an S-class? They might be unparalleled martial arts geniuses, or individuals with extraordinary potential in a particular field. 1 in a million. He couldn't sit still any longer and hurriedly said, Old man, where are your people being held? We'll go rescue them right now. At the diamond mine. They mounted their miniature horses and rode out of the city. After traveling at breakneck speed for over 2,000 kilometers, we finally arrived at our destination. This is the place you were talking about. Qingyi looked up and saw a continuous range of mountains, rising and falling in waves. The very top of the mountain, half of its body has been removed. The rest are still being mined. You can vaguely see a dense mass of people moving about, like ants. Down the mountain, a tall iron wall forms a semicircle, resembling a cage that completely confines them. Those inside are not allowed to come out. This is it. Chinchur nodded, his tone heavy. Our bronze tribe was just 50 kilometers away, and now it's all ruins. Since the discovery of the diamond mine, the surrounding territories have suffered, and all the people have been captured and forced to do hard labor in the mine. In just over 2 years, the mine has grown to a scale of tens of thousands of people. Countless innocent souls have been buried forever under the stones. Upon hearing this, Qingyi shook her head. In the vast wilderness, there are no laws. Might makes right. It is perfectly normal for the weak to be swallowed up and destroyed. Saving people isn't easy. Qingyi was filled with worry. The rewards for the mission are good, but unfortunately, the mission is also extremely difficult. To complete the mission, we must retrieve the people from the Flame Fire tribe. That's easier said than done. Putting aside everything else, let's just talk about Shulei. Even the captains of the guard teams in a small city of the Flame Fire tribe are all experts at the second-tier condensation realm. The guys guarding the mine here are definitely more formidable. What means did Qingyi have to demand people back? Try buying it with money. Qingyi sighed. After thinking it over, this was the only solution he could think of. He told Shin to wait outside, and then walked towards the mine. Upon reaching the entrance, they were stopped by the guards. Stop right there! What are you doing? 2 burly men blocked her way, looking at Qingyi with unfriendly expressions. I am an envoy sent by a large tribe to discuss a business deal with the adults stationed at the mine. Qingyi made up a reason and stuffed the gold coins into the hands of the 2 men, saying, Please go and inform them. From a large tribe? One of the burly men seemed doubtful and hesitant. However, after weighing the gold coins in his hand, he gritted his teeth and said, You wait here, I'll go and talk to them. He ran into the mine and returned shortly afterward. With a happy expression on his face, he said, The manager said you need to see him. Come with me. Thank you for your trouble. Qingyi nodded. Led by the burly man, Qingyi entered the mine. A constant rumbling sound filled the air, and dust swirled everywhere, turning the sky a hazy gray. Despite the presence of tens of thousands of people working there, Qingyi felt only a profound sense of desolation. The reason is simple. The laborers here exude a deathly aura, like machines that only know how to work, devoid of any vitality. Soul thought hope. All lost. Our manager Zhao is right here. You can go in by yourself. The burly man led Qingyi to a tent, and then left without looking back, as if he had completed his mission. After standing there for a moment, Qingyi went inside. The tent is spacious, with a thick, luxurious carpet on the floor that feels like walking on cotton. Exquisite silk curtains hung on the walls of the tent, colorful and embroidered with lifelike floral and bird patterns, the silk threads shimmering with delicate light. In the very center of the tent stood a huge carved solid wood table, covered with all sorts of bones. Skull, humerus, phalanges. Each piece is meticulously polished and looks exceptionally exquisite. What a perverted hobby! Qingyi thought to herself, her gaze falling on the man behind the wooden table. This man was in his 30s, dressed in a gray brocade robe, and had a slightly plump figure. Sitting upright on the ground, his eyes, though small, occasionally flashed with a sharp glint that commanded respect. Young hero, please have a seat. His lips curled slightly upward, displaying a seemingly gentle smile, his white teeth faintly visible. If it weren't for the bone artifacts on the table revealing his true nature, Qingyi would have genuinely thought he was an easy person to talk to. Name Zhao Ru. Identity? Loyalty? Profession? Grade? A basic detection spell was cast, and a bunch of question marks appeared. There is absolutely no useful information to be found. Really? This was also within Qingyi's expectations. A basic detection technique could at most detect information about people who were 10 levels taller than herself. If it exceeds level 10, then it's useless. It's obvious that Zhao Ru's level is above 25. Chapter 59 The Bluebird Clan, Deceiving. After they were seated, Zhao Ruling had a maidservant beside him prepare tea and asked, "How should I address you, young hero?" "In blue robes." Qingyi did not drink tea. Instead, she sat down and looked directly at Zhao Ru, getting straight to the point. "Sir, the purpose of my visit is to redeem some convicts. I hope you can do me a favor." "Redemption?" Zhao Ru became interested, took a sip of tea, and said with a half-smile, "The laborers here are all prisoners we captured from small tribes. The young hero in blue claims to be from a large tribe, so he shouldn't have any connection with these people, right? Why are you redeeming them? Could it be?" "You've misunderstood." Qingyi shook her head and said slowly, "I recently met an old man, a remnant of the Bronze tribe, who is willing to serve me on the condition that I rescue him from his former hard labor in the Bronze tribe. I think he is a good person, so I made this trip. I never imagined that the young swordsman in blue was someone who appreciates talent." Zhao Ru chuckled lightly, but did not ask any further questions, clearly uninterested in the matter. They are just remnants of the old regime who have been living away from home. In his mind, it was no different from the hard labor in the mines. He had no interest in caring. He even met Qingyi only because Li claimed to be from a large tribe. "Young hero, you may be disappointed. Our mine has never had a precedent of redeeming someone from hard labor. Once you come here, you're stuck working here until you die." Zhao Ru shook his head and added, "Moreover, the hard labor here all belongs to the Yanhua tribe. Neither I nor General Fan Meng have the authority to dispose of it arbitrarily. Sir, please listen to me. I don't need many people, just 100 or so from the Bronze tribe. Compared to the tens of thousands of laborers in the mine, this number is just a drop in the ocean. Why bother the tribe's higher-ups? As long as the steward speaks with General Fan Meng, it will be reported as normal loss." Qingyi smiled faintly and said, "Of course, I certainly won't let you help me for nothing. The price is negotiable." He took a box of gold coins out of his backpack and placed it on the ground. Lifting the lid revealed a box full of gold coins, their brilliance dazzling. "Ah!" The maid standing nearby couldn't help but gasp, then immediately covered her mouth. He glanced at Zhao Ru, then knelt on the ground in fear, his body trembling violently like a leaf. Zhao Ru didn't even glance at the maid, or even at Qingyi. He just kept his head down and drank his tea. Seeing this, Qingyi knew that this box had not met the other party's standards. So they took out another box, and then another box. When they reached the third box, Zhao Rutsai looked up and said with a smile, "Young hero in blue is so generous, it really puts me in a difficult position." He stroked his chin, feigning difficulty, and said, "How about this? I'll go and report to General Fan Meng, and give you an answer later, young hero." After saying this, he led the maid out. Only Qingyi remained. "It turns out that the person in charge of the mine is Fan Meng. As long as we get past him, I believe the matter will be settled." He breathed a sigh of relief. He appeared to be handling the journey with ease, but inwardly he was still slightly nervous. The mine is teeming with experts. If you're exposed, you might lose your life here. Fortunately, he had prepared his speech before coming in, so there were no mistakes. After staying in the tent for a while, I heard a rough voice outside. Immediately afterwards, the tent door was lifted. A tall, burly middle-aged man walked in, followed by Zhao Ru, who had just left. "You're from that big tribe?" The middle-aged man sat down in the main seat with a swagger, looked Qingyi up and down, and said in a muffled voice, "It seems this is Fan Meng." Qingyi thought to herself, but her face remained unchanged as she said, "That's right. You call it a big tribe? Which tribe exactly? What proof do you have?" Fan Meng said loudly. He didn't care what Qingyi was there for. What he cared about was Qingyi's identity. "We don't want it to be a spy from somewhere who has infiltrated." Qingyi frowned, took out a token, and threw it at Fan Meng, her tone becoming slightly colder. "Since you want to verify my identity, then verify it." "Bluebird token? You're from the Bluebird tribe?" Fan Meng looked somewhat suspicious, and his gaze toward Liingi became serious. The Azure Bird tribe is one of the top tribes in the Qingyi Mountains, boasting numerous powerful individuals and countless experts, far surpassing a medium-sized tribe like the Flame Fire tribe. The difference in strength is vast. If Liingi is indeed from a large tribe, then we must take this matter seriously. Liingi did not answer, but instead stretched out her palm and summoned a ball of blue, green, and yellow flames. Instantly, the entire tent became scorching hot. The Bluebird tribe's three-colored sacred flame, do you want to see anything else? Liingi said coldly, her face as cold as ice in winter, completely expressionless. Little did he know, he was actually about to burst out laughing. These deceptive words made even him a little uncomfortable. The Bluebird tribe's token was genuine, but the hammer and the three-colored sacred fire were completely fabricated. All this was to fool the two people in front of him. You like to check things? Do you even have a certificate to check things? How much do you know about the Bluebird tribe? I'm talking about the three-colored sacred flame. Have you ever heard of a branding iron? It was obvious that Fan Meng had never heard of it. However, as a martial arts master, he could naturally sense the extraordinary nature of the three-colored flames. What level of martial arts does this young man practice that can generate such terrifying internal energy? Fan Meng had some doubts, but he was even more certain that Liingi came from an extraordinary background. People from small tribes would never have the opportunity to cultivate martial arts of this level. Limited by his stereotypical view of NPCs, Fan Meng could never have imagined the existence of players as an anomaly. No need. Fan Meng became amiable. Since you have the token, I'm sure the young hero in blue wouldn't lie to me. He cleared his throat and continued. As for the matter of the young hero in blue proposing hard labor, I personally decided to agree. You may take him away. Out of respect for the Bluebird tribe, he didn't mind agreeing to Liingi's request. After all, losing a few hundred people in the mine has absolutely no impact on him. Then thank you, General Fan Meng. Liingi's expression softened, and she continued. In that case, there's one more thing I hope General Fan can consider. What is it? I need a group of people to do my work, so I hope to buy more laborers from General Fan Meng. The price will vary depending on their qualifications. 100 gold coins per person for A-level qualifications, 30 gold coins per person for B-level qualifications, and 10 gold coins per person for C-level qualifications. I don't want anyone below C-level. Upon hearing this offer, Fan Meng was intrigued. To be honest, he was very poor, extremely poor, otherwise he wouldn't have made a special trip to see Liingi for a mere 3,000 gold coins. Only he himself knew. Although he nominally held absolute authority as the general guarding the mine. But for a master like him, it was tantamount to exile. In the mines, besides eating dust, there's absolutely no profit to be made. Over time, this drove the general almost to despair. Now that there's finally some profit to be made, might as well take it. He looked at Zhao Ru, who nodded slightly. Chapter 60 NPC Trade, Quest completed. How many people do you need? Fan Meng asked. Liingi glanced at her wallet and said calmly. If we're talking about grade B items alone, there are probably around 200. But this is just the first batch. There should be many more batches to come. So much! A hint of joy flashed in Fan Meng's eyes. 200 B-grade laborers, 6,000 gold coins, plus the 3,000 given by the Bronze tribe, for a total of 9,000 gold coins. No matter where it is, it's a considerable sum of money. He never imagined that these menial tasks, which could only be used for mining, could be sold for so much money. No problem. Grade A is hard to find, but Grade B is definitely plentiful. Zhao Ru, go and make arrangements. Select 200 high-quality Grade B laborers, along with the group from the original Bronze tribe, and hand them over to young hero in blue robes. Yes. Zhao Ru responded and immediately went out to run the errand. As Fan Meng's confidant and advisor, his actions were remarkably swift. In just over 10 minutes, the matter was settled. Young hero in blue, the people you requested are all outside. There are 136 people from the Bronze Tribe, and 200 B-rank laborers. Take account, Fan Meng said with a smile. As Qingyi stepped outside, she indeed saw two densely packed groups of people. They were mostly men, of all ages. The smaller team was from the Bronze Tribe, and they had players of various skill levels, mostly C and D, with only 6 B-level players, which was fairly average. The larger group was the one that had agreed to the trade. All of them had B-level qualifications. To Qingyi's surprise, there were even quite a few people with B-plus qualifications among them. You're a B-plus now, but once you enter Galaxy Village, you'll become an A. A true elite. Of course, those of rank B will also become the backbone of Galaxy Village in the future. This is 6,000 gold coins. Qingyi suppressed her excitement, waved her hand, and placed 6 boxes full of gold coins in front of Fan Meng. Then it's a pleasure to cooperate with you. After receiving the money, Fan Meng was all smiles. The two looked at each other and burst into laughter. With the money settled, Qingyi led her men out of the mine. Watching the group's departing figures, Fan Meng suddenly asked, Zhao Ru, do you think this person is reliable? It's not clear yet. There shouldn't be any problem if they don't come. The token and the cultivation technique are genuine. There's no way they're fake. Zhao Ru fiddled with the new bone piece he had just acquired, his eyes gleaming. Even if there are problems, what does it have to do with us? We just provided him with a batch of laborers. The higher-ups can't possibly cause us trouble over that, can they? That makes sense. Who cares what it is? We just need to make money. Fan Meng agreed and nodded. The mine has lost a few hundred people this time. Take some time to capture a few more in the surrounding territories to replenish the workforce. Don't let it affect the mine's production. Remember to catch more, and sell them to this guy next time. General, you are wise. Outside the mine, Chen waited anxiously. Suddenly, a large group of people emerged from the mine. He was immediately startled, thinking that Qingyi had sacrificed herself inside. The people from the mine came out to arrest their accomplices. Just as they were about to run away, they were shocked to discover that the leader of the group was actually Qingyi. Behind him appeared many familiar faces. They were the former leaders of the Bronze Tribe. He really rescued them all? Chen's mouth dropped open. Old man, how is it? Qingyi smiled faintly. My lord, your kindness and virtue are beyond repayment. From now on, I am willing to serve you like a dog or a horse. Overwhelmed with excitement, Chen knelt before Qingyi and bowed deeply. Please get up quickly. We will need Mr. Chen's help in the future. Qingyi helped Chen up. Complete the timed mission to save the people of the Bronze Tribe and receive 100 gold coins and 15 skill upgrade stones. Trigger Chen's loyalty and gain Chen's allegiance. The system actually gave out more rewards than expected. Qingyi was somewhat surprised, because the original highest reward for the mission was to save 50 people and obtain 5 skill upgrade stones. But now they've given me 15, plus a bonus of 100 gold coins. It seems that even the system felt it had performed the task too perfectly this time. They gave us triple the reward. This time it was purely luck, otherwise it wouldn't have been so easy. Some things just happened by chance. He happened to have made money selling wine, and he happened to have the Bluebird tribe's identity token on him. If any one of them is missing. If I can't get things done today, I might even lose my life. Therefore, Qingyi felt extremely grateful for her good fortune. If it were an average player trying to rescue someone using force alone, this would be an incredibly difficult task. Not only would they have to face thousands of guards in the mine, but also experts like Zhao Ru and Fan Meng. Just thinking about it sends chills down my spine. Chen, along with 136 members of the Bronze Tribe, has submitted to you and requests to join your territory. Do you accept? While they were pondering, Chen led the group from the original Bronze Tribe. They collectively submitted to Qingyi. Accept. He answered quickly. Chen Feng, and 137 others joined Inha village and officially became villagers. As soon as the system notification sounded, the identities of the original Bronze Tribe members changed. Due to your leadership style, your aptitude has advanced A+S, your talent has advanced, your special grade Government Affairs has advanced to Government Affairs Master, and your special grade Commerce has advanced to Commerce Master. My dantian feels so hot! Qingyi suddenly exclaimed and quickly sat cross-legged on the ground. An elusive aura emanated from him, and spiritual energy gathered. It stood upright above his head like a funnel, constantly pouring in. His cultivation has recovered? Liingi clearly saw. As his aptitude advanced, Qingyi's previously crippled dantian miraculously began to recover. A vortex of spiritual energy, the size of a soybean, appeared and continued to devour spiritual energy, growing stronger. This situation reminded Liingi of the first time she bathed in Zhixianqi, which seemed somewhat similar to the present. It seems that the heavenly pool truly has unimaginable benefits for martial arts and cultivation. Take more time to study it. Liingi discovered that the heavenly pool had many other amazing functions that he had not yet fully grasped. As time passed, the funnel of spiritual energy above Chen's head vanished without a trace. He underwent a complete transformation, his cultivation was fully restored, and he exuded a powerful aura. Their spirits were refreshed, as if the diseased tree had been given a new lease on life, no longer lifeless. His hunched figure was no longer hunched, his once thin, bamboo-like frame had become sturdy. The silver hair disappeared, replaced by a head of jet-black hair. The eyes were no longer cloudy, but bright and piercing, as if they could shoot out 2 bolts of lightning. If he was like an old man withered branches before, he is now like a small old man with a strong physique who can carry a mountain. Name, Qingyi. Identity, villager of Inha village. Loyalty, 95. Occupation, none. Level, LV16. Qualification, S. Realm, 8th level of Qingyi stage. Talents, Master of Politics, Master of Business. Skills, Flowing Cloud Sword Shadow LV3, 2-star, Soft Cloud Palm LV3, 1-star. Martial Arts, Tier 1. Flowing Cloud Technique, Blue Excellent, Late Stage. Combat Power Rating, Tier 1 5 stars. Chapter 61 Talent Allocation, Goodbye Chen Xian. My lord, what is this? Chen opened his eyes, unable to believe the changes in himself. I thought I was destined to be a cripple for life, but who would have thought I could regain my cultivation? Not only that, he also felt that the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was closer to him, making cultivation smoother. Has my cultivation talent improved? He turned his gaze to Liingi, as if seeking answers from him. Because he knew that his transformation was entirely due to Liingi's methods. Galaxy Village is a saint-level territory, with a heaven-cleansing pool that can transform a person completely. Liingi smiled faintly. After you join Galaxy Village, you will be automatically accepted to undergo the baptism of the heavenly cleansing pool, and your aptitude will naturally improve. Upon hearing this news, not only Qingyi, but everyone was stunned. Immediately, a deep sense of joy welled up in my heart. The territory I just joined is actually the legendary Fairyland, a saint-level territory. Thank you, my lord. Qingyi and the original Bronze Tribe members all bowed down to him, their loyalty skyrocketing. Especially Qingyi, whose loyalty level jumped directly from 95 to 100, reaching the maximum value. Get up! Liingi spoke, her gaze sweeping over the people of the Bronze Tribe. They discovered that they do have some talented individuals. They have everything from novice blacksmiths and novice doctors to novice cooks. What surprised him even more were the 2 rare talents who were dedicated to studying off-the-beaten-path routes. Name, Zhou Ping. Identity, villager of Inha village. Loyalty, 90. Occupation, none. Level, LV5. Qualification, C. Realm, mid-stage body refinement. Talent, novice spirit farmer. Skills, none. Martial arts, none. Combat power rating, none. Name, Xia Deong. Identity, villager of Inha village. Loyalty, 91. Occupation none. Level LV9. Qualification C. Realm, late stage of body refinement. Talent, novice alchemist. Skills none. Martial arts, none. Combat power rating, none. Although the two were not highly qualified, Qingyi did not care. On the contrary, they valued it highly, seeing it as a spark. As long as the spark remains, and high-caliber talent is cultivated, there is hope. My lord, may we join your territory? Seeing Qingyi chatting happily with the people of the Bronze Tribe, another highly skilled team couldn't sit still any longer. He took the initiative to ask. His eyes were full of anticipation. Clearly, joining a holy level territory holds a fatal attraction for these homeless people. Of course, otherwise why would I redeem you? Qingyi readily agreed and extended an invitation, bringing them all into her territory as well. As expected of a highly qualified talent acquired at a cost of 6,000 gold coins, after undergoing the baptism of the heavenly pool, their qualification level has at least reached B+. It seems that we haven't seen any highly talented individuals. Qingyi noticed a phenomenon. Among these 200 people, not a single one possessed advanced talent. Even intermediate-level talents are rare. The only one with an intermediate-level talent is an intermediate-level farmer, which isn't very useful. He guessed that the most talented people were selected in advance, and placed in industries they were good at, and would never be brought to the mine to do hard labor. Qingyi could only sigh inwardly at this. However, he wasn't discouraged. If he lacked talent, so be it. With their qualifications, as long as they are properly trained in the industry, they can still achieve remarkable results. He roughly divided it into. Those with B+ rank qualifications will all be promoted to warriors, enhancing the combat strength of Galaxy Village. As for those with grade A qualifications, Qingyi glanced at them lightly. The seeds fell upon the 15A level NPCs who had just advanced from B+ level aptitude. The quantity is not large, but it is not insignificant either. You two will follow Zhou Ping as apprentices and learn about spiritual farming. The three of you will follow Xie Daong and learn the skills of alchemy. You will follow Li Fang and learn medicine. Go and learn tailoring. After a series of assignments, the career plans for the 15A level NPCs were completed. Once they have completed their apprenticeship, this would fill the career gap in Galaxy Village. We still need to buy some new architectural blueprints. With so many new professions added, Qingyi is now worried about the corresponding architectural blueprints. Standard blueprints are easy to find, they're available in the Flame Fire tribe. However, the spirit farmers need spirit soil, and the alchemists need alchemy rooms. These kinds of blueprints are rare. Even if you have money, you might not be able to buy them. With no other option, Qingyi decided to return to the Manhwa tribe again to try her luck. Let's go back to the Flame Fire tribe first. Qingyi shouted a command and led more than 300 people on the way back. Along the way, only Qingyi had a horse, the others walked slowly on foot. Qingyi, finding their pace too slow, ordered Qinshe to lead the group forward. He then rode alone to scout ahead. The roadside is lined with lush trees and overgrown with weeds. After walking for a while, Qingyi suddenly stopped, her ears twitching slightly. There's someone there. Since perfecting the three-colored yuan fire technique, Qingyi's 5 senses have been greatly enhanced. They could hear loud noises from a mile away. He tied the horse to the tree. Following the sound, they crept over silently. Ahead was a towering cliff, and several figures could be vaguely seen. Qingyi walked into the grass, which was more than 2 meters high, and saw the figures of the group through the gaps. 3 women and 1 man stood there, talking about something. What's outrageous is that Qingyi had actually met 2 of them in real life. It was Chen-Xian and Suya. Although their appearances changed slightly in the game, their stunningly beautiful faces remained quite distinctive. Qingyi recognized them at a glance. They are even more beautiful than they are in real life. Chen-Xian's long hair was tied up high, and she wore a black outfit that accentuated her curvaceous and alluring figure. Her snow-white hands were gently crossed in front of her chest, making her skin appear even whiter against the backdrop of her black outfit. She carried a long sword on her back, wore black boots, and raised her head slightly, looking exceptionally heroic. Suya, on the other hand, was dressed in a snow-white gown, which resembled clouds and mist, gently enveloping her alluring figure. Every line of her dress seemed to be a masterpiece meticulously sculpted by nature. His long, ink-black hair, as smooth as silk, cascaded down, gently swaying in the breeze. Beneath her long hair was a breathtakingly beautiful face, with exquisitely delicate features. "I can't believe I ran into this, it's unbelievable." Even Qingyi couldn't help but sigh. "We might meet again anywhere in the world. What a coincidence." However, he did not rush out, but hid in the bushes. Observed secretly. "I failed to clear the level. Good heavens, how can there be such a difficult secret realm in this world?" Of the three women, the one in red, whom Qingyi did not recognize, wailed. "Yeah, the final boss was just too terrifying, we couldn't beat it at all." The young man in his 20s next to him also sighed in regret. "How about we call in some more people and use sheer numbers to overwhelm that boss?" the woman in red suggested, glancing at Chen Xian. Chen Xian shook her head and said, "That's what I thought at first, but it doesn't seem to work now." She couldn't help but rub her forehead, her snow-white face filled with helplessness. "When I was playing alone, the boss was a level 10 boss. When the four of us played together, the boss became a level 15 boss. I estimate that as our numbers increase, the boss's strength also increases, so the human wave tactic is ineffective." Hearing Chen Xian's words, the woman in red wailed even more miserably, shouting, "It can be like this. Heavens, such immense wealth is placed before me, weighing, how could I not be able to handle it? Someone help me!" Chapter 62 Martial Arts Secret Realm. "How about I do it?" The sound startled the four of them. "Who goes there?" Wei Ying's beautiful eyes narrowed as she warily scanned her surroundings. As the grass swayed ahead, a man dressed in black appeared. He wore a mask, obscuring his face, but his imposing and handsome figure was clearly visible. And their attire, shimmering with a cyan or silver light, highlights their extraordinary nature. "So much high-level equipment?" Chen Xian and Suya exchanged a glance, both seeing surprise in each other's eyes. "He seems to be a master." "A martial arts secret realm, right? How about I help you clear it?" Qingyi never expected that these people would actually be able to obtain the key to the martial arts secret realm. They were truly lucky. If you happened to run into someone, it would be a real shame not to take advantage of it. "You." Wei Ying wasn't as observant as Chen Xian and Suya. Seeing Qingyi's arrogant tone, she said with dissatisfaction, "The boss in the secret realm is very difficult. Are you sure you can lead us through it? The four of us, as top-notch players in the game, all failed to complete the level. You think you can succeed by adding you to the team? Who do you think you are?" The man beside him, he too, was equally skeptical. Qingyi did not refute this, but smiled gently. Arriving at a tree, he put two fingers together. Then click on it. Bang! A dull sound rang out. The tree trunk, as thick as a bucket, was riddled with holes, leaving two horrifying gaps. "How?" Qingyi raised the corners of her mouth into a faint smile, and looked up at them. "Such powerful internal energy!" All four of them gasped, their expressions filled with shock. He too immediately shut his mouth, afraid that if he spoke again, the other party's finger would poke him. Wei Ying didn't think so much. She clicked her tongue in amazement, her bright eyes sparkling with curiosity. "When did Flame Fire Peak produce an expert like you? Brother, where are you from?" She was like a lively kitten, circling around Qingyi, sometimes tilting her head, sometimes standing on tiptoe, as if trying to see him through from every angle. "Going it alone," Qingyi said softly. Upon hearing this, Chen Xian's eyes suddenly lit up. "That's great, bro!" Wei Ying clapped her hands, her smile exceptionally bright, revealing her pearly white teeth, and said with a smile, "With your strength, would you be interested in joining our Lioli village? There are lots of beautiful women there." Lioli village? You've established a territory too? Qingyi looked surprised. The third territory in the entire server was just released not long ago, and someone has already established another territory? Almost there, just need the territory token. Wei Ying lightly punched Qingyi's arm, then wrapped her arms around his neck and said haughtily, "Maybe we'll leave after we finish this secret realm. How about it, the fourth largest territory in the world, why not consider it?" Qingyi. What do you mean by just missing a territory token? The most important thing is the territory token, and they don't even have that, yet they call themselves the fourth largest territory in the world. This little brat is quite good at making empty promises. Also, could you please move your hand away a little? Do we know each other that well? Qingyi silently pried the groping hand off her neck. Although our Lioli village is not officially established yet, I guarantee that it will be established within a month at most. Qingyi suddenly spoke, looking at Qingyi with a determined glint in her eyes. Let's wait and see. Qingyi smiled faintly, stopping Qingyi's attempt to win her over, and changed the subject, saying, Aren't we getting off topic? Are we still fighting in the martial arts secret realm? He was just tagging along to the secret realm. They'll just freeload and leave. I have no interest in anything else for the time being. Upon hearing this, Wei Ying and he too remained silent, instead turning their gazes to Qingyi. As the owner of the key, the decision rests with her. Beat. With a master like Qingyi joining the team, Qingyi was naturally happy to accept it. She took out the key to the secret realm, her mind stirring slightly. A burst of light enveloped the 5 people. With a sudden blur, the 5 found themselves in an unfamiliar space. Ahead, the plains stretched as far as the eye could see. Only one tall mountain stood there. This martial arts secret realm is called Vajra Gate. The mission is only complete if you destroy a demonic sect called Vajra Gate. The mission is roughly divided into 3 stages. The Vajra sect disciples at the foot of the mountain, the Arhats of the law enforcement hall on the mountainside, and the Vajra sect master at the summit. The first 2 levels are manageable, not too difficult, but the 3rd level is extremely difficult. Qingyi gave a brief introduction to the situation in the secret realm. After seeing Qingyi nod to indicate that she understood, he led the group toward the mountain. Upon arriving at the foot of the mountain, 2 monks dressed in yellow robes stood guard. Seeing Qingyi and her group arrive, their expressions immediately became wary. Qingyi was too lazy to waste words with those 2 mere level 8 guys, so she shot 2 arrows and sent them away. Knock, knock, knock! Upon seeing this, the monk in the distance immediately rang the alarm bell. Instantly, a large number of monks rushed out from all directions. Kill! Qingyi gave a soft shout. He took the lead, wielding a large hammer, and knocked down rows of monks. That's fierce. Qingyi and his 3 companions were dumbfounded. They quickly drew their weapons and joined the battle. It's not about helping, but about gaining experience, otherwise Qingyi will kill them all. After a fierce battle, the group fought their way to the mountainside. By this time, nearly 100 monks had fallen to the ground. Court death! With a shout, a monk in a red robe rushed over. Watch out, it's a law enforcement hall Arhat, a level 15 elite monster. Qingyi offered a reminder. Judging from the glint in her eyes, she must have activated a skill similar to a basic detection technique. Qingyi also noticed that although this was clearly a human NPC, it gave her a strange attribute panel. It seems that there is still a difference between the secret realm and reality. He didn't pay any attention. Whether it's a monster or a humanoid monster, just kill it. He took out the 8 extremes bow and the flying feather arrow, drew it fully, and fired a powerful shot. Call out. The 3-colored primordial fire energy adhered to the arrow, making it resemble a burning meteor streaking across the sky. The speed was extremely fast. Before the Arhat of the enforcement hall could react, an arrow pierced his chest. He fell to the ground. -8,730. A terrifying number appeared before everyone's eyes. Killed in seconds? Qingyi's solemn expression froze on her face. She was just about to say that the enforcement Arhat had become stronger and prepared to attack when, in the blink of an eye, the opponent was instantly killed, completely catching everyone off guard. That's too powerful. Suya stared at Qingyi, her beautiful eyes sparkling with admiration. The item has been shipped. It's a black iron-grade piece of equipment. The black light fell to the ground. Wei Ying skipped over and picked it up. Upon discovering it was a monk's robe, he pursed his lips. What a waste of such good equipment, it's so ugly. I have something better. Who wants this piece of equipment? Qingyi asked. Don't want. Wei Ying was the first to speak. Xian and Suya also shook their heads, showing their resistance. Although this equipment is not bad, it is too ugly. It would be better to find some nice-looking but trashy equipment for them to wear. Only Hichu's face was filled with longing. Seeing that the others didn't want it, he quickly took the monk's robe away. Then I'll take it first, and you can have the good stuff later. The robes of Vajra, what a beautiful name. He put it on with a smug look, muttering, Such great gear and you still complain about how ugly it is? Women are so fussy. Before he could finish speaking, he was kicked hard in the butt. He collapsed to the ground, letting out a piercing scream. Qingyi shook her head. Wearing new gear is a great thing, why did you have to add this fuss? Chapter 63 The 18 Bronze Men, Abbot Huishan. Upon reaching the mountaintop, the first thing that catches the eye is a Buddha statue that is 70 or 80 meters tall. It stands tall and majestic, with an imposing presence. The temples, built at the foot of the Buddha statue, appear exceptionally small. The journey was smooth and unobstructed, leading directly to the base of the Buddha statue. Tap tap tap. The ground shook, and to everyone's astonishment, 18 bronze figures clad in blue emerged from the temple, wielding iron rods, and surrounded Qingyi and her companions. They were enormous, made of metal, and stood on the ground, gleaming with a chilling light. The secret realm has changed again. These bronze figures weren't there the first 2 times. Xian said with a solemn expression. Clearly, with Qingyi's addition, the final challenge has become even more difficult. It's alright. Qingyi shook her head, not worried. It's just a few bronze figures. At most, it'll cause some trouble, but it's nothing serious. Attack together! Boom! He launched the first attack. The massive hammer cleaved through the air, creating a whooshing sound, and aimed straight for the bronze statue's chest. The bronze figure reacted quickly, extending its iron arm to block, but Qingyi's strength was astonishing. The bronze figure was shaken back several steps, leaving deep footprints on the ground. At the same time, Xian and the other 3 also engaged in combat with the bronze figures. Swords flashed, blades clashed. Although they were quite strong, they could only suppress one bronze-level figure. When faced with 2 opponents, they found themselves at a disadvantage. These bronze figures are slightly stronger than level 10 elite monsters, but not by much. Qingyi thought to herself. He increased the force in his hand, smashing one of the bronze figures away. Just as he was about to follow up and finish him off, he was blocked by the other bronze figures. Perhaps realizing that Qingyi was not easy to deal with. Of the 18 bronze men, aside from the 4 who were dealing with Xian and his group, the other 14 were all moving closer to Qingyi. They formed a circle, creating some kind of array, enveloping Qingyi in the center. As soon as he moves, the iron rods of the other bronze figures will rush up and attack him from all angles. A few bronze statues have gone too far. Qingyi snorted coldly, swung the sledgehammer, and deflected all the sticks. Then, with a push of his legs, he leaped into the air. 9 hammers to break the mountain. Slash! The hammer swung down hard, sending a bronze statue flying. Then quickly follow up with a second hammer blow. Bang! The hammer struck the bronze figure directly on the chest, denting it. The bronze figure didn't even struggle. It couldn't get up at all. Qingyi pressed on, swinging her hammer a 3rd time towards another bronze figure. They smashed his head flat. The 4th hammer blow, the 5th hammer blow. Almost every time he hits a kid, they're gone. Under Qingyi's relentless and fierce attacks, the 14 bronze figures either deformed or fell apart. None of them could stand completely on the ground. This terrifying combat power stunned Qingyi and her companions. To avoid appearing incompetent, they gritted their teeth and launched their strongest attacks to defeat the bronze man. Seeing that Qingyi didn't even break a sweat, everyone was completely convinced. Wei Ying went straight to the point and asked, "Wow, that's amazing! Who exactly are you, master?" Qingyi had never revealed her identity to them, which made her very curious. As a top-tier player on Manhwa Peak, she knew many gaming legends, but none of them could match Qingyi's abilities. It has a strong suppressive force. Upon hearing Wei Ying's question, Qingyi, Suya, and he too all perked up their ears, clearly eager to know as well. "Would you believe me if I said I was a female impersonator?" Qingyi smiled faintly, as if she were joking. "Let her." To everyone's surprise, Wei Ying nodded and said seriously, "Besides my idol, I really don't know anyone who is so amazing." "Your idol?" Qingyi never expected that Wei Ying was actually one of her little fangirls. He glanced at her with interest and said, "You've never even met him, how do you know how capable he is?" "First boss kill in the entire server, the first player to reach level 10 in the entire server, the #1 lord in the entire server." Wei Ying knew Qingyi's achievements like the back of her hand, her eyes sparkling like stars as she said admiringly, "A universally acknowledged top player. If he's not amazing, then no one is." Upon hearing this, Qingyi smiled, neither confirming nor denying. "Are you sure you don't?" Wei Ying intended to ask more questions. Qingyi said softly, "The boss is here." All eyes turned to Qingyi, and following her gaze, they saw a figure walking slowly towards them. This man was wearing a yellow kasaya, and his long white beard was flowing. Looking at the corpses scattered on the ground, his face twitched a few times, and he put his palms together and said, "Amitabha, what is your intention in coming to my Vajra gate and committing massacres?" "Of course I'll kill you! Do you expect me to pay my respects to you?" Wei Ying raised her snow-white chin and said contemptuously, "Old monk, last time I was unprepared and couldn't beat you. This time I've invited a great master, and I'll beat you until you're running for your life. You have mistaken me for someone else. This old monk has been cultivating in seclusion in these mountains for many years and has never fought with anyone." After the secret realm refreshed, Wei Ying knew that the old monk did not recognize her. But so what? Does not recognizing someone mean you can avoid being beaten? Don't even think about it. She glared at the old monk fiercely. "Stop talking nonsense and prepare to die." After saying that, she grabbed Qingyi's arm, put on a pitiful look, and said, "Master, it's up to you now." Qingyi. "You're really going to talk big, don't back down, sis. You've gone too far." Seeing that there was no way to change the situation, the old monk stopped pretending, shrugged his shoulders, and said with a sinister smile, "Since that's the case, don't blame this old monk for being ruthless. I'll use your flesh and blood to make lamp oil." He brandished his staff, unleashing an aura of power that surged towards Qingyi and the others. On the ground, strong winds raged. Name, Abbot Huishan. Grade, Elite Boss. Level, LV20. Life, 20,002 to 20,002 mana, 7589 to 7589 spirit, 8018 to 8018. Strength, 1532 defense, 1663 speed, 1572 stamina, 1606. Dark Vajra Palm LV5, a Vajra Palm technique after demonization, possessing greater offensive power than the original Vajra Palm. It deals massive damage to the target and has a chance to instantly kill beings 5 levels below the user. Demonic Vajra Body LV5 merges demonic energy with martial arts to create the indestructible body of demonic Vajra, blocking most damage while having a chance to intimidate targets within 5 meters, causing them to enter a stunned state. Demonic Wrathful Vajra LV5, demonic energy surges to the heavens, entering the demonic Vajra state, greatly increasing strength, raising the player's power by 1 major realm, and this strength is permanently fixed. The cost is that after activating this skill, the soul is corrupted by demonic energy, and the user is forever condemned to the demonic path. Seeing these formidable attributes, Qingyi hadn't even said anything yet. Chen, however, cried out in surprise first. How did this monk become so much stronger? Last time it was a level 15 boss, how come it's a level 20 elite boss this time? She covered her mouth, feeling a sense of panic. This Abbot Huishan has not only leveled up by 5 levels compared to before, but his rank has also changed from boss to elite boss. From an attribute perspective, it has doubled. And don't forget, level 15 and level 20 are not the same thing. In terms of realm, it represents a leap forward to a whole new level. There's simply no way to compare their strengths. And if these things only caused her panic, then Abbot Huishan's final skill, Demon, Wrathful Vajra. This caused her vision to go black, plunging her into despair. Chapter 64 Demon, Wrathful Vajra. That's incredible. A strength that makes people unable to resist. She shared Huishan's attributes with Suya and the others, eliciting gasps of surprise. Even Wei Ying, who was initially full of confidence, fell silent. If you don't want people to pass this difficult dungeon, just say so. Why torture people like this? She wrinkled her nose and muttered a few words, then looked at Qingyi with concern. Master, can you handle this? Give it a try. Qingyi shook her head. It would be a lie to say he could definitely defeat such a powerful boss. We'll only know for sure after a match. You all step back, I'll take care of this boss. Qingyi said softly. A higher boss level also has advantages, as it makes it easier to obtain items. If we can kill it, we'll become rich. After we defeat the boss, I want to choose the best loot first. You guys don't mind, right? He turned to look at Chen and the others, giving them a heads up. Even though he was just tagging along to the secret realm, he certainly wouldn't let go of any benefits involved. It's impossible for me to suffer a loss. I can't afford to suffer even the slightest loss. Okay. Chen nodded without hesitation and said, if we can really win, we'll split it 50-50, half for you and half for the 4 of us. As the team's only hope of clearing the level, Qingyi was given priority to take some items. Chen certainly wouldn't have any objections. Even if it were 70% or 80%, she would agree, let alone half. Putting everything else aside, even a level 20 elite boss can drop items that are better than those from a level 15 boss. Even if it's only 20%, she won't lose out. Moreover, she had other considerations. That is to gain Qingyi's favor. If you can recruit a top-tier player, the value is far greater than any small profit. Good. Upon receiving Chen Xian's reply, Qingyi nodded slightly. Take out the Baji Bao, ready to get to work. At this moment, Huishan, who had been preparing for a long time, finally made his move. He clasped his hands together, a powerful force flowing through his palms, layers of purple gold light shimmering. He suddenly strode forward and slapped his right palm. An overwhelming aura poured forth, and a fierce wind raged. It was a killing move from the very first strike. Dark Vajra Palm. Qingyi's clothes fluttered in the strong wind, but her face remained resolute, showing no fear. He knocked an arrow, aimed at his palm, and shot it out suddenly. Light also flashed on the arrow. The difference is that it is not a purple gold light, but a golden red light. This ray of light appeared small and weak amidst the enormous purple gold light, yet it shone even brighter. The two collided, unleashing an astonishing roar. The arrow was violently compressed and swept outwards. Rumble! The flying arrow was ultimately superior, piercing through the palm wind of the dark Vajra palm and advancing forward. Huishan was taken aback and tried to pull his hand back, but it was too late. With a soft thud, the flying arrow pierced right through his palm. -3601. An error message appeared. Good! Wei Ying clapped her hands excitedly. The master is indeed a master! She gave a thumbs up in praise, her eyes filled with admiration for Qingyi. Everyone else breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing this result. Fortunately, as long as the defense can be broken, it's fine. If you can break through the defense, you have a chance to win. Only this little bit of health was lost. Qingyi, however, was not as optimistic as the others. Her eyes were serious. The divine arrow has always been an invincible weapon, serving as their trump card. After releasing it, even if it can't instantly kill the opponent, it will at least reduce their health by half. But on Huishan, not even a fifth of his blood was drawn. It hit a record low. Based on this damage, assuming Huishan doesn't dodge, he would need at least 5 arrows to kill Huishan. But with his stamina, could he sustain himself to shoot 5 arrows? Maybe. But does Huishan still have a big move up its sleeve? Difficult to handle. Qingyi shook her head. You bastard, how dare you hurt me? I'll kill you! Huishan was enraged after taking an arrow from Qingyi. Ignoring the spurting blood, he pulled it out abruptly. Immediately afterwards he shuddered, as if a switch had been triggered, and his body swelled up slightly. Dense demonic energy emanated from his body, from his head, ears, and mouth. Everywhere, within his eyes, purplish-black demonic energy filled his pupils. It's completely mesmerizing. Amitabha Buddha, the gate to rebirth has been opened. Please embark on your journey. After transforming, the anger on Huishan's face vanished, replaced by utter calm. With hands clasped together, he recited a verse. If it weren't for the dense demonic aura still emanating from him, he would truly look like a highly virtuous monk who had descended to earth. You're the one who should be on your way, not me, playing tricks on me. Qingyi snorted coldly, and a bronze-colored hammer appeared in her hand. With a powerful push of his legs, his body shot forward like a cannonball towards the front of Huishan. The sledgehammer suddenly slammed down. 9 strikes to break the mountain. Slash! Both skills were activated instantly. The wind howled, its force imposing. Facing the oncoming giant hammer, Huishan remained calm and composed. Dark purple demonic energy surged around him, transforming into a suit of dark purple armor. It adheres to the body surface, firmly protecting him. Demon! Vajra body! Huishan let out a low shout and thrust out his palms once more. Dark Vajra palm! When Huishan activated his demonic Vajra body, Qingyi clearly felt a jolt in her brain. My mind went blank, and I fell into a daze. Fortunately, he had observed Huishan's skills early on and was prepared for them. When your brain freezes, quickly bite your tongue to bring yourself back to your senses. Continue the attack. The first strike. Boom! With the enhancement of the demonic Vajra body, Qingyi's attacks clearly had little effect. Instead, he was the one who got slapped and sent flying. If it can't even break through the defenses, then there's no point in talking about dealing any damage. The second strike. Qingyi did not give up. After regaining her footing, she quickly launched a second attack with her hammer. His movements became faster and faster, so fast that only a blur could be seen in the air. Within 5 seconds, he unleashed the remaining 8 hammer blows. The 9th hammer! Starting from the 6th strike, it was already able to damage Huishan. By the final strike, the 300% damage sent Huishan flying. Whoosh! Whoosh! With such a favorable opportunity, Qingyi would not give Huishan a chance to catch his breath. 2 arrows flew in a flash, 1 in a straight line. Huishan realized what was happening and quickly gathered demonic energy to form a demonic armor, protecting his vital points. The arrows struck the demonic armor with a loud thud. Sparks flew everywhere, shattering the magic armor like a drill. Click! After the first arrow fell to the ground, the demon Vajra body was shattered. The second arrow followed without obstruction, piercing deeply into Huishan's chest. -8,865. Another massive damage number appeared, and Qingyi couldn't help but smile. With the first arrow setting the stage, the second arrow finally delivered a critical hit. At this point, Huishan only had a little over 3,000 health points left. One more arrow would be enough to finish him off. Ah! You forced me to do this! Huishan realized that his situation was critical. After hesitating for a few seconds, he finally made up his mind. Even if it means eternal damnation, I will still kill you. Your face was contorted with rage, your features terrifying, as if you wish you could tear Liingi to pieces. Demon! Wrathful Vajra! He roared. The demonic energy emanating from his body instantly increased tenfold. Layers of black energy enveloped him, making him look like a wicked demon from hell. His level suddenly jumped 10 levels, turning him into a level 30 elite boss. Health and other attributes have increased significantly. Chapter 65: A Divine Arrow LV3, Annihilating Huishan. Dark Vajra Palm! Huishan shouted and suddenly struck out with his right palm. A huge black palm print flew out. It was like a 5-fingered mountain rushing towards Liingi. Liingi's expression hardened, she took a few steps back, and then, as if struck by lightning, shot out an arrow. Unfortunately, Huishan's level had already reached level 30, transforming from true to primordial, greatly increasing his strength. This arrow was of little use. After briefly hindering the Vajra palm's attack, it sent the attacker flying. The remaining palm prints still exuded a menacing aura. Upgrade Sprint! Knowing she couldn't withstand the attack, Liingi immediately used her skill upgrade stones to level up her sprint skill twice. Sprint upgrade successful, LV1 LV3. Note: speed increases by 70% within 5 minutes. With a 70% acceleration, he barely managed to dodge the attack. But the Buddha statue behind him wasn't so lucky. It was struck by a palm strike. A deep indentation appeared. Humph, all done? My turn. Liingi took a deep breath, lunged forward, and unleashed the 9 hammers of mountain breaking. Rumble! Although he was inferior to Huishan in strength, he possessed superior mobility through sprinting and the explosive power of the 9 hammers of mountain breaking. For a time, they were not at a disadvantage. The two exchanged blows, fighting fiercely. A fierce wind raged, sending rocks flying everywhere. Upon seeing this, Qingyi and the others gasped and quickly retreated several hundred meters to avoid being accidentally injured. The god of war has descended to earth. Suya stared intently at the battle, her attention completely drawn to that tall, imposing figure. He murmured, "His powerful battlefield control and extremely fast reaction speed are rare in the world." Yeah, the god is so handsome. Wei Ying nodded frantically, her eyes sparkling. It's a pity that Demon Vajra's wrathful gaze is permanent, an overpowered skill. Otherwise, a mere level 20 elite boss would be completely crushed by him. Qingyi sighed, watching Liingi's retreating figure, her impulse growing stronger. Hichu, I'm bowing down to the master. No, if this drags on any longer, I'm bound to lose. Liingi's heart sank slightly as her hammer missed its mark. Push off with both legs and pull back to create distance. A divine arrow of upgrade! A divine arrow successfully upgraded from LV2 to LV3. Description: deals 15x damage to the target, with a chance to trigger a divine strike, which adds an additional 15x damage. After the upgrade, Liingi gained a deeper understanding of the divine arrow. He held his breath and focused all his attention on the arrow. Bang! A muffled thud, the bowstring vibrated. With astonishing power, it slices through the air. This arrow was faster and more powerful than the previous one. Huishan was startled and quickly withdrew his attack, sitting cross-legged on the ground. He activated his demonic Vajra body with all his might, causing demonic energy to form a protective ring around his body. Pft! Pft! The arrows struck the demonic energy, continuously consuming it. The demonic energy, like a raging fire, devoured the arrows. After a brief stalemate, the demonic energy finally shattered like a glass dome, scattering across the ground and becoming impossible to gather again. The tip of the arrow was also disappeared, leaving only a short section. It's blocked. Huishan smiled, but before he could even utter a sound, he saw a golden red light in the distance rapidly approaching him. It's getting brighter and brighter in my pupils. How could you use that trick a second time? Huishan roared in anger, unwilling to accept defeat. But the next second, an arrow pierced his forehead. His whole body collapsed to the ground. Because I'm more persistent. Liingi's lips curled up slightly. His perfected 3-colored elemental fire technique made his stamina extremely high. Even with a 6-star divine arrow, he could fire 7 or 8 times without getting tired. Moreover, that arrow just now. It triggered a divine strike, coupled with a critical hit from the original weakness. In an instant, it dealt about 30 times the damage. It's more than enough to instantly kill a Huishan with 1/3 of its health remaining. Kill Abbot Huishan and gain 10,087 experience points. SSS talents, Chosen 1, triggers, increasing drop rate by 88 times. A Chosen 1 triggers, granting an item quality upgrade. 7 or 8 beams of light burst from Huishan's corpse and fell to the ground. The dazzling light stimulated everyone's senses. Wow! Wow, wow, wow! We're rich! Wei Ying shouted and rushed forward, grabbing Liingi in a tight hug, jumping and skipping around. That soft sensation rubbed against his chest. Why are you dribbling the ball and charging at people? Liingi touched her nose. Well, that's pretty interesting. Ah! A gasp of surprise. Qingyi posted it. It was as if she had found something extraordinary. She lightly covered her lips, her fair and jade-like face filled with excitement. In her hand she held a square token. It shone with a silvery radiance, appearing incredibly sacred. This thing actually came out. Liingi recognized it immediately. It was the territory silver token he had revealed before. So far, there are only 4 pieces in the world, and I never expected that 2 of them were made by me. This is incredible luck. The drop rate of the Chosen One is truly unbeatable. Liingi was filled with emotion. Do you want this? Seeing Liingi's gaze sweep over, Qingyi seemed to remember something. Her expression darkened, and she handed over all the spoils of war to him. The territory token is too precious. He should keep it for himself. What master doesn't establish territory? Qingyi sighed silently, feeling utterly miserable. I finally saw the thing I had been dreaming of, but then I missed it. Seeing Qingyi biting her lip, looking reluctant to leave, Liingi couldn't help but find it amusing. If he has not established a territory, then the territory token is of course the first choice. But he already had the Galaxy Village, so frankly, it wasn't of much use to him. Even within the broader player base, its value is limited. Have you not seen the rewards that Azure Dragon asked the heavens received for the 3rd largest territory in the world? He's just a mere A-level NPC. Therefore, even with this territory token, establishing the 4th territory in the entire server wouldn't offer much benefit. They can't even get a server-wide announcement. He turned his gaze to the other items, his eyes unusually showing a flicker of emotion. Ahead, besides the territory token, there are 5 other items. Dozens of gold coins, 10 skill upgrade stones, a level 15 silver Zen staff, and a Vajra indestructible body skill book. And most precious of all, an orange treasure, the martial arts inscription stone, Vajra Gate. Unlike ordinary inscribed stones, it has a suffix. Don't underestimate the significance of just having an extra suffix. It carries a completely different meaning. Generally speaking, a martial arts inscription stone can only be inscribed with one type of martial art, and NPCs or players can only learn this one type of martial art. However, there are exceptions. For example, the one in his hand. It engraved the entire Vajra sect, from the 1st to the 3rd level, all the martial arts techniques. As long as you have enough comprehension. These martial arts techniques can all be learned from the inscribed stone. Liingi examined the area and discovered that inside. It contains the white martial art Vajra force, levels 1 to 3, the cyan martial art Vajra skill, levels 1 to 3, the blue martial art Vajra chi refining method, levels 1 to 3, and the purple martial art Vajra technique, levels 1 to 3. Chapter 66 Martial Arts Inscription Stone, Vajra Gate, Regional Announcement. From white to purple, different grades of cultivation techniques. A perfect match for NPCs with different aptitudes and levels of understanding. Some NPCs with poor aptitude and comprehension. I may not be able to comprehend the high-level Vajra technique, but I can certainly master the low-level Vajra strength and Vajra skill. This greatly raises the minimum level of NPCs within the territory. Moreover, a systematic martial art is far superior to a piecemeal one. Some NPCs learn wood attribute techniques at the first tier, fire attribute techniques at the second tier, and water attribute techniques at the third tier. His level and cultivation realm have both increased, but his combat strength is still weak. This is clearly caused by having too many different cultivation methods. The existence of the Vajra Sex martial arts inscription stone undoubtedly prevented this situation from occurring. The value of this martial arts inscription stone is more than 10 times that of the territory token. Qingyi thought to herself. He calmly gripped it in his hand, his gaze fixed on Chen. You want the territory token? Yes, of course. Chen replied without hesitation. I've been preparing for the territory for a long time, and this is all I'm missing. Here you go. Qingyi waved her hand, appearing very magnanimous. However, he quickly changed the subject. As you know, territory tokens are extremely valuable, especially in the early stages. They're practically priceless. In the real world, they'd be worth 100 million. Hearing Qingyi's words, Chen nodded. Time is extremely valuable in the early stages. Establishing your territory even a minute earlier gives you a significant advantage. This is something that money can't buy. If you are willing to give me the territory token, I can compensate you with 30 million in reality, no 50 million. Chen said softly, a faint blush rising on her fair face. This amount of money sounds like a lot, but compared to the value of territory tokens, it's not worth mentioning. If the token were to be auctioned off, the price would be at least 200 million. Seeing Qingyi's smiling face but unmoved expression, Chen gritted her teeth and said, 100 million. That's the maximum amount of authority I can use. No. Qingyi shook her head. Chen heart sank immediately. She really couldn't afford to give her anything higher. She gritted her teeth, trying to think of other bargaining chips that might sway the other party. But then Qingyi's voice came slowly. I can give you the token, but everything else belongs to me. Upon hearing this, not only Chen, but everyone else was stunned. That's it. Chen found it hard to believe. She was even planning to call and borrow money, but then she abandoned the person? This isn't just a few hundred or 1,000, it's 100 million, a whole 100 million. Little did they know, Qingyi was only slightly tempted by money for a second or two. Then I lost interest. Let alone 100 million, even 10 billion. Even if Chen dared to offer it, he wouldn't dare to accept it. In the context of real-world information networks. If I collect the money in the morning, I'm afraid I'll be facing execution in the afternoon. Too dangerous. Moreover, as a player who spends every day immersed in the vast wilderness of mountains and seas, no matter how much money, they can't spend the money either. That's all, Qingyi said seriously. He placed the token in Chen hand, and then, with lightning speed, put all the other items into his backpack. No one noticed the wide grin that stretched from his face to his ears beneath his mask. What kind of egg territory token is that? It's probably not even worth as much as a 5-star skill. This is a huge windfall. Thank you? Feeling the warmth of the token in her palm, Chen felt a surge of joy. The way he looked at Qingyi also became sparkling. Wow, you're so generous! You're a god! Wei Ying clapped her hands and gave a thumbs up. The others also looked at Qingyi with extremely kind eyes. Boss, that's really kind of you. Let's be friends. Qingyi coughed lightly twice, her heart filled with joy. He had originally been thinking about how to ask for most of the items, at least the martial arts inscription stone and the 5-star skill. I never expected that these adorable girls would be so captivated by the territory token that they couldn't resist it. He had no choice but to comply. By the way, they chose their spoils once, and I chose mine once. So it's a 50-50th split, right? Qingyi thought to herself with delight. Congratulations on clearing the martial arts secret realm Vajra gate. The secret realm is currently closing. White light flashes, space shifts. A portal of light appeared on the rock face. The group was teleported out and returned to the great wilderness. We're about to establish our territory. Would you like to join us? After hesitating for a while, Qingyi looked at Qingyi and couldn't help but ask. Her clear, watery eyes were filled with anticipation. Seeing that Qingyi did not answer, she continued. If you are willing, I can make you the lord. Wow, that's quite a generous gesture. Qingyi was surprised. Not to mention Qingyi, even Wei Ying and the other two were shocked by Qingyi's words. Especially Suya, she knew very well how strong-willed Qingyi was. Representing the Qin family in Huaishi City, they tirelessly worked to unite other families and formed the Huaishi Alliance. Recently, under immense pressure, he overcame other candidates to become the leader of the Huaishi Alliance game. Such tremendous achievements have made her an undisputed leader among the younger generation in Huaishi City. As long as she currently possesses the territory token, she can establish the fourth territory in the entire server. In the future, Qingyi's position will be as stable as Mount Tai, and no one will be able to shake it. But now, she has to give up the lordship that was within her grasp? What kind of inappropriate language is this? If it weren't for trust, Suya would have shouted. Why? Thank you for your appreciation. See you again sometime. Qingyi shook her head slightly. Seeing Qingyi's disappointed look, he waved his hand and left with a flourish. Only after his figure completely disappeared from sight did the group of people turn their gazes away in a daze. Sister Xian, why did you make the great god the Lord? Wei Ying couldn't help but ask. Upon hearing this, Suya and he too looked over, wanting to hear Qingyi's explanation. Qingyi sighed softly. The limit for me in leading Liili village is to get it out of the Chuyun mountains, while for him, leading Liili village out of the eastern wilderness is a piece of cake. As they talked, the system's voice came through. Regional announcement. Congratulations to Qingyi, Xinyu, Baibian Xiaoying, Hichu, and Suya for clearing the martial arts secret realm Vajra gate. As the first team in the entire server to clear the secret realm, each member will be rewarded with 300 reputation and 100 gold. The announcement was broadcast 3 times in a row, echoing in the minds of every player in the eastern wilderness. Everyone in green was familiar with her, but the others were new faces. Who are these 4 people? Why are they able to associate with Qingyi? Countless players began to wonder about the identities of Xinyu and her companions. Qingyi and the other 3 were stunned. So, he really is in blue robes. Wei Ying muttered to herself. She thought Qingyi was teasing her, but unexpectedly. Chapter 67 Indestructible Body, Tabby Cat arrives. Should I learn the 5-star skill, Indestructible Body? Yes. Qingyi said impatiently. Learning success. Skill, Indestructible Body. Grade 5 stars. Note, this is the Vajra sect's most powerful technique, capable of condensing a Dharma body around the body, possessing extremely strong defensive capabilities, lasting for 3 minutes. Looks really fierce. Qingyi's eyes lit up. To test his skills, he climbed to the top of a towering tree. It is more than 50 meters above the ground. He took a deep breath and leaped into the air. The wind whistled past my ears as I plummeted downwards. Indestructible Vajra body! His mind stirred slightly. A rich, pale golden Dharma body hovered around him, its posture upright. It looks exceptionally imposing. Boom! It landed on the ground, creating a large crater. Qingyi walked out unharmed, without a speck of dust on her body. As expected of a 5-star skill, it's amazing! He couldn't help but praise. Following the 6-star skill, Divine Arrow, it has finally gained another powerful skill. His astonishing defensive capabilities will make him invincible in future battles. It's a pity that it consumes too much stamina, even more so than the stamina consumed by a divine arrow. While Liingi was overjoyed, she also discovered the flaw in the Vajra indestructible body. That means it requires extremely high endurance. With his current stamina of over 600, he could probably unleash the divine arrow about 8 times, but this indestructible body, I'd guess 3 times at most. This is not difficult to understand. Divine arrow is a single target skill, while invincible body is a continuous skill that covers the entire body without any blind spots. The two processes consume energy at different levels. My stamina still isn't enough. Liingi sighed. Even though he had mastered the golden martial arts to perfection, he still needed to be able to use his 2 advanced skills without any reservations. It is still difficult to do. Perhaps, this situation will improve after he has mastered 2nd-tier martial arts. Let's upgrade the lower-level skills. We can't just rely on the ultimate move. Liingi thought for a moment, and used up the skill upgrade stones she had on hand. The slash skill hasn't been upgraded in a long time, let's upgrade it. He tapped twice, upgrading his slash from LV2 to LV4, increasing his burst damage from 3 times to 5 times, and combining it with the mountain-breaking 9 hammers. It can unleash considerable power, enough to instantly kill most bosses. Then I had 5 skill upgrade stones left, but there wasn't much to upgrade, so I just threw them into the indestructible body I had just obtained. The LV2 indestructible body is not much different from the LV1, except that it lasts a little longer, from 3 minutes to 5 minutes. After finishing, Liingi originally intended to go find her main force. Suddenly, news came from reality that someone was approaching him. So he logged off first. I woke up from the game and saw a tabby cat crouching beside my pillow, licking its fur. Oh, the kitten's here? Liingi stretched and said with a half-smile. I thought you weren't coming back. Upon hearing Liingi's words, a fleeting, almost human-like, shame and indignation crossed the tabby cat's face, but it quickly vanished. Instead, she wore a pitiful expression. It fell to the ground, its 2 front paws clutching Liingi's hand. Gently rub your little head against it. Then she rolled over, exposing her belly, and continued to rub against herself. Their hard work was somewhat amusing to watch. Without him as the mother fire beside her, the offspring fire would erupt at unpredictable times. This guy has probably suffered a lot. Liingi suppressed a laugh and pretended to sigh. If you had done this earlier, I might not have let you swallow the fire of the heart. Unfortunately, once you swallowed it, I couldn't remove it. I can only wait until I have mastered my divine skills and forcibly remove it for you. The tabby cat stiffened, tears welling up in its eyes. Liingi comforted him. It's all right. As long as you stay by my side, Zihu will behave himself. He patted the tabby cat's head and asked, Didn't I tell you to come find me in the game? Where's your cat? Upon hearing this, the tabby cat raised its front paws, gestured repeatedly, and meowed. It's as if it's making an accusation against something. Liingi didn't quite understand, but through gestures she roughly guessed what it was. You said someone was stopping you from entering the city? Still want to hit you? That's so pitiful. Liingi stroked the cat's head and said, Then I'll come find you. Tell me your location. The tabby cat nodded and gestured a coordinate in the air with its paw, 81782763353. Liingi memorized the location, then had the tabby cat enter the game and wait for her. After eating a quick bite of a few bites, he also quickly entered the game. Based on the coordinates provided by the tabby cat, Liingi discovered that they were not far apart, only a little over 200 kilometers. So he mounted his miniature horse and hurried toward his destination. 30 kilometers outside the Flame Fire tribe. On a rocky ground, all sorts of oddly shaped stones stand upright. More than 30 players, dressed in simple clothes and wielding swords, were attacking a wild monster. The monster wasn't large, covered in brownish red fur, and kept dodging the players' arrows and crossbow bolts. Being agile, he didn't suffer much damage. Hachi! Its claws were sharp as blades, and it swiftly sliced through a player's neck, sending him back to his hometown. Then he leaped onto a high rock, his beard bristling, and let out a threatening roar. Level 15 boss, log off immediately and call for backup. I'm rich. I'm even running into a cat boss on the street. I have to take it down today. The players completely ignored it. Tempted by the boss, they all became greedy and rushed forward one after another. Meow! The tabby cat got angry when it saw this. It was waiting for Qingyi there when suddenly a group of people rushed out and attacked him. They used knives and bows and arrows, looking fierce, as if they wanted to devour it alive. This is intolerable. If a tiger doesn't show its power, people will mistake it for a sick cat. As the boss, the tabby cat is completely unafraid of these people. It moved with lightning speed, weaving through the crowd. With each swing of the claw, a player perished. In a short time, most of the players were killed or wounded. Only 5 or 6 people remained, struggling to persevere. You bastard! I'll show you what I'm made of! Seeing that they couldn't defeat this boss with their own strength, one of the triangular-eyed youths, in a fit of rage, pulled a fiery red sphere from his pocket. He aimed at the tabby cat and threw it. Let me show you the power of the bursting beads, now die! He roared, his face contorted in rage. A deafening roar followed, and flames shot skyward. It devoured the tabby cat. Ha 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 ha! The triangular-eyed youth grinned with satisfaction, as if he could already see the tabby cat dying without a proper burial. It's not a waste to use this treasure, which we finally obtained, on you. Let me see what good stuff it dropped. He grinned, ready to step forward and collect his spoils. Suddenly, a small figure rushed out from the firelight. He exhaled a burst of air from his mouth. Buzz! With a soft plop, it pierced through the chest of the triangular-eyed youth. How come you're still alive? The triangular-eyed youth stared wide-eyed, then collapsed to the ground in frustration. The tabby cat didn't answer, but instead swung its claws several times, killing all of them. Chapter 68. The first pet in the entire server, Ling Bao. Clap, 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 clap. A round of applause rang out, and the tabby cat looked up to see a young man leading a horse slowly towards them. Just as the tabby cat was about to unleash its fury, it saw the person remove their mask, revealing a familiar face. Meow. Upon recognizing the person, the tabby cat's sharp eyes softened instantly, and it hopped over to the young man. She jumped into his arms. The little guy is quite impressive. Qingyi was drawn here by the sound of the exploding beads and happened to witness the tabby cat's outburst. He patted the tabby cat's head and realized that he had successfully met the cat in real life. Name, Tabby Cat Demon. Grade Boss. Level, LV15. Life, 9,138 to 10,012 mana, 3499 to 4004 Spirit, 4003 to 4176. Strength, 1356 Defense, 1108 Speed, 1477 Stamina, 1165. Cat Shadow Mystery LV4. The tabby cat demon leaves several afterimages on the battlefield with its agile movements, launching rapid combos on enemies and dealing physical damage. Spirit Cat Claw LV4. A Spirit Cat Claw attack that combines demonic power, dealing damage to the target, and having a chance to inflict a bleeding status. Primordial Arrow Breath LV3. Gathers a burst of energy in the abdomen and shoots it out, dealing a fatal blow to the target. Not bad, not bad. A level 15 boss, which is much stronger than a regular boss. Upon seeing these attributes, Qingyi gave a thumbs up. The little tabby cat is quite intelligent to have grown to such a level in such a short time. A mythical tabby cat demon requests to become your pet. Will you accept? The system's voice sounded. Qingyi looked down and saw the tabby cat blinking its big eyes, looking pitiful. This child is teachable. Qingyi patted its rump and nodded in satisfaction. Accepted. The mythical tabby cat demon becomes your pet. As the first player on the entire server to tame a pet, the rewards include 500 reputation points, 500 gold coins, a 1-grade increase in pet quality, a 1-grade increase in pet skill, and a special spirit treasure, the demon-slaying hoop. I didn't expect the reward to be so generous. It's a double celebration. Qingyi smiled, her gaze fixed on the tabby cat in her arms. To everyone's surprise, it was enveloped in a white glow. A surging vitality emanated from it, growing stronger and stronger. It seems that some kind of transformation is taking place. My bloodline is getting stronger too. As the owner of the tabby cat demon, Qingyi was able to clearly perceive its entire state. He clearly sensed that, due to the increase in rank, the bloodline of the tabby cat demon was also enhanced. When bloodlines were mentioned, he couldn't help but think of. It seems that he possesses a portion of his own essence blood, which he obtained from the crimson honeypot monkey. Is that okay? Qingyi stared at the crystal-clear essence blood in her hand, lost in thought. But before he could act, the tabby cat demon reacted first. Like a boneless snake, it coiled around his arm, its head unconsciously moving towards the essence and blood. Want some? Qingyi hesitated for a moment, but did not stop the tabby cat's actions. Essence and blood are highly nourishing, even if they don't have any effect after consumption. At least it shouldn't cause any harm, right? That's what he was thinking. Glug glug, after gulping down his essence blood in one go. The tabby cat demon curled up in Qingyi's arms again and fell asleep. Your pet tabby cat demon is refining the bloodline of the ferocious monkey, mixed, resulting in unknown changes. The tabby cat demon, with its small body. The aura it emitted grew stronger and stronger. It was as if some mysterious force was awakening. This surprised even Qingyi. After an unknown amount of time, the system's voice came again. The tabby cat demon has completed its evolution and mutated. Do you want to check it? Since the tabby cat demon has become a pet, its attribute panel has been modified. Name, Mutant Golden-Eyed Cat King. Grade, Lord Boss. Level, LV-15. Realm, Qi Forging Stage. Cultivation Technique, First Tier Tai Bai Qi Refining Technique, Golden Extraordinary, Later Stages. Skill. Golden Eyes Piercing Illusions LV-1, Innate Skill. The pupils transform into 2 dazzling golden vortexes, capable of piercing through illusions. When used on a target, it exerts pressure on their soul, producing a bewilderment effect. The mutated tabby cat demon, to be precise, is a mutated golden-eyed cat king. His appearance has changed a lot. First, there's his physique. He's gotten much bigger and stronger, about the same size as Tiger when he was about 6 months old. Its entire body is snow white, and its fur is soft and smooth. His golden eyes shone brightly as he opened and closed them, giving him an exceptionally noble air. The grade has increased by 2 levels? Qingyi was pleasantly surprised. She hadn't expected such an unintentional act. This directly elevated the tabby cat demon to a lord-level boss. With the addition of a golden-level extraordinary cultivation technique, wow, this is definitely a template for a future big boss. Roar. The mutated golden-eyed cat king awakens from its evolution. She rolled over in Qingyi's arms and affectionately licked his face. The ticklish sensation made Qingyi smile. Since you're so fair-skinned, I'll call you Little Black from now on. Qingyi stroked the cat's fur and said. Upon hearing this, the mutated golden-eyed cat king stared wide-eyed at Qingyi's face, and Yama was stunned. He gently patted Qingyi's hand with his paw, wanting to change his name. However, Qingyi, being terrible at naming things, couldn't think of anything else. They simply made the decision. Seeing Xiaohei turn its head away in a huff, Qingyi coughed lightly and said, Don't be angry, I'll give you a treasure. He took out a golden hoop from his pocket, and waved it in front of Xiaohei. Ling Bao, the Demon King's crown, an extraordinary treasure. He drawled out the sound. As expected, Xiaohei was drawn in, its eyes darting around as it saw the incredibly mysterious halo on the golden hoop. She stopped being angry and raised her head, looking at him expectantly. Wear it on your head. Qingyi revealed a mysterious smile. Little Black, unsuspecting, happily put it on. It sticks firmly to the head as soon as it touches it. Xiao Hei didn't feel anything. It leaped onto the ground, its figure blurred, and a huge golden round shield enveloped it. The shimmering light was even more intense than Qingyi's Vajra body. The defensive skills that the spirit treasure comes with are truly powerful. Qingyi smiled faintly. An unfamiliar incantation appeared in his mind, closely related to the golden headband on Xiao Hei's head. As long as the incantation is recited, the golden headband can be controlled. This incantation is a bit difficult to pronounce. How about we practice it? A wicked smile crept across Qingyi's lips. But seeing the innocent smile on Xiao Hei's face, he decided not to hurt the little guy's young heart. It would be terrible if it left any psychological scars. Let's go home! Qingyi leaped onto her horse and waved her hand. Little Black jumped up too. He placed his hind feet on the horse's back and his forelegs on Qingyi's shoulders. Riding a miniature horse, they sped away in a cloud of dust. Chapter 69 Returning to Galaxy Village, Senior Brewer. Before the gates of the Flamefire tribe, Qingyi found Qinshi and his group. Because he still needed to buy some blueprints, he asked Qinshi and the others to wait outside the city while he rode his horse quickly into the city. After buying the blueprints and returning, it was already getting a little late. Qingyi didn't care and led more than 300 people toward Inha village. The group included both old and young people, and their march was very slow. The journey, which should have taken a day on horseback, was delayed for almost 3 days before they finally made it back to Inha village. We've finally arrived. Looking at the rows of houses in front of her, Qingyi breathed a sigh of relief. He was exhausted from the journey, acting as both a scout and a bodyguard, running errands back and forth. I'm so worried about these precious little ones, afraid they might get hurt or bump into something on the way. Sure enough, this is how it is in the early stages of starting a business. You have to do everything yourself and work harder than an ox or a horse. Qingyi sighed. He secretly made up his mind that next time he went out, he would bring Yanwu with him. Let him do these small things. We've arrived at Galaxy Village! Qingyi shouted something to the group, which immediately drew cheers from the crowd. They craned their necks, curiously observing everything in the village. A look of confusion flickered in his eyes. Is this where we'll live in the future? My lord, you're back! Upon arriving at the lord's hall, Xinjiang immediately came to greet him. Qingyi responded and asked, How's the village lately? Everything went smoothly. Xinjiang nodded and smiled. Lord, you must be tired from your journey. Do you still have the energy to do some sightseeing? Can. Qingyi also wanted to see the changes in the territory. The two went out together and began to stroll around the village. As they walked, Xinjiang reported the recent progress to Qingyi. Chenhai was promoted to senior architect 2 days ago, so now the village no longer builds wooden houses, but instead uses stone, which is more spacious and aesthetically pleasing. He pointed to the newly built houses in front of him and said. Qingyi looked up. In the open space ahead, a dozen or so stone houses stood tall. The 2.5-story building was constructed using stones of various sizes and colors. Each stone is polished smooth, and some are even carved with patterns, making them quite exquisite. A minimalist-style detached villa! This was Qingyi's first impression. I was quite shocked. To be able to come up with this kind of design nowadays, what a talent! Amazing! He exclaimed. Continuing onward, a field of farmland and orchards came into view. Although it has only been a few days, it has already reached a considerable scale. The crops in the fields drooped slightly, laden with rice grains. The fruit trees in the orchard were covered with a dense array of small fruits. It shouldn't be long before there's a bountiful harvest. Our first batch of grain is expected to yield 10,000 units, enough to feed 1,000 people for 10 days, Xinjiang said. It's far from enough. Qingyi shook her head and said, There will be many more people in our Inha village in the future, and this amount of food won't even be enough to fill their teeth. Also, in less than half a year, the ferocious beast Chu Liang will descend, and the grain production of the entire Great Wilderness will be halved. We must have enough stored grain to get through this crisis. We must continuously increase production. Good. Xinjiang felt a chill run down his spine and nodded deeply. How's the talent pool? Liingi asked. With the group the Lord brought back, we now have about 1,000 people in our territory. We haven't found many highly qualified individuals in the last few days. There are only 10 people with B-level qualifications or above. However, it's encouraging that there's one A-level individual among them, a senior brewer. Xinjiang replied. A senior brewer? Liingi raised her voice by an octave, then immediately perked up with joy. Take me to see it quickly. Having tasted the enormous profits from selling alcohol, he was extremely eager for this stuff. I dream of mass-producing honey-pot monkey wine. The two rushed to a house. Lu Quan, come out quickly, the Lord has come to see you! Xinjiang shouted from the doorway. There was immediate movement inside, after a response. A middle-aged man in his 30s or 40s, wearing an apron, ran out quickly. His gaze fell on Liingi, and he said repeatedly, Lu Quan greets Lord, thank you for taking me in. No need to be so polite. Liingi smiled, and without wasting words, asked directly, I heard from Xinjiang that you are a winemaker? Are you able to brew this kind of wine? As he spoke, he handed over the recipe for the honey-glazed monkey wine. Lu Quan glanced at it a few times, then his eyes lit up. Great recipe! Lord, leave it to me, I guarantee I'll make it. Good! Liingi smiled happily and asked, How's the production? Lu Quan scratched his head and said, The spiritual fruits needed for brewing wine are also available on the plateau, but the yield is not large. Therefore, due to the influence of raw materials, I can probably brew 1 jar every 3 days. That's too few. I want to mass-produce, at least 10 jars. Liingi waved her hand. I'll figure out a way to get the spirit fruit. With so many spiritual fruits, simply picking them is definitely not enough. He plans to buy it directly from the market. In the current intermediate market, there are plenty of players selling materials, and a few spirit fruits are naturally very easy to obtain. 10 jars? Lu Quan was startled. He thought Liingi would only want a jar or 2 to try, but he didn't expect her to have such a big appetite. He looked somewhat troubled. The quantity is too large. Even if there are enough spiritual fruits, without a good environment, we cannot brew a superior wine. If we had a wine cellar, maybe it wouldn't be a problem. A wine cellar? Yes, we have one. Liingi took out the blueprints for the wine cellar. I'll build one for you. The blueprints were purchased when I was with the Flame Fire tribe. I just didn't expect to be able to use it so soon. No problem, I guarantee I can brew it. Seeing that Liingi was so well prepared, Lu Quan immediately had nothing to say and patted his chest to indicate that there was no problem. The three of them chose an open space. With a flick of the blueprints, an exquisite wine cellar appeared before the three of them. This place is now in your hands. Liingi patted Lu Quan on the shoulder. The matter of brewing wine is related to the development of the entire territory, so it must be taken seriously. Lu Quan felt a heavy weight on his shoulders and nodded seriously. I will do my best. Liingi offered him a few words of encouragement, then left with Xinjiang. Instead of returning to the main hall, the two went to the previously planned location. Come forth, my buildings! Liingi waved her hand, sending out sheets of blueprints that floated in the air. The ground shook, and one building after another was constructed. Basic blacksmith shop, intermediate blacksmith shop, advanced blacksmith shop. Beginner tailor shop, intermediate tailor shop, advanced tailor shop. Clinic, paper mill, enlightenment hall, military camp. About 30 buildings are neatly arranged. Just a few houses, and they cost several thousand gold coins. Liingi was initially a little pained by the expense, but seeing these buildings filled her with a sense of accomplishment. With these things in place, the development of Inha village could finally get back on track. Chapter 70 Territory Upgrade, Cultivation Technique Enlightenment. The construction work for the secondary profession is partially completed. Tomorrow, bring all the skilled craftsmen in the village here and assign them to work in their areas of expertise. Talented people should be used for what they do best. We shouldn't waste their potential. Qingyi gave Qingjiang some instructions. Qingjiang quickly agreed, a look of joy suddenly appearing on his face. He said, Lord, after these buildings were constructed, our territory's prosperity level has reached the upgrade standard. Should we upgrade the territory? Certainly. Qingyi had also been thinking about this matter, and when she heard Qingjiang mention it, she immediately agreed. The two returned to the Lord's Hall. The territory was upgraded from LV1 to LV2. Congratulations to Galaxy Village for completing the upgrade. Your territory area has increased. As the system's voice faded, the entire Lord's Hall began to change. The sound of hammers and axes striking each other rang out. It occupies a bit more space, and the decorations are visibly more luxurious. Territory, Galaxy Village. Level, Minor Village LV2. Spiritual Vein none. Special Attributes. Saint Level Territory 1. Territory NPC's comprehension increases by 30%. Saint Level Territory 2. The probability of NPCs learning special skills is increased by 20%. The number 1 territory under heaven, Luck plus 10, increases attraction to wanderers by 30%. Population, 1,038. Public sentiment, 85. Public security, 91. Existing resources: 3,981 units of grain, 3,953 units of stone, 8,347 units of timber, and 1043 gold coins. Territory area, 30 square kilometers. Existing buildings, 138. Heavenly cleansing pool. Unique legend has it that this is where mortals and gods gather water from the heavenly mountains, and every drop can transform a person. NPCs who join the territory will automatically receive this baptism, increasing their initial aptitude by half a level. Territory Hall, the Lord's office, where meetings can be held and announcements can be issued. Houses X66, places where the people of the territory live. Construction requirements: 20 wood, 10 stone, 200 copper coins. 18 exquisite houses, houses built of stone, provided for the people of the territory to live in. Advanced blacksmith shop, a place where advanced blacksmiths craft equipment, equipped with subterranean fire to increase the success rate of crafting. High-end tailor shop, a place where high-end tailors make tools and implements, equipped with gold and silkworm thread to increase the success rate of production. Intermediate warehouse, intermediate market, intermediate blacksmith shop, intermediate tailor shop. Primary training ground, primary military camp, primary medical clinic. Enlightenment pavilion, paper mill, martial arts arena, restaurant, logging yard, quarry, mining site. Prosperity, 2,863, based on a comprehensive assessment of territory population, commerce, buildings, etc. Prosperity required for upgrade, 5,000. Once secondary professions develop within the territory and the manufactured goods begin to circulate, the prosperity level will rise further. Pay close attention to those with good qualifications and special talents, and try to expand the talent pool in various industries within the territory. Qingyi gave her instructions. Suddenly, a cheerful shout came from outside. My lord! The door was pushed open, and a burly young man with a square face walked in. Yanwu. Qingyi didn't even need to look up to know it was him. After all, no one else would be so bold as to do that. My lord, you're finally back. Yanwu approached Qingyi and grinned broadly. Why are you making such a fuss? Qingyi glared at him, feigning anger, then glanced at him and a smile appeared on her lips. I've reached level 18. Looks like I haven't been slacking off. He gestured for Yanwu to sit down and asked, How's the task I assigned you going? Your Majesty, you can rest assured that Yanwu will handle things perfectly. Yanwu puffed out his chest slightly and said loudly, The 50 members of the Gale Squad have all become first-level martial artists and have successfully completed the clearing work within a 300-mile radius of the territory. The large monster gathering areas have been basically cleared away, and the people can explore with peace of mind. In addition, I have trained a guard team with C+ level qualifications, totaling 100 people, to be responsible for the defense of the territory. Liingi nodded slightly and asked, "Has no one in the guard team mastered martial arts yet?" "No," Yanwu replied. "A considerable number of them have actually reached the 9th level of perfection, but they lack the cultivation techniques, so they cannot advance. Have those who meet the requirements gather at the Enlightenment Pavilion. I've brought the cultivation technique back," Liingi said. "Okay." Upon hearing this, Yanwu ran off eagerly. "Fool!" Liingi smiled faintly. When he arrived at the Enlightenment Pavilion, Yanwu was already leading a group of people waiting at the entrance. "My lord." Everyone bowed respectfully. Yanwu stepped forward and said softly, "There are 18 people who meet the requirements." Liingi looked around and found that most of them were young people in their 20s or 30s. Being young is good. Learning martial arts has a promising future. He smiled slightly and led everyone into the Enlightenment Pavilion. An ancient and solemn atmosphere immediately enveloped you. Inside the pavilion, soft light emanates from the luminous pearls embedded in the dome, rendering the space both mysterious and solemn. The 4 walls of the pavilion are painted with various mysterious runes and totems, depicting ancient mythical beasts or recording cultivation secrets, each stroke revealing profound meaning. On the roof, a huge star map, dotted with stars, seems to guide one through the mysteries of cultivation. In the center, a rock more than 3 meters high stands proudly, its surface densely covered with many grooves. Liingi carefully placed the martial arts inscription stone, Vajra Gate, into one of the slots. In an instant, golden light shone brightly, dazzling and radiant, illuminating the entire Enlightenment Pavilion like a small sun. A mysterious aura was revealed. Without stopping, he also incorporated the gathering Yuan technique and pure Yuan true Qi into it. Although either can compare to the martial arts of the Vajra sect, having more paths is always a good thing. After doing all this, Liingi said, "You can begin to comprehend it now." He winked at Yanwu, and the two quietly left the house. After about the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, an aura suddenly became much stronger. "A breakthrough has been achieved," Yanwu exclaimed in delight. The door was pushed open, and a young man came out. "What martial arts have you mastered?" Yanwu asked quickly. "Azure martial art Vajra skill," the young man replied. "Only blue?" Yanwu said, somewhat disappointed. Seeing the young man become dejected because of his words, he quickly comforted him. "Don't be discouraged, blue is not bad. Keep cultivating, and you may be able to comprehend better techniques when you reach the 2nd level." The young man then became happy. Liingi was not surprised by this. After all, these 18 people were not very talented, and it was already quite good that they could comprehend the blue martial arts. He remembered that, according to data from the forum in his previous life, NPCs with D-level aptitude have only a 5% chance of learning Cyan or higher level martial arts, while those with C-level aptitude have only a 20% chance. It can be said that it is not low. After waiting for about an hour, the remaining 17 people had all completed their enlightenment. The good news is that he has fully grasped the martial arts and advanced to the next level. The bad news is that out of the 18 people, 15 possess Cyan martial arts skills and 3 possess white martial arts skills. Even with the 30% comprehension bonus from Galaxy Village, not one of them could comprehend high-grade martial arts. It's easy to imagine how difficult it is for someone with average aptitude to defy fate and change their destiny. Go back and get ready. There's a new batch of recruits tomorrow. You'll take them to train, Liingi said to Yanwu. Oh, bringing in new recruits again? Chapter 71 800 Demon-Suppressing Soldiers, a large snake cave. On the plateau, the wind howled fiercely. It's like an untamed beast galloping freely across the land. 800 soldiers stood in formation, their postures as upright as pine trees, their eyes as resolute as iron. The weapons in their hands gleamed with a chilling, sinister light under the bright sunlight. In the utter silence, an extremely intense and chilling aura quietly permeated the air, as if even the air itself was being frozen by this powerful force. "My lord, the demon-suppressing army has assembled." Yanning stepped forward and saluted the figure at the front of the group. "Good." Qingyi nodded slightly, her gaze sweeping over the 800 first-tier soldiers standing in neat rows ahead, a look of satisfaction on her face. "After so much hard work, I've finally reached level 1 in all the training sessions." At this point, more than 20 days had passed since the last upgrade of the territory. During this period, the territory developed very rapidly due to the construction of various buildings. Blacksmith shops, tailor shops, and other similar establishments began producing finished products within days of their opening. Furthermore, the existence of skilled blacksmiths and intermediate tailors, who guided other blacksmiths and tailors, enabled the mass production of equipment. After more than 20 days of working overtime to produce it, now almost all combat personnel within the territory are wearing galaxy-made gear. The results at the wine cellar were equally impressive. Over these many days, the production of honeypot monkey wine has steadily increased, from 10 jars every 3 days at the beginning to 20 jars every 3 days now, doubling the output. Based on a cost of 5 gold coins per jar, each jar of wine can generate a net profit of 145 gold coins. It has generated enormous benefits for Inha village. Besides selling herbs, selling equipment, especially high-level equipment, and fighting monsters are currently the most important sources of income for Galaxy Village. Qingyi roughly calculated that, in just the first half of the month, all sorts of miscellaneous income added up to at least 20,000 gold coins. That's a huge sum of money. Therefore, Qingyi specifically did so 5 days ago. Having scraped together 35,000 gold coins by selling everything he owned, he went to the diamond mine again. After some bargaining, they redeemed 1,000 NPCs. They almost emptied Fan Meng's inventory. These people were all at least C+ level talents, and after the boost from the heavenly pool, they were all promoted to be level, or above. Among them, the most outstanding are the 2 A+ level NPCs, which are now S level NPCs, after the bonus. One of them, Gu Yang, is currently learning alchemy from a novice alchemist in the village. The other one was a woman named Xiao Fang, who wasn't interested in fighting and instead went to learn tailoring. Qingyi didn't stop her, nor did she think it was a waste of talent. After all, if a tailor reaches the pinnacle of skill, they can become a spirit craftsman, creating spiritual artifacts, which are of immense value. Of course, more than half of these 1,000 people were transferred to become soldiers to enhance the combat strength of Galaxy Village. The 800 demon-suppressing soldiers were carefully selected from among them. 100 swift-wind swordsmen, 800 demon-suppressing soldiers. All of them are highly skilled, I ask you, who else can compare? Qingyi couldn't help but feel a little smug. That's extravagant, far too extravagant. Others carefully planned their placement of B-level NPCs, assigning them to critical positions. Unlike him, who built up an army in a flurry. If someone sees him, they'll definitely call him a spendthrift. The maximum level of a B-rank NPC is generally 6th rank. Given enough time, there will be 800 6th-rank soldiers in the future. With so many experts, is that enough to sweep through the Flame Fire tribe? It should be about right. Qingyi felt a surge of heroic spirit. With a wave of his hand, he declared in a powerful voice, "Let's go! Sweep away the snake den!" As soon as he finished speaking, the 800 demon-suppressing soldiers moved in perfect unison, their movements powerful and impressive. Wherever it went, the monsters all fled. They traveled over 1,000 miles and arrived at the location of the snake's lair. Between 2 hills, there is a cave entrance that is several tens of feet wide. It was tightly entwined by dense vines, and covered with red, strawberry-like fruits. A few beams of light shone in, revealing the rugged rocks and the utter stillness. Yanning ordered his men to clear away the vines, and carrying torches, led the groups slowly in. A damp smell wafted over, mixed with a faint fishy odor. In the firelight, the winding stone walls were covered with strange runes. It sounds like an ancient snake-like incantation. Crack, click, click! A faint sound came from inside, the sound of snake scales rubbing against the wall. Immediately afterwards, countless pairs of eerie green eyes flickered in the darkness. They were either coiled up, standing upright, clustered together, or climbing between the cave walls. They were of different colors, a vibrant array, and crawled densely toward the group. "Form ranks!" Yanning roared, and the team reacted immediately. The swordsmen and shield men formed a circular formation, while the archers lit the prepared fire arrows and aimed at the swarm of snakes. Pft! Pft! Thousands of rockets were launched simultaneously, riddling the ring of venomous snakes at the forefront with holes. But the sheer number of snakes in the entire snake den was staggering. This is just an appetizer. One wave is shot down, and another wave quickly follows to take its place. "Don't stop, keep going! Our mission today is to completely wipe them out." More than 20 days of fighting gave Yanning considerable combat experience. Coupled with his innate talent as a top-tier commander, he was able to lead the troops with ease. Even though the snakes attacked relentlessly, wave after wave. But they were never able to get close to the team. Not long after, on the ground, the place was littered with the corpses of snakes. "How dare you!" Yanning roared angrily. He saw a huge red python charging straight at the group. A white light appeared on its body, as if it had activated some kind of skill, ignoring the arrows that were coming at it. "You tiny crawler, you're asking for death!" Yanning leaped out and slashed with his heavy blade. Swift as the wind, mighty as thunder, he chopped the python in two. Without stopping, he charged forward alone and beheaded the stronger snakes one by one. Upon seeing this, the demon-suppressing army immediately provided cover fire. "This kid has improved a lot in all aspects, and his strength has also improved quite well." Seeing Yan Ying's godlike performance, Qingyi nodded in approval. In the current galaxy village, Yan Wu is the person with the highest cultivation level. Level 25, mid-stage of true condensation, second tier 7-star combat power, formidable strength. Next up is Yanning. Due to the difference in aptitude, Yanning only broke through to the second tier yesterday. It was more than a week later than Yanwu. As for Qingyi, although she had reached the peak of martial arts level long ago, she was stuck at the peak of the chi forging stage because she did not have a second-tier martial art with a boundary. Even though he was confident he could easily defeat both of them, if he couldn't advance in rank soon. Falling behind is inevitable. Moreover, the threat has always existed in reality. Hopefully, this guy in the snake pit will release a second-tier martial art with a boundary. It's really too frustrating to be stuck like this. Qingyi muttered to herself. His eyes gazed into the depths of the snake pit, his expression wistful. With Yan Ying's bravery in clearing the way, the demon-suppressing team switched from defense to offense, fighting and advancing simultaneously. Before long, they reached the end of the snake pit. This is a huge pit. It was crawling with all sorts of snakes, some long, some short, some thick, some thin, tangled together like a ball of yarn. Densely packed, flowing. Just looking at it gives you the creeps. Chapter 72 The One-Horned Giant Python of the Dry Mountain, Bewitching Herbs. Light the fire, release the arrows! Yanning shouted loudly. There was no fear on his face, on the contrary, a bloodthirsty joy was evident. In his eyes, these were not snakes that would take lives, but rather nourishment. Rows of arrows were fired in succession, alternating between front and back. The arrowheads were coated with a special tree resin made by Qingyi, making them difficult to extinguish. After 10 rounds of firing, the entire crater. It had already turned into a sea of fire. Countless snakes writhed and struggled in the sea of fire. The scene was extremely tragic. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Finally, the ground shook. A huge red and white python rose up from the pit, its body standing tens of meters tall. It flicked out its forked tongue and looked down at Qingyi and the others. A fierce glint flashed in his yellow, vertical pupils. You beasts die! Yanning, standing at the very front, naturally wouldn't let Qingyi make a move. With a leap, he jumped into the air. Soaring eagle! His gaze sharpened. He swung his broadsword fiercely at the snake's head. The swift, powerful energy flowed from his fingertips, taking the shape of an eagle, and adhered to the blade before suddenly swooping down. Buzz! The giant unicorn python of the dry mountain opened its mouth and exhaled a stream of great true energy, forming a solid barrier in the air to block the oncoming attack. Bang! 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 One strike after another slashed at the barrier. The collision of their internal energies produced a dull sound. Name: Dry Mountain One-Horned Giant Python. Grade: Elite Boss. Level: LV25. Life: 21,876 to 23,554 mana, 5987 to 6009 spirit, 6154 to 6154. Strength: 1675 defense, 1632 speed, 1488 stamina, 1601. Entangling Suffocation LV5 uses its massive body to entangle the enemy, restricting their movement, and secreting venom to cause continuous damage until the target is unable to move. Unicorn Piercing Heart LV5 uses the sharp horn on its head to powerfully pierce a single enemy, ignoring part of their defense, and dealing direct damage. Breath of the Dry Mountain LV5 allows you to exhale the breath of the dry mountain from your body, causing a petrification effect. A mid-stage Tier 2 elite boss. Yan Ying's cultivation level is a bit lower. I wonder if he can be a match for me. Qingyi's eyes flashed as she observed the situation of the battle. Because of the Gale Heart technique, Yan Ying possessed astonishing speed, her figure as unpredictable as a leaf in the wind. Every now and then, he would slash out with his sword, tearing a wound on the body of the giant unicorn python of the dry mountain. The giant python was enormous and moved slowly, but its defense was astonishing. Although it was injured by the eagle, it was not seriously injured and its health was still over 15,000. Roar! It roared angrily and, taking advantage of the eagle's leap, launched a sudden attack. It pounced like lightning, its single horn gleaming with silver light. Boom! The deafening roar shook the heavens as the giant python's body slammed violently against the cave ceiling. The unicorn horn, like a drill bit, was embedded in the rock wall, piercing a large hole through which a few rays of light shone. Gravel fell and landed on the ground. Step back! To avoid accidental injury, Qingyi ordered the team to retreat. His gaze swept across the battlefield, settling on a figure moving at breakneck speed. You reacted quite quickly. He smiled slightly. Swift wind blade technique. Yan Ying's expression was serious. He raised his broadsword high, and then slashed it down onto the scales of the one-horned giant python of the dry mountain. Sparks flew everywhere. He swung his arms, channeling all his strength into them. A large gash was torn open. Immediately afterwards, the broadsword was raised again. He slashed 4 times in succession, tearing the giant python's flesh apart and almost severing its body. The giant python was severely injured. Its body seemed to have lost all strength, and it crashed heavily to the ground with a dull thud. Taking advantage of the situation, Yan Ying raised his knife, intending to finish it off, but then saw the giant python shudder, its pupils turning deathly white. It opened its massive mouth and spewed out a cloud of gray gas. It charged straight at the swallow eagle. Breath of the Dry Mountain. Yan Ying reacted quickly, throwing the knife in his hand, which struck a protruding rock above his head. With a bang, a huge boulder fell, standing like a wall in front of him, blocking the gray gas. Crackling sounds. As expected of the Dry Mountain one-horned python's trump card, the thick rock wall actually grew larger out of thin air under the erosion of the Dry Mountain's breath. It became as smooth as glass, incredibly fragile, and collapsed like a building block. It turned into a pile of rubble. If this were shot on a person, it's hard to imagine what would happen. Will it also turn into stone and then shatter? You beast, you tried to ambush me! Yan Ying leaped into the air, drew his broadsword, and then descended like a god descending to earth. Several slashes landed heavily on the giant python's head, and green blood splattered everywhere. Even with its thick skin and tough flesh, the giant python of the dry mountain lost most of its life. The health bar had only a pitiful 300 points left. My lord, the final blow. Having worked together for so long, Yanning is quite adept at following the rules. Qingyi didn't hold back, knocked an arrow, and thrust it deep into the giant python's body. After defeating the dry mountain one-horned python, since you were in a team, according to the team's experience distribution rules, you received 0 experience points, while the other 801 players shared 8,367 experience points equally. SSS talent, chosen, triggers, increasing drop rate by 65x. Bone string arrow tower construction blueprint, an extremely powerful arrow tower with a chance to pierce the defense of a second-tier expert. Its power can be greatly enhanced when combined with true chi for firing. Bewitching herb, legend has it that it is nurtured by dragon saliva and has a deadly attraction to demonic beasts. Highly poisonous, do not ingest. Qingyi was somewhat disappointed that he hadn't revealed any martial arts techniques. However, given the level and grade of the dry mountain one-horned python, it's unrealistic to expect it to drop anything of high quality. He quickly came to terms with it. The 2 items that dropped are not bad. Qingyi was quite satisfied. Arrow towers are self-explanatory. They are easy to operate, powerful, and pose a significant threat to low-level martial artists and monsters. If it hits the target, it's a deadly weapon. In particular, it is perfect for dealing with the monster attack on the village tomorrow. There was also the bewitching herb. Qingyi's expression shifted slightly. This thing is useful in some ways, and useless in others. It depends on where it's used. Perhaps. A bold idea suddenly popped into Qingyi's mind. My lord, I have not failed you! Yanning, panting heavily, stepped forward. Take a break. Qingyi nodded slightly. With the strength of the early stage of condensation realm, early stage of Tier 2, Yanning was able to defeat a mid-stage Tier 2 boss, which shows that Yanying's combat power is quite impressive. He did not disgrace the talent of a top-tier warrior. Yanwu has taken the Gale squad away. I'm handing over the new recruits to you. Do you have any complaints? Qingyi asked. As the deputy commander of the Gale squad, it's inevitable that Yanning would experience a psychological letdown if he were transferred to lead the new recruits. As a lord, he still needs to give due consideration to the opinions of his subordinates. How could that be? I am honored by your esteemed favor, lord. I, Yanning, will do my utmost. I would not hesitate to lead new recruits, or even sweep the streets for you. Yanning replied resolutely. Ha ha, not arrogant or impatient, good. Qingyi laughed loudly and said, What kind of street is worth sweeping by the future general of my galaxy village? Don't worry, once we find a suitable candidate, you will have to go back to the Gale squad. I have other arrangements for Yanwu. I will follow your orders, lord. Yanning replied, bowing respectfully. After cleaning up the battlefield and organizing the venomous fangs, venom sacks, snake scales, and other supplies, the group left the snake pit. The monsters will attack the village tomorrow. Return to our territory to rest and prepare for the great battle. Chapter 73 Monster Attack on the Village. The next morning, just as dawn was breaking, outside Galaxy Village, several hundred meters away, a teleportation array appeared out of thin air. Monster attack countdown, half an hour. After the countdown ends, the first wave of monsters will travel to the outskirts of Galaxy Village via the teleportation array. There are 3 waves of monsters in total. Difficulty high. Once the village defense mission begins, it cannot be stopped. Success preserves territory status. Failure disbands the territory. Note, during the monster siege, the monster drop rate is increased by 50%, and the drop rate of rare items is increased by 30%. At the entrance of Inhe village, 3 teams gathered there solemnly. Dressed in military uniform, their fighting spirit soared. At the very front of the formation, the Gale squad stood proudly. They were clad in identical level 15 sets of black iron equipment, as black as ink, which gleamed with a cold luster under the fiery red morning light. Each nail plate is meticulously polished, with smooth and neat edges that conform to the body's curves, providing both strong protection and unimpeded agility. The sword he held in his hand was a tang sword forged from fine iron, its blade long and straight, exuding a chilling aura. The blade gleamed sharply in the sunlight, as if it could easily cut through any obstacle. Every piece of equipment, every inch of armor, was crafted by Hu Jun, a master blacksmith from Inha village. The finest iron ore is selected and subjected to repeated smelting, forging, and quenching. After more than 20 days and nights of continuous work, all 100 sets of equipment were finally completed. During this period, Hu Jun had almost no breaks. Apart from resting, he was working up a sweat by the stove. Fortunately, the Gale squad lived up to expectations, and under Yenwu's grueling training. Not only did each of them possess the late-stage Qi refining realm, but their combat strength was also astonishing. They can easily take on elite monsters of the same level, and some are even capable of soloing bosses. In the middle is the demon-suppressing army led by Yanning. Although this team has only been formed for a few days, all of them are high-quality NPCs. After being trained by Yanning, they have all entered the Qi forging stage and have initially formed combat power. Finally, there was the guard, temporarily commanded by Wei Zhong, an NPC with an A-level qualification, and each soldier was armed with a bow and arrow. Primarily responsible for long-range shooting and support. A full 1,000 people stood tall, heads held high, expressions solemn, and utterly silent. Yan Wu, Yanning, and Wei Zhong all turned their gazes toward Qingyi behind them, awaiting command. "They've arrived." Qingyi narrowed her eyes slightly and said indifferently. As soon as the words were spoken, the teleportation array flashed white light, and figures appeared from it. "Mystic Shield Turtle," Qingyi whispered. He recognized this kind of monster, of course. It was a level 15 monster that frequently appeared during monster attacks on villages. However, it's usually the last wave. This time, it actually appeared in the very first wave. It seems that because Galaxy Village is a saint-level territory, the monsters attacking the village are much stronger. The number of Xian Dun turtles increased, covering the entire ground like a black tide. I estimate there are at least 1,000 of them. Each Xian Dun turtle has a shell as hard as iron, bulging high, like a small mobile fortress, gradually approaching. The earth trembled slightly under their trampling. Wherever it went, the vegetation was mercilessly crushed, leaving behind a scene of devastation. Seeing the opponent enter firing range, Qingyi lowered her raised hand. "Archers, fire!" His face was stern as he calmly issued the orders. In an instant, hundreds and thousands of arrows burst forth, a dark mass that covered the Xian shield turtle swarm. Clang! 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 Although the Xian Dun turtles have strong defenses, their opponents are a guard team of the same tier, equipped with armor-piercing bows and arrows. Specially crafted long-pointed arrows easily pierced their prized tortoise shells. It pierced into flesh and blood. Under such attacks, some of the black shield turtles lost their ability to fight, remaining in place and letting out painful roars. However, some equally powerful beings, defying the attacks, charged forward even more frantically. It was as if he wanted to vent his anger. Ignoring them, Qingyi methodically directed several rounds of launching. Arrows rained down like locusts, relentlessly reaping the lives of the Xian shield turtles. Only after half of the Xian shield turtles had been wiped out did he decisively order a halt to the arrow shooting and instead have the Gale squad clean up the mess. "Kill!" A roar like thunder suddenly erupted. The ravenous Yenwu could no longer contain his killing intent. He took the lead, charging forward like an arrow released from a bow, sword in hand. He was like a Tyrannosaurus Rex, his aura fierce and his moves sharp. Wherever they went, all the little Karami who blocked their way were killed without any chance to resist. Yenwu's goal was very clear, to head straight for the level 15 Xian shield turtle leader. The other members of the Gale squad were already used to their leader's behavior. They all learned with great skill, like a pack of fierce, hungry wolves, blindly hacking away. Their eyes were resolute, their moves were simple yet effective, and every strike was aimed directly at the vital points. Before them, the Xiandun turtles resembled a pitiful flock of sheep. Completely powerless to fight back, they could only await their fate of being slaughtered. Go to hell! He channeled his fiery power into the soles of his feet and stomped down fiercely. The Xiandun turtle leader's hard shell was as brittle as an eggshell, shattering instantly. Just as he was about to kill it with a single blow, a fiery red arrow flew over and pierced precisely into the head of the Xian shield turtle leader. Stealing monsters? Yenwu was about to fly into a rage when he suddenly noticed the pattern on the arrow. Flying feather? Are these the Lord's special arrows? His eyes immediately cleared. He eagerly picked up the loot dropped by the boss, ready to hand it over to Qingyi. Unexpectedly, Qingyi had already ridden up, and after glancing at the silver equipment in his hand, his brows furrowed. Level 15 silver equipment is just too trash. It's not very useful. This kind of equipment might be an invaluable treasure for other new players. But who is Qingyi? She possesses an innate talent for high drop rates. They wouldn't even look at ordinary equipment. A mere level 15 silver grade item is utterly unappealing. They can only be sold on the market for money. There were only 3 waves of monsters attacking the village. The first wave is over, and the loot is really meager. Qingyi was dissatisfied, extremely dissatisfied. With so many monsters finally coming to our doorstep, how can we not make the most of it? During the monster siege of the village, the drop rate of rare items is increased. No good, the monsters are too weak, we won't get any loot. Qingyi thought to herself. You need to find a way to get more of them, and make sure they're of higher quality, so that you might get some good items. If others knew what he was thinking, they would definitely start cursing him. When monsters attack the village, everyone hopes that there will be no monsters and that the village can be safely saved. You, on the other hand, are thinking about getting rich? Or? Qingyi thought of something. Chapter 74 held difficulty, the power of the gale. Qingyi is not a hesitant person, she does what she wants to do. He took a pink flower out of his backpack. On the blades of grass, glistening drops clung, impossible to shake off. As it swayed, a faint fragrance drifted around. It makes you feel as if you're immersed in a sea of flowers, as if in a dream. Bewitching herb. Qingyi knew how to use this herb. With a light tap of 2 fingers, a tiny spark leaps and ignites on the top of the vanilla. It then spread into a light pink smoke, like a dream or gauze, weaving a hazy curtain in the air before slowly dissipating. An amazing aroma filled the air, seemingly possessing a magical power that made one feel hot all over and restless. Place the burning bewitching herbs next to the teleportation array. As the teleportation light flashed, it carried the alluring fragrance to that unknown space. The blue light from the teleportation array flickered twice rapidly. The ground trembled, and the faint roars of monsters could be heard coming from the other side. The system's voice followed. The player's use of bewitching herbs greatly increased their attraction to monsters. Advanced Monster Attack Village Quest. The number of monster waves attacking the village has increased from 3 to 8, and the level and grade of the monsters have also been raised. Difficulty Hell. The current attacking monsters are in the second wave. Buzz. As the system's voice faded, the teleportation array began to vibrate. Just like the first wave. One by one, demonic beasts crawled out of the teleportation array. They were centipede swarms. Their appearance is ugly, ferocious, and extremely terrifying. It is larger than the black shield turtle, reaching over 5 meters in length. On the densely packed calves, it has a luster like iron. As they moved forward, dust flew everywhere. From a distance, it looks like a vast black ocean, encroaching on this side. Level 25 monster, the 1,000-legged centipede. Seeing that the second wave of monsters had leveled up by 10, Qingyi nodded to herself. He rode his horse back quickly to the ranks, shouting, "Get to work, arrow towers!" Level 25 monsters are already difficult for the guards' arrows to damage. More powerful weapons are needed. Upon hearing Qingyi's instructions, the guards, in groups of 10, climbed the arrow tower. with thick arms, and arrows over 2 meters long. It is loaded by a Tier 1 soldier, and 2 soldiers are responsible for drawing the bow. It was launched only after everything was ready. Chirp chirp. The enormous arrow spun through the air and pierced heavily into the swarm of centipedes. It pierced through a centipede in an instant. Moreover, the arrows showed no sign of stopping. They continued to travel at astonishing speed, carrying terrifying power. They shot and killed the 2 centipedes behind them again. It's a pity there are only 10 arrow towers, which is far from enough. If we had 100, we could kill most of the monsters with just 2 rounds of fire. Qingyi sighed, dissatisfied. Deep down, I know this is just wishful thinking. Arrow towers are expensive to build. The materials used, from the arrows to the bowstrings, are of very high quality. Each one costs over 100 gold to complete. 100 would require 10,000 gold coins. He's not that rich. With so much money, why not use it to develop the NPC's strength? It is undoubtedly more cost-effective. The centipede is much faster than the black-shielded turtle. This resulted in the arrow tower only firing 2 volleys, failing to even fire a third. Then it will be unable to continue the attack. Seeing the swarm of centipedes closing in on the 2 teams ahead, Qingyi decided to hold back no longer. Command the Gale Squad and the Demon Suppression Army to launch an attack. Kill! Yanwu and the Gale Squad went out in full force. Even after 2 rounds of shooting, the number of remaining monsters was still about the same as the 2 teams. I have to say, the enchanting herb is truly amazing. This time, Qingyi had no intention of standing idly by. Her gaze swept across the swarm of centipedes. The target, naturally, is the boss. Soon, his gaze settled on the rear of the monster horde. 2 bosses? There, a golden-legged centipede and a silver-legged centipede were hiding. Although they are about the same size, they differ significantly from typical centipedes. The shell of a typical centipede is smooth. But these 2 bosses had patterns all over their shells, and the eerie crimson patterns looked like the claws of a demon. It looks a bit creepy. 1 gold and 1 silver, both are level 25 elite bosses. Just as they were about to make their move, they heard Yanwu's roar. Swiftwind Squad, form ranks! Yes! All the members of the Gale Squad responded loudly, and came to Yanwu's side. They quickly took their positions, activated their Gale Heart technique, and a faint connection flowed between them. The power of the gale began to gather, converging into a vortex above them. Qingyi was even more surprised to discover that their auras were rising at an astonishing rate. His original late-stage Qi forging realm cultivation level skyrocketed, reaching a level comparable to the mid-stage true condensation realm, mid-stage of the 2nd tier. Yanwu's improvement was slightly less, but it was still close to the true essence realm, 3rd tier. A violent force emanated, and a gust of wind, sharp as a knife, raged around the formation. Gale Battle Tactics, a battle tactic exclusive to the Gale Blade Master, requiring a Gale Commander to activate. It increases all attributes by 80% for 2 hours. What a powerful combat tactic! Qingyi was somewhat taken aback. No wonder Yanwu has been acting strangely these past few days. He's been researching this. He smiled faintly, and stopped what he was doing. Let the Gale team perform instead. Kill! Yanwu roared, his blade flashing, the power of the wind surging around him like a whirlwind, instantly tearing apart several centipedes in front of him. The other members of the Gale Squad followed closely behind and launched an attack. With their enhanced strength, each of their attacks contained immense power, easily slaying the centipede. Before long, a vacuum zone was created around the Gale Squad. The demon-suppressing army was stunned. They had been fighting desperately. Suddenly all the monsters disappeared. The Gale Squad swept through the monsters like bulldozers, leaving no one behind. Upon seeing this, the 2 bosses of the 1,000-legged centipede let out sharp, piercing cries. It was as if countless sharp metal weapons were rubbing against each other, carrying a chilling penetrating force. Immediately afterwards they spewed out a thick green mist from their mouths. Like a surging torrent of poison, it rushed straight towards Yan Wu and the others. Along the way, all the flowers and plants withered instantly, eroded by the terrible poison. In response, Yan Wu remained completely calm and cleanly cleaved the two elite monsters in front of him in two. The wind spirit mystic art surged and churned within his body like a raging tide, its powerful energy filling his entire being. His eyes sharpened, and he raised his iron sword high, the power of wind spirits surging forth like a dragon awakened. It gathered wildly on the blade. With a sudden downward slash, immense power poured out, like a majestic wind dragon roaring as it charged towards the green poisonous mist. In an instant, the two collided. It emitted a loud rumbling sound. Chapter 75 Divine Bow, Selling Silver Equipment. The air surged, snapping the surrounding weeds in half with the powerful impact, leaving clean cuts. It was obvious that Yanwu's wind dragon power was superior, and the green poisonous mist gradually faded in color under the impact. Upon seeing this, the two bosses of the thousand-legged centipede twisted their massive bodies in anger. The dense rows of feet made a rustling sound as they rubbed against the ground. A shocking scene unfolded. They raised their forelimbs and pounced on a nearby centipede. Their hooked claws, like the sharpest scythes in the world, pierced deeply into the bodies of their own kind. Dark green blood flowed out. The crunching sounds of chewing were incessant, sending chills down one's spine. Soon, on the backs of the two centipedes, one gold and one silver, strange totems flickered, their light gradually returning to its bright state from dim. Poison spirit regeneration refreshes the poison mist skill by eating its own kind. Through the attribute panel, Qingyi quickly learned the purpose of the two centipedes and hurriedly reminded Yanwu. Yanwu immediately realized what was happening and, without bothering to recover his energy, launched another attack. Want to refresh your skills? No way. His eyes burned with fierce fighting spirit, and with a flash, he quickly approached the two bosses. He didn't even glance at the elite monsters that were roaming around on both sides. The members of the Gale squad would handle them. As Yanwu approached one of the bosses, the iron sword in his hand was imbued with powerful wind elemental energy. It seemed as if it had been imbued with a gigantic Dharma image. Go to hell! He leaped high into the air, unleashing an unstoppable momentum, and slashed down with his sword. The silver-legged centipede hissed and raised several of its forelegs to defend itself. But before Yanwu's immense power, it was as fragile as paper. He was instantly disemboweled. The silver-legged centipede let out a painful hiss, attempting to subdue Yanwu with its fangs and claws. But a flash of light from a blade severed half of his body. Seeing this, another golden-legged centipede quickly crawled over to provide assistance. Its massive body thrashed violently, its steel whip-like tail lashing out at a boulder. It crashed into Yanwu. Yanwu was not afraid at all. He cleaved the boulder in two with a single stroke, sending fragments flying everywhere. Swift wind slash! He roared, and the wind spirit mystic art within his body surged wildly. His body seemed to blend into the wind, his speed reaching its limit. Almost in the blink of an eye, they arrived in front of the golden-legged centipede. A dazzling glint of light flashed by. Pfft! The golden-legged centipede's claws and fangs were mercilessly severed, leaving a gruesome wound on its entire head. Green blood gushed out like a fountain, turning the surrounding ground green. Wounded so severely, the golden-legged centipede was driven mad by pain, its body thrashing about. Dust rose. Yanwu gave it no chance to breathe, and immediately slashed several times, performing an amputation below its head. What's amazing is that he has a very good grasp of the limits. Even though both bosses were severely injured, they did not die. They were left with a few hundred points of health to wait for Qingyi to finish them off. Killing the silver-legged centipede grants a 45x drop rate, and triggers a Chosen One event. Killing the golden-legged centipede grants a 90x drop rate, and triggers a Chosen One event. After Qingyi killed the two bosses with ranged attacks, Yanwu took 2 items. They ran back quickly. My lord, we've got some great stuff! He grinned, clearly very happy. Qingyi smiled as well. They've actually come up with something really good. Intermediate Building Upgrade Blueprint. After use, it can upgrade an intermediate building within the territory once, cannot be used on special types of buildings. Name: Divine Bow. Grade: Level 25 Gold Weapon. Attributes: Strength plus 1088, Armor Penetration plus 188, Penetration plus 171, Fire Elemental Power Bonus plus 10%. Skill: Explosive Arrow LV6. After hitting a target, you can control the arrow to explode inside the target's body, causing massive damage. Note: when attacking, there is a chance to trigger Burning God, which greatly increases the user's attack speed and causes continuous damage. At the same time, the resulting tearing effect has a chance to immobilize the target. Finally, I can replace the Baji Bow. After using it for so long, it can't keep up with my growing strength. Qingyi was secretly delighted. He tugged at the Divine Bow, seemingly reluctant to put it down. He'd fought countless bosses over this long period, hoping to get a good bow. However, bows and arrows are not common weapons, and their drop rate is very low. So it hasn't been released yet, which has made everyone numb. Now my wish has finally come true. Well done. Qingyi kicked Yan Wu, then praised. This scale battle technique is quite good. How did you get it? He hadn't seen this before. He must have learned about it recently. This guy actually kept it from him. Didn't you want to give the Lord a surprise? Yan Wu chuckled and said, Isn't my talent the greatest in the world? I comprehended it a couple of days ago while studying the Gale inheritance. Qingyi nodded, her opinion on the swift wind inheritance deepening. It's even possible to create a synergy with one's own talent, allowing one to comprehend such an amazing combat tactic. That's really impressive. With the two bosses dead, the remaining centipedes were like headless flies, unable to even launch an attack. They could only stay where they were and wait for the harvest in Inha village. It wasn't long before they were all slaughtered. The battlefield was littered with the corpses of centipedes, and the air was thick with the stench of blood. Inside Inha village, Qin led the villagers out in an orderly fashion to clean up the battlefield and collect as many useful supplies as possible. After finishing, they quickly returned to the village. After a brief rest, Yanwu and the others began the third wave of defense against the monsters. It must be said that the Gale battle strategy and the Gale squad are a perfect match. They were forcibly raised their strength by almost a whole level. With such strength, they could directly repel a village attack by monsters of hellish difficulty. It has become a speedrun level dungeon. The third wave, the fourth wave, the fifth wave. The only difference is that the boss is relatively difficult to deal with. Ordinary monsters and elite monsters pose no threat whatsoever. It's basically a one-sided massacre. The revelation did not disappoint Qingyi. Blueprints, silver equipment, and some strange and unusual items all dropped. Keep the useful ones, and let Qin put all the useless ones up for sale in the mid-range market. This led to dozens of silver-grade equipment, including those that had been previously obtained, suddenly appeared on the player market in the Izumo Mountains. Moreover, because Qingyi used an auction model, this drove players crazy, prompting them to flock to the market to bid. Some players who didn't yet have territory flocked to the natives' market. The crowd was so large that it packed the place to capacity. The natives were completely bewildered, having no idea what had gotten into these people. Fourth in the world, third in the eastern wilderness. Lioli village. Qin Xian and the others were taken aback, but quickly realized that this was Qingyi's doing. After all, apart from him, no one else in the Izumo Mountains has such strength. He couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. 88 pieces of silver equipment, the lowest price of which sold for 500 gold coins. Has anyone calculated how much money the azure-clad master made today? At least 60,000 gold coins, more expensive than 100 of my kidneys. He too muttered to himself. The explosive popularity of the game, Shanhai Dehuang, has led to the emergence of numerous gold farming groups, in real life, who farm gold in the game and then sell it. In the current market, 1 gold coin is roughly equivalent to 10,000 yuan. 60,000 gold coins is equivalent to 600 million. You think you're a golden kidney? Can you compare to 60,000 gold coins? Suya sneered. The boss in blue is too amazing. If he could mentor me, I'd be willing to marry him. Wei Ying held her snow-white chin and murmured to herself. Why are you eating and taking things? Chapter 76 Moon-Eating Bats. Qingyi was completely unaware of the commotion outside. At this moment, he was completely focused on dealing with the sixth wave of monster attacks. This is a swarm of moon-eating bats, and their numbers are incalculable. They resemble the black ocean, rising and falling in midair, converging into a breathtaking sight. From a distance, it looked like a huge curtain, 10,000 meters long and 1,000 meters high, stretching majestically across the sky. This curtain, composed of countless moon-devouring bats, stood like an impregnable barrier, forcefully blocking out the sun. It dimmed the originally bright sky, completely blocking out the sunlight and leaving only a chilling gloom. Qingyi and the others were in this shadow, shrouded in darkness. The surrounding air became heavy due to the enormous swarm of bats, filled with a sense of oppression. Looking up, they could only see the dense swarm of moon-devouring bats, moving like tiny black dots in front of them. They have a peculiar shape, and when they flap their wings, they make a slight, buzzing sound. These sounds combined, like muffled thunder exploding in your ears. It makes you dizzy. Not good! Qingyi awoke, with a start, horrified to discover that, apart from herself and Yan Wu and the others, the other people in Galaxy Village were almost all affected by the sound waves, covering their ears and daring not to listen anymore. The Gale squad was somewhat better off. After their hearing was cut off, they were able to stand normally. The demon-suppressing army and their guards were in a terrible state. They staggered and staggered as if drunk, unable to stand steadily. He shook his head, as if in pain. Those who were weaker were already lying on the ground, groaning in pain. Before the battle even started, the fighting force of Galaxy Village was already crippled by more than half. Wake up! Yanwu shouted loudly. But it was to no avail. His individual voice was utterly insignificant in the face of the swarm of moon-eating bats. Enraged, he dodged an arrow from a guard and fired it into the sky. But before it could even hit its target, the terrifying sonic wave knocked the arrow to the ground. I'll do it! Qingyi frowned, though she was anxious. But mostly I remained calm. He took a deep breath and tried to stay calm. In this situation, panic will only make things worse. He stared intently into the distance, his gaze sweeping back and forth among the swarm of bats, trying to pinpoint the boss's location. Based on his experience, in any group of monsters, the boss usually plays a leading role. If the boss is defeated, the combat power of this monster clan will be reduced by at least half. He tried to observe, but the number of moon-eating bats was simply too great, their location too far, and they were too small and dark. His eyes were red from looking, but he still couldn't find it. As time passed, sweat gradually seeped from his forehead. But they still didn't give up. Finally, after a thorough search, he discovered the anomaly. Before each flap of its wings, one of the moon-devouring bats is always half a beat ahead. When it slows down, the swarm of bats slows down as well. It really was you! Qingyi cast a basic detection spell and indeed discovered that it was the leader of the moon-eating bats. A level 25 Lord Boss. Name, Moon-Eating Bat Leader. Grade, Lord Boss. Level, LV25. Life, 27,650 to 27,650 mana, 5644 to 5644 spirit, 6024 to 6024. Strength, 1401 defense, 675 speed, 1501 stamina, 846. Blackwings/LV5, unfurls black and red wings and unleashes a fierce slash that deals massive physical damage to a single target, with a high probability of triggering a critical hit. Shadow Strike LV4 strikes enemies from the darkness like a ghost, extremely fast and difficult to detect, each strike dealing high damage. Ultrasonic Shock LV6 emits strong ultrasonic waves, dealing area damage to surrounding enemies and briefly stunning them. Moon-devouring leader LV5, the leader of the moon-devouring bats, keeps the moon-devouring bat swarm in a state of constant excitement, granting all attributes plus 50%. Level 6 skill, no wonder it's so powerful. Qingyi's expression was solemn as she analyzed the skills and weaknesses of the moon-eating bat leader. Then, he knocked an arrow and unleashed a miraculous 3-shot attack. Faced with such an attack, the leader of the moon-eating bats remained calm and composed, slightly sweeping its wings. A black wing slash was unleashed, and the light wave blasted towards the arrow. Bang! To the surprise of the moon-eating bat leader, the arrows were so powerful that its single attack barely managed to block the first arrow. 2 more arrows came hurtling towards them. It turns out that this person's archery skills are not as weak and powerless as the first one. The leader of the moon-eating bats was shocked. He quickly sent a signal, asking the nearby bats to shield him from the arrows. Burst! Qingyi was prepared. When several moon-eating bats tried to intercept her, she detonated the arrows. With a deafening roar, the moon-eating bats blocking the way were blasted into pieces and fell to the ground. The third arrow flew as if into an empty field, heading straight for the leader of the moon-eating bats. The leader of the moon-eating bats sensed the threat and tried to escape, but it was too late. The arrow struck its wing precisely, and the next moment, with a deafening roar, flames shot into the sky. The leader of the moon-eating bats let out a painful roar as half of its wing was blown off, and it fell from the sky. Without its leader, the moon-eating bat formation instantly disintegrated, falling into chaos and flying aimlessly everywhere. Seeing this, Yanwu immediately organized a counterattack, with archers and arrow towers firing wildly at them. In an instant, it was like dumplings were being dropped into the air, with moon-devouring bats being shot down and falling to the ground one after another. However, the leader of the moon-eating bats was not so easily defeated. During its descent, it quickly adjusted its position, stabilized its body, and began to spiral upwards again. After flying in circles in the air for a few moments, it suddenly disappeared into the darkness. Qingyi lost sight, but she didn't panic. Since the moon-eating bat's formation has been broken, it's virtually impossible for them to regroup. He has plenty of ways to deal with a mere level 25 Lord Boss. Chirp chirp! A gust of wind suddenly arrived from behind, slicing towards her neck. It's impossible to escape now. Qingyi remained calm and composed, circulating her internal energy. A dazzling golden light emanated from his entire body. Cover his entire body. You have Shadow Strike, I have the indestructible Vajra body. Qingyi was confident. As expected, after taking this blow, unharmed, he whirled around, and under the horrified and fearful gaze of the moon-eating bat leader, with lightning speed, he reached out and grabbed its neck. The leader of the moon-eating bats struggled desperately, but could not move under his powerful hand. At this moment, the 3-colored elemental fire in his hand blazed fiercely, the brilliant yet dangerous flames flickering as if they were the wrath of hell. The 3-colored primordial flames emitted an intense heat, and the surrounding air seemed to be distorted by the heat. The hissing sound continued to emanate, the sound of the primordial fire scorching the body of the moon-eating bat leader. The leader of the moon-eating bats let out a desperate cry, but it could not escape the impending destruction. I don't know how long it took until its health bar was depleted and it was roasted to a crisp. The system's voice came through just then. Killed the moon-eating bat leader. SSS talent, chosen, triggers, increasing drop rate by 52x. A chosen one triggers, granting an item quality upgrade. Chapter 77 Dragon Slayer Sword, for Vajras. Name, Dragon Slayer Sword. Grade, Level 25 Gold Weapon. Attributes, Strength plus 1395, Armor Penetration plus 256, Cutting Power plus 287, Tear plus 301. Skills none. Note, legend has it that this sword was once stained with mysterious dragon blood, and through the passage of time, it has become an incomparably precious divine weapon. That dragon blood endowed it with unique power and spirituality, making it even more formidable in battle. A sword actually dropped. Liingi's eyes flickered, revealing a hint of liking. To be honest, the Dragon Slayer sword's appearance was truly the coolest he had ever seen. The golden blade was imprinted with mysterious crimson patterns. It seemed to be alive, like blood flowing slowly, radiating a powerful aura. The hilt of the sword is engraved with exquisite patterns, as if ancient totems are telling the story of time. He gently extended his finger and ran it across the blade, the icy touch sending a chill through his entire body. The entire sword trembled slightly, as if it were joyfully welcoming its new master. Strength, armor penetration, cutting, and tearing, the 4 attributes are simply perfect. It's just missing a skill, otherwise it would truly be considered an unparalleled divine weapon. Liingi sighed. If I could acquire a skill, it doesn't have to be anything special, even something like the 9 hammers of Mountain Breaker would be great. This is a huge boost to combat power. Unfortunately, it didn't. This made Liingi feel somewhat regretful. However, he also understood that if it truly possessed skills, then the grade of this Dragon Slayer sword might be more than just gold. In that case, it won't drop from a mere level 25 monster, even if it's a boss. I need to find time to learn a sword skill. Since the Dragon Slayer sword doesn't come with any special skills like the Mountain Shattering Hammer, then he'll have no choice but to learn it himself. Otherwise, having the equipment but not knowing swordsmanship will only make people laugh at you. While they were pondering, the entire moon-eating bat swarm had already been wiped out. Within the teleportation array, white light condensed, brewing the 7th wave of monsters. Seeing this, Liingi quickly sheathed her sword and prepared for the 7th wave of defense. To his surprise, unlike the previous 6 waves, this time, the teleportation array was being built up much more slowly than before. Previously, there were flashes of white light and monsters respawning rapidly. It really feels like I'm constipated now. It only comes out every minute or 2. Moreover, their numbers are extremely small, numbering only a handful. However, Liingi was not happy about this. On the contrary, her expression became even more serious. This is not a good sign. The strength of a monster has little to do with its quantity. No matter how many come, Galaxy Village has enough force to deal with them. But if the quality is too high, like a level 40 or 50 boss, that would probably turn the entire Galaxy Village upside down. 1, 2, 3, 4. As the light from the teleportation array dimmed, 4 orbs of white light floated in the air. Buzz. As the white light faded, the appearances of the 4 monsters were revealed to everyone. The dragon eagle, with its enormous wings spread wide, feathers as hard as steel, and sharp, majestic eyes, seemed to possess a powerful presence. The gray wolf, with its agile figure and jet-black fur, exudes a wild aura. The clouded leopard is agile, with fur that flows like clouds, exuding a graceful beauty. The black serpent, with its serpentine body, scales shimmering with a mysterious light, exudes a chilling aura. Through the attribute panel, Liingi learned their names. What shocked him was that 4 guys, all of them are level 30 elite bosses. Level 30. It's comparable to the true essence realm of the human race, while Galaxy Village currently doesn't have a single true essence realm expert. This is going to be difficult, Liingi thought to herself. If there were only 1 or 2, he could barely handle them. But if 4 of them come at once, no matter how skilled he is, he can't fight them all. Let's divide it up. With no other option, Liingi could only find 2 people to fill in. 1 Xiao Hei is no problem, and 1 Yan Wu is also fine. Swallow Eagle. Seeing Yan Ying's eager expression, he quickly shook his head. Xiao Hei is already level 25 and is a boss-level character. If he goes all out, taking 1 down shouldn't be a problem. With the added bonus from the Gale battle technique, Yanwu could barely handle 1 opponent. But Yanning is a blank slate. He can't possibly be a match for him. Anyone who dares to go up there is practically asking for trouble. Forget it, save those 2. The rest are mine. Qingyi made the final decision. He patted Yanwu on the shoulder and pointed at the clouded leopard. They then pulled out Little Black, who had been lazing around in the corner, and made it deal with the black serpent. The remaining two are his. After they were divided up, the two people and the cat began to attack their respective opponents. Yanwu fought with all his might, unleashing the full power of his wind spirit profound art, and engaged in hand-to-hand combat with the cloud leopard. Xiaohei, on the other hand, used its extreme reaction speed and movement speed to tread the edge of the Xian snake's path. It occasionally lashes out with its claws, inflicting some damage. Qingyi fired a few arrows at Longing and Soundlang, drawing their hatred to herself, and then refrained from making any rash moves. The dragon eagle circled above him, while the gray wolf stood directly in front of him. No matter which one he attacked first, he would have to face attacks from two demonic beasts at the same time. Kill the dragon eagle first. It's in the air and poses a greater threat. Qingyi's mind raced, and she instantly devised a countermeasure. He retreated at lightning speed, creating distance between himself and the dragon eagle and the gray wolf like a ghost. Upon seeing this, the dragon eagle and the gray wolf's eyes flashed with ferocity, clearly indicating they were not willing to let him go. They immediately gave chase. However, Qingyi had already made his plans. He suddenly turned around and shot the arrow in his hand like lightning toward the gray wolf. The wolf reacted extremely quickly, abruptly stopping in its tracks. In an instant, a white light flashed in his pupils. One after another, walls broke through the ground and stood before it. These earthen walls, covered by the true essence of the azure wolf, shimmered with a color as indestructible as diamond, appearing as if they were impenetrable fortresses of copper and iron. Bang, bang, bang! Several loud bangs. As expected, the arrows were blocked. Even if the arrow from the gods is incredibly powerful. But they still hadn't gotten past the last wall. At this moment, Longing keenly sensed that an opportunity had arrived. It flapped its wings, its enormous feathers like dark clouds blotting out the sun, and swiftly swooped down towards Qingyi. Its massive body didn't appear bulky at all, instead, it displayed astonishing agility. It spun rapidly in the air, creating a howling wind around it. Like a powerful drill, it charged menacingly towards Qingyi. The terrifying aura made Qingyi feel that even with her invincible body activated, even that couldn't stop the attack. As the attack drew ever closer, Qingyi could feel her own heart pounding like thunder in her ears, and the fierce wind stung her face. A flicker of excitement flashed in his eyes. Yes, I'm excited. This guy fell for it. He sprinted forward instantly, and in the nick of time, his figure flashed to a distance of tens of meters. He turned around and shot an arrow at the dragon eagle. Bang! 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 1 arrow, 2 arrows, 3 arrows. He didn't stop. His movements were so fast that they left only after images in the air. He fired 7 arrows in succession. The divine split arrow, enveloped in surging primordial fire power, streaked through the air like a shooting star. It left behind streaks of white marks. The dragon eagle had barely landed, not even having a firm footing. How could it possibly dodge Qingyi's long-planned attack? He could only watch helplessly as the arrows shot towards him. Chapter 78 Annihilation. 7 arrows struck the dragon eagle from various parts of its body, the terrifying force sending it flying. With a loud thud, it crashed heavily to the ground. The dust rose, making the whole earth tremble. The dragon eagle struggled to get up, but before it could even make a move, the 7 arrows exploded at the same moment. The powerful explosion swept around, creating a rolling shockwave. The already severely damaged dragon eagle was utterly unable to withstand the attack. His health bar dropped to 0, and his body vanished without a trace, leaving only a talisman lying on the ground. Upon seeing this, the wolf looked on in astonishment. He died like that? It couldn't help but take 2 steps back, its gaze fixed on Qingyi. It carried a hint of fear. This young man in front of me is so cunning. They are ruthless. Every move they make is fatal. That's far too dangerous. Seeing Longing dead, Qingyi breathed a sigh of relief. With one less competitor, his pressure is much less. You're the only one left. Qingyi knocked an arrow, her eyes burning with determination. Having witnessed the dragon eagle's miserable state, the gray wolf was extremely wary of the arrows. Before the arrows even arrived, it began to take defensive measures. The white light in his pupils flashed to its extreme. Rumble! Rumble! A thick, circular wall broke through the ground. Standing inside, it resembles a fortress, enveloping it from all sides. On the wall, several mysterious runes were engraved, imbued with rich true energy, and interwoven to form an indestructible defensive line. The wolf, hiding inside, felt a little more at ease. It might not be the best at fighting, but when it comes to defense, among the 4 heavenly kings, none could compare to him. As expected, as Qingyi fired her arrow, the runes on the walls suddenly shone brightly, condensing into a barrier that firmly blocked the arrow. Although the divine arrow was incredibly powerful, it couldn't budge the Sunlung's all-out defensive line in the slightest. Even when the arrows exploded, they only caused the wall to shake slightly, and did not cause any real damage. Such powerful defense! Qingyi frowned and temporarily halted her attack. He narrowed his eyes slightly. It's speculated that this might be one of the skills of the Azure Wolf. Because the level of basic detection is too low, the detailed description of the skill cannot be seen. Therefore, we can only try to find clues through observation. After attempting to shoot the arrow again, he discovered that this talisman has a strong restraining effect on skills. Once he unleashes a divine arrow, the talisman will then unleash its power, blocking most of the force. Only normal attacks are fine. Thump! A basic attack struck the earthen wall, the arrow piercing the wall, but without the blessing of a divine arrow. With the combined power of the 3-colored elemental fire, and the divine fierce bow, it was completely impossible to break through the earthen wall's defenses. Now Qingyi realized that she really had no way to deal with it. Drawing a circle around oneself and imprisoning oneself? Qingyi was speechless and decided to ignore it for now. Let him lock himself up if he wants. He refuses to believe this skill doesn't consume stamina. Once your stamina is depleted, let's see if you can get out. His gaze shifted elsewhere, sweeping across the entire battlefield. Surprisingly, the battle situation was actually quite good. Xiao He moved nimbly around the black snake. Although its body was far inferior to that of the black serpent, its strength was in no way inferior. As it leaped up, several large sinuses slapped against the black snake's head. The black snake was so disoriented by the fan that it fell heavily to the ground. The black serpent hissed angrily, conjuring several sharp water swords which it shot towards Xiao He. However, it was easily dodged. When Xiao He got close, it got scratched a few more times. The snake's body was covered in wounds, all the work of Xiao He. His health also dropped below half. It seems that defeat is only a matter of time. Meanwhile, Yanwu, though somewhat disheveled after being outmaneuvered by Yabao, but he wasn't seriously injured. On the contrary, the power of the wind around him grew stronger, and a mysterious aura emanated from him, as if he were comprehending something. Another breakthrough? Are S+ talent geniuses really that amazing? Qingyi was shocked. I just grasped the Gale battle technique a few days ago, and now I'm already stuck in a state of comprehension again. When did comprehension become so easy? The winds and clouds are shattered. The sound exploded like thunder. Yanwu raised his iron sword high, unleashing a powerful burst of strength. The power of wind spirits and the power of flowing clouds were activated and intertwined, forming a world-destroying storm. Where the storm passed, sand and stones flew, and everything was startled. The clouded leopard sensed this immense power, and fear appeared in its eyes. His body darted about, trying to dodge. But it was as if they were locked on, with nowhere to hide. The speed they were so proud of became useless at this moment. A terrifying storm rolled in and suddenly exploded. Boom! A dazzling white light shone across the sky. The screams of the clouded leopard gradually subsided. After things calmed down, only a few items were left lying on the ground. Such terrifying power! Liingi gasped. He quickly checked Yanwu's attributes and discovered that the wind and cloud annihilation skill he had just learned was actually an 8-star skill. 8-star skill? Liingi couldn't help but marvel at Yanwu's incredible talent. He can even comprehend skills as powerful as the 8-star level. Wow, with a skill like this, he should be invincible among his peers. Liingi was envious. A sense of urgency arose in my heart. His strength has stagnated for far too long now. While it's true that as a lord, one doesn't need to be overly concerned with strength, that's assuming Galaxy Village has developed into a powerful force. Clearly, Galaxy Village does not yet possess these conditions. They still need him, the Lord, to shoulder the main responsibility. I accidentally killed him. Yanwu walked over, slightly embarrassed, holding the items dropped by the clouded leopard. It's alright. Liingi didn't care. Although he has the advantage of a high drop rate, which likely makes the rewards even better. But on the battlefield, things can change in an instant. There's no need to force it if there's no opportunity. Otherwise, if a mistake is made because of holding back, it would be undesirable. When will the drop rate for chosen ones be made a little more intelligent? I have to kill them all by myself. We're in a team, can't my teammates do the kills? He made a couple of complaints. The system is inflexible, far too inflexible. He took the item dropped by the clouded leopard and found it to be a silver treasure chest. Sure enough, without his chosen one drop rate bonus. The stuff that explodes is just small trash. A level 30 elite boss, dropping silver grade items? Mean. Without hesitation, Liingi opened it. A beautiful little bottle appeared before him, as if it contained some kind of elixir. As soon as the cork was removed, a delightful fragrance wafted out. Rejuvenation pill, can quickly restore the body to its peak condition. Can be used below level 30, and the effect is less effective at higher levels. They actually came up with something pretty good. Liingi had given up hope, but unexpectedly she managed to draw a treasure from the pile of silver. Sure enough, it was his good luck. I counted them, and there were 3 rejuvenation pills, which was barely enough. Chapter 79 Skill Imprint Stones. Roar! While Liingi was talking with Yanwu, the battle on that side was nearing its end. The Xian snake, worn down by Xiaohei, was finally unable to withstand the onslaught. It crashed to the ground with a thud. Meow. Xiaohei shouted at Liingi, signaling him to quickly finish him off. Liingi nodded and sent the black serpent away with an arrow. Kill the Xian snake. SSS talent, chosen, triggers, increasing drop rate by 85x. A chosen one triggers, granting an item quality upgrade. An orange halo fell, instantly making Liingi beam with joy. Great product. Skill Imprint Stone, can imprint skills on equipment, and embed them into other equipment. Skills from different types of weapons will evolve into new skills that are compatible with them. The introduction was very simple, but the information it revealed made Liingi ecstatic. Just what he wanted happened. He had been lamenting that the Dragon Slayer sword didn't have any skills. Now hey, here comes the dream come true. Liingi took out the mountain-breaking giant hammer, preparing to engrave the 9 hammers of mountain breaking and then embed them into the dragon's slaying sword. He has always liked this skill. Although its power isn't that great, it can be used in conjunction with slashing attacks. Therefore, for a considerable period of time, it became one of his trump cards for effectively defeating enemies. Now that I have new equipment, and can use it again, I'm so happy. The 9 hammers of mountain breaking inscription completed. Should the skill imprint stone, 9 hammers of mountain break, be inlaid into the dragon slayer sword? Yes. Liingi answered. The inlay is complete. Due to the change in weapon type, the skill is evolving. Evolution complete. Dragon Slayer 9 swords successfully assembled. Dragon Slayer 9 swords LV6 unleashes 9 consecutive sword strikes. The first strike deals 150% base damage, with each subsequent strike increasing by 30% cumulatively. The final strike receives an additional bonus, dealing 500% damage. My skill level has increased by 3 levels. That's awesome! Qingyi did a rough calculation and concluded that even without using a slashing attack, with just the Dragon Slayer 9 Swords combo, a single skill set can deal around 2,500% damage. If a slashing attack is used, this number can be increased further. What does that mean? For regular bosses, there's no need to overthink it, just use the slash plus Dragon Slayer 9 Swords combo. 2 skills are enough. It's basically possible to push the target without thinking. That's a really useful skill. Qingyi twirled her sword a few times, thinking she could practice more in the future. Ideally, I'd acquire a few sword techniques with boundary-breaking abilities, so I can practice them in real life. To become a true swordsman. My lord, isn't that fellow coming out yet? Yanwu pointed to the earthen wall and said, Of the 4 great Vajras, Dragon Eagle, Cloud Leopard, and Black Serpent have all been killed, leaving only that guy, Azure Wolf. Let's wait and see. I don't believe it can stay in this turtle shell forever. Qingyi snorted coldly, utterly speechless at Sunlung's cowardly behavior. It was clearly a monster that came to attack the village, yet it hid first. Turn yourself into the one who attacks it. This is truly a reversal of the natural order. Whether he comes out or not is up to him. He can afford to wait anyway, so he might as well take a break. As for the wolf, Qingyi wanted to see how long this cowardly wolf demon could keep hiding. Yanwu nodded upon hearing this, abandoning his idea of forcibly breaking through. They sat cross-legged not far away, quietly watching Sunlung's performance. Just as Qingyi had predicted, the Azure Wolf didn't hold out for long. After about the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, the runes on the earthen wall began to dim. Loss of luster. Immediately afterwards, the earthen wall began to crumble and collapse. The shadow of the grey wolf was gradually revealed. Oh, this guy is terrified and has no intention of attacking at all. He took off running, ready to make his escape. Call out. A fiery red arrow shot out and struck the wolf precisely in one of its hind legs. Then, boom! A loud bang, and flames shot into the sky. The wolf fell to the ground, letting out a painful howl. Its entire hind leg was destroyed. As Qingyi approached, his massive body trembled. He doesn't look like a boss at all. The 4 heavenly kings? That's too weak. Yanwu couldn't help but complain. It's supposed to be a level 30 elite boss, but aside from having slightly stronger stats, its combat power is really weak. Qingyi didn't think so. Besides level and grade, skills are also a very important factor in determining the strength of wild monsters. These 4 heavenly kings are clearly of decent quality, with attributes no weaker than those of a level 2 boss. However, their skills are relatively weak. They don't have any impressive skills, which makes them seem less strong. Moreover, both he and Yanwu are among the top in their level, possessing the ability to fight opponents of higher levels. That's why the 4 heavenly kings seem weak. In reality, if an average player encounters them without good equipment, without high-level skills to rely on, they'll probably beat you to the point of questioning your existence. Boom, boom, boom. To prevent the wolf from feeling fear any longer, Qingyi finished it off with 3 arrows. This marks the 7th wave of the monsters attacking the village. Finish. Kill the Azure Wolf. SSS talent, Chosen 1, triggers, increasing drop rate by 30x. A Chosen 1 triggers, granting an item quality upgrade. Advanced Building Upgrade Blueprint. After use, it can upgrade an advanced building in the territory once, cannot be used on special types of buildings. What the hell? How come there are so many building upgrade blueprints? I got an intermediate one first, and now I've got an advanced one. That's perfect. Does this mean I'm going to have a top-tier building? Qingyi's eyes lit up, and she quickly figured out how to use the 2 blueprints. Ordinary buildings, like blacksmith shops, would naturally not need such facilities. This kind of architecture requires more than just buildings. It also needs skilled craftsmen to bring it to its full potential. However, there are exceptions, for example. Market. The market was originally a place for trading. Hierarchy merely expanded its territory without serving any other substantial purpose. However, after the system was given the function of remote trading, that would be very different. Qingyi could even imagine what it would be like to have a top-tier market. Then he will be able to connect to the global player market. Whether buying or selling, he can seize the initiative. Furthermore, with such a large global market, even if there are good products, people won't sell them. But maybe some people won't know what's good for them, and he might snag a bargain. The hidden value is immense. Moreover, with the miraculous heaven-washing pool in Galaxy Village, there will undoubtedly be a surge in secondary profession masters in all walks of life in the future. The products they make, such as advanced equipment. After digesting it myself, there was still some left. If you put it on the premium market, wouldn't it be a huge hit? Qingyi could even imagine the days when she would become rich by using this method. Monsters are attacking the village. The final boss is about to appear. Please be prepared. Chapter 80 Final Boss, Spirit Radiance Thunder Tiger. Buzzing. The air vibrated violently, as if the entire space was resonating with it. A massive and powerful figure slowly materialized amidst the blinding white light. A terrifying aura surged forth like a tidal wave, instantly enveloping the entire world. Roar! The loud roar seemed to pierce the clouds and resound throughout the heavens and earth. In an instant, a demonic wind arose and swept in with a howling sound. Everything on earth swayed wildly in the raging wind, making a rustling sound. Qingyi's clothes fluttered in the wind as she stared intently at the gradually clearing black shadow, her expression growing serious. The outline of the dark figure became clearer, and a majestic tiger demon appeared before them. It was enormous, like a small mountain. Its body was covered in messy, blue-purple fur. When blown, it resembles clusters of burning flames, possessing an eerie beauty. Name: Spirit Tiger. Grade? Grade? A basic detection spell was cast, and unsurprisingly, all the results were question marks. Clearly, the strength of the Spirit Thunder Tiger has exceeded the range that he can detect. I can't see any skills, it's hard to fight. Qingyi muttered to herself. Yanwu also felt immense pressure and said solemnly, Lord, the effect of my Gale battle technique is about to expire. I'll go first to test Leihu's strength and see if I can wear it down. Can wind and cloud annihilation still be used? Yanwu shook his head helplessly. I can't use it anymore, I'm out of stamina. Upon hearing this, Qingyi took out a rejuvenation pill without hesitation and handed it to Yanwu, saying, Eat it. Yanwu's eyes lit up, and he quickly took it and swallowed it in one gulp. The drug took effect almost instantly. Yanwu felt a powerful force surging within his body, and his previously exhausted body instantly regained its vitality. He laughed excitedly. My condition has fully recovered, and my Gale battle technique has also been restored, ha ha ha. Can? Qingyi nodded to herself. The rejuvenation pill was indeed quite effective. Your pet, Xiaohei, shared a message. Would you like to receive it? Qingyi was pondering how to deal with the powerful boss in front of her when she suddenly heard the system's voice. Little Black? He turned his head and saw that Xiaohei's eyes were bright and sparkling with a mysterious light. Have they discovered something? Qingyi's heart stirred. Receive the message immediately. Name: Spirit Tiger. Grade: Lord Boss. Level: LV35. Life: 68,999 to 68,999 mana. 12121 12121 Spirit: 10,008 to 10,008. Strength: 2567 Defense, 2875 Speed, 2577 Stamina, 2509. Claw Heart Thunderstorm LV7 gathers the power of lightning to unleash a ferocious attack, dealing massive physical damage to the target and having a certain probability of paralyzing the target. Lightning Shield LV7 creates 2 lightning shields around the user, providing powerful defense and absorbing a large amount of damage. The user can also control the lightning shields to fly and inflict impact damage on enemies. Lightning Claw Strike LV8. Wield sharp lightning claws to deliver a powerful attack on a single target, with a chance to paralyze the target and reduce their defense. 5 Thunderbolts LV7. Unleashes powerful lightning energy, summoning 5 thick bolts of lightning to strike the target, causing high damage and paralyzing the target, rendering them unable to move for a short period of time. Spiritual Lightning LV7. The spiritual lightning tiger draws upon the mysterious power of the spiritual light, transforming into a spiritual light body that absorbs all damage, converts it into lightning energy, and restores itself. Is this the attribute panel of the spirit thunder tiger? Qingyi was stunned, but quickly recovered. Xiao He is a mutated golden-eyed cat king with a strong talent in eye techniques, so it's not surprising that he could detect the attribute panel of Liingi. As he looked at the attributes of the spirit thunder tiger, his heart began to race. With nearly 70,000 HP, average 500 plus in all 4 stats, and those incredibly long level 7 and 8 skills, it's practically a super warrior who can withstand attacks, deal damage, be tanky, and even regenerate health. It's absolutely terrifying. How are you going to beat this horse meat? Qingyi grew increasingly terrified as she looked at the scene, feeling for the first time utterly helpless. However, he had no idea where to start, but the spirit thunder tiger wouldn't just sit idly by. Its gaze was as majestic as a giant bell, sweeping over us with an overwhelming sense of oppression. With a slight lift of its front paws, a surge of savage power instantly converged. It crackled and popped, and the surrounding air seemed to be distorted by this force. Soon, a dazzling, azure blue landmine ball floated in the center of its claw. Within the sphere of lightning, it seemed as if thousands of lightning snakes were roaming wildly, emanating a powerful aura that sent chills down one's spine. Boom! Without hesitation, Liingi hurled the lightning ball. It moved at an extremely high speed, leaving only a blur in the air. Without hesitation, Qingyi instantly activated her Vajra body and swift movement. His body was enveloped in a layer of golden light, and his speed instantly increased to the maximum. Xiao He and Yan Wu were the same, daring not to slack off in the slightest, and pushing their techniques to their limits. The 2 people and the cat scattered in all directions like arrows released from a bow. With a loud bang, the earth shook violently. Thick smoke instantly filled the air. Qingyi and the others turned their heads and saw that the spot where they had just stood had been blasted into a crater several meters wide. The surrounding land was scorched black and emitted a pungent odor. Hiss! Qingyi was shocked. Luckily, I dodged it. If I had been hit, I would have been torn to pieces. A divine arrow! Having dodged one of the opponent's skills, Qingyi was not one to sit idly by and wait for death. He quickly knocked the arrow. 3 shots, a divine arrow, and he returned the favor. The fiery red arrow pierced the air, carrying an unstoppable momentum. It shot towards the spirit tiger. Liingi's eyes flickered slightly, seemingly astonished that the ant before him could launch such a powerful attack. But he remained calm and composed, his body twitching twice. A blue lightning shield was released, completely enveloping it. A divine arrow struck the lightning shield, causing its speed to decrease abruptly. A stalemate ensued with the thunder shield. On the sharp arrowhead, fiery red internal energy and lightning-type true essence collided and surged, emitting a sizzling sound. Even with the immense boost of a divine arrow, the quality of the 3-colored elemental fire internal energy was far inferior to that of the lightning-type true essence. It wasn't long before it was all consumed. Unable to break through the lightning shield's defenses. Burst! With a thought, Qingyi unleashed the final power of the arrow. Flames soared into the sky, and waves of heat rolled in. Even with the thunder shield's astonishing defensive power, it was blasted with 3 small holes. The spirit tiger trembled twice, having sustained some injuries. -788. It didn't lose even 1,000 points of health. In its already massive health bar, that loss was negligible. Wokeo, fertile grass. Qingyi was numb. Again! He refused to believe it and took out 7 more arrows, shooting them all at once. Bang, bang, bang! Explosions were occurring from every angle. This time, the spirit tiger was clearly unable to withstand the force. Its entire lightning shield was broken, and the enormous impact sent it flying more than 10 meters away. It roared angrily, its former composure gone. However, this is not the end. On its right, Little Black had somehow jumped in front of it. Its eyes revealed a fearless and cunning look, and it raised its claws high, slamming them hard into the face of the spirit thunder tiger. Snap! A dull thud was heard, and the spirit thunder tiger's entire body trembled. This attack may not seem to cause much damage, but it is extremely insulting. The spirit tiger instantly turned red-hot. His eyes burned with fury, flames that seemed capable of burning everything. It roared, its thick tail whistling, creating a gust of wind that lashed out like a steel whip. This little thing, it will tear it to pieces. Xiao Hei didn't dare to fight head-on and could only retreat for the time being. Seeing this, the spirit tiger slightly raised its front paws. It coalesced into a claw-shaped thunderbolt. Its eyes were filled with anger and murderous intent, as if it wanted to completely destroy Xiao Hei. Then, the spirit tiger forcefully threw out the claw-heart thunder explosion. Rumble! Rumble! The thunderbolt traced an arc through the air, producing a deafening sound. However, Xiao Hei was incredibly fast. Its ghostly speed left afterimages in the air as it easily dodged the fatal blow. The thunder exploded in the distance, kicking up a huge cloud of smoke and dust. If the first attack fails, the spirit thunder tiger became even more furious, opening its blood-red maw, which flashed with light. The wind suddenly picked up, and thunder rumbled. It seemed as if something terrifying was brewing in its mouth. Before long, a thundercloud slowly appeared.